A young, beautiful girl informs the police about a possible danger threatening another girl who entered an alley. One of the police officers sitting in the car smiles sweetly in a friendly gesture and promises to deal with the situation, while his colleague sits silently in the shadows and watches closely. Against the backdrop of an old and clearly disadvantaged neighborhood, a girl steps away from a police car and looks worriedly into an alleyway while a law enforcement officer watches her go. Hiding his face in the shadow under his cap and lowering his head, the policeman prepares to say something with a rather serious, if not gloomy, look. The policeman, who had been serious and attentive until other people's requests, with a completely indifferent face, suddenly announces the end of the working day to the surprise of his colleague. Trying to awaken his conscience, a colleague points to an alley where a dubious group of men is approaching a frightened girl and anxiously offers to intervene. Indifferent to the words of his colleague and the girl in trouble, the policeman asks whether it is advisable for them to intervene, ignoring the shocked look directed at him. The policeman draws his colleague's attention to the leader's appearance and looks in his direction, frowning with displeasure. In an evening alley in a troubled area, a gang leader in a bright shirt, smoking a cigarette, harasses a girl in the company of three gangster-looking friends while a colleague continues his attempts to reach a police officer and offers to call for backup. The policeman, as if passing sentence, calmly says that the girl will be left after the gang leader with the greasy look and repulsive appearance gets what he wants from her. A police officer expertly informs a colleague of the frequency of such incidents in the area while she is distracted by an unexpected voice outside the car window. Both police officers watch from the car, surprised but cautious, as a man suddenly appears, in whose silhouette one can recognize another police officer. Against the backdrop of an evening city, a poor neighborhood, and a police car stands the proud figure of a heroic policeman who has decided to stand up for the girl who was still being held by the leader of the bandits. Dissatisfied with the outside interference, the bandits rudely inquire about the reason for what is happening and look menacingly at the heroic policeman, while the girl, with tears and hope in her eyes, hopes for his help. The hero policeman directs his gaze, full of hatred and a murderous aura, at the bandits, demanding that they let the unfortunate woman go. The bandit leader finally lets go of the girl and, with a relaxed gait and mockery and disdain, walks towards the hero under the observation of his henchmen. With a nasty expression and the same disdain, the bandit leader blows a cloud of smoke from his cigarette into the hero cop's face and asks what he will do to him if he does not want to comply with his demands. Without another word, the hero policeman punches the bandit leader hard in the lower jaw, forcing him to bite his tongue until it bleeds and most likely damage his teeth and the jawbone itself. The shocked and traumatized bandit leader looks up, disbelieving what has happened and experiencing significant pain. The cigarette in the bandit's hands falls onto the dusty asphalt and goes out. Unable to stay on his feet, the bandit leader falls on his back, clutching his face with a pained cry, while the hero policeman towers over him with the punishing hand of the law. The police officers sitting in the car during the brawl wonder with disbelief and surprise how such strength and courage can fit into one person. The surprised looks of the bandits and the girl, still trembling from the fear she had experienced, are directed at the leader of the bandits. The heroic policeman stretches his arm after the blow and with stern calm informs the bandit leader that he will soon take responsibility for his words and actions. The bandits, dissatisfied with the upcoming state of affairs, take threatening poses while their leader rises from the ground, rubbing his injured jaw, and the girl presses herself against the alley wall. The entire gang of bandits, with fists and obscene language, will attack the still imperturbable, flexing policeman's arm. The hero policeman hits the bandit leader again, only this time not in the jaw but in the nose, successfully breaking it. The hero policeman's strength, rising into a fighting stance after the blow, is enough to effectively throw the defeated gang leader back to the ground. The hero policeman looks at his enemies with a calm, cold gaze of green eyes and assesses his strength for the upcoming battle. The police officers, still sitting in the car, continue to watch and be surprised by what is happening and look out from their hiding place a little more boldly. The hero cop stands majestically over a pile of fallen bandit enemies, stretching his arm in a familiar gesture after the fight, while the gang leader, sitting on the ground, clutches his head and marvels at the strength of a single opponent. The bandit leader doesn't want to give up so easily, so despite his injured jaw, nose, and broken teeth, he reaches into his inside jacket pocket and casually addresses the heroic police officer. The bandit leader, still sitting on the ground but preparing to pounce, takes out a folding knife and threatens to kill his adversary, while the frightened girl presses her hands to her face and screams. The hero policeman, without a shadow of fear, even laughing slightly, asks the leader of the bandits whether he can really kill him and whether he has ever killed anyone. The bandit leader, with a bloody face, hatred in his eyes and a scream, points a knife at the hero policeman and promises that the next corpse on his account will be a servant of the law. The policeman quickly closes the distance, places his hand heavily on his opponent's shoulder, and with a murderous look from his red, creepy eyes and a frightening smile, tells the bandit leader that he is lying and has never killed anyone, because his look does not resemble that of a killer. The frightened bandit leader is rushing about in feeble attempts to maintain his superiority, and through fear and cold sweat he says that he has enough strength to kill. Opposite him, again calm, unperturbed, and seemingly indifferent to possible events, stands the hero policeman and offers him to kill himself. The hero policeman towers over the frightened bandit and, pointing his trembling hand with a knife at his heart, orders him to kill himself. The hero policeman again looks at his opponent with a cold, scary gaze and a murderous aura, and still points the other man's hand with a knife at himself. Broken, defeated, wounded, and covered in his own blood, the bandit leader looks in horror at the man in front of him and doubts his humanity. The hero policeman's eyes are green again, but a faint red light burns in them, and the hero states that he will kill the bandit leader himself if he is unable to do so. The bandit's face is distorted with horror and covered in cold sweat from the realization of the hopelessness of the current situation. The knife falls with a clang to the dusty ground, depriving its owner of his last chance for salvation. Not believing what is happening, the leader of the bandits recoils in horror and backs away from the hero policeman, wondering who he even is. The hero policeman again places his heavy hand on the shoulder of the now not-so-brave bandit leader, squeezing it hard, and asks him about the meaning of the question asked. The police officers are still sitting in the car, with the difference that their faces no longer show the same surprise, as they themselves are now frightened and shocked, no less than the defeated bandits, by the behavior of what seems to be their colleagues. The hero policeman's hand now not only squeezes, but compresses the other man's shoulder, crumpling his shirt until the veins appear from under the skin. A heroic police officer, against a menacing red background, adjusts his cap and smiles smugly, watching others suffer and listening to the screams of agony of a man who, most likely, he damaged not only his face, but now his shoulder as well. The viewer is thrown back a week and shown a trading port at night, deserted and completely quiet. A shadow, similar in silhouette to the heroic policeman seen earlier, falls on the closed doors of one of the cargo containers. Strong hands grab the handles of the container to open it for an as-yet unclear purpose. The silhouette of the hero we know, only in different clothes, opens the doors of the container, letting in light onto a new group of bandits sitting and watching him, one of whom is wiping a knife. We are shown the main character, a dark and creepy killer with red eyes, black hair, and a black suit over a white shirt, nicknamed Bright December, who, after assessing the assembled group with his gaze, concludes that everyone is here. A blond man, nicknamed October, squinting in the light and smiling affably, who had been wiping his knife before the hero's arrival, asks him about the reason for the delay, continuing his task. Bright December enters the container to the bandits located at the opposite end and informs them that he hasn't arrived that late, while October, smiling, continues to ask him about the reason for his presence here, which is clearly connected to his latest mission. Directing a stern gaze at his comrades in the case, Red December asks them about the case, demanding its essence and specifics. Two equally gloomy men, one with a scar across his eye, the other closely shaved, silently watch Bright December. October, continuing to squint and smile, looking very much like a sly fox, along with the others, remains meaningfully silent and waits for something. Bright December is informed that a bodhisattva has asked him to work with him, while behind his back a muscular hunk is preparing to attack and throw an iron chain around his neck to strangle him. Annoyed, but clearly not surprised by the turn of events, Bright December only slightly grimaces as an iron chain almost falls around his neck, preparing to become his noose. Bright December, with his strong hand, deftly intercepts the object of his failed execution, accompanied by the clanking of chain links. Bright December's calm and slight irritation gives way to genuine rage, manifested by fiery sparks in his eyes and a frowning brow, while he himself clearly makes a dash to escape from a vile attack from behind. Bright December deftly intercepts the chain and yanks it to the side, overpowering the big guy and forcing him to follow the chain he was about to use to kill his opponent. The big man falls to the bottom of the shipping container while Bright December towers over him with a chain in his hands, ignoring everyone's observation. Bright December, without changing its murderous aura, angrily winds a chain around its tense hand, and with restrained rage asks its former colleagues in the case what it was. October, still smiling, gets up from his seat, and accompanied by the bandits who are watching the events menacingly, walks towards the hero and phlegmatically informs him that this was the job. An enraged Bright December looks at his former colleague and aggressively repeats the last word about work, while the veins on his neck bulge. October opens his narrowed eyes and smiles nastily, looking more and more like a fox, clarifying that the job involved elimination. The bandits gathered in the shipping container, armed and with fists, rush at Bright December, while October remains behind in safety and watches the execution of the assassination. A bandit with a scar over his eye, a feral grin, and a knife in his hand rushes at Bright December, while he gets into a stance and wraps a chain around his hands to use it as a weapon in an unequal fight. Bright December throws a chain around his opponent's neck under his clearly surprised gaze. Bright December pulls the chain towards himself with force and hits the bandit in the face with his knee with terrible force, while the next one runs towards him with an axe in his hand and swings for a blow. The bandit with the axe swings and prepares to strike Red December in the back in order to inflict a significant, if not fatal, wound. Bright December notices the swing of the axe in time and with fury in the heat of battle, carefully watches its trajectory. Bright December throws aside the axe that is flying to the side, and with a turn and swing, he kicks his opponent in the neck with his left foot, while the next opponent runs towards him, with one already defeated and lying unconscious in the background. Bright December defeats one opponent and is already preparing to cut down the next two that appear in his field of vision. Bright December deftly dodges the attack of another bandit with a knife, ducks under his leading arm and wraps a chain around his neck. Bright December steps behind the bandit and pulls hard on the chain, which has become a noose not for him, but for his enemy, while the latter, in desperate attempts, groaning and choking, tries to grab it and loosen the tension in order to get a chance for another breath. Bright December pulls the chain towards himself with force and hatred, breaking it but destroying the enemy. October wipes the smug smile from his face and, opening one eye, watches the battle, which is clearly not going as he planned. Bright December, in a dismissive gesture to show his strength and superiority, holds one of his fallen, bleeding opponents by the shirt with one hand and turns to October. Bright December drops his opponent like a sack onto the floor of a shipping container and, standing on a pile of other fallen bodies, asks how this pack could have ever had a chance to kill him. Annoyed but outwardly calm, October merely frowns feignedly and expresses mild displeasure to Bright December approaching him, rummaging through the bosom of his jacket. October takes out a pistol and points its barrel at Bright December, annoyedly stating that he doesn't really like this type of weapon, but sees no other way out. October points the gun at Bright December and reveals to him the essence of things, which consists of cleaning up the unusable and using the gun only when he doesn't want to bother cleaning. Shocked by what he heard, Bright December asks again if this is really Bodhisattva's order, freezing in place and ignoring the firearm pointed at him. Full of rage, resentment, and indignation, the devoted Bright December bites his lips, contorts his face, and reaches for his weapon, pondering and realizing what the words about the final mission and the end of everything meant, while remaining merely incomprehensible as to the reasons for this. October smiles smugly, arrogantly, cheerfully, and suggests asking all questions to Botistava in hell, while Bright December looks at his former comrade with horror and a extinguished light in his eyes. October energetically bids farewell to Bright December and prepares to pull the trigger of the pistol and fire a shot that will prove fatal in someone else's destiny. Bright December, with fire in his eyes, rage, and his last strength, jumps on October to attack himself, intercept the pistol, and save himself from the fatal bullet. The next moment, a fatal shot is heard, and the screen is splattered with a huge stain of blood belonging to no one knows who. The new shot presents a place that is completely opposite to the dirty, deserted, and cold port. Bright, beautiful, and calm, creating a certain coziness thanks to the curling threads of smoke. In a Buddhist temple, against a backdrop of a Buddha statue, vibrant paintings, and incense sticks on a small altar sending wisps of smoke toward the sky, a bald monk in loose orange and white robes sits praying. On the altar with burning incense sticks, one of which is almost burnt out, we see a card with a man in Chinese robes walking under an umbrella next to a river, trees, and a frog skin. The monk is distracted from his prayer by an unexpected notification on his phone, to which he reacts almost immediately. The monk puts the phone to his ear and begins the conversation by asking if everything is ready, to which the other party responds that everything is done. Surprised by both what was said and the voice of the speaker, the monk puts the phone away from his ear in amazement and looks at the screen, trying to find answers to his questions there. On the floor of a cargo container lies October, killed by the same weapon, in a pool of his own blood next to his unloved weapon. Bright December, having survived the assassination attempt and shooting, borrows someone else's phone and calls the monk, rudely insulting him with undisguised anger and contempt. The monk, a middle-aged man in appearance, half hidden from the viewer in shadow, asks in surprise whether he is currently speaking with Bright December. The monk announces that he was about to light the 49th blessing, marveling at the timing of Bright December's call, while the viewer is again shown the altar with burning sticks and a picture on a card. The monk answers the question about his location in the temple to Bright December, clearly dissatisfied with the turn of events. He tries to say something else. The monk sits at the very top of the temple, guarded by a whole group of armed and dangerous bandits, and wonders if Bright December will be able to climb up to him. Bright December demands to open the door for him, as he is already outside the door, which greatly surprises the monk, who continues to listen to him on the phone. With a bandaged shoulder, a knife in one hand and a phone in the other, covered in blood but relatively unharmed, Bright December stands in front of the temple and a group of bandits, announcing that he is on his way. Bright December threatens to come himself if they don't open the door for him, after which he throws away his phone without even bothering to hang up and stares at the crowd in front of him. Men and women stand before him with coldness in their eyes and weapons in their hands, while Bright December is only going to talk normally to the monk after he smashes his skull. A man of impressive size appears before Bright December and calmly informs him that the monk Bodhisattva cannot receive him now, as he is preparing for a ritual, while Bright December himself sends him, not intending to care about the convenience of others. Bright December, with anger and a shadow on his face, reports that their Bodhisattva steals children, turning them into murderers, and therefore cannot be called a deity after this. The man of impressive size remains meaningfully silent upon hearing this, looking at Bright December, but does not let you go any further. A man of impressive size grips an axe tightly in his hands, sparkling in the light of the temple lanterns, where a terrible massacre will now begin with him. A man of impressive size, with a terrible grin and a furious look, finally swings an axe with all his might at Bright December, who is standing calmly despite his wound. The next second, Bright December attacks his opponent with lightning speed, and before he can even finish swinging his axe, he deftly and deeply cuts him in the side with his knife. With a face no less terrifying than his adversaries', Bright December, covered from head to toe in his own and his enemy's blood, shouts rudely, demanding that they make way for him, while he presents to the reader the information that he has been trained to kill since childhood, thereby explaining his professionalism in comparison to others. Bright December rushes towards the next pair of opponents with a bloody knife, leaving the first one defeated behind on the steps of the temple, admitting that he gave up everything for the sake of his incredible skills and service. Bright December blocks the knife thrust aimed at him, intercepting the enemy's hand and piercing him with the knife himself, hitting the area of vital organs, continuing the thought of complete refusal. Regretting the loss of his own familiar life, Bright December continues his bloody work and accurately cuts two people at once with a knife, leaving an even bigger trail of blood behind him, while a woman with a gun is about to attack him from behind. Bright December concludes its thought with a rejection of family, while the reader is shown how a woman, having sneaked up from behind, successfully wounded him by stabbing him in the back, which can be considered symbolic. Bright December, despite his wound, stays on his feet, but threateningly turns his body towards the woman, while she, in disbelief that she was able to wound him, stands in a daze and looks first at her hands, then at him. With a furious scream and a face more demonic than human, Bright December rushes at her, leaving no chance for survival. Bright December, wounded, bloodied, broken, and still furious, but finally exhausted, kneels and breathes heavily at gunpoint, leaving behind the ground soaked in blood and strewn with the corpses of the people he killed at the foot of the temple, saying that his boss wants to take his life now. The previously introduced Bodhisattva stands before Bright December with a loaded pistol in his hands, ready to pull the trigger at any moment, and listens to his words about his own promise. Against the backdrop of a colorful temple and a clear night sky, the Bodhisattva towers over the wounded Bright December, aiming his gun at his head as he remembers that he was promised a calm and peaceful life. The Bodhisattva listens with indifference to Bright December's words, as he himself says, that this mission will be the last for the subordinate, and he will be able to become free to live like a normal person. Bright December, ignoring the pistol pointed straight at his forehead, raises his head and furiously screams with all his might that the Bodhisattva swore an oath to him. The Bodhisattva finally breaks the silence and tells the shocked hero that he did not break his promise, and that the hero is now truly living a free life, while the composition captures the monk standing with his back to the reader, and the wounded Bright December and the dead people behind the characters. The Bodhisattva explains his keeping of his promise by saying that every ordinary person sooner or later faces death, while he himself threateningly approaches his face with an arrogant smile and a terrible gaze directly to the all-aware Bright December. The Bodhisattva transforms, returning his face to its former peaceful expression, closing his eyes and announcing that these are the rules of life. Bright December realizes with horror that he is living the last seconds of his life and looks in shock at the barrel of a loaded pistol. Against the backdrop of the bright lights of the Buddha temple, the Bodhisattva utters words that translate as a wish for a person to return to Buddha after death, and prepares to pull the trigger, while Bright December, wounded, bloody, broken, empty, with a bloody trail and a pile of dead bodies behind him, prepares to accept his fate, but promises revenge before he dies. Bright December promises revenge even from the depths of hell, while the reader is shown a hand lying powerlessly in a pool of its own blood, thus confirming the fact of a tragic death. Under the demanding request to wake up, the hero opens his eyes and dimly sees a bright light and the silhouettes of 3 people in blue uniforms. The hero lies on a bed in some room under the frightened but attentive gaze of 3 police officers. The hero screams out an informal definition of the police profession in fear, while one of them wonders in bewilderment what's wrong with him, and her colleague replies that the doctor warned about the possible loss of short-term memory. A fellow police officer approaches the hero and shouts his name, Kim Kyung-soo, demanding that he come to his senses, while the hero himself asks who the person she named is. The police officer, shocked by what's happening, continues to shout that it's his name, while a third officer thoughtfully hands the hero a mirror and his police ID, and the hero watches them both in bewilderment, sitting up comfortably on the hospital bed. The reader is shown a police station where order and law reign, where, under the watchful gaze of a human rights activist in a blue uniform, a hunched man sits on a chair, awaiting news that worries him. To the shocked exclamation of the hero, the reader's attention is drawn to the wall with a board of all employees, and a detailed photo of police officer Kim Kyung-soo is shown. Very similar to Bright December in hair color and face, with the difference that his expression is significantly more peaceful and inviting. Afterwards, we are shown a photo of Bright December himself, where he stands against a red background with menacing shadows and looks straight into the eyes of his potential victim, while his facial expression seems cold, angry, and his features are sharpened and repulsive due to a frightening aura. The hero, now named Kim Kyung-soo, holds his ID card and a mirror with trembling hands, reflecting half of his new and at the same time old face, while his gaze is filled with genuine surprise at what is happening. Kim sits on a hospital bed in a general ward, surrounded by 3 colleagues who, unsure of how to behave and what to do next, stand hesitantly and watch him as he tries to speak, realizing that he has woken up from death. Kim utters the incredible truth of this reality, that he became a police officer after being reborn, and looks in shock into the void, trying to finally accept the new rules of his new life. The reader is shown police officer Kim against a blue background, who became a police officer after his past life, where he was the legendary killer Bright December, but was betrayed and killed, moving into a new body. The next shot shows Kim being slapped across the cheek as he regretfully thinks that this is not the outcome he expected after being reborn and seeking revenge. Somewhere outside the police station, 2 brash, unpleasant-looking, if not downright repulsive policemen were attacking what they called a moron named Kim, and while one of them hit him in the face, calling him names, the other, with his hands in his pockets, smiled smugly. Kim calmly looks at the kneeling and frightened policewoman with short red hair, familiar to him from the hospital, while one of the insolent policemen looks at him arrogantly and angrily, preparing for another punch to the face. We are taken back to the hospital, where Kim looks at herself in the mirror with a puzzled expression and, out of habit, initially speaks of her new self in the third person, calling her an idiot, but then corrects herself and speaks in the first person. With a shadow of horror, Kim turns to his colleagues who have come to visit him and asks them about his attempt to commit suicide. His colleagues, clearly worried about him, especially the girl with short red hair, say that his decision was not a solution to the situation, rejoicing that the rope broke and he lay there for a week afterward. The policewoman with short red hair yells at Kim again, out of concern for his life, and rightly calls him a fool. Then the girl with short red hair angrily asks him about the appropriateness of his actions, clarifying that he could not have changed anything by writing the names of some bad people in a suicide note. When Kim, with a skeptical expression, reasonably asks what the policewoman is talking about, she replies that in his suicide note, he said that he suffered because of 2 senior police officers. The reader is again shown the unpleasant-looking police officers, introduced as Senior Patrolmen Min and Chan, as they angrily ask what is wrong with the newbies and make disgruntled faces, making their faces only more disgusting. Min, violating personal boundaries and respect for another person, comes close to Kim, points his finger at him and asks if he followed in the footsteps of his criminal parents, who died because of what they did. Chan sighs in resignation, wondering how the son of criminals could go to the police, while in the background Kim, pinned to the wall, continues to be shamelessly pointed at, his murderous expression unnoticed. Min looks at Kim with a creepy gaze from under the visor of his police cap, and without regret or sympathy, says that he should have said goodbye to his life more quietly. The frame cuts to the silent Kim's face no less, if not more, frightening under the demanding and harsh question about the reason for mentioning the names of senior colleagues. Min swings his arm again, using even more force than before, to punish Kim for not keeping his mouth shut, while Kim himself stands menacingly silent, his face hidden in the shadow of his cap. Without landing a blow on Kim, Min freezes in surprise, staring straight at the man in front of him. Min, with his hand raised above his head, stopped by the strong hand of Kim, who stands imperturbably, looks at him with indignation, and asks if he is in his right mind. The frame cuts to Kim's face, which conceals slight irritation, as he listens to someone else's decision to punish him for his misdeed. Min, still standing with his hand raised above his head but stopped during the blow, addresses the red-haired girl whose name is Cho Gen Chu, and she, still kneeling and resting her forehead on the ground, obediently responds, using the respectful address Sir. Min asks whether Kim's actions can be considered an attempt to murder a superior. But Chu, without changing his position, only opening one eye, replies that he sees nothing and therefore cannot judge. Chan squats down in front of Chu and questions her inability to see, mocking the frightened girl while Min stands next to Kim. Chan grabs a strand of Chu's fiery hair and smugly offers to help her up, just as Kim finally decides to speak up, calling her superiors idiots. Chan turns his head angrily towards Kim, whose profile can be seen in the shadows, still holding Chu by a strand of red hair, while the girl herself and another policeman stand in awkward positions, resting their heads on the dusty concrete of the street. Kim asks Min and Chan with disdain and contempt what kind of mess they have made here. Dissatisfied with what he heard and his attempt to escape someone else's control, Min makes an aggressive face, while a vein bulges on his cheekbone. Min rudely insults Kim, but doesn't have time to finish speaking or take any action, because Kim's strong, trained hand squeezes the other man's hand until it crunches noticeably, causing a shrill cry of pain. Min screams hysterically, throwing his head back, trying to free his injured arm with his free, trembling hand, while Kim stands motionless, still squeezing it painfully. Frightened by what is happening, Chan, and finally getting out of her awkward position, Chu looks on in disbelief and asks a question that is cut off mid-sentence. Having lost his former bravado, arrogance, and ardor, Min is shaking all over and pitifully asks the unwavering Kim to let go of his injured hand. With a deft, quick, and powerful movement, Kim uses 2 fingers of her free hand to strike Min in the neck, causing even more pain and insignificance in his appearance. Unable to withstand the force of the blow, Min falls to the ground, losing his cap, while Chu and Chan look at him with undisguised fear. Chan, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation, fearfully asks Min, addressing him as a brother, what exactly is going on. A shadow of an approaching man falls on Chan, and he turns a hunted, frightened look, realizing that he is next in line to be hit. Kim's threateningly huge and massive figure towers over Chan's pitiful, shaking figure and raises his leg above his head, with an undisguised threat in his gaze. Kim hits a shocked Chan hard in the groin, performing a rather painful and sneaky move under the equally shocked looks of the newcomers, including Chu. The next shot shows Chan's groin area in detail, as Kim presses the toe of his boot into it with great force. Under the frightened gaze of the newcomers, Chan, unable to bear the pain, begins to scream hysterically, spraying saliva and tears, losing the last bits of his own dignity. Chan loses consciousness and falls to the ground, continuing to scream in pain under the frightened gaze of Chu and the sympathetic, equally frightened gaze of another rookie police officer, who covers his mouth with his hands in shock. The shocked newcomers sit on the ground and look from Kim, who stands like an unshakable rock, to their senior officers, who are lying and writhing in pain. Chu, unable to bear the picture presented to him, stutters and tries to say something, pointing his finger at Kim. Kim looks calmly at Chu again as she screams hysterically that he is the real killer. Senior Officer Choi Chin-ha, covered in awards and stripes, sits in a comfortable leather chair in his office, his eyes wide with anger, his teeth bared, and growls for the assembled group to disperse. In the spacious office under the fan, rookie police officers stand behind them, holding Min, who is trying to break free from someone else's grip and demanding to be released, and Chan, who is holding his genitals and trembling all over, asking not to be released. The senior officer's spacious office is shown in a wide shot, with Kim standing near the chief's desk, listening to threats of dismissal, and the witnesses and perpetrators of the brawl standing further away. Kim listens with a dissatisfied face to the shouting boss and his decision to fire him. Kim sits on a bench in the evening park, taking off her cap and discussing the unflattering nature of many police officers, while in the background, her mother shows the girl a policeman. Kim stares into space with her green eyes, which reveal fatigue and complete doom. The reader is shown the same day at a police station, where a loud voice is heard calling for Kim. Kim's rookie colleagues, led by Chu, run up the stairs to him. She asks if he's gone crazy, to which he reasonably asks if he was using self-defense. One of the rookie police officers tells Kim, who turns to him, that a senior general is covering up for his senior, vile colleagues, to which Kim himself clarifies the question. A new colleague, with a stripe on his shoulder straps in the background, informs Kim instructively and very seriously that the senior general has a distinctive insignia in the form of a flower, which speaks of his importance in society. Kim's colleagues nervously bid farewell with identical gestures and unanimously wish him not only good luck, but also a safe return home, to his silent condemnation. Sitting in the evening park again, Kim comfortably crosses his legs, hides his hands behind a bench, and looks at the sky, musing that in his past life, the police didn't catch him because they were rotten from the inside. The hero discusses ranks in the army and police, comparing their significance while displaying a star, which is the distinctive symbol of one of the ranks. The hero, with his mother and daughter in the background, discusses how it would be better for him to be reborn as a pig because he remains a loser anyway, while the daughter asks her surprised mother with a curious smile what kind of pig they are talking about. Kim holds her cap in her hand and looks at it, thinking about something of her own. The reader sees Kim's concentrated gaze as he continues to look at the cap in his hand and continues his reasoning. In the pouring rain at night, a miserable child stands in tattered, wet clothes and looks at the one who addressed him. From the darkness, an adult's hand reaches out directly toward the child. Menacing in appearance, but trying to appear friendly, the bodhisattva stands in the shade under an umbrella and, holding out his hand to the child, beckons him to follow him. A child battered by life looks with hope at the person in front of him. The child is transformed into Bright December, a legendary killer who stares at the reader with a cold, eerie gaze, standing against a red background. Bright December stands at full height, facing the darkness, leaving a shadow in front of him in which numerous silhouettes of people can be seen. An unknown voice addresses Bright December, calling him by the name Bikwan, to which Bright December responds by turning his gaze back. A frightened look from red eyes is directed at the unexpected threat. The barrel of a gun is pointed at Bright December, which causes his death. The bodhisattva points a pistol at Bright December, and with the same threatening smile that tries to appear friendly, wishes his protege to return to Buddha. A fatal shot rings out, ending the life of Bright December. A noose of rope hangs menacingly against a red background. Kim's deep green eyes reflect the noose of the rope. Kim stands with a noose in her hands in her cozy apartment and looks at it, repeating her new name. Kim reflects on the difficult fate of the body's previous owner and looks at his photograph, remembering that this cheerful guy was abandoned by his parents. Kim continues the thought, recalling that the former owner of the body experienced betrayal by the group and took his own life, while he himself takes his photograph in his hands. Kim looks at the photograph he holds in his hands and realizes that he has many similarities with the body's former owner, as he sees that he is not only similar in appearance, but also in destiny, which he likes. Kim, holding the broken noose in one hand and the photograph in the other, turns to the rest of the rope, still hanging from the ceiling, and wonders if it's worth it. The reader is shown a picturesque night and a Western police station where lights are still burning in some of the windows. The frame shows the shoulder straps of a person with a very high rank. At the table, holding documents in his hands, sits a presentable man with stripes, epaulets, a perfect hairstyle, and a cold gaze, introduced to the reader as a senior general. Frightened by the strange voice behind him, the senior general shudders. The bright office is enveloped in darkness, diluted by the light from the windows, while the senior general realizes with horror that behind him stands an unknown person in a hoodie and mask, asking how he has lived all this time that they have not seen each other. The seriously frightened general turns around with horror in his eyes and asks what's going on. The next moment, The automatic pen freezes a millimeter from the senior general's neck, ready at any moment to pierce his skin and reach the arteries. An unknown person in dark clothes and with a mask on his face offers to talk to the frightened general, who is glancing sideways at the possible murder weapon and trying to move away from him. The senior general still glances sideways at the harmless thing that has become a weapon in the wrong hands, but despite his fear, he asks the stranger who he is. An unknown person with a slight madness in his eyes coldly announces that he is Bright December. The one who called himself Bright December and the senior general freeze in place while one waits. The other realizes what he has heard. The same spacious office, only now the viewer is shown a desk with a pen organizer and comfortable leather sofas. Having lost his former fear, but having unleashed excessive bravado, the senior general sits on a leather sofa, arms folded, and with a raised eyebrow expressing disbelief at what he has heard. In the office, on leather sofas, separated by a table, sit Bright December and the senior general. The latter has managed to tell the entire tragic story of the killer who became a cop after his death, despite the general's disbelief in what he heard. Bright December calmly informs the interested senior general that he is not asking him to believe his words. With a smile but a shadow on his face, Bright December, who had managed to take off his mask, peacefully announces that he is threatening. The senior general, upon hearing this, only hisses in displeasure and remains silent, not having any words that could be said in this situation. Bright December turns to the senior general again and digs into the pockets of his sweatshirt. The viewer is shown the dark silhouettes of the creepy Hwaguksa temple servants, while Bright December promises the surprised senior general to help get rid of the criminal organization hidden behind the temple's facade. Bright December looks at the senior general with his new green, clear eyes of the former owner of the body and calmly awaits his words or actions. The senior general, not believing anything he heard, frowned, taking on a more menacing appearance, and again asked who was sitting in front of him. Bright December calmly asks again if he remembered to introduce himself, while the senior general, who considers his interlocutor a self-proclaimed murderer, fiddles with the phone under the table. While the senior general's hand under the table tries to discreetly call for reinforcements, he says that the Hwaguksa temple is not worth discussing in this place. The next moment, blowing his own cover, the senior general glances under the table in surprise at the telephone, which is not responding. Bright December addresses the man in front of him by his rank again as he continues to glance at the phone in surprise. The viewer sees half of Bright December's face, who still calmly but threateningly repeats his previous words. Bright December announces that he is not asking for a favor until the senior general, who has turned his attention to him again, realizes with horror the seriousness of what he said. In the corridor of the police station, a policeman sits leaning against the wall, covered in a slight tremor, while his baton and fallen cap lie nearby. There is an unconscious policeman lying on the corridor floor. The entire corridor of the station is littered with defeated, beaten, and unconscious police officers lying and leaning against the walls. With a red glint in his eyes, Bright December, overcoming the obstacle of the table, informs the senior general, who is pressed into a chair and frightened, that he is threatening. With sweat on his forehead and horror in his eyes, the senior general looks at his dangerous visitor. Still not believing what is happening, the senior general again asks who is in front of him. Bright December once again reveals his nickname from his past life as a murderer and bandit. Now the senior general overcomes the obstacle in the form of a table and shouts at Bright December, who is sitting calmly, shouting that this is impossible, while he recalls an incident from 3 years ago. Bright December calmly looks at the shocked senior general and remembers the communication that was once given to him. In the pouring rain, 3 years ago, not yet a senior general but a police chief, sat leaning against a trash can and clutching his wounded shoulder. Someone, hidden under an umbrella from the pouring rain, addressed the police chief. In front of the wounded police chief, wearing a mask and holding an umbrella, stood a man in a black suit who introduced himself as Bright December. The police chief exclaims in surprise, realizing who is standing in front of him. Bright December informs the police chief that he is the first person who has been chasing the Hwaguksa temple for a long time and who was able to get so close to it, for which he was awarded congratulations from the head of the temple. Bright December continues to convey congratulations from the head of the temple while he himself switches the buttons on the handle of the umbrella. A needle protrudes from the top of the umbrella, sparkling in the raindrops and the light of the street lamps. Bright December points a needle at the frightened police chief with the intention of killing him and informs him that the chief is not interested in such an old man. The police chief, in critical condition, begs Bright December for mercy as the two stand face to face in the pouring rain in an alleyway in a deserted area. The frightened police chief answers Bright December's question about his reluctance to die here and now with one glance and a distorted grimace. Bright December addresses the police chief, removing his mask as he does so. With a menacing expression, Bright December demands the frightened police chief to promise something. With an even more eerie look, wet black hair, and a shadow on his face, Bright December promises to spare someone's life in exchange for fulfilling his promise. The police chief listens with surprise and residual fear on his face to the demand that one scoundrel be sent to prison for 3 life sentences to make him pay for his actions. The surprised police chief, holding his wounded hand and still sitting by the trash can, asks why such a promise, if Bright December is from the same clan as the man he ordered the hit. The latter, sternly watching the wounded man, holding a mask in one hand and an umbrella lowered to the ground in the other, asks if the police chief likes monks. Bright December puts his mask back on and says that he hates monks, calling them names. Set against the bright glow, but surrounded by the gray and dirty factory district, Bright December stands again under an umbrella in front of the seated, wounded police chief. Already in our time, Bright December finishes his story for the now surprised senior general, reminding him that he made a promise, but did not keep it. Taking off his hood and demonstrating the similarity of his new body to the old one, Bright December looks at the senior general with a feigned squint and groans meaningfully. Bright December notes the 2 stars on his shoulder straps and suggests that the senior general sitting fearfully before him was chasing rank, not his original goal and promise. Bright December takes out a recently acquired dangerous weapon, represented by a pen, from his sweatshirt pocket and says that the senior general did not do the right thing. Bright December holds a pen in his hand and demands the senior general to die with a calm, cold face, while behind him stands the bloodthirsty and terrible ghost of a past life. The senior general, with horror in his eyes and sweat breaking out from nerves, looks at his punisher. The senior general shies away from Bright December, who is approaching with a pen in his hand, and, covering himself with a useless gesture of his hand, says that there is no guilt or unwillingness on his part to finish the work of the past. The senior general informs Bright December, who listens to him with a calm face, that he has promoted his rank precisely to gather information on the old case. Frightened, sweating, and with his hand held out in a protective, defensive gesture, the senior general explains his situation. A tense senior general stands in front of a board with a pointer and listens to an audience question about the clan of assassins he described. The senior general turns his attention to one policeman who had listened to his report earlier and was now looking through the papers on the case of the clan of murderers. The viewer's attention is drawn to the policeman's shoulder straps with 3 silver stars. 2 police officers, clearly of higher rank, calmly and sternly ask the senior general whether the monk Yu Hua is the head of the clan of assassins. The senior general points to a photo of monk Yu Hua in a presentation, proving his leadership in the clan of assassins. The police officers, who had previously been sitting there with a serious expression, now ridicule their junior colleague and do not believe his words, since they seem painfully unrealistic, and the Yu Hua temple itself is a cultural heritage. The senior general, with his hand on his heart, persistently tries to convey to his colleagues that he and his detachment conducted an investigation, but he is interrupted. The senior general looks with a piercing gaze of his brown eyes at the man who interrupted his speech. The viewer is shown a silver star on the shoulder straps of a police uniform. A policeman sits against a red background, his face not visible, but his shoulder straps with 4 silver stars are visible, as well as numerous stripes instead of medals. The voice of the police officer sitting at the head of the table demands that the senior general, standing in confusion in front of his colleagues and with a presentation about the head of the clan of killers behind his back, stop his report. An old, serious man, the most important among those gathered, half hidden in shadow, sits with his hands clasped in front of him, and promises the senior general dismissal in case of disobedience. The shocked senior general stands stunned by his own report, staring ahead in disbelief. A conference room is shown and a presentation is shown, where in the semi-darkness all faces are directed at the chief among those gathered, whose face we do not see, but we now see his bald head and hear that he demands that we do not interfere with religion. In the senior general's office, he finishes his story and reports with regret that his investigation was stopped. The senior general gets up from the sofa and goes to his desk, while Bright December clarifies whether the investigation was stopped by management, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The senior general returns and places the files containing the investigation into the murder clan case on the table, demanding to look at them. Bright December looks through the documents under the watchful eye of the senior general. Bright December dismissively throws the folders back on the table and says that anyone would have stopped such a chaotic investigation. The senior general listens patiently to the fact that his incompetent investigation contains useful information. The senior general breathes a sigh of relief, hearing that his life will be spared for now. Bright December looks at the senior general with horror and asks why he is exhaling prematurely. Bright December looks at me with horror and says that he is keeping me alive for now. The senior general looks at Bright December with a hunted and frightened look. In a spacious office, two people sit on leather sofas opposite each other. While one tensely awaits the verdict, the other relaxes and falls back on the sofa and delivers his decision. Bright December smiles sweetly at his interlocutor and agrees to help him avoid dying at his hands. Smiling cheekily and clearly clowning around, Bright December salutes the senior general. The tense and still frightened senior general is called Lieutenant Colonel, much to his confusion. Against the backdrop of a sunny, serene day, a sparrow sits and chirps on a pine branch. The viewer is shown the Ilsan police station in daylight. Two police officers, a guy and a red-haired girl, are sitting calmly at tables in the station and working. The door to the station is kicked open, creating a lot of noise in the serene atmosphere, surprising the police with such disorder. The surprised police officers simultaneously ask what is going on, look at the door, and jump up from their seats. Police Officer Kim greets his colleagues and waves at them with a completely calm expression. Kim calmly wishes her colleagues good morning without changing her facial expression. A red-haired girl approaches Kim, a guy follows her, and both ask Kim what is going on and why he is here if he was fired. A senior officer runs out of the office, making a lot of noise himself, and rudely asks what is going on. The senior officer looks ahead in shock and is once again surprised by what he sees. Under the hunted glances of his colleagues and the tired look of Kim, the senior officer sternly addresses the latter. The senior officer, with an angry grimace, walks straight towards Kim, pointing his finger at him while his colleagues make way for him, and asks what he is doing here if he was fired, while complaining about other senior officers who were forced to take sick leave. The senior officer's face becomes even more terrifying with a grimace of anger as he growls angrily at Kim, demanding that he get out of here. Kim listens patiently to someone else's tirade until a dark silhouette appears in the doorway behind him. Colleagues and the senior officer look in shock at the figure standing behind Kim. The senior officer's angry grimace gradually fades, replaced by a grimace of shock, while the red-haired policewoman looks with the same emotions at the picture in front of her. The viewer sees two silver stars on the shoulder straps of the man who entered, while the senior officer tries to pronounce the rank of the man who entered. The police turn in horror to the lieutenant colonel, who continues to stand with a serious face, an unbreakable rock, surrounded by light glinting on the stars of his shoulder straps. The frightened policemen salute the lieutenant colonel. The senior officer, trembling like a hare, asks the reason for his visit. Kim glances sideways at the figure behind him, and the lieutenant colonel himself clears his throat, preparing to tell everything. The lieutenant colonel, with a smile on his face and a friendly gesture, puts his hand on Kim's shoulder and says that he has come to look at the place where he works. The senior officer, with even greater trembling in his body and fear on his face, already covered in sweat, asks how the lieutenant colonel knows Private Policeman Kim. The colleagues continue to look in shock, and the senior officer in fear at the picture in front of them. The lieutenant colonel points to a smiling Kim, pats him on the head, and calls him his savior, in a way. Kim Kim, amidst general well wishes and approval, feigns cheerful salutes and wishes good health. There is a trash can on the street, littered with cigarette butts, coffee cups, and soda cans. Outside, on a bench, Kim sits relaxed, hands behind his head, enjoying the sun's rays, thinking about the benefits of a high rank, while the lieutenant colonel smokes a cigarette and asks if he is still needed. The lieutenant colonel continues smoking and turns his attention to Kim, who has addressed him. Kim looks at the lieutenant colonel and, pointing his index finger upward, asks for one more favor. The moon and rare stars shine with a pale light in the clear night sky. A bat nestles comfortably in a leafy tree against the backdrop of Hwaguksa Temple, where the lights are still on the first floor. The head of the Yu Hua clan is performing some kind of ritual and, turning his back, is knocking on an instrument. On the altar between the burning sticks stands a familiar card with a picture of a man with an umbrella, a river, and a toad skin. The hands of monk Yu Hua strike the copper instrument, continuing his ritual. Suddenly, Yu Hua stops what he's doing, falls silent, and freezes in place as a frightening shadow covers his face. Monk Yu Hua turns his head gravely towards the voice and asks a question to the visitor who stands in the open door, hidden by the shadows of the night. The dark guest is presented as someone who does not forgive insults and looks at the monk sitting in front of the altar performing a ritual, but is distracted and turns to look at him. Monk Yu Hua raises his eyebrows in surprise and looks more closely at the guest who does not forgive insults. Instead of the darkness of the night, a red light is visible, from which a man in black clothes and a bright December mask menacingly enters through the open door, heading straight for the monk. A second before the grand events, the cauldron with the filling burning incense sticks and a card stands motionless. Monk Yu Hua snatches one of the incense sticks with a lightning-fast grip of his fingers. The monk's gaze, full of anger, leaves a blue trail behind it, and his body also turns lightning-fast towards the one who entered, preparing to attack. The monk, remaining in a low, squatting stance, throws burning sticks at the incoming night guest, while he, like a ghost, stands motionless, without fear or panic. Behind the mask, Kim's eyes are recognizable, watching intently the incense sticks flying straight at him. With a deft twist of her head, Kim, wearing a bright December mask, dodges the flying incense sticks that hit the doorframe. Incense sticks that have not yet gone out continue to smolder, releasing fragrant smoke while located in the doorframe. Kim rips all 3 sticks out of the wall with his hand and prepares to use them himself, addressing the hated monk Yu Hua. Kim shames the monk, saying that it is beneath his rank to defame the honor of Buddha, and throws his chopsticks on the ground. Monk Yu Hua takes a more sedate pose, turning to the one who entered completely and calling him a mask, again asks who he is, while the mask, still from the shadows, answers him that he is a departed soul. Monk Yu Hua repeats the words about the departed soul with a question, while the fingers of his right hand snap loudly. From the doors of the almost completely dark building, hidden by shadows, emerge menacing-looking men with a complete lack of emotion on their faces. Kim looks through the eye sockets of the bright December mask with his new green eyes and a restrained, irritated look at the monk Yu Hua. Monk Yu Hua, with a sense of superiority and complete security, looks at the mask with restrained arrogance. Monk Yu Hua wishes his guest a safe return to paradise, standing behind his silent and menacing bodyguards, who are advancing towards the masked guest, still standing near the door. Against the backdrop of the Buddha's statue, imitating his gestures, the monk Yu Hua stands majestically in the light of the altar, while his thugs, with malice in their eyes, rush into the darker part of the temple to attack the masked guest, standing like an indestructible statue. The monk Yu Hua, with a face of complete non-involvement in what is happening, calmly awaits a successful outcome for himself, and without moving stands, imitating the gestures of the Buddha. The first attacker quickly rushes at the masked guest with a knife. The masked guest makes a deft movement with his hands in a split second. A guest in a mask with eyes glowing red successfully hits the attacker in the jaw with one hand and in the solar plexus with the other. The enemy falls, dropping his unused knife and spraying his own blood. Kim, wearing the bright December mask, deftly catches a knife flying through the air and comfortably intercepts it, preparing to use it in combat. While the first opponent falls and Kim, wearing the bright December mask, gets into a standing position, a second opponent runs towards him with an axe. The second opponent furiously swings an axe at Kim in the bright December mask and prepares to strike, while Kim himself blocks his hand and swings the knife he received in the fight. Full of rage, the second opponent sees the approaching knife blade too late and realizes his fate. Kim successfully kills 4 opponents with the knife he received, who do not have time to fall to the ground and bleed out, while Kim himself breaks forward. In front of Kim, wearing the bright December mask, there is another crowd of opponents, behind which the monk Yu Hua is almost invisible, and behind him lie the bodies of dead opponents. The monk's still-living bodyguards, their fighting spirits somewhat diminished, cover themselves with their weapons, while Yu Hua himself stands behind them and watches. Monk Yu Hua understands with horror the approximate layout of this battle and freezes, looking at the picture in front of him. A masked guest with fire in his eyes, bloody corpses behind his back, a knife in his steady hand, and a threatening figure approaches his target. In the red fire of the eye behind the mask and in the gaze itself, we recognize the former killer Bright December, whose silhouette sits like a ghost behind the guest's shoulders. The monk stops fighting, and the still-living bodyguards, trembling in their bodies, freeze in place along with Kim. The monk returns his calm expression and looks closely at the culprit of the night's commotion and the deaths of his bodyguards. Kim, wearing the bright December mask, pays attention to the buzzing of her accessory, keeping an eye on her opponents. Kim's vision, wearing the bright December mask, is cluttered with heavy static as the fight footage plays, and he calmly reports that it was expected. Kim, wearing a clearly modernized bright December mask, realizes that she can't record anything that happened because of the blanks installed and created by a certain Mai, whose silhouette stands like an arrogant shadow against the background along with a pattern of flowers and incense sticks. Standing in the shadow of the temple, Kim, wearing a mask, calmly towers over the corpses and addresses the monk Yu Hua, asking what they should do next, as it turns out there are too many souls waiting to be laid to rest. Monk Yu Hua looks at the guest with an arrogant, calm gaze. Against the backdrop of a bleeding corpse lying on the floor, he asks the guest in response. Raising the knife above himself in a pathetic gesture, surrounded by a purple haze, as if to instill horror and unreality in what is happening, the guest announces that he will turn all new souls he kills into ghosts just like him. Indignant at what was said, the bodyguards move towards the ghostly guest, but the monk Yu Hua himself stops them with a hand gesture. With a cunning look in his narrowed, almost peering eyes, monk Yu Hua suggests that the guest might be connected to evil spirits, intriguing him with words about a mask. In a commanding voice, monk Yu Hua demands that the guest come closer, who, unexpectedly for him, freezes in horror and trembles slightly. Against the backdrop of a bloody sunset and a red moon, as well as a disfigured statue of Buddha that looks more like a demon, monk Yu Hua extends his hand to his guest with a smile and a sly squint. The guest ignores the gesture of the outstretched hand and puts his own hand out in refusal, casually saying that he managed to linger here, which stuns not only the bodyguards, but also the monk Yu Hua. Kim, wearing a mask, looks at the monk and tells him that he will soon recognize him himself, but for now he should prepare his head for execution. Kim's mask glows red as he glares menacingly at his main enemy. The monk, with a leap of a predator, approaches Kim, who is already turning to leave with lightning speed, and reaches out his hand to his mask, thinking that their guest still has a lot to learn, while a serious threat plays on his face. For a moment, Kim, frightened and tense, watches in horror as the tenacious hand of monk Yu Hua grabs the mask to tear it off someone else's face. An explosion and smoke screens suddenly appear, covering the night ghost guest and monk Yu Hua, forcing the bodyguards to cover their faces. The smoke gradually dissipates and disappears, and the bodyguards uncover their faces and clear their throats, trying to understand what happened. The bodyguards address the monk Yu Hua with respect, calling him Bodhisattva, worried about his condition, watching his silhouette appear in the smoke. Monk Yu-hwa covers his face with the sleeves of his robes and holds in his hand the mask removed from the face of the ghostly guest, searching for something in the fog and informing his bodyguards that he is all right. Monk Yu-hwa looks in surprise at the open door leading into the blackness of the night and the absence of the recent guest, whose face he never managed to see. Monk Yu-hwa's hand, holding the mask, shakes with anger, and the veins on it bulge from the tension. In a fit of anger, the hand of Monk Yu-hwa breaks the mask of bright December, leaving only fragments. Yu-kavat turns to the altar he destroyed with his own hands, and standing surrounded by fallen bodyguards, looks at the last burning incense stick. A light from a lit incense stick burns in Yu-hwa's narrowed eyes. The incense stick stands in its place, continuing to emit a thin stream of smoke, while a card with a picture lies next to it, and Yu-hwa says the word ghost into the void. It's a clear, sunny, peaceful day all around, and people are strolling through the city park, busy with their own affairs. A tired, sleepy, and disheveled senior general in civilian clothes stands in a city park and looks ahead. Kim, wearing the same civilian clothes as the senior general, approaches him with his hands in his pockets, noting that he has aged 10 years in just one day, while the senior general himself angrily blames Kim for this, citing the problems that have arisen. The senior general reminds Kim of his assault on the police station, where we see unconscious police officers lying on the floor, the assault on the officers, where Kim treacherously stepped on the groin of one of the poor fellows, and the tear gas, which was a small, inconspicuous bomb of a dirty color with markings. The senior general, clenching his fist, yells at Kim, warning him that his deeds will be difficult to cover up, while Kim indifferently turns away, cleaning his ear, and reminds him that all these problems arose because of the slowness in arresting the criminal. Having calmed down a bit and unclenched his fist, the senior general refers to the continuation of the case, in which evidence has emerged that could help contact the prosecutor's office, to which Kim suggests simply catching the bad guy. Exhaling resignedly, the senior general, closing his eyes, says to himself that a criminal has no way of knowing the intricacies of the law and how to conduct investigations, while the face of Kim himself, the former killer, becomes darker than the night, and he begins to speak. Kim stretches out one hand, imitating grabbing a person by the throat, and closing one eye with a shadow on his face, reminds that in his past life he killed only those who were supposed to die, confirming his words with evidence. As proof of his actions in his past life, Kim squeezes his previously outstretched hand right in front of the senior general's neck and reminds him that he saved his life. Frowning and looking askance, the senior general addresses his colleague as Bright December. Against the backdrop of a bronze statue resembling the Greek goddess of justice, Themis, a senior general explains to a former assassin with a frowning look that no one has the right to decide who lives and who dies, that all people must be judged in accordance with the laws accepted in society. With undisguised irritation, a frown on her brow and a shadow on her face, Kim asks with disappointment whether they will give that freak criminal responsibility. Maintaining the same gloomy expression on his face, the senior general says that the police may not catch 10 criminals, but they have no right to commit even one crime. The senior general tries to reason with the young policeman, reminding him of the need for evidence, while Kim, with his hands on his hips, irritably gets angry at the need for evidence. Kim continues to rage, clutching his head with his hand, while the still sulky senior general watches him, doubting the effectiveness of his words on someone else's mind. Still clutching his head with one hand and propping up his side with the other, Kim irritably thinks about creating his own department to the surprised exclamation of the senior general. The senior general reminds Kim of his fake officer rank and his foolish dreams of having his own department, yelling at him and pointing his finger while he is somewhat surprised and asks why it doesn't work like that if he is the strongest. The senior general speaks of a certain hierarchy in the police system, while above his head one can see the various markings on the shoulder straps of a police uniform. Kim looks at the general and asks how high he needs to go to create his own team. As the senior general speaks about the need to obtain a small mugungwa and the fact that he has one can see the metal badge itself sparkling in the light. Kim, with a determined but slightly frightening face, decides that he needs to get to work immediately to get a promotion, to the surprised exclamation of the senior general. The senior general folds his arms, closes his eyes, and in a didactic manner orders Kim to sit quietly so as not to get into more trouble while he sorts everything out. The senior general opens his eyes and, to his surprise, realizes that Kim has silently left, leaving him alone in the city park. Evening is falling, but in the background you can see the police station, sparkling with the lights of its windows. The red-haired policewoman sits in her chair, adjusts her hair, and asks again what it takes to get a promotion. While a red-haired policewoman sitting at her desk tells Kim, standing in front of her, that he needs to pass a background check to get promoted, her male colleague tries to calm down a drunk girl who is demanding a drink. Kim continues to discuss police testing with the red-haired girl when a drunk girl with a funny headband falls on his shoulder and rudely interrupts the conversation. Kim hears that he needs to serve for a year while a drunk girl presses her palm on his cheek and continues to say something. Kim asks if it's possible to speed up the promotion process without interrupting the conversation, knocks out a drunk girl complaining about the service, while a red-haired police officer, ignoring what's happening, discusses her work with a colleague and smiles sweetly. A colleague, still sitting at her desk, asks Kim about his rush, while he answers her question and calmly covers the drunk girl who has fallen asleep on the floor with a blanket. A red-haired policewoman with an inscrutable expression asks Kim to come to his senses, because to get the promotion he wants, he must work for at least 10 years, which she clearly demonstrates with the fingers of both hands. Kim mentions his partner in solving the case, enviously, while his silhouette in the background is covered in sweat from fear. The red-haired police officer folds her hands and leans back in her chair, thoughtfully mentioning that the testing is only necessary for formality. The red-haired policewoman mentions that there is one way to get a promotion, while Kim looks at her with interest and waits for an explanation. A red-haired policewoman points her finger at the surprised hero and, against the backdrop of a golden eagle with scales on its wings, speaks of a special promotion. Surrounded by pink flowers and against the backdrop of a book of laws, a red-haired girl, in a didactic manner, says that promotion can be obtained for catching especially dangerous criminals. The red-haired police officer smiles with annoyance, puts her elbows on the table, props up her head, and says that they don't have that much time, so they have to deal with the usual complaints, while simultaneously promising a colleague that she'll check something. Returning to her conversation with Kim, she says with enthusiasm and a smile that someday they too will be able to investigate serious cases. The red-haired policewoman's thought remains unfinished, since Kim is no longer at the station. To her own unanswered question, she gets up from her chair for a better view and watches a drunk girl sleeping on the floor, 2 arguing civilians, and a policeman talking to them. As the red-haired woman questions the police officer about Kim's disappearance, viewers are shown the city's nighttime shopping district, immersed in neon signs, wires, shops, cafes, and crowds of people. A beautiful-looking girl with a voluminous hairdo and a revealing neckline on her blouse grabs the arm of a corpulent man and offers him something, who is clearly pleased with what is offered. One nondescript-looking guy tries to hit another, pinning him against the wall and grabbing him by the shirt, while a third tries to separate the fighters under the indifferent gaze of a man passing by. Several people turn to look at Kim, who has stopped in the middle of an evening street in the shopping district, with restrained surprise. A beautiful girl with lush hair and a corpulent man who had previously been smiling sweetly at each other are startled by what they see, until Kim decides that he really doesn't need to take the tests for a promotion. The people who were previously fighting and the guy who was separating them freeze with no less surprise on their faces, turning their attention to something. Against the backdrop of a shopping district engulfed in electric and neon lights, Kim stands in the middle of the crowd with her back to the viewer and decides that he needs to work hard. Kim, now facing the audience, stands in the middle of a motley crowd and adjusts her cap, preparing for something. With one hand on the peak of her cap, her other hand resting on her chest with the veins showing, a sparkle in her eyes and a cheeky smile, Kim prepares to receive the promotion she coveted. Kim talks about the people of the country while watching a crowd of people dancing, strolling, dining, and generally having a good time, mostly girls in the company of guys, in what looks like an elite club. Kim divides people into 3 types, while the viewer sees a cheerful guy and beautiful girls laughing with him. Kim calls the cheerful guy a former con man, showing his sly squint and grin, while the girls become his victims. Kim clarifies that not everyone breaks the law, and as an example of his words, the viewer sees a street crossing where a scooter maneuvered between people, almost hitting them at a red light. Kim, with a shadow on his face hidden from those around him by the hood of his gray sweatshirt, stands and remains silent. Kim, still wearing his police uniform and covered by a gray sweatshirt, stands among the merry crowd and asks himself if there aren't too many scammers around. Bright December is looking for someone specific among them, his gaze carefully scanning the crowd. Kim isn't interested in petty offenses, such as a drunk man calling a pretty girl, leaning her hands on the table and looking friendly at a clearly overindulged client. Kim looks for criminal violations by observing the crowd around him further. Kim's gaze catches on something and becomes completely focused on what he sees. Kim, with her hands in her pockets and her head slightly turned so as not to be noticed, watches the silhouettes of 2 people with full attention to what is happening. Losing interest in the rest of the merry crowd, Kim sees a man's hand handing a bandage with a strange black sticker in the center to a girl with crazy eyes and a creepy smile. The viewer sees a close-up image of a patch with a shapeless spot, black at the base, but with sparkling blue and white inclusions. Kim sees a dealer with a bandage on his neck, handing a girl a similar bandage with a stain and looking at her with a greedy, cunning look. With an equally wild look and smile, Kim rejoices at having successfully found his target for the day and concludes that what he saw is a criminal offense. The club is shimmering with green light from projectors, with music playing from every corner. The hand of the DJ standing behind the control panel presses one of the elements of the console. The crowd, which had been dancing until then, freezes in surprise, while the particularly bold and dissatisfied guys ask the DJ standing behind the console why the music has stopped, and he addresses them in a friendly manner. Dressed in colorful clothes, with an earring in one ear and a bold hairstyle, the DJ, surrounded by security, asks the crowd why they are not dancing at full capacity, assuming that people have not had time to recover from the previous night, and deciding that at this rate this evening will become as boring and dull as possible. The crowd, fired up by the DJ's words, is getting ready to rock out, until one of the girls steps forward and asks the smiling DJ for some champagne. With a wild look in her eyes, a girl in a blue dress from the crowd suggests that 1 bottle of champagne will be enough for them to rock the dance floor that night. The DJ casts a sly, narrowed glance at the crowd and prepares for the grand fulfillment of the girl in the blue dress's wish. Without taking off his sly squint and the same smile, the DJ, under the watchful gaze of security, leans over to the madly smiling girls standing near the control panel and asks if they want to have a great drinking party that night. The DJ asks the beauties to open their mouths wider, and 3 girls, standing in a row, close their eyes and fulfill someone else's request. The DJ takes out a few patches, calling them painkillers, and with a sly expression on his face turns to the male part of the crowd, offering to use them if anyone is too tired from endless dancing. The men in the crowd cheer and prepare to receive the offered patches so they can join the girls in lighting up the dance floor that night with renewed vigor. The DJ grabs bright bottles of champagne in both hands, raising them on his head, causing them to sparkle in the pink light of the projectors. Towering over the crowd, as if benevolently giving a handout to the people, the DJ pours champagne onto the crowd and throws plasters with imaginary painkillers there, which are immediately grabbed by numerous hands, wanting to snatch theirs along with the music, screams, and wild laughter. Surrounded by lights and a joyful crowd, the DJ continues to pour champagne in a fiery mood and promises the invigorated crowd a hot night. The DJ's grandiose plans are disrupted by Kim, who still hides his face in the shadow of his hood and asks if the DJ is sure of his words. The crowd, the DJ, and the security guard suddenly freeze, turning to look at Kim and looking at him with silent questions, while the rest of the champagne, no longer flowing beautifully, modestly spills onto the floor. Holding a captured bandage with a black spot in the center, innocently called a painkiller by the DJ, Kim, without removing her hood, frowns at the DJ and promises him hot soup in prison. The DJ silently looks at the troublemaker, and a vein on his forehead puffs up with irritation. Trying to laugh it off, the DJ offers Kim another bandage, trying to get out of the situation with the theory that the latter has no luck in his personal life with the opposite sex, while Kim himself, standing in the noticeably thinning crowd that parts before him, denies it and says that everything suits him. Kim, with a shadow on her face and a frown, holds the patch with questionable contents in front of her face, showing it to the crowd, and begins to talk about the nature of the contents inside. To the shocked looks of the crowd and the tense gaze of the DJ, Kim holds up a patch in front of her, announcing that it contains common psychotropic substances. Kim continues to hold the patch and look at the DJ, while the DJ tries to laugh it off, saying that Kim is wrong, and the crowd, who had already snatched up the patches, look at their acquisitions and realize with horror that they had been taking them the whole time. The DJ's expression changes, frowning, his eyebrows drawn together in anger and his teeth bared, starting to look at Kim and accusing him of spreading false rumors about the contents of the patches, and also of the fact that it doesn't concern him and he's sticking his nose where he shouldn't. Kim slowly unzips her hoodie, ready to reveal her police uniform. Having removed her cover, Kim, with a satisfied smile, shows off her police uniform to the surprised looks and shouts of the crowd about the presence of police in the club. The DJ, in shock, turns to one of the security guards, angrily asking how a police officer could have entered the club's premises, while the guard himself doesn't know what to answer and is so nervous he can't find the words. The next second, a bottle flies at the security guard, and he no longer has the opportunity to say anything because he falls to the ground under the shocked and now frightened gaze of the DJ. Kim's hand, empty after successfully throwing the bottle and hitting its target, is still tense. To the shocked looks of the crowd, Kim, standing in a position convenient for throwing a projectile, tells the DJ that he will talk to his friends behind bars. The DJ, angry and cursing, is about to run away from Kim, not taking his hateful gaze off him. The DJ runs with the second guard away from the control panel while Kim, pushing her way through the crowd, runs after him. Throwing open the door and running into some staff room, the DJ screams in horror to those around him that a police officer has entered their club. To the surprised cry of the waiter rolling a tray with drinks and bandages, the DJ turns to him while he continues his escape from the punishment of the law. The DJ runs past the waiter further, while a second knocked-out security guard flies into the room and falls to the sound of another surprised cry. At the third cry from the waiter, Kim flies into the room and knocks out the worker with her foot, continuing her pursuit of the main target. Kim runs after the DJ, while behind him the security guard and waiter remain knocked out. Another guard's hand nervously tugs at the jammed door handle. Behind the security guard who is trying to get the door open, a DJ is standing and shouting at the worker, demanding that he hurry up, while another security guard covers his back. On the other side of the door, there is a chair blocking the criminal's path to freedom. From a further angle, you can see an exit sign, a door blocked by a folding chair, and at least 4 unconscious guards lying there. Kim calmly approaches the frightened security guards and the DJ and draws their attention to her person. With a creepy face full of anger and the promise of cruel punishment, Kim presses on the criminals with her aura and asks them why they decided to play tag, addressing them in a rude manner. DJ hides behind one of the guards and, pointing his finger at Kim, realizes that he came alone, without help or reinforcements. Kim stands in front of the criminals with a confident pose and asks what's wrong with him coming alone, while the criminals standing in front of him are very surprised by such a statement. The DJ changes his fear to anger, and with malice in his voice and bulging veins on his face, says that he was wrong to be afraid of a lone policeman because he was afraid of a squad of police officers. Confident of his victory, the DJ turns to the security guard standing behind him, ready to carry out any of his orders. Kim turns his attention to the criminals in front of them. One of the guards takes out a red bandage with a familiar stain from the inside pocket of his jacket. Kim notices a red piece of paper, which is the basis for a psychotropic substance, in the guard's hand. Both guards, their faces impassive, apply bandages to their necks. The effect of the patches occurs immediately, sending strange, swelling, dark-colored webs across the guards' bodies. The guards, frantic and possibly in pain, raise their heads to the ceiling and scream, feeling the effect of the patches. Kim, showing no fear, watches in amazement as the effects of the clearly enhanced psychotropic drug take hold. The DJ, standing behind the backs of the crazed and strengthened guards with red lights in their eyes, smiles haughtily and promises Kim a quick end not only to his career, but also to his life, discussing the aesthetic qualities of the mincemeat they are going to turn Kim into. While one guard, with a slow reaction and a wild look, moves forward, the second receives a heavy blow from Kim's stone fist and loses all his fighting spirit. The second security guard, surprised and belated, realizes that his colleague, unable to withstand the force of the policeman's blow, falls and flies backwards. Kim addresses the DJ calmly and in a moralizing tone, warning him that he should keep his mouth shut at times like these. Kim frowns as the guard lies screaming on the ground, his nose bleeding profusely, while his colleague turns to look at the injured man in horror. Kim clenches his fist and grimly approves of the fallen guard's cries, saying that the pain within him should not be held back. Amidst the splashes of blood and the screams of the guards, the DJ loses his arrogance again and stares in shock at the brutal scene before him. Clearly unprepared for this, the DJ falls to the floor from the screams and injuries and looks at the stage in front of him with genuine horror. With horror and sweat on his face, the DJ looks up and cannot utter a word. Now it is not the DJ who is looking down on Kim from the stage, but Kim who is standing in a confident pose and with an arrogant gaze, towering over the DJ who is sitting in a miserable position on the floor, and the latter is turning to Kim in a frightened and ingratiating manner. The DJ, with horror and hesitation in his speech, tries to negotiate with Kim, to bargain for his freedom in exchange for whatever he wants. Kim skeptically asks the DJ if he can give him what he wants, looking straight at him. The DJ, with a nervous smile and sweat on his face, offers Kim money, women, and psychotropic substances just to get him to let go. Kim towers over the DJ, blocking him from the light with her shadow, and informs him that he needs a special promotion. With a creepy face, Kim reaches out to the DJ as he screams at her, repeating that he only wants a special promotion. The news shows familiar plasters with spots, and the unperturbed presenter of the report reports that a drug lord was arrested in one of the clubs last night. A video of a news report on a phone is paused at the moment when the public asks a question about the distribution of psychotropic drugs. The senior general, sitting on the leather sofa in his office, places the phone on the table and turns to Kim with a smile, praising him for his good work. Kim is called by his new rank of corporal as he sits across from the senior general in his updated uniform, smiling nervously and thanking him for the praise. Finally, the general can't take it anymore and snaps at Kim, grumbling that an officer has no right to quit his job and do whatever he wants, especially using such crude methods, while Kim calmly rummages through his bag and clarifies that he is now a corporal. Kim takes a package out of her bag and places it on the table in front of the interested senior general, asking him to take a look. There is something unknown on the table, wrapped in a green leaf. Kim, coming a little closer, reports that the package contains psychotropic substances, presumably stored in the safe. The senior general grabs the armrest, rises from the sofa, and realizes with horror that the psychotropic substances were stolen by Kim from the crime scene. Kim unwraps the package and calmly asks the general what the contents, which consist of beautiful blue crystals resembling irregular stars, remind him of. A closer view shows the blue crystals in more detail. The viewer sees a red patch with blue and white specks on a shapeless black spot. Against a black background stands a muscular man wearing a phoenix mask that completely covers his head, holding a red bandage with a spot on it that refers to a certain phoenix goddess. In an unknown location, a man from the club stands on his knees, stripped to the waist, with a bruise on one eye and a scar on the other, his hands tied behind his back, shaking from two red plasters stuck to his sternum. The viewer sees a shock of light hair and a woman's shoulders, dressed in green clothes with blue feathers. The man kneels before a girl named Goddess Phoenikos, surrounded by her phoenix-masked subordinates, and says that Ilsan is under his control. The girl turns to her subordinates, asking why they are standing while the man on his knees continues to tremble with fear for the possible scenarios of his near future. When asked to stick another one on, the subordinate swings the bandage in his hands and prepares to carry out the order under the frightened gaze of the condemned man. A man with a damaged eye and blue webs of swollen skin on his face and body screams, begging the Phoenix goddess for mercy. A third patch is placed on top of the other two patches on the person's chest, putting the sentence into effect. The man's face swells and his eye begins to bulge out of its socket, while the man himself falls silent in agony, covered in a new blue web. Under the calm watch of the Phoenix goddess, dressed in colorful clothing, the man before her quickly loses his life, leaving behind a fountain of dark blood. The man falls dead, while the Phoenix goddess, dressed in colorful clothes, with one leg crossed over the other, her hands clasped together, looks at the corpse in front of her with the same expression on her face as before. As masked subordinates drag the lifeless body away, Goddess Phoenix concludes that bright December has perished. The Phoenix goddess looks with her brown eyes at the screen of the phone, which she holds with graceful fingers with a bright manicure, and announces that October is punished. The body of the Phoenix goddess is bandaged in the chest area, which is clearly demonstrated by the numerous white plasters with shapeless spots on the body. The Phoenix goddess, with blonde hair, a patterned mask on her face, and a colorful jacket covered in bandages, sits on the couch, searches for something on her phone, and says how much she hates carrying out punishments. A photograph of police officer Kim is glowing on the Phoenix goddess's phone. Goddess Phoenix continues to look at her phone screen and is going to deal with the police who are interfering with her plans. Kim, with a cold gaze, reports to the senior general about a criminal named November Phoenix, better known as Bright Trash, as she is essentially an addicted, vile, and despicable person. Kim's apartment is in semi-darkness due to the window being covered with blinds. A sweaty Kim trains hard to stay in good physical shape. Kim stands on the fingers of one hand, stretching her entire body upward like a taut string, managing to conclude that it was in good athletic shape. The viewer can see well-developed calf muscles. The viewer can also see well-developed abdominal muscles. A tense arm with bulging veins successfully maintains the balance of a body frozen in a static pose. Kim continues to maintain his training stance, talking about the gang of monk Yu Hua, which he must destroy, while in the background stand the gray silhouettes of nearby henchmen and Yu Hua himself, reaching out his hand to Kim. The balance of the stand is lost after heavy thoughts, and Kim's hand slips. The sound of a body falling can be heard against the background of Kim's own photograph. Kim breathes heavily through the open growth. Kim lies on the floor of her own apartment, breathing heavily and staring at the ceiling. Kim continues to look at the ceiling and concludes that his training is not enough, and he needs even more time. A red-haired female police officer and two male police officers with friendly smiles approach Kim, asking him to give them a couple of minutes. Kim pushes her chair away from the table and looks at her colleagues with undisguised skepticism, asking what's going on. Kim sits on a bench in the shade of the gazebo, his hands resting on his spread legs, while three of his colleagues stand in front of him. Kim clarifies whether they want to get a promotion by continuing to sit with her hands on her legs and calmly looking ahead. Three colleagues with puppy dog eyes, smiles, sparkles, and hopeful faces confirm that they want a promotion. Kim raises one eyebrow skeptically and asks what he has to do with it. The red-haired police officer tries to give an honest answer to the question, while one of the officers slams her mouth shut and tells Kim that it is because of his recent promotion, while the other, with his hands folded in a prayer gesture, agrees with his words, and Kim continues to sit and stare at the picture in front of him. The male colleagues promise with smiling faces to work as hard as they can and help Kim with any request, while the girl with red hair looks askance at the police officers with distrust. Kim silently looks at her colleagues, who are now approaching in their pleas to the cute puppies with two ingratiating and one skeptical faces. Kim continues to sit on the bench, hands on his hips, and asks his surprised colleagues why he needs their help. A female police officer with red hair steps forward and, placing her hand on her chest, leans towards Kim and reminds him that they have always been on Kim's side, while Kim himself reminds that he does not remember anything due to memory loss. The girl, with a determined look and a clenched fist, reminds Kim that they suffered punishments together and that they went to visit him in the hospital. One of the policemen approaches Kim, placing his hand on his shoulder under his attentive gaze, adding something of his own. A police colleague presses his hand to his heart and asks Kim if they are comrades with a beaming smile on his face. Kim froze in shock at what she heard without saying a word. As the words about comrades are repeated, the viewer sees the Buddha temple in a terrible downpour in the past. Bright December stands under a black umbrella in his mask at the foot of the temple and looks ahead. Bright December turns its attention to someone calling his name through the noise of endless streams of heavenly water. The viewer sees a pumped-up body with black tattoos of plants on the chest and shoulders, while Kim is addressed as a killer who chooses his own victim. Kim looks coldly through the slits of his mask at the rude guest who has arrived. The second guest's pumped-up legs are covered in the same black and red plant tattoos, accompanied by lyrics about the madness of Bright December. Under a black umbrella stand two muscular men in masks and sportswear, looking angrily at Bright December, wondering why he is considered the best. The eyes of both pumped-up people burn with hatred through the slits of their masks, and their words confirm their hostility towards Bright December. Kim looks at the silhouettes of her haters and does not comment on their words. The third voice again draws Bright December's attention, especially after the mention of monk Yuhua. November Phoenix walks under two umbrellas, accompanied by his subordinates in phoenix masks, and announces that Yuhua only loves Bright December's little brother. November Phoenix adjusts the mask on his face with his manicured hand and reports that he is choking with envy. Kim stands silently under the umbrella and does not comment on anything she heard. November Phoenix removes the mask from his face and offers to get rid of Bright December with hatred. Returning to the present, Kim looks at his smiling, naive, young but real comrades. Kim concludes that there are children standing in front of him, under their perplexed common question for the three of them. Kim looks at the people in front of her with irritation and tells them that they are not comrades, and that to be comrades, they must first get promoted. The red-haired policewoman can't stand Kim's arrogance, suggests he forget about his ranks to fight, and angrily attacks Kim with her fists, while two of her male colleagues try to restrain her, and Kim himself calmly states that what is happening is a riot. While the red-haired policewoman, still with malice in her eyes, tries to attack the seated Kim, and her male colleague holds her back, a loud question is heard from the side about the reason for this. The three newcomers turn around in surprise at the loud voice, while Kim calmly peers out from behind them. Senior Officer Choi stands with his hands behind his back, approaches the noisy police officers, makes his usual angry face, and asks why the police officers are slacking off. The colleagues stand at attention and salute their superior, while from behind them, still sitting, Kim salutes lazily, under the watchful gaze of the senior officer. The police officers report that they are taking a short break, while the senior officer is about to reprimand them, looking disapprovingly at the assembled company. A senior officer rudely informs the police officers that he does not like anyone standing in front of him, while the police officers themselves look at their boss with sadness and annoyance. The senior officer walks lightly towards the seated Kim, past his colleagues who have stepped aside, still holding his hands clasped behind his back. The senior officer changes his expression and approaches Kim with a falsely saccharine smile, putting his hand on his shoulder and informing him that, unlike his shocked colleagues, he likes Kim. The senior officer ingratiatingly inquires about Kim's health, calling him lucky, while Kim complains of a slight pain in his shoulder, under the still shocked gazes of his colleagues. The police officers, their faces frozen in shock, look at Kim, who is being pestered by a senior officer, asking him not to overwork himself, under the harsh but mental verdict of the officer's venality. The senior officer is pestering Kim with excessive affection, while the dissatisfied Kim himself is trying to distance himself with his hand from his overly tactile boss, while his colleagues realize that Kim is being courted because of his imminent promotion and the boss himself. The red-haired policewoman tilts her head to the side and thinks about her own things, looking away. The red-haired girl recalls former colleagues, senior in rank but punished for abuse of power, while the hospital stands against the backdrop of a clear, sunny sky. Two unpleasant-looking police officers, Chan in civilian clothes and Min in uniform walk down the street from the hospital with disgruntled faces and curse Kim. Min supports his limping friend, warning him not to be nervous as the injury could reoccur at any moment, as the two walk down the street and continue to discuss Kim's promotion. Chan frowns and bares his teeth in anger and envy, not believing the promotion of the newcomer Kim, assuming that it was a deliberate setup. Min, displeased under the shadow of his cap, reports that in recent days all the news and events revolve only around Kim, while Chan, with the same displeasure, listens to his friend. Chan beats his lower lip, frowns, and says that he won't believe the news until he sees it for himself. A girl's silhouette in a light blouse addresses the police, holding some delicious-looking cookies in her hands. The police officers turn to look at the silhouette of a girl, whose legs in fishnet stockings and black heels can be seen by the viewer, while the silhouette itself asks for directions. Chan speaks rudely to the girl, lazily turning half-turned towards her with a frowning expression on his face, demanding that she deal with the problem herself, while Min, seeing the girl, blushed and began to tug at his friend's shoulder. Both police officers turn to the girl and blush in a matter of seconds, looking in astonished admiration at the woman who turned to them for help. The girl's bag contains rustling, delicious-looking cookies with flower patterns. A beautiful blonde girl in a light blouse and short skirt approaches the police officers, adjusting a strand of hair and addressing them. A beautiful blonde girl with brown eyes, still smiling, complains about her phone's battery dying, continuing to straighten an unruly strand of hair. Chan listens to the girl with half an ear, mostly admiring her appearance, blowing smoke out of his nose while Min puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and, with a smile, but no less embarrassment, asks him to be careful with strong emotions, since this is fraught with a return to the hospital. The girl hides one hand behind her back, holds a bag of cookies with the other, and leaning forward slightly, again asks the police for help. Police officers Chan and Min look at the girl with greasy glances, their faces turning red. Officers Chan and Min approach the girl, asking where she is going, while she stands calmly in place and speaks. Still barely listening to the girl, the police officers admire her as she asks them to take her to the police station, where they work. Police officers Chan and Min, their faces turning even redder, happily announce that they themselves work at this police station and invite the girl to go with them. The girl, folding her palms in a sweet gesture, happily agrees to the policeman's proposal, smiling a bright, pure smile. Despite the sweet gesture, smile, and overall favorable impression, the face of the beautiful blonde girl becomes creepy when she asks the surprised police officers about Kim. Police officers Chan and Min are at a loss for words and stand there in a stupor, embarrassed. The police officers stand in front of the girl and say that they know Kim because he is their replacement, but they are more concerned about the question of why such a beautiful girl would need him. The girl, slightly thoughtful, puts her hand to her chin and bows her head, saying that she has to tell policeman Kim something, otherwise he will get angry. The police officers breathe a sigh of relief and close their eyes contentedly, accidentally letting it slip that they thought of the girl and Kim as a couple, and that after that, they would not have helped her. The girl, with a shadow on her face but her sweet smile intact, begins to rummage through her bag under the watchful gaze of the police. A girl with the sweetest and most friendly expression on her face takes cookies out of a bag and offers them to the police officers. A beautiful, familiar red manicure glistens in the light as the girl holds out the candy. The viewer sees police insignia glinting in the light, matching the description of a bandit named November Phoenix. A senior general sits in his office, scowling as he reads the data Kim has collected on the Phoenix case, the agency responsible for financial crimes in China. The familiar white and red patches with shapeless spots surrounded by blue crystals are Phoenix's business, and vary in strength depending on the color of the patch. Against the backdrop of a Buddha statue soaking wet in the rain lies a sheet of paper Kim brought with blue crystals, which are the basis for psychotropic substances called Buddha's tears. The senior general turns the pages of the data Kim had collected and continues reading. Someone quickly enters the police station through the transparent doors where Kim and his colleagues are sitting. The transparent door to the police station opens as the senior general continues reading, learning that the Buddha's tears can only be used by the top of the clan, led by monk Yu Hua, as the rest fear punishment. Kim looks at the visitor in amazement, not having time to take the cup of hot drink from the tray brought by the red-haired policewoman, while another policeman massages his shoulders, which Kim had previously complained of pain in. A beautiful blonde girl in a light blouse walks into a police station, chewing on a cookie. On the dusty asphalt of the street lies a cookie, bitten and crumbled. Under the frightened glances and screams of passers-by, most likely calling both an ambulance and the police, on the ground, next to bitten sweets, lie police officers Chan and Min in serious, if not deplorable, condition. A blonde girl pops a cookie into her mouth, enjoying the obviously poisoned sweetness and not feeling any discomfort from it. A surprised Kim and his colleagues sit at a desk in an empty police station, while a blonde girl stands opposite them with a bag in her hands and chews her cookie. The general, having read the data on Phoenix obtained by Kim, looks at the sheets and does not hold back a rude comment about the criminal. Kim looks with displeasure at the blonde girl, who is an acquaintance from a past life named Phoenix, and leaves a rude comment about her. Phoenix playfully turns her attention to Kim and, with childish joy, points at him without finishing her cookie, saying that she found him. With a crazed expression, Phoenix stands in the police station and looks at Kim, who looks back at her with the back of his head turned towards the viewer. A red-haired policewoman calmly asks Phoenix, not knowing who she is, if they can somehow help with her possible disappearance of something unknown. Phoenix, with a slight smile on his face, talks about the Polonia leaves. The red-haired policewoman, not understanding what exactly was missing, politely asks again. With a wild expression, Phoenix tilts his head to the side and talks about some Polonia flowers wrapped in leaves, raising his index finger in a didactic gesture. A red-haired policewoman asks Kim if they've ever received anything similar, while her colleagues are fussing, and Kim himself looks displeased at Phoenix, who denies the possibility of the missing item being brought to the station. Phoenix frantically turns his gaze to Kim and points his finger at him, informing him that he has the missing item. Kim's colleagues look at him in confusion, standing on either side of him, as he sits and frowns at Phoenix's finger pointing at him. The red-haired policewoman looks at the woman who came in perplexed and asks what she is talking about, while Kim himself is checking his phone, not taking his eyes off the woman who came in, and sees that she hasn't changed at all. Phoenix holds out his hand in displeasure and, like a child, demands that the missing item be returned, while Kim calls the senior general and realizes that the connection has been lost, and at the same time thinks about what could be going on in the head of a madwoman. Kim glances sideways at the cameras under the gaze of his colleagues who are anxiously surrounding him, and realizes that the cameras are not working because of the jammers, as is the connection. Phoenix looks at Kim with a crazy smile, waiting for his actions and feeling victorious. Kim looks at Phoenix with displeasure and waits for the right moment to take action while remembering the past. Teenager Bright. December, holding a wooden training sword in one hand, stands in a white t-shirt in the pouring rain, calmly looking ahead. In the same white t-shirt, soaked in the rain, with a battle cry and a sword raised to swing and strike at Bright December, a teenage girl with short brown hair rushes forward. Bright December grips the sword more comfortably with both hands and swings it forward, preparing to repel the enemy's attack. A teenage girl approaches Bright December, about to stab him in the neck with a wooden sword, almost putting her plan into action. Bright December calmly watches the approaching end of the wooden sword, located quite close to his exposed neck. The next moment, Bright December crouched down deftly and, with a shadow on his face, struck the teenage girl in the side with his wooden sword with an even faster movement. Knocked down by her own failed attack, the teenage girl, with a silent scream and eyes rolled back in pain, freezes in the air for a split second from the force of the blow. The teenage girl's sword falls to the wet ground with a dull sound. Bright December towers over the defeated teenage girl, pointing his wooden sword at her as she lies on the ground, coughing and holding her injured side. Monk Yu Hua addresses Bright December, who calmly turns to him while a teenage girl looks at the monk in horror. Monk Yu-hua, with his eyes habitually closed and a calm smile on his face, stands under a black umbrella, hiding from the rain, and asks Bright December if he found anyone worthy of his attention. Bright December looks thoughtfully at the ground and is silent for a while. Bright December briefly replies that he hasn't found anyone suitable, while behind him stands Yu-hua, under an umbrella, accompanied by a guard holding said umbrella, and on the wet, damp ground lie defeated children, including a teenage girl, the only one trying to get to her feet. Monk Yu-hua opens his eyes and, frowning slightly, snaps his fingers, indicating that he expected this outcome. Behind the small group, 2 more guards appear in the rain, bowing respectfully to the ground, despite the dampness and rain. Yu-hua orders the children and the frightened teenage girl who are lying unconscious on the ground to be sent to heaven. The guards still sit in a respectful bow, but their gaze is filled with determination. With a menacing face, constricted pupils, a frightening shadow, and a raised eyebrow, Monk Yu-hua sends children to see the Buddha against an eerie red background. Bright December looks at the silhouette of Monk Yu-hua with slight horror. Bright December, realizing the consequences of his words, tries to save the situation and offers to teach these unfortunate children. Bright December glances sideways at the frightened teenage girl sitting on the ground and says that children have a chance. Pressing down with his aura, Monk Yu-hua places his hands on Bright December's shoulders and, looming like a shadow with a creepy face, turns to the boy and demands that he remember the importance of suppressing the feeling of pity. Bright December obediently, with sadness in its eyes, standing under the pouring rain and gray sky, falls silent. While Yu-hua, accompanied by a guard, leaves, other subordinates forcefully feed the children poison as Bright December watches with mild horror. Amidst the children's cries, Bright December resignedly closes her eyes, presses her lips together, and bows her head. His attention is drawn to the sound of a child's cry directed at Monk Yu-hua, and he looks towards its source. The tip of a sword, trembling in someone else's hands, rests on the rain-soaked ground as its owner tries to speak. A teenage girl leans on her wooden sword and tries to stand up, while the figure of one of her subordinates looms behind her. The teenage girl, with fear in her eyes, continues to look at the monk Yu-hua. Covered from head to toe in mud and water, disheveled, shaking from pain, cold, and fear, promises to train hard and be useful. Monk Yu-hua, still standing under the old umbrella, towers over the crooked and small figure of the teenage girl and asks her if she wants to be of service, to which she answers affirmatively. Monk Yu-hua, with a sweet smile, extends his hand to the teenage girl and invites her to be reborn quickly so that she can be useful to him in her new life. With tears and horror, the teenage girl screams, begging for her life to be spared. The girl is grabbed by the arm and hair by 2 subordinates at once, trying to give her poison while she screams and breaks free, throwing her wooden sword nearby. Unable to bear the sight of another's death, Bright December turns away. A bowl containing an unknown poisonous liquid spills its contents over the edge. A frightened, crying teenage girl's mouth is forced open and her head is thrown back so that she can be given poison to drink while making a futile final plea. The rain has stopped, the clouds are dispersing, revealing a beautiful sunset against the backdrop of the temple, silent to the tragedies of others. An empty bowl, in which deadly poison had recently been splashing, lies upside down on the ground. Monk Yu-hua looks at the results of his subordinates' work and demands that they restore order after what happened, and they immediately obey the order and get to work. The teenage girl, despite drinking poison, makes some sounds while lying on the ground with her mouth open. One guard lifts the body of a teenage girl and shows Monk Yu-hua that she is still breathing, despite the poison she had taken earlier. Monk Yu-hua looks at the child in amazement and wonders what to do with him. The teenage girl, weakened by the experience, opens her eyes, wheezing and breaking out in a sweat, looking at the clear sky she could see. The hand of Monk Yu-hua rests on the shoulder of a dressed and washed teenage girl. A teenage girl sits at a table in front of plates filled with various pills and powders, listening in horror to the stern order to empty them all within a month. Monk Yu-hua smiles sweetly again, promising to make the teenage girl his assistant after fulfilling his request. The teenage girl smiles nervously and, addressing the monk Yu Hua with respect, agrees to carry out the order, while explaining that in the future she became increasingly tolerant to various poisons, drugs, and psychotropic substances. The silhouette of a grown girl stands with her back to the viewer. The grown girl sits in one of the halls of the Buddha temple in front of the monk Yu Hua, who holds her new mask and names her November Phoenix. Named November Phoenix, the girl takes the gift of a mask with blue patterns with her emaciated hand. November Phoenix puts the mask on his face and thanks his master for the honor, promising not to let him down in the future. Kim, with her arms folded across her chest, looks at Phoenix in front of her, finishing her recollection, while the red-haired policewoman looks in shock. Noticeably prettier than her former self, Phoenix looks angrily at Kim and waits for him to pay her back what he owes her, while Kim himself unflatteringly calls her in his head his master's drug-addicted watchdog. Phoenix, her heels clicking on the tiled floor, moves closer to Kim's desk. Phoenix looms over Kim's desk and angrily asks where her missing item is, while Kim continues to glare back at her with distaste. The surprised colleagues watch silently as Phoenix leans on the table, demanding an answer, shaking Kim's shoulder as he ignores her. Kim begins to speak, to which Phoenix finally smiles, pleased with the response. Kim calmly says that the missing item is kept at his home, accompanied by a silent scene consisting of colleagues and Phoenix. Kim, with a sly smile, invites Phoenix to come visit him, while the astonished girl continues to hold his shoulder, and Kim himself tries to lure her outside and finish her off once and for all. Phoenix's brown eyes widen in shock as he looks at the police officer in front of him. The police are trying to convince Kim that this is not right, until he steps over the table and invites Phoenix to come with him, and she backs away from the table in shock. Jumping over the table, Kim freezes as Phoenix calls him a liar, while his colleagues remain on the other side of the table, calmly watching what happens next. Looking up at Kim in a rather creepy way, Phoenix addresses him as brother and says that he wouldn't store psychotropic substances in such a place. The police colleagues, shocked by what they heard, asked again about psychotropic substances. Taking an aggressive stance, Phoenix looks at Kim, who stands impassively with fire in her eyes, ready to attack at any moment. Phoenix takes out several white bandages with a shapeless spot from the package. White patches are reflected in Kim's eyes. Kim deftly dodges the plasters flying at him without losing sight of them. The plasters fly in with a loud sound and stick right onto the faces of Kim's colleagues, who remained standing on the other side of the table, to their amazement and his. A blue web of swollen skin from where the patch was attached spreads across the faces of the frightened policemen, and they glance fearfully at the injured areas. A red-haired policewoman, gritting her teeth in pain, looks at the bandage on her cheek. The colleagues fall unconscious on the table, under the watchful gaze of Kim and Phoenix, frozen in a fighting pose. Kim takes note of Phoenix's address to him and then turns her gaze to the office. Phoenix's masked subordinates had already managed to apply bandages to all the employees, knocking them unconscious and forcing them to sit in their chairs at the tables without moving or attempting to resist. The senior officer in his office also received a plaster on his forehead, from which he lost consciousness and fell into his own chair under the watchful gaze of his subordinate Phoenix. With a mad and cruel look in his eyes, Phoenix smiles at Kim, holding up new bandages and asking if he will let these people die if he does not do something soon. Phoenix, smiling and holding bandages between her manicured fingers, asks Kim to give her back the psychotropic drugs as his hand quickly moves towards her face. Phoenix's gaze is once again filled with incorruptible surprise at the maneuver taking place before her. Phoenix, with a wicked look in his eyes, dodges someone else's swift attack, while Kim, with fire in her eyes, rushes forward by inertia, managing to hit her opponent. After the failed attack, Kim notices something out of the corner of her eye. Part of Phoenix's clothing fell open, revealing a bandage attached to her body. For a second, they both stopped. Kim raised his hand, showing the badge he had torn off with a piece of Phoenix's clothing. With some effort, he broke the badge, simultaneously saying that the plug was no longer there. Phoenix was more upset about the damaged shirt. Meanwhile, Kim, holding up the phone face down, indicated that help had already been called. Then the telescopic baton clicked in his hands, and Kim himself said that there was no one around. Kim waved his baton in front of him, making it clear that now was the best time to kill. Phoenix smiled nervously, unable to understand where Kim was going with this. Kim began to slap his baton against his palm and said that Phoenix would soon understand everything. Facing each other, Kim prepared to remind Phoenix of the good old days. Suddenly, a short laugh escaped Phoenix's lips. She made a cute face, as if trying to flirt with Kim and not believing that he was going to raise his hand against the girl. Then she glanced at her clothes, noticing that they too were now torn. With a languid sigh, Phoenix suggested that Kim probably liked it rougher. Kim immediately launched an attack which Phoenix managed to dodge. Another swing and the club is about to hit her face. Luckily, Phoenix manages to parry the blow. Next, she slides across the floor, trying to increase the distance from Kim. In the short pause that followed, Phoenix pressed her palm to her forehead. A second later, she held her hand out in front of her eyes, seeing her own blood on her fingertips. Instead of her former playfulness, Phoenix's face was filled with rage, and she herself, threatening Kim with death, called him an officer's cur. In response, Kim smiled, noting Phoenix's still ugly face when she was angry. A quick laugh came from the girl. Licking her fingers with her own blood, Phoenix said that Kim had surprised her quite a bit. In response, the hero asked the girl not to keep all the evil inside herself. Following this, Phoenix decided to find out about Kim's abilities. She assumed that he was probably from some special unit. As if to play with her, Kim didn't give a direct answer, asking Phoenix to guess. Following this, the girl reached into the bosom of her clothing. Taking out a new, but no longer very unusually colored patch, Phoenix haughtily declared that she didn't really care. With the next sharp movement, she attached the patch to her throat. Hearing this, Kim could not believe that his work and efforts were treated so brutally. Then Phoenix smiled again. Having literally changed in appearance in a matter of seconds, she hoped that Kim would be able to find a new job in hell. Kim looked at these transformations without any obvious interest. After shouting, Phoenix's next move was to run towards him. Following this, Kim's baton immediately hit her on the forehead. While Phoenix was screaming in pain, Kim made it clear to her that one patch would not be enough to defeat him. As Kim took another swing, he told Phoenix that she would actually need at least 10 patches. A series of sweeping blows fell upon the girl. Whimpering in pain, Phoenix defended herself with all her might. She eventually managed to escape the blows, hissing at Kim afterward. Wiping the blood from her face, Phoenix cursed at Kim as loudly as she could. To her surprise, Kim noticed that the girl in front of him had not changed at all. Phoenix began to shake as Kim scolded her for neglecting her training and relying too much on drugs. As he readied his club for the second round, Kim declared that he could only thank Phoenix for this. In response, Phoenix yelled at Kim, claiming that he didn't know her at all. At that very moment, Kim was already squatting and swinging his club. Before the blow, he suggested that Phoenix think about who was in front of her. The next action, and here Phoenix, already knocked down, draws a barrel in the air. When she lands, she falls painfully onto her back. Next, she notices Kim's telescopic baton being raised for the finishing blow. Ready to finish her off, Kim told Phoenix that she might have realized who he was before she died. The only response was Phoenix's hysteria, unable to comprehend the nonsense coming from Kim's mouth. Recalling Phoenix's drug addiction again, Kim pressed his baton to her throat. Squeezing harder and harder, he tried to get Phoenix to remember him. But from her constricted throat, the hero could only hear a wheezing sound. Having decided to end the performance, Kim declared that it was time to die. Panicked, Phoenix's eyes looked at him one last time. Now Kim pressed down on the baton with all his might. Suddenly, a greedy sigh came from Phoenix's mouth. Kim realized he had made a mistake. Under his relentless pressure, the telescopic baton began to fold rapidly. A menacing roar from Phoenix was heard, and a powerful blow landed on Kim's left cheek. Having knocked him off herself, Phoenix jumped up, immediately starting to stretch her throat. Meanwhile, Kim, looking at his folded baton, couldn't believe that police officers were being given such crap. Just as Kim was about to start ranting about the police's incompetence, Phoenix sprang into action. The girl launched a menacing attack that was surely doomed to success. Only by some miracle did Kim manage to put his hands in front of him. He stood there and stared at her through the block. Just now his gaze caught one thing. A new patch appeared, placed on Phoenix's forehead. Kim had never seen such products before. Suddenly, he looked at his own hands. For some reason, the patch's effect transferred to his body. Kim even suggested that it could have happened through his clothes. Clenching his hand into a fist, he turned his attention back to Phoenix. She, with bloodshot eyes, continued to hysterically ask what Kim was like. For a second or two, she seemed to understand. Just as Phoenix was about to say this out loud, one of her henchmen burst into the station. The henchman made it clear that Mr. Orchid had contacted him and that help was on its way. Out of the blue, Kim started to send Phoenix away, saying that she had had enough for today. Then, smiling, he looked forward to their possible meeting in the future. Kim knew the police wouldn't chase Phoenix. Immediately, Phoenix turned and walked away, calling her henchman to follow her. While the henchman was trying to find out if everything was okay with Phoenix, she bit the edge of her finger in hurt. She still couldn't figure out why this cop reminded her so much of B. Kwan. Sometime later, a whole armada of patrol cars and ambulances was at the police station. Various services provided assistance to the victims. In the middle of this work, a threatening voice of a senior general was heard accusing Kim. Everyone was stunned when, following this, a folded baton flew into the general's face. From the sidelines, the staff watched in amazement as Kim scolded his superiors for the appalling equipment, while the general declared that batons should not be used in that way. Trying to turn the situation to his advantage, Kim showed his hand, as if hinting that he could no longer feel it due to the terrible quality of the baton. While the general urgently called for a doctor, Kim himself reflected on how lucky he was that Phoenix had decided to leave. While the doctor examined his hands, Kim continued to ponder the fact that the new patch could increase the dose of the drug and even work through clothing. Remembering Phoenix's last image, Kim assumed that she herself would soon become a walking drug. Having finished his thoughts, Kim decided to turn to the general, who expectedly sighed with a request. A little later, the action took place in the house where Kim lived. As usual, after finishing his working day, he wandered to the door of his apartment. The hero's shadow stopped in front of the front door. Letting the light in from outside, the door began to open. The Phoenix people were already watching the hero's movements. Smoke bombs instantly flew towards him. The Phoenix men came down, noting with satisfaction that they had used a more powerful drug this time, one that caused hallucinations and eventual death. Enjoying the work of their hands, they speculated that before his death, perhaps Kim would see something more than just hallucinations. Suddenly, unnatural and heavy sighs were heard from the door. Kim expected a similar move from Phoenix, and therefore requested the senior general to provide him with the best and highest quality equipment. The smoke cleared, and now Kim said loudly that he did not expect such cowardice from Phoenix. To the horror of the Phoenix people, the sound of a gun's bolt being pulled came from Kim's direction. Seeing guns pointed at them, the Phoenix men let out a groan of disappointment. Having taken them at gunpoint, Kim did not quite understand this reaction. One of Phoenix's men was already shaking with horror. The second tried to calm his partner, saying that the machine gun must be fake. The next second, a rubber bullet flew into the doubter's face. Meanwhile, the machine gun continued firing. The bullets ricocheted and flew in different directions. Quite a few of them hit the mask of one of the bandits. Household utensils were rattling and breaking everywhere. Under the onslaught of rubber bullets, the people of Phoenix shook in agony. However, Kim showed no mercy, emptying the magazine to the last bullet. In the end, the Phoenix people fell back against the wall unconscious. Kim came closer to take a closer look at them. He noted that the machine gun he was given worked very well. A little later, the flashing lights of a police car were visible near the house where Kim lived. Police tried to calm down residents who were complaining about sounds that sounded like gunshots. The police assured residents that the situation was under control and that they should remain calm. Meanwhile, the senior general looked at the bound minions of Phoenix. He was horrified by the number of bullets fired at the poor fellows, to which Kim responded that they deserved such treatment. While removing his helmet, Kim noted that the poison capsules from under the tongues of the prisoners must be removed. Suddenly, the senior general turned to Kim. He wanted to personally find out if the man in front of him was Bi Guang. Kim responded by saying that the general had been skeptical of him before, but had agreed to hand over the weapons. The general said he had some doubts about Kim. He cited the drug incident, recalled Phoenix's attack, and now included the shooting inside Kim's apartment. The general said he was 99% sure that Kim was Bi Guang. When the hero asked where that important 1% had gone, the general stood up abruptly. He stared at Kim, asking why, being Bi Guang, he didn't kill Monk Yu Hua. In response, Kim doubted the sincerity of the general's words, especially since he made such statements without witnesses. The general agreed with this argument, but he doubted that any privileges could be extended to Kim himself. The general recalled that the monk Yu Hua is considered almost a deity, a reincarnation of Buddha himself, whom every citizen of their country knows. Knowing the answer, the general nevertheless wondered what society's reaction would be to the death of such a bastard. He continued his thought by saying that killing the monk would not solve the existing problems. The general shouted loudly, wanting to immediately find out from Kim about the existence of other similar organizations. But our hero, rudely declaring that he didn't care about anything else, pulled the bolt of his machine gun. Being extremely serious, Kim said that he was only interested in the complete downfall of the fucking monk. The general was amazed when Kim brought up the idea that he would do this so that no one else would have to live a life like his. The general's expression changed and he calmly stated that he would help Kim. Reaching out to Kim, the general proposed that they jointly send the monk to prison. Kim froze, not knowing how to react to such a proposal. The next moment, Kim squeezed the general's hand with a crunch, declaring that in fact it was he who had helped him and was helping him and not the other way around. Releasing the hand of the general, who was groaning in pain, Kim ordered him to obey him and not the other way around. Immediately, Kim made it clear to the general that he was trying to kill the monk. Having put his hand out in demonstration, he added that he simply couldn't do it. Meanwhile, in another place, a similar hand grip was approaching someone. Grabbing it with one hand, then placing the other, he now squeezed the thin woman's throat. Phoenix rolled her eyes and coughed and choked. Kicking her legs, she tried to call her boss. She begged Buddha to forgive her. Crying and wheezing, she begged for mercy one last time. With a single action, Buddha immediately brought her down to the floor. Calling Phoenix a crazy bitch, the monk was indignant that she had overdone it with drugs. He couldn't understand why, after everything he had done, Phoenix was still dragged to the police station. Phoenix herself now, turning away and bursting into tears, begged for forgiveness. Her eye fixed on the monk as he called her. The terrifying figure of Yu Hua now towered over her, threateningly saying that he would teach Phoenix a lesson. As if knowing what might await her, Phoenix squealed and began to crawl away. Buddha continued to watch these futile attempts to escape, as well as the humiliations with apologies. Phoenix turned around and let out a scream, declaring that she had learned her lesson. Buddha turned his attention to another direction, from where heavy laughter was heard. Two muscular bodies appeared in the passage, enjoying the screams and tears of Phoenix. After calling Phoenix a drug addict, the masked men suggested that she cry less to avoid losing muscle mass. Through tears, Phoenix hesitantly said that the Lespedeza brothers were here. Phoenix burst into a screech again, now demanding an explanation from the monk about what those bastards could have forgotten in such a place. Suddenly, a fan opened and waved next to Phoenix, and a voice demanded to know what she was unhappy about. Looking at Phoenix with curiosity, the masked girl suggested that she consider whether the brothers could have been called personally by Buddha. Phoenix froze when she saw Cherry Blossom in front of her. The Buddha himself finally spoke up, pleased that everyone was now gathered. To the grief of the Phoenix, the Buddha said that the destruction of the November Phoenix would now be considered. After a little while, the monk said that we could begin. As soon as Yu Hua turned away, Phoenix begged for forgiveness again. She swore that she would return everything she had taken, to which the monk snapped that there was no need for such a thing. Having opened the box, the monk demonstrated that he had already returned everything. Looking at the bundle, Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. The monk now looked at everyone else present. Addressing April Lespedeza, July Lespedeza, and March Cherry Blossom, he wanted to hear their opinion. The brothers spoke out in favor of getting rid of Phoenix because of her drug use. Then Cherry's soft voice was heard. She said that she had become quite close to Phoenix over the years, but she believed that in this harsh world, one must survive by any means available. Then Buddha began to sum up the voting results. Phoenix burst into tears, declaring that the monk was being overly cruel. While the brothers listened to Phoenix's whining with disgust, she herself believed that Yu Hua always wanted to get rid of her. Calling the assembled group bastards, Phoenix felt that the monk had called them on purpose. While Phoenix was crying, Cherry quickly ran up to Yuhua. Phoenix barely managed to stop her hysteria and looked up. In front of her, she could see the figure of Cherry, bowing to the monk and presenting something to her master. After saying the name of the accused, Yuhua took the gun from Cherry's hands. Taking aim at Phoenix, he stated that he did not need useless assistance. Phoenix's eyes widened as she realized the inevitability of her situation. The monk performed the gesture, at the same time asking forgiveness from the merciful Buddha for his future actions. His finger began to slowly squeeze the trigger. Following this, with an unexpected bow, Phoenix loudly announced to her boss that she had invented a new drug. Yuhua froze when he heard that Phoenix's recipe was 5 times stronger than the previous drug. Phoenix assured that she had developed the formula herself and that they would not be caught during testing. The Lespedese brothers grumbled when the conversation turned to drugs again. The monk became interested in the quantity, and Phoenix immediately replied with the number 10 kilos. Immediately, Yuva raised the question of delivery. Phoenix swore she had developed a scheme that would connect, if not all, then most of the Asian countries. Looking up with tear-stained eyes, Phoenix asked to borrow the entire 6 months to prove her suitability. Buddha put the gun away, but gave Phoenix only 3 months, saying that he had already lost too much. For the first time since this meeting, joy and hope appeared on Phoenix's face. A little later, at the hospital, the red-haired girl from the station was talking some incoherent nonsense. Kim and others could not understand her condition. When Kim asked what she was constantly muttering, a patient in the ward suggested that she was calling for someone to wipe away her drool. Kim immediately began to diligently wipe away the girl's drool, while another patient in the ward declared with a smile that they were, after all, colleagues. To this, Kim replied that he was simply doing his job. After finishing with her, the patients in the ward began to congratulate Kim on his promotion, but he stated that nothing of the sort had happened. Tired of such conversations, Kim turned around and, waving his hand, headed for the exit. As soon as the door to the ward slammed, the patients noted out loud that Kim had changed quite a lot. Next, they both exhaled in relaxation. A little later, the action took place at the police department headquarters. The senior general shared his concerns that there might be a mole in their department. Kim didn't really understand what the general was talking about, and he explained that he had sent the drugs for examination. The general then added to his story that the drugs had mysteriously disappeared. Not particularly disappointed by what he heard, Kim said that even though the drugs were their main evidence, he himself would be able to make up for lost time. Kim demanded that the general resolve internal issues himself and also provide information from Phoenix's arrested people. Without giving the general a chance to get a word in, Kim continued making his demands, now referring to the Special Forces unit, trying to figure out when the general would deploy it. The general hesitated at first, then said that they were all dead. Kim's eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard this. The next second, he rushed at the general with his fists, accusing him of lying. Before the attack, the general only managed to justify himself by saying that he had not previously trusted Kim. Holding his fist to his cheek, Kim asked why the general didn't create a new unit. Kim recalled the general's earlier words that to create a special squad, at least 1 star was needed. In a scream, the general assured that he had 2 stars and no one would say a word against him. Unexpectedly, Kim pointed to himself, saying that he was actually against it, since he liked to work alone. The general had just recalled Kim's words that he needed a team, but Kim himself had refuted this now unviable idea. Having called Kim a corporal, the general carefully moved the hero's hand aside. He tried to convey to Kim that the police are a complex structure where working alone is only possible for a limited period of time. Immediately becoming serious, the general ordered Kim to form his own detachment. The general made it clear to Kim that he could not do this himself due to the extensive surveillance of his person. It seemed that the situation was settled when Kim's dissatisfied voice was heard, asking again about the order. Pointing a finger at the frightened general, Kim said he would fulfill the request if it was made politely. Having surrendered, the general politely asked Kim to form his own team. A little later, the patients in the ward were genuinely surprised not only by Kim's return visit, but also by his desire to create a team. To all questions about how such a thing was possible on behalf of a corporal, Kim made it clear that the general was covering for him. The red-haired girl moaned again, and one of the patients translated this as a question about who would be on Kim's team. Like a cannon shot, Kim replied that it would be the three of them. Immediately, one of the patients began to shake Kim, sincerely thanking him for such an invitation. Through the snot and drool, even the girl's voice could be heard, also thanking Kim. Those present rejoiced at how good it was to have colleagues like Kim. Kim sharply cut them off, asking if they remembered where their place was. With a slight bow of his head, Kim made it clear that he needed no helpers, only an obedient crowd. Extremely disappointed, the ward's inhabitants could not believe their ears that they were not Kim's colleagues. Everyone was stunned when Kim called those present his slaves. Ignoring Kim's further words about people who would die at his command, the trio asked again about the slaves. Seeing no particular objections, Kim suggested that the trio call him Lord from now on. Tensed, the occupants of the room looked at each other. One by one, Kim began to look at those present, recalling their information from the dossier, where the first was 25-year-old Jong. Kim considered Jong a good candidate, as he had once practiced kickboxing and taekwondo. But he was also probably the stupidest, since he failed the written exam 3 times. Now the hero looked in the other direction, at the balding guy. That guy's name was Hyun, and he was the same age as Jong. Kim also considered him a useful candidate, since Hyun, at his age, had managed to master a couple of martial arts. But like the other guy next to him, Hyun wasn't perfect, particularly because of the situation that had arisen on the day of the interview. Finally, Kim decided to take on the last of the 3, Gyeon. Gyeon's file revealed that she was slow and extremely poor at athletics. Kim wasn't particularly pleased that the girl even managed to take last place in a sports competition. It just so happened that Gyeon was the weakest officer in the entire department. However, her strong point was her intellect, so Gyeon managed to successfully complete the written exam. She, based on the dossier data that Kim studied, took first place in the interview results. Kim was considering the importance of her candidacy in his squad when Gyeon said that she would carry out any orders of her master. The girl was glowing with happiness, and Kim couldn't help but notice that Gyeon was extremely cunning. Later, the action moved to a mountainous and wooded area. The Trinity was watching something with excitement. Kim warmed up before them, cracking his knuckles. Jong wanted to address Kim inappropriately, but Gyeon managed to stop him. Having called the hero Sir, Jong tried to find out why they had gathered together on a day off. Pointing a finger in their direction, Kim said that they should do some warm-up exercises. Then, pointing to himself, Kim revealed that the trio only had 5 minutes before they had to try to defeat him. Everyone except Gyeon was outraged by such an unfair fight where 3 attack 1. Hwang was worried that his boss might get injured, but then he heard Kim's voice announcing that 1 minute had already passed. Continuing his warm-up, Kim stated that everything would start in 4 minutes. The Trinity immediately moved to the side and began whispering there. The candidates for the squad believed that their leader had completely lost his mind to make such demands. Gyeon was about to say that Kim couldn't hear anything when the hero's voice was heard from behind them, asserting the opposite. Meanwhile, Jong didn't know what to do. He reminded everyone that they had agreed to obey Kim. After thinking about it, Gyeon suggested her own plan of action, where Jun would simulate an attack and Hyun would have to knock Kim to the ground. Hearing this, Hyun was seriously scared. Jun was told not to just run at Kim, but to use his boxing skills. Unexpectedly for the trio, Kim's voice was heard, tearing off his clothes and asking if they were ready. Everyone looked around in fear, and only Gyeon's fear was replaced by admiration. Kim cracked his knuckles and said that time was up. Immediately, Gyeon gave Jong the order to attack. Reminding himself loudly of the need to deceive Kim, Jong began to approach. After taking a couple of steps, Jong stopped for some reason. Immediately, he began to dance with extraordinary movements of his legs. Following this, Gyeon screamed that Jong should have come closer. The next second, the support group fell silent. In slow motion, Jong flew above them. Having finished his strike, Kim addressed the boys. Walking briskly towards them, he couldn't understand whether they were trying to make fun of him. At that very moment, Gyeon commanded the second guy to take action. But instead of carrying out his pre-planned plan, Hus ran away screaming. Hyun, bursting into tears, repeated over and over again that he couldn't do it. Horrified, his eyes turned to the side when Kim's voice came from there. Another second, and the hero was already very close to him. Hyun panicked when Kim said that he shouldn't turn his back on the killer. Next, a juicy punch landed on Hyun's face. Sweating profusely, Gion watched as another of her henchmen was defeated. She let out a squeak unexpectedly when Kim turned his head in her direction. Immediately, Kim began to approach the girl while Gion vainly begged him to stop. With a show of complete submission, Gion fell to her knees. By calling Kim sir, she tried to convince him that he shouldn't raise his hand against the girl. Now Kim grabbed the girl by the cheeks. Saying that women were police officers just like everyone else, he drove his knee into Gion's chin. Gion groaned. She couldn't believe she was seeing her own blood. After moving away a little, Kim cursed the trio and asked how they, with such skills, were going to catch criminals. He then announced that he was giving the trio a couple of minutes to rest before their training began again. Following this, Kim demanded that the trio give him at least some kind of answer. A little later, the action moved to the police department headquarters. Muttering through his food, the senior general asked about the detachment's progress. Sitting opposite the general, Kim was angry that the whole trio was the pick of the litter. Kim reminded the general that they were not hunting ordinary criminals, to which he received a positive response. Then Kim slammed his fist on the table, expressing his interest in the complete lack of progress in the investigation. While finishing his chocolate, the general bashfully discovered that the detainees were silent, and he himself wanted to obtain their confession. The general said he was sorry, to which Kim sighed in disappointment at having missed the bird-headed men. Kim then announced that he would personally interrogate the detainees and promised that torture would be avoided. Kim noted that the country is very sensitive to human rights, even if they are notorious criminals. To which the general stated that torture was out of the question in any case. Smiling broadly, Kim announced that he had a great idea. After some time, the ceiling lamp in the interrogation room came on. The detained bird-headed men were waiting for the investigator. The next moment, the door to the room opened. The detainees immediately stated that they would not say anything. Having puzzled them, the unknown person inquired about the life of Sam Mook, Phoenix's right hand. Then the unknown person began to guess whether Phoenix's henchman was left-handed or right-handed. The detainees, with some alarm, asked who was hiding behind the lamplight. Their expressions changed when they saw the face of the stranger. Leaning against the table, Kim introduced himself as Bi Kwan. Afterwards, he offered to talk. Kim leaned over them, waiting for a reaction. One of the detainees wanted to show respect to Mr. Bi Kwan, but the second interrupted him, making it clear that such a person was dead. The detainee on the left side did not give in. He insisted that the man in front of them really did look very much like Bi Kwan. In response, Kim said that he felt like they had already met. Kim continued, saying that he recognized the man's scars. He also noted a clear mark that must have been left by a hairpin. Kim grimaced in satisfaction and suggested that the detainee had once been beaten by Phoenix for drug smuggling. Having assured them that Kim was Mr. Bi Kwan, the hero said that he was carrying out a secret mission from Buddha himself. Kim revealed that his task was to fake his own death, infiltrate the police, and monitor the actions of the top brass. Kim also recounted the recent events where Phoenix lost the drugs and invaded the police station. The detainees were speechless when Kim revealed their boss's full code name, November Paulonia Phoenix. Now staring at them, Kim demanded to know where Phoenix was now. Kim explained that he had jammed the connection and their conversation would not be heard, but Phoenix's fate depended on the answers of her subordinates. Kim had assumed that Phoenix might be lying in his crib right now, sleeping soundly. To the criminals who had their mouths open and were listening to him greedily, Kim informed them that in that case, he would carry out the order of Lord Buddha. The hero's eyes flashed, and he said that he would be forced to kill Phoenix. Suddenly, the prisoners all shouted at once for Bi Kwan not to worry about Phoenix. They said that Phoenix was busy with a very important task of developing a new type of drug. After listening to them, Kim mumbled doubtfully. He wasn't entirely sure about the bird-headed people's words, and therefore suggested discussing it. A little later, the general read the interrogation report. He could not even imagine that it was possible to create a drug 5 times stronger. Tearing off his mask, Kim suggested the general take a look at the distribution points and distribution gangs, which were also listed in the report. The general asked if Kim had found out about Phoenix's actual place of residence, but the hero replied that most likely only her closest subordinates would know about this. The general and Kim finally came to the same conclusion that these important birds needed to be arrested and brought in for questioning. Now, somewhere else, Phoenix sat pondering her situation. Footsteps were heard, and someone addressed her very politely. Rubbing the back of his head, the sales manager named Muck wasn't sure he could manage it in 3 months. A second man soon appeared next to him, confirming Muck's words. While sucking on a lollipop, the production manager, Don, announced that their 2 charges had been caught. To Phoenix's annoyance, they both agreed that Lord Buddha needed more time to implement the plan. Phoenix raised her angry gaze to them and asked who would dare take responsibility in case of failure. Everyone turned around when, at that moment, a pleasant female voice was heard. A girl named San made it clear that she would take responsibility. She expressed that fear was overcoming her mind and asked what had happened to Phoenix in her absence. Not satisfied with what she heard, Phoenix said that everything should be done within 3 months. She asked if her charges understood the tasks. Muck was forced to confirm that he would look for new distribution points. Don nibbled on a lollipop and indicated that he would do his best. Phoenix asked Sun for her answer, which she somehow remained silent about. The beautiful girl continued to silently watch Phoenix. A little later, the room was filled with white smoke. As I inhaled the incense, I heard a pleasant sigh. Relaxed, Phoenix threw herself into someone's arms. She pressed herself with all her might and sought comfort in San's arms. In a relaxing voice, Sun said so that Phoenix wouldn't be afraid of anything. By stroking Phoenix, Sun let her know that she would always be there. Smiling mysteriously, San promised that she would take care of everything. After some time, 3 of Kim's subordinates begged him to wait. Guyon became furious when Kim demanded that they stand up and try to defeat him again. The girls screamed that they were not obliged to train at Kim's whim. Kim reminded them that the trio had agreed to be members of his squad. Kim seemed surprised when he heard from Guyon that the 3 of them had joined him to catch criminals, not to fight him. He asked them again about this desire, and all 3 of them at once expressed their desire to catch criminals. Kim immediately turned his back on the trio, calling them to follow him. Soon the road led them to a row of warehouses. The dusty shutters of the warehouse opened. Upon entering, the battered police officers' mouths dropped open in bewilderment. It seemed that Kim had led them to a drug distribution point. With a contented groan, Kim let the trio know that they had arrived. Looking at this, one of the drug dealers could not understand what was happening. Kim called out to his subordinates, curious as to what they were waiting for. They looked at Kim with dismay when he said that the criminals they had been looking for were now right in front of them. Hearing this, one of the drug dealers asked if it was the police who had come to see them. Cheered up, Kim kicked the trio in the ass and headed straight towards the criminals. Once there, the trio didn't really understand their boss's order. Meanwhile, the drug dealer was already giving orders to his men to get rid of the uninvited guests. Seizing the moment and before slipping away, Kim made a happy face, wishing his charges good luck. In panic, all 3 watched as their master quickly disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, drug dealers were approaching the trio with all their might, flexing their fists. The trio immediately stood up and began to back away towards the warehouse shutters. Jun and Hyun began to panic due to the number of criminals they were now facing. Guyon's voice was heard calling for all 3 of them to calm down immediately. She stated that the trio would not die here, since Kim could not simply abandon his people. She pointed to the chief outside the window and loudly declared that the trio had to prove their ability to wear police badges. Studying the situation from the outside, Kim noted that Guyon is very smart and does not allow herself to panic in an emergency. Next, Guyon commanded Jun and Hyun to attack the criminals. Jun was wondering how to do this, and Guyon reminded him that he should start hitting first. Screaming and following Guyon's instructions, Jun ran with his fists at the ready. While Jun was preparing to attack, one of the drug dealer's henchmen was already swinging his fist. His punch landed straight on Jun's jaw. Guyon instructed him to expose Jun's head to the punch. Receiving blows, Jun began to shout that he was in a lot of pain. Then, by chance, he discovered that in fact he didn't feel anything. Turning his head slightly, Jun made it clear to his comrades that, compared to Kim's blows, he was now like being hit by a child. Having become accustomed to beatings from Kim, Jun, for the first time in this fight, began to carry out actions in response to his own force. Saying that it didn't hurt at all, Jun counterpunched the criminal in the stomach. While Jun called out to the next ones who wanted to have a fight, Hyun couldn't believe that the criminal's blows were so weak. Before he could react, he saw one of the criminals swinging a piece of pipe at Jun's head. Only seconds before the impact did Jun manage to perceive the threat. Instinctively, he was already prepared to feel terrible pain. But suddenly, with a scream, Hyun rushed to Jun's aid, intercepting the criminal from behind. Hyun performed the immobilization technique while screaming. Continuing to observe, Kim noted that Jun and Hyun could be useful and their training was worth continuing. For now, only Gyeon remained on the sidelines, verbally encouraging her partners in every possible way. Everyone stopped when the chief drug dealer stood up, slamming the table and calling his henchmen idiots. Unbuttoning the buttons of his outerwear, he could not believe that his people had lost to some blockheads. Having thrown off her clothes, she called what happened shameful. Upon seeing the raid's main target, Jun and Hyun froze in fear. Meanwhile, Kim believed that their glorious battle was over, as the trio allowed fear to take over their minds. Having truly become a huge ogre, the drug dealer towered over Jun and Hyun, threatening them with death. Immediately, his fist connected with Hyun's face. To Jun's horror, his partner rolled back almost to the hangar shutters after the impact. Jun screamed in fear. He fell silent when he noticed the drug dealer's fist rapidly approaching. Kim was hasty in his conclusions. After all, his trio still had a lot to learn. The drug dealer's foot stepped next to the head of the beaten Jun. He looked at him when suddenly he heard someone say something about voluntary surrender. Bowing, Gyeon surrendered to him. Convulsively raising her face, she swore that she would tell everything if they didn't beat her. Looking at this from the outside, Kim couldn't believe what Gyeon was doing. Suddenly, Kim's eyes widened as he noticed something. Without wasting any time, Gyeon quietly reached for the stun gun. Another moment, and running away, she seemed to want to press the stun gun against the drug dealer's leg. Immediately, an electric shock pierced the criminal's leg. The scream of a drug dealer was heard in the room. Continuing to shock him, Gyeon wanted him to die. Enduring the pain and regaining control of his body, the drug dealer clenched his teeth in anticipation of the future. Calling Gyeon a dirty rag, he stepped back and swung his foot at her. The toe of the criminal's shoe had already touched the strands of Gyeon's hair. Luckily, it was at this moment that Kim intervened in the situation. The drug dealer doubled over as soon as he received Kim's blow. But the hero himself had no intention of stopping at what he had already done. After turning around, he struck the criminal again, but this time with his elbow. Without saying a word, Gyeon watched her boss's intervention. Having taken down the main criminal, Kim now addressed his team, letting them know what they would face. As the beaten Jun and Hyun stood up, wiping the blood from their faces, Kim wondered if they realized their uselessness. Following this, Kim commanded that it was necessary to obtain drugs. When the trio asked if Kim would really leave the criminals there, the hero replied that he already had 3 pains in his ass. Sometime later, Muk showed up at the same place, accompanied by bird-headed men. The drug dealer, who had already come to his senses, rushed towards him to tell his boss everything. Before he could even say anything properly, Muk forced his fingers into the top's mouth. Then a crunching sound was heard and blood splashed. One of the bird-headed ones disturbed Muk, drawing his attention to one thing. Muk's eyes focused. In the middle of the general chaos of the room, a gaming card stood out on the table. The card depicted a man in red robes and under an umbrella. Moon, knowing that this was impossible, nevertheless thought of Bi Kwan. At that very moment, a box of confiscated drugs was placed on the table in front of the general. Having examined the confiscated goods, the general said that now the ambush plan was in action, since everything turned out to be true. Taking the radio, the general invited into his office the man who would take part in the ambush and with whom he would like to introduce Kim. The door to the office immediately opened and Kim looked in that direction with interest. The general asked the woman who entered to greet one of the participants in the operation. Clicking her heels and saluting, Kim introduced herself as Lily. To her surprise, the general introduced Lily to Senior Officer Kim. Lily immediately took a few steps towards Kim. Lifting his chin so that Kim could look her clearly in the eyes, Lily asked him why the hero was sitting so frivolously in the general's office. Kim made a sad face and complained that his legs hurt. The general also said that he had allowed such behavior, but Lily flatly refused to agree with such. After giving Kim a good kick in the leg, Lily demanded that the senior officer stand up. Kim had no intention of complying with anyone's conditions, to which Lily barked at him, ordering him to get up. Lily couldn't believe that after everything she had done, Kim still refused to obey. Smiling and looking up, the hero offered Lily to make him rise. Besides, he noted that there was little difference between their ranks. A vein jumped on Lily's forehead from what she heard, and she asked the greenhorn in front of her to repeat what he had said earlier. To the general's horror, the conflict between the two only escalated. He tried to calm them down, but it was too late, as Lily raised her leg to strike. Kim, in turn, managed to notice such a vile attack. Now, everything that happens would no longer be such a big surprise for him. However, Lily abruptly changed the direction of her blow. Kim managed to move his back, avoiding the elegant kick. He was surprised by her technique, knowing that a Brazilian kick had just been used. The general watched with concern as the two of them struggled to calm down. Unable to reach Kim, Lily became seriously angry. It never occurred to her how anyone could be so audacious as to dodge her blows. Shifting her weight to her feet, Lily decided to change the rules of the game. She planned to pounce on Kim and grab him by force. The hero did not expect that the girl in front of him would be so agile. Kim's fist immediately flew towards her. As Kim punched Lily in the chin, he believed that she might be useful for his plan. Feeling the impact with her face, Lily's eyes began to roll back. There was finally silence in the general's office. A rather strange picture appeared, as if Lily was hugging Kim. Kim happily declared that he should have been the one standing up, not Lily lying down on him. With this action, rage once again awakened in the depths of Lily's soul. Lily jumped up from her seat and waved her hand to teach the impudent son of a bitch a lesson. The general, meanwhile, had already begun to eat the second chocolate bar, watching the continuation of the recently ended battle. Now the general had only one single thought in his head: how divinely delicious this bar was. After some time, the general asked those present to listen to him carefully. Turning the page of the tablet, he began to read out the plans for the operation. According to his information, in exactly 15 days, drug sales managers were supposed to hold a meeting at their headquarters. As soon as the general touched upon the topic of 2 detachments, including Kim and his men participating in the operation, Lily raised an objection, doubting the complete veracity of the report. The general made it clear that the information was obtained through interrogation conducted by Kim, to which Lily slammed the table, calling it nonsense. Kim made a face and began to mimic Lily, suggesting that she not complain in vain. Having called Kim a complete moron, Lily was still surprised by the senior officer's lack of subordination. Refusing to believe the information in the report, Lily wished to conduct a repeat interrogation, this time in person. The general flatly refused Lily's request. He said that the detainees were dead. While Lily was shocked by this news, Kim was rather surprised by the terrifying security of this place. The general was about to end their meeting on this note when Lily stopped her superior, demanding information about the circumstances of the deaths of the detainees. Out of the blue, the general asked Kim to stay. Lily glanced at him uncomprehendingly. Having received no answers to her questions, she headed for the door to exit the office. Pointing towards Kim, Lily warned that she was a master marksman and her gun was already aimed at his head. Making a sound like she had fired a gun, Kim asked the general if Lily was all right in the head. The general called out to Kim to get his attention. He moved the package to the middle of the table. The general said its contents were found in the interrogation room. Kim peered at the object through the transparent side of the bag. Inside was a playing card with a crane on it. At this very moment, in another place, a woman's fingers were clutching a playing card. What Phoenix saw made her sweat profusely. Moon and Dawn reported to their boss that they had found the map at a place that was besieged by cops. Phoenix clutched her head, struggling with the thought that B. Kwan was dead and could be alive at the same time. The thought that the police might have missed this map on purpose kept running through her head. Phoenix assured herself that she had to stick to the plan, otherwise she might not survive another meeting with Buddha. Suddenly, Phoenix screamed in pain. Moon and Dawn, seeing that their boss was not feeling well, began to call Sanpai. A little later, the room was filled with incense fumes again. Sanpai put her palm over Phoenix's eyes. Relaxed, Phoenix muttered the names of her subordinates almost inaudibly. Moon and Dawn responded immediately. Opening her eye and looking at them, Phoenix asked her subordinates to simply stick to the plan. Dawn had started to tell his boss about the dangers of the plan and wanted to tell him one more thing. Phoenix interrupted him, asking Sanpai to help them too. Having obligingly agreed, the girl called Moon and Dawn to her place. Soon, several plasters with an unusual filling were placed on the table. Phoenix explained to her subordinates that the ingredients had been purified by Sanpai and were therefore safe. Without hesitation, the subordinates used the plasters, but now relaxed sighs could be heard from their side. Both of them said at the same time that now all their doubts had disappeared. To Phoenix's delight, her subordinates were finally ready to stick to the plan. The very next day at the training site, Kim could not understand where the bulk of his squad had gone. Scratching her head, Guyon explained that the guys had dropped by the hospital. Kim sighed with displeasure, calling those who didn't come weaklings. Unexpectedly, Guyon decided to try her luck and began to beg her boss for a rest since she was left alone. Grabbing her by the shoulders, Kim made it clear that in this case, it would be just him and her. Cheering up, Kim said that they would fight one-on-one. Hearing that there was a special secret training session to be held, Guyon's mouth dropped open in surprise. Following this, Kim told Kyung that she was in terrible shape. The girl went on strike. She said that she had a good body. Kim began listing her shortcomings, from her endurance to her muscles, concluding that Guyon was more of a log. Guyon was outraged when Kim suggested that on a quick secret mission, she would most likely be the first to die. Looking at her, Kim remembered that Guyon was not recruited into the police because of her physical characteristics. She managed to get into such a place thanks to her intelligence and cunning. He knew that Guyon had a phenomenal memory, thanks to which she remembered the numbers of all the restaurants in the area and even earned the nickname, the Walking Delivery App. Putting his hand in his pocket, Kim suggested that the girl focus on her strengths and not show off her weaknesses. Showing his broken baton, Kim suggested that the girl imagine that he could hold different weapons in his hands, depending on the situation. Approaching slowly, he declared that he would be gentler with Guyon so that she would learn to control her body properly. Pressing the tip of the baton to her forehead, Kim asked Guyon to remember everything well. Now, changing the position of the baton, Kim made it clear to the frightened Guyon that soon she would find out everything. Continuing to intimidate her, Kim suggested that she should simply wait. After some time, Jong and Hyun finally arrived at the training site. Kim asked in confusion about their surprise, sitting on top of the moaning Guyon. Guyon responded, raising her head and crying, telling Kim that it was too harsh. Jun and Hyun backed away in fear when Kim asked if they wanted to know what exactly had happened here. Kim grinned contentedly and said that they would soon find out everything themselves. Already sensing something was wrong, Jong and Hyun suggested that they definitely shouldn't know about it. The next day passed at the pace of intensive training. Several more followed him in the same manner. Lily also wasted no time in training her squad for the realities of the upcoming task. Finally, 15 days passed, and it was time to begin Operation Phoenix on Polonia Summit. In the middle of a clear sky, a full moon appeared. Equipped with special police gear, the trio shuddered as they recalled the 15 days of hell that had just ended. But none of them had the slightest idea about the upcoming mission. They were more concerned about the complexity of the mission, which is why they even brought in specialists from the KNPSOU. Now standing in front of the thicket, Kim and Lily got into a verbal altercation regarding the veracity of the former's information. Immediately, one of the fighters made a special gesture, letting his commander know that they might have reached the place. Behind the thickets, a tunnel was hidden. Having opened the thicket a little, everyone saw that next to the tunnel, warming themselves by the fire, sat two bird-headed creatures. Watching along with everyone else, Guyon couldn't understand the meaning of the eccentrics with rooster heads. Suddenly, Lily jumped up. While one of the bird-headed men only managed to jump up from his place, the butt of her machine gun was already rushing towards his head. He only had time to scream before the blow fell on his head. Seeing what happened, his partner cursed. Intending to strike back stealthily, the bird-headed man pulled out a knife. However, his eyes immediately noticed something approaching from below and up. Lily knocked him out with a kick that almost reached his head. Impressed by what they saw, the three of them opened their mouths. The next step was to get the radio, and Lily began calling command. She reported that 2 enemies had been eliminated and the operation itself was about to begin. While the trio admired Lily's form, Kim called them to follow him. Suddenly, with a gesture, Lily stopped Kim and his group. She ordered Kim and his men to remain outside and monitor the situation. Kim called the idea stupid. Lily opposed him, declaring that the very idea of combining regular police officers and special forces fighters was idiotic. Gion was outraged that her status was being belittled. To this, Lily haughtily said that Gion was the most ordinary and pathetic employee of the department. Lily demanded that neither Kim nor his people get in her way. Ultimately, the solution that satisfied both was that both teams were now operating on their own. Having decided on this, Lily and her squad went into the tunnel. The hero just watched them leave in silence. The squad's boots echoed loudly as they hit the steps of the stairs. With their shields held out in front of them, Lily and her men prepared to storm. Soon, Lily's squad reached the doors from behind which a suspicious noise was coming. Deciding not to delay, Lily commanded the assault. Having walked no more than 1.5 meters, she stopped dead in her tracks. In the room where she burst into with her squad, club music was playing at full blast. What appeared before her was a scene of people swaying back and forth, looking more like zombies. Staring at the strange people, Lily could only guess what it all meant. Now Don, grinning, watched the actions of the police squad. Taking out his radio, he said that all of this was inevitable. After turning the frequency wheel, he coughed into the speaker a couple of times to check. It was only when the radio's beeping began to fill the entire room that Lily noticed the man sitting on the second floor, making an announcement to the club's patrons that strangers had broken in. The heads of the swaying people began to slowly tilt towards the squad when Don suggested catching the uninvited guests. She became wary because Don did not finish his speech, intending to announce another condition. After a pause, Don announced that he would give anyone who caught the uninvited guests a pass that would give them unlimited access to drugs for a month. The next moment, the maddened crowd rushed towards Lily. Urgently, she ordered her men to raise their shields. The fighters immediately began to form a defensive perimeter. Having lined up as much as they could, all that was left was to wait for the crowd to push forward. Another second later, bodies and limbs hit the shields. The detachment's fighters struggled to contain this pressure with all their might. They couldn't even imagine how a crowd of partygoers could have such powers. Don watched the events from the sidelines with pleasure, knowing that the police had no right to shoot at unarmed people. At that very moment, Lily ordered her squad to put on their masks. The soldiers began to carry out the order, and in Lily's hands, the grenade pin now clinked. Having been thrown up above the crowd, gas immediately began to burst out of the grenade. Eventually, the grenade exploded, releasing tear gas. Immediately after this, Lily commanded her men to push the crowd back. But one of the fighters pointed out to her a very unexpected event. The crowd, covered in tears, did not intend to retreat, as if the gas had no effect on them. While trying to disperse the gas cloud, Don noted the rare stupidity of the police, who did not understand that the feeling of euphoria in these people exceeded the feeling of pain. While the fight continued downstairs, Don radioed someone to gather the drugs and take Sanpai out the back door. Meanwhile, a noise was heard behind Lily. Turning around, she saw Kim running at full speed in their direction. Without even having time to scold him for yet another violation of orders, she could only watch as the hero began to climb over the heads of her soldiers. Until in the end, Kim's shoe touched her head. Don, who was about to leave, seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye. An expression of confusion appeared on his face as he saw a Special Forces soldier flying towards him. Getting closer and closer to him, Kim had already managed to snatch a knife. Like a hurricane, it rushed through the viewing window. Then, striking quickly, he passed Don himself. Don himself was still in a state of confusion. His gaze dropped a little lower, now seeing the radio cut through by the knife. At the same time, from behind his back, Kim reported that he was impressed by the preparation of the boss's subordinates. Don asked him again, not understanding. Their conversation was interrupted by a desperate cry coming from the dance floor level. Lily desperately ordered her fighters to apply more force and finally push the crowd apart. Already personally, practically having climbed forward, she fought off the partygoers. Looking at this, Don couldn't believe that the Special Forces still expected to win through brute force. He turned around when Kim called his name. At some point, the hero quickly passed by Don, inflicting cross-shaped wounds on him. From below, Lily noticed that something strange was going on the second floor. Don, meanwhile, began to scream in pain. Then Kim's hand grabbed him by the neck with force. Having pushed Don into the wall, Kim wondered why he had turned away. Kim asked Don not to worry about the wound, as he gave his word not to kill anyone. Shaking his head, Kim's hand, holding the knife at the ready, immediately moved forward. With his blow, he aimed somewhere in the area of Don's wrist. To Don's horror, the knife plunged straight into his hand. Don screamed in pain again. Then Kim advised Don to stand still against the wall. Looking at the hero, Don now had to force himself to hold back the pain. While Kim was walking away, Don wanted to know who the man was who had attacked him. With his back to Don and removing his mask, the hero replied that one could only guess about this. At the same time, the final kick was delivered. Lily and her squad finally managed to deal with the crowd. Immediately, she let her people know that they were now heading upstairs. Lily froze in place as she looked up again. Having somehow gotten rid of the knife, Don applied many plasters to his wounds. Kim was amazed that in such a state, Don was able to move his arms at all. As he said it out loud, Don had no idea who he had encountered today. Lily repeated his question, but not in public. Continuing his relentless advance, Kim was now in the corridor. He loudly and clearly demanded that Phoenix come out to him. At the same time, Lily, taking Don at gunpoint, ordered him to surrender. In response to this, Don said that he had never seen such a number of police officers in one place, even when he himself left the special squad. Don's words left Lily in doubt. With a subtle movement of his hands, Don greeted his students. Taking out his pistol and taking aim, Don declared that he was from the 29th Squad. Lily reacted with lightning speed, ordering the squad to open fire. Meanwhile, the three remaining outside stared into the darkness of the tunnel, from where sounds similar to gunfire were coming. They began to guess what exactly they had heard, and what they should do in general. Of the three, it was Guion who spoke out with the most indignation, declaring that they had simply been decided to be used as cannon fodder. While she was rightly indignant, someone's foot stepped silently behind them. While listening to Guion, none of the three noticed how a huge body appeared behind them. At some point in time, they finally noticed Moon looking down at them. Having alarmed them, a menacing voice asked what the trio were doing in this place. Moon made a displeased face at the sight of the nasty cops. Following this, the entire trio instantly stepped back. Panicking, Guion pulled out a taser. Taking aim, she pulled the trigger, firing the electrified darts. In response to this, Moon simply extended his hand in an interception. He grabbed the darts in his palm and squeezed them tightly. Next, I pulled the wire away from them towards myself. From this action, the weapon of self-defense in Guion's hands simply crumbled. Panicked, they watched as Moon said he felt a little tingling. Now, throwing the darts aside, Moon said that the most interesting part was about to begin. Following this, the reader is given information regarding the specifics of gun laws in South Korea. Firearms in this country are under the strictest control. Even cases where police could use firearms occurred no more than once a year. It is for this reason that police officers often use tasers in their work. When the matter becomes more serious, rubber bullets come into play. This is exactly what Don was remembering now, taking cover behind the table from the Special Forces fire. Looking at how the table covered Don perfectly, Lily decided to change her approach. She ordered the squad to switch to live ammunition. While the squad's fighters were changing ammunition, Lily turned to Don, begging him to surrender. Otherwise, she would use lethal ammunition against him. Lily offered Don the choice of surrender or death, but Don chose the death option. Don asked if Lily was really offering him life in prison and without drugs at that. Lily couldn't believe that drugs could be more important to this man than life, to which Don replied that only drugs had given him back his taste for life. Don decided to tell the story of how, once in the past, he used his position to scour the area for good quality goods. He admitted that over time, drugs stopped making him happy, and he himself began to get used to them. And at the moment when Don was at his lowest ebb, she appeared before him. The strange, lollipop-sucking person addressed him by name. Curiously, the blonde shared information that she knew about Don's resistance to drugs. Next, she pulled her lollipop towards Don. She offered him to try her best product. The seemingly sweet girl waited for Don's reaction. Without further ado, Don opened his mouth and touched the lollipop with the tip of his tongue. His eyes opened from the new and acute sensation. He felt as if he had been transported to a flower paradise. From the outside, Dawn now looked more like a laughing psychopath. Satisfied with the reaction, the girl nevertheless wanted to hear his opinion in person. The blonde offered Dawn to team up with her, and in exchange, she swore that she would get him something much cooler. Dawn smiled happily and said that he would carry out any order. But then, Blonde demanded a promise from Dawn that he would not eat more than one candy a day. Events returned to the present, and now, bleeding, Dawn decided that the time had come to break the oath he had once given. From the bosom of his clothes, his hand pulled out several lollipops at once. Having stuffed them all into his mouth at once, Dawn was more saddened not by the feeling of imminent death, but by the fact that he would never be able to try such candies again. At this moment, Lily's fighters were already clicking magazines with live ammunition. She herself was mentally preparing herself for the fact that she would have to start a shootout. Suddenly, Dawn's hand with a pistol appeared from behind the table. A second to aim, and voila, he fired. Miraculously, the bullet missed Lily's head, flying a little higher. It just dawned on her that Dawn hadn't aimed and shot directly at her, but had used the ricochet effect. Meanwhile, Dawn shouted to the special forces what the hell they were waiting for. With a wild expression on his face, he suggested that the soldiers give their commander a lavish funeral. A shot rang out. Lily dodged, preventing the bullet from hitting her. At that same moment, shots were also heard behind them, fired by reinforcements from the bird-headed ones. In another place and under similar circumstances, the weapon of one of the criminals was forcibly raised upward. Kim continued his reception. With a special blow using his palm, he knocked the pistol out of his opponent's hands, immediately intercepting it in the air. And after that, he shot the same poor guy in the leg. The room began to fill with the cries of the bird-headed ones, whom Kim defeated one after another. The last one in line, he shoved the barrel of the gun straight into his mouth, after which a knockout blow followed. At the same time, Sanpai clearly heard a terrible noise coming from behind the door. Having cleared the obstacle in his path, Kim opened a passage in front of him with a slight effort. Very soon, he found himself right in front of Sanpai. To his confusion, Sanpai said that she had heard a lot about the hero, in particular from Miss Phoenix herself. In response to this, Kim asked if the people of Phoenix had received a special gift from him. Sanpai's expression changed dramatically when she remembered the map that had been given to her. She opened her mouth a couple of times, still trying to decide what to ask. In the end, she wanted to know who was in front of her now. Smiling, Kim replied that this question was his favorite, and that he still didn't get tired of it. At the same time, a fierce shootout was taking place in the dance floor. One after another, the bullets hit the table behind which Dawn was hiding. Lily, as she had promised, changed the ammunition to lethal ones. Now these bullets easily pierced the table. Here and there, bullets penetrated Dawn's body. Meanwhile, Lily ordered her men not to lower their weapons. Suddenly, she was stunned by the following situation. Having thrown a table from the second floor, Dawn hung on the railing. Seeing how quickly the huge object was approaching, one of the Special Forces soldiers even screamed. With all its might, the corner of the table flew straight into his shield. The fighter stood his ground and blocked the falling object from falling to the side. Looking at this whole situation, Lily was worried that at this rate Dawn would not live to see his arrest. The next second, Dawn jumped from the second floor and instantly landed almost at the feet of the Special Forces. The Special Forces fighters only managed to notice some strange movement, while Dawn himself had already prepared his knife. Exclaiming and raising his shield, only now did one of the fighters see Dawn almost underneath him. At that very second, Dawn had already managed to slip under him. It is unclear how and in what way, following this, he had already managed to inflict a serious wound on one of the detachment's fighters. Confused, Lily watched as one of the people died. Meanwhile, Dawn grinned and said that there was no point in raising the shield without thinking carefully. The next step was to rush into the very center of the Special Forces group. Lily was suddenly at a loss, unable to do anything about it. Now, standing in front of her, Dawn pointed the gun, wondering if Lily would shoot for fear of injuring her subordinates. His index finger began to squeeze the trigger harder and harder. Dawn didn't expect such actions from Lily as she suddenly jumped to the side. Following this, he felt a dull pain in his chest due to Lily's response. Literally another second, and Dawn was already flying away. He used the last of his available strength to reach her. Meanwhile, Lily, embittered at the villain, prepared her weapon. Before he could land on the floor, she covered Dawn with a hail of bullets. Lily's machine gun continued firing until the magazine was completely empty. Then, with a roar, Dawn's body fell to the ground. Immediately, Lily demanded that her soldiers check the status of the wounded ally. Bending over the body, the fighter said with annoyance that he was dead. Hearing this, Lily cursed with all her might. She turned in the other direction when she heard a familiar voice. Smiling and dropping the grenade from his hands, Dawn announced that he personally was still alive. Lily immediately ordered the squad to disperse. Another second, and smoke from the thrown grenade poured in all directions. The dance floor was enveloped in an impenetrable smog. Coughing, one of the Special Forces soldiers informed another that he could not see anything. Soon, a bullet hit the forehead of the fighter standing behind him. Panic broke out among Lily's people. No one could understand who was shooting or from where. Watching all this from the sidelines, Dawn noted that despite the passage of time and the improvement of equipment, the people themselves were still quite stupid and predictable. Dawn decided that this situation would be a good lesson for Lily's Special Forces. Another shot rang out. At the same time, one of the Special Forces soldiers seemed to notice something in the smoke. Almost in front of him, an unidentified silhouette appeared. Screaming in rage and fear, he began shooting at the silhouette. He abruptly removed his finger from the hook as the smoke in front of him cleared a little. Looking back at him, his comrade, wounded from the long burst, barely uttered that he did not understand where the bullets were coming from. At that very moment, listening to the feverish shooting, Lily lay crouched on the ground. Try as she might, she couldn't figure out the source of Dawn's gunfire. Meanwhile, the bloody massacre continued. Somehow, fumbling with her fingers, Lily found her machine gun. For the first time in her life, she clearly felt fear for her life. Stealthily, she managed to tear her gaze away from the floor. Noticing a silhouette in the smoke, she had no idea who was there, friend or foe. Through the smoke, the barrel of a pistol was clearly visible. Seeing the gun pointed at her, Lily was stunned. But after that, the panic in her eyes began to subside little by little. Dawn seemed frozen in his strange position. Plucking up her courage, Lily raised herself up a little. For some reason, she felt like Dawn was dead. Then more confidently, she rose to her feet. She looked around, seeing the bodies of the dead soldiers from her squad. All around there were only pools of blood and lifeless bodies lying in them. Tears welled up and growing panic gripped Lily. Feeling fear and despair, Lily managed to squeeze out only a couple of frightened groans. Still experiencing severe mental pain, she stared at the ceiling. Her suffering was interrupted by a desperate cry from somewhere to the side. Behind this cry, Lily clearly heard a loud stomping sound. Roaring at the top of their lungs, the trio fled from Moon, who was unaffected by anything. Moon himself enjoyed this chase of police rats. Choking with tears, Guion sent such special operations as far away as possible. Meanwhile, the events moved to the time when Bi Quan was conducting his special secret training. Using Guion as an example, he told his slaves about all the intricacies of the human body and organs. Using rubber bullets, he taught the trio to aim for the solar plexus, the back of the head, the groin, and the joints. Taking up a pointed weapon, Bi Quan demonstrated where to strike to cause more bleeding. Driving the trio to exhaustion, Kim ended each of his training sessions with instructions to aim at the spots he showed them. In response, the three of them only moaned tiredly. Meanwhile, Kim demanded to remember something. He always asked the trio to keep in mind the rule about exceptions. Something similar happened when the trio put their clubs to Moon's body. Moon himself perceived what happened as an extremely unusual experience. This subsequently led to the desperate escape of the entire trio from the enraged Moon. Running away at full speed, Guion desperately tried to call Kim to help his squad. She stopped unexpectedly when she stepped on something. Jumping back from the body, Guion screamed in horror. The rest of the trio, also now seeing the situation on the dance floor, covered their mouths. One of them pointed somewhere towards the center of the room. In the midst of pools of blood and bloody bodies, Lily was kneeling. The trio couldn't believe their eyes that the elite Special Forces unit had been wiped out. Then behind them, they heard Moon's satisfied voice praising Dawn for getting rid of the annoying trash. After taking a closer look around, the smile disappeared from Moon's face. Only now did he notice Dawn's wounded body, frozen in a strange pose. A feeling of stupefaction struck him. At the same moment, Kim asked the former Miss Phoenix where the new one was hiding. Coming a little closer to him, Sanpai was about to repeat her question about Kim's identity, but the hero referred to the fact that the girl was not stupid and would be able to understand everything herself. Smiling, Sanpai said that she found Kim to be a very interesting person and that, under different circumstances, she would even have treated him to tea. She continued to coax Kim, at the same time discreetly feeling something with her fingers in the chest area. As soon as the girl snatched the hidden bandage, Kim's fist was already rushing towards her head. Another second and the blow hit Sanpai's beautiful face. With a splatter of blood, her body immediately recoiled. After finishing his attack, Kim said that he knew about her intentions, despite the feigned friendliness. Having quickly recovered, Sanpai only grinned in response. But Kim, meanwhile, was already preparing for the next attack. As if having fun, the hero didn't give Sanpai even a chance to put a band-aid on himself. Having barely recovered from the attack, the girl rustled something near her lips. She opened her mouth to then forcefully bite down on the blue capsule. Before he could do even that, Kim's hand grabbed Sanpai by the cheeks. While there was a moment to talk, Kim asked what it was like to have a pill in his mouth all day. Carefully, he removed the blue capsule from the girl's mouth. The next moment, like a snake's tail, Sanpai intertwined her legs with Kim's arm. With all her strength, the girl tried to twist the hero's arms. But then she was immediately thrown to the floor. Holding her in this position, Kim decided to find out once again where Phoenix was now. With difficulty holding back the pain, Sanpai replied that Miss Phoenix was not a coward. Smiling, Kim responded by calling Phoenix a banal, dependent wimp. Just as Kim was about to give Sanpai an ultimatum, something flew into his bag. He looked back urgently. Not expecting to see anything like this, his eyes widened. A group of children with plasters on their cheeks were clearly aggressive towards him. In a loud voice and pointing towards Kim, the girl called him a bad boy. Now, Sanpai's voice was heard, calling the children small fry and saying that they had arrived too late. She reminded the children that they were to come when they heard the noise. Following this, the girl ran at the hero with a knife, demanding that Kim not touch the girl. Kim just quickly stood up and stepped aside, allowing the girl with the knife to rush past him. The next action is to strike her in the neck area. The child dropped his knife and fell to the floor. Then, with a battle cry and knives at the ready, the other children moved towards Kim. Using a similar technique, the hero neutralized them as well. Their motionless bodies were also spread out on the floor. Then, Sanpai's contented laughter was heard from the side. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl managed to take drugs. Sanpai then turned her attention to the children immobilized by the hero. With a metallic tone in her voice, she asked who gave Kim the right to touch them. Without waiting for an answer, she stared at the hero. Meanwhile, Kim, looking at the knife lying near his feet, said that things could not go on like this. He stamped on the handle and raised the knife to shoulder level. Next, he firmly grabbed the weapon flying in the air. Next, he turned to the truly drug-free Sanpai. Raising his knife, Kim said threateningly that the girl was finished. The events were transported to the distant past. Young and bored, Sanpai was watching someone. Her gaze was presented with a picture of a young man threateningly raising a knife over someone. Unnoticed, a monk appeared next to her, asking Sanpai's opinion. The monk hinted that he was talking about the boy below. He considered him the incarnation of the new Bi-Quan. However, Sanpai was a little unsure about this. The girl noted that the guy was clearly stronger than the first Bi-Quan, but he couldn't finish him off. The monk disagreed with Sanpai's verdict, blaming the girl for losing her keen eyesight and mental acuity due to her drug addiction. As the boy moved to attack again, the monk said that the new Bi-Quan could finish off the old Bi-Quan, he just didn't want to. New cutting blows rained down on the man's body. Only now, looking at what was happening, the girl realized that the boy below was simply mocking a high-ranking fighter. Meanwhile, the monk decided to remember how this child once came to him. According to the monk, the child appeared at the very moment when the first-generation Bi-Quan had already killed all the other children. Then, standing behind Sanpai and placing his hand on her shoulder, the monk invited the girl to look again, but more closely. From the monk's soothing words, the image of the boy below now took on a demonic hue. The monk also suggested looking at all the scars and marks that the child left on the man's body. More and more clearly, the bloody cuts filled Sanpai's visual space. With each subsequent word of the monk, the cut wounds increasingly took on the appearance of willow leaves. Now that the man was finally dead, the monk, as if not interested in the girl's opinion, again asked who would be best suited for the role of the new Bi Quan. Back in the present, similar cuts were now being inflicted by Sanpai herself. Under the blows of Kim's knife, Sanpai felt enlightenment dawn on her. The next second, she finally realized who exactly was in front of her. Immediately, a new scattering of quick knife blows struck her body. A map flashed through the girl's mind, and along with it, Bi Quan's name sounded. The next moment, the ceiling appeared before Sanpai's eyes. Sipping air, exhausted, she lay on the floor. Then she let out a barely audible scream when Kim's foot landed on her chest. The hero began to interrogate Sanpai again regarding the location of Phoenix, while the girl herself knew that regardless of the answer, Kim would kill her. Kim confirmed her suspicions, but promised to grant her a painless death. Hearing this, Sanpai opened her bleeding mouth and smiled. A moment flashed through her memory when Phoenix's place was given to another girl. This transfer of ranks always occurred when the full moon rose. The new holder of the title was always obliged to kill his predecessor. However, for some reason, the new Miss Phoenix did not act in a similar manner. Having tied him up in advance, she ordered Sanpai to be brought to her. New Phoenix was curious as to why Sanpai tried to poison her. Having gone from her former calm to screaming, Phoenix could not understand such meanness from Sanpai, whose life had been spared. Having calmed down for a moment, Phoenix decided to find out if Sanpai really hated her. The tied-up girl replied that she had no reason to love the new Phoenix. Then bewilderment became clearly visible in her eyes. Bursting into tears, the new Phoenix couldn't comprehend why everyone despised her so much. Phoenix made it clear that she had spent her entire life fighting for survival, proving that she was no weaker than others, but now she was also hated because of drugs. In Sanpai's heart, Phoenix's words echoed, asking Sanpai not to hate her, because the girl herself had gone through the same thing. Next, Phoenix stood up cheerfully from her chair. Approaching Sanpai, she proposed a deal, which consisted of Phoenix drinking a poisoned drink, and only then the girl would love her. Sanpai didn't know what to answer to such a proposal. The next minute, she froze at what she saw. Beaming with joy and bleeding from every crack, Phoenix announced that she had drunk it all. Then Phoenix asked if Sanpai would definitely like her now. Phoenix shook Sanpai, calling for an answer. But it was at that moment that Sanpai, seeing Phoenix in tears, a man who was desperately fighting for his existence, felt love for the first time. Now being under Kim's foot, Sanpai answered him that she would not take any risks. Smiling and crying at the same time, she added that she would not betray the man she had loved for the first time. After listening to the end, Kim was dissatisfied with this answer. Shouting that now Sanpai was truly finished, the hero slashed her body with a knife. Kim turned and quickly walked away to find and interrogate more bastards. The hero turned his head slightly when he heard some muttering coming from Sanpai. Spitting blood, the girl said with difficulty that Miss Phoenix would come back for her. As if repenting, she also revealed that the death of the children was also her doing. Gathering her last strength, she took a deep breath. She asked Kim not to kill Phoenix, then calling him Bi Quan. At that very moment, Phoenix was rushing somewhere at speed. She deliberately applied plasters to many parts of her body. She stepped on the gas and increased the speed of her motorcycle. Kim knew that now everything depended on the actions of this bastard. And if anything happened, Bi Quan was ready to meet her. Meanwhile, Moon's annoyed cry was heard from the middle of the dance floor. Guyun behaved similarly, trying to call the captain. Both of them tried to bring important people to their senses. Trying to bring Lily to her senses, Guyun gave her a resounding slap. Suddenly, one of the three urgently called out to Guyun. Finally, she turned her head in his direction. Enraged and covered in bandages, Moon wanted to avenge Dawn. Another second, and he rushed towards the Trinity. Confused, Guyun demanded that someone stop Moon. Meanwhile, Moon had already swung his right hand. The blow fell on Jong and Hyun, who tried to slow down Moon's advance. Another second, and like ragdolls, he threw the guys away from him. Guyun began to shake Lily vigorously, watching Moon approach and hearing his threats as she was torn apart. Finally, he was right in front of them. In an instant, the hand, swollen from the drugs, moved towards the girls. Suddenly, blood started spurting out in all directions. Moon didn't immediately realize that the blood was his. In a split second, Kim rushed past Moon again and delivered another slashing blow. Only now, feeling a sharp pain, Moon grabbed his hand. Guyon, seeing that the commander of her squad had finally appeared, began desperately calling for Kim. At the same time, the hero mannerly raised the bloody knife. He made it clear to Moon that he had plans for the girl and would not allow her to be killed. Later, Kim looked at the scene of the massacre on the dance floor, unable to believe that Lily's special forces had been so easily dispersed. While Kim was thinking about how he had underestimated the strength of the criminals, Moon was swinging at him with all his might. With thunder and sparks, it seemed as if his fist had reached Kim's head. Suddenly, a new attack of pain gripped Moon. Smiling, Kim put the Special Forces ballistic shield under the blow of Moon's fist. While Moon was growling in pain, the hero called the unlucky trio to him. The hero pointed his slaves in the direction where the children were, demanding that they deal with them. Then, bending down, Kim picked up the machine gun of one of the dead fighters from the floor. Having loaded a fresh magazine, he said that for now he would deal with all the others. But then Kim's self-confidence suddenly came to an abrupt end. He saw Moon pick up and hold two civilians in front of him in a protective position. Without a second's hesitation, Kim took aim and fired. The fired bullet came dangerously close to the head of one of the hostages. Then, passing through the hair, the bullet successfully hits Moon's shoulder. Crying out in pain, Moon released the hostages, and Kim himself made it clear that he would not kill the criminal. Kim explained his decision by saying that everyone else was dead, and Moon would have to be left alive for interrogation. As soon as Moon heard about the death of all the others, the veins appeared on his face. Becoming even more angry, he rushed at Kim. A couple of shots rang out and the bullets hit Moon's leg. While the big man suffered from new pain, Kim ordered the trio to report to headquarters about the group's return. Now, thinking about it, Kim reproached himself for having misjudged the situation. He glanced at the Trinity, on whom he had placed very high hopes. He turned his gaze to Lily, who had simply deflated, despite her character. While Kim was processing this series of tragic failures, Guyon asked her boss to tie up Moon. But in response, the hero suggested that everyone simply shut up. Suddenly, Kim thought he heard something. A motorcycle burst into the dance floor at speed and with a roaring engine. Kim only had time to examine the racer's helmet, which had an unusual color scheme. The next action of the hero was to back away, preventing the motorcycle from knocking him down. The hero quickly took aim at the uninvited guest. At that very moment, the racer began to perform a sharp maneuver. The motorcycle's exhaust pipe hit the machine gun in Kim's hand. Having knocked the weapon out, the rider stepped on the gas, increasing the speed of the motorcycle. After making a quick turn, the motorcycle finally stopped. Looking at all this, Moon already knew who had personally come to this place. Meanwhile, the racer slowly took off his helmet. Miss Phoenix appeared in all her glory before the characters here. Unable to contain himself, Kim loudly called Phoenix a crazy bitch. But Phoenix was more interested in Moon, whom she ordered to gather everyone and follow her to the escape route. Looking down, Moon told Phoenix that he was the only one left alive. Phoenix shuddered unpleasantly when she heard this. Then she looked around, now seeing the dead Dawn. Indifferently, Kim confirmed Moon's words that all the others had died. Images of the dead Dawn and Sanpai flashed through Phoenix's mind. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she immediately reached for something. With a quick movement, she snatched the blue bags. As she swung, she declared that she would personally finish off Kim. Having already prepared a breathing mask, the hero was just waiting for this. The events were rewound to the past again, where the young man was now called by someone. Without moving his body, the guy turned his gaze to the source of the voice. Next to him was a young girl with a still unclouded gaze. Plopping down next to him, she said that she knew who Buddha had scolded today for disobedience. She noticed the guy's bandaged hand and asked how he was. The guy didn't answer and redirected the question in the opposite direction, to which the girl laughed, saying that she was always to blame for everything. She shared her thoughts regarding the fact that she is happy with the guy's appointment, because now he will be responsible for everyone. The girl was envious not only of the appointment, but also of the fact that the guy received his own name, Bi Quan. Having cheered up, the girl suggested that one day she herself would be able to get a name. She told Bi Quan that she had heard that everyone at the top had terrible relationships with each other. The guy silently listened to her fantasies about climbing to the very top of the hierarchy. The girl asked Bi Quan not to forget about their friendship if something like this still happened. The action moved to the present, where Phoenix now, with all her might, fanned out her micro-bombs. Ready, Kim was already bringing the breathing mask to his mouth. Barely noticeable, one of the micro-bombs hit his finger. A second later, a burst of bluish veil burst out. Kim pressed the breathing mask to his face and knew it was a cloud from a narcotic smoke grenade. The next moment, the Phoenix motorcycle was already rushing towards the hero with a roar. Kim simply turned sideways, preventing Phoenix from knocking him down. There was a screeching sound as Phoenix slammed on the brakes. Reaching into her bosom again, Phoenix asked how much longer Kim planned to run. She glanced at him in surprise. It seemed that with his quick movements, the hero was simply trying to escape from this place. Phoenix, enraged, grabbed the handlebars of the motorcycle. She stepped on the gas and set off in pursuit of Kim. Kim climbed up the stairs and quickly ran out into the corridor, leaving behind a trail of narcotic smoke. A little later, Phoenix appeared on her motorcycle. While on the move, she suddenly noticed a strange obstacle in her path. As if on purpose, the heads of the dead bird-headed creatures were directed in her direction. In the midst of these bodies, Kim now stood. He glanced at Phoenix out of the corner of his eye and suggested that she test herself. Hearing this, Phoenix began to silently warm up the motorcycle wheels. A second later, she was already speeding around the bodies. Finally getting closer to Kim, she glanced in his direction. It seemed that the hero had disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Kim's voice was heard from somewhere above, reporting that Phoenix was a good driver. Alarmed, Phoenix began to raise her head, only now seeing Kim hanging from the ceiling. Following this, Kim jumped onto Phoenix. His hands began to reach straight towards the girl's neck. One more movement and the hero's strong hands pinned Phoenix down. Phoenix felt that with each passing second, it was becoming more and more difficult for her to breathe. Spontaneously, her hand fell on the motorcycle's handlebars. Immediately, ever faster, the motorcycle raced along the corridor. Meanwhile, Kim, raising her leg, reminded Phoenix that she forgot to put on her helmet. Having shifted the weight, he dropped himself in Phoenix. Then, having hunched over and tried to get up quickly, Kim felt a pain in his lower back. He made a promise to himself never to do that again. At the same moment, Phoenix was similarly recovering from her fall. At the top of her voice, she screamed that she could not understand who this strange man was in front of her. While Phoenix was complaining loudly that she was failing again, Kim said that he didn't even know when it all started. The hero decided to remind Phoenix that when they were younger, the girl followed him everywhere and carried out any instructions. Kim tried to convey to Phoenix that he was not at all to blame for all her troubles. When Phoenix again wanted to know who was standing in front of her, Kim admitted that he was B. Kwang. He said it again so Phoenix could hear it more clearly, but Phoenix still didn't so much not believe it as she couldn't comprehend it. Just as Phoenix was about to give in to her hysteria again, Kim stopped her. The hero asked the girl to surrender to the police. He shared his sincere desire to kill Phoenix, but he knew she would be able to provide important information. Kim offered Phoenix to tell about everything she went through, to provide all the evidence against the monk, and then the hero promised that he would leave her alive. After finishing speaking, a light chuckle was heard from Phoenix. Her laughter grew louder and crazier as Phoenix couldn't believe that B. Kwan had left a cop as his student. To this, Kim revealed that he had never had any students. Phoenix fell silent when Kim revealed that she knew she had been following him since he had managed to get to the very top of the organization. Kim said that he always saw the shadow of Phoenix tirelessly following him, and he does not understand why it has changed so much. Having gathered her courage, Phoenix began to shower the hero with insults. She declared that B. Kwan had been dead for a long time. Tears welled up in her eyes as Phoenix revealed that she had personally seen B. Kwan's corpse and had also received threats from Buddha himself that she would be next. In response to all this, Kim said that he himself would not have been able to believe such a thing. Suddenly, Phoenix's hand grabbed her clothes, and she slyly said that B. Kwan's student did not know everything about their relationship with the master. Having put on new plasters, Phoenix said that she hated Bai Kwan much more than Lord Buddha himself. The next moment, Phoenix pushed off the floor and jumped towards Kim. The hero prepared himself and intercepted Phoenix's attack, kicking her. Immediately, a new cloud of narcotic smoke burst out from under Phoenix's clothes. Kim did not expect that he would be forced to face this poison here, too. Meanwhile, Phoenix herself was happily bathing in narcotic clouds. Saying that there was nothing better for her than drugs, Phoenix took a sharp swipe at Kim. Immediately swinging again, she listed many things whose pain drugs would relieve. Continuing to advance, Phoenix couldn't stop ranting about the greatness of drugs. Pushing, then feinting with a movement, she swung at Kim for the third time. With all its might, cracking the protective glass on the helmet, her fist finally landed straight in the hero's face. Then, with her arms spread out and her chest filled with air, Phoenix could not enjoy the narcotic fumes. The longer Phoenix continued to inhale the fumes, the more her consciousness began to crumble like pieces of broken glass. Without even noticing how it happened, soon she was already lying on the floor, muttering something incoherently under her breath. She suddenly came to her senses, seeing Kim standing not far from her. With great effort, my eyes turned towards the image. She couldn't understand at all how that man managed to still stand on his feet. Suddenly, Phoenix remembered the drugs. Then, clutching her head, she felt a sharp and indescribable pain. Her head was splitting with a ton of questions, the most important of which was dedicated to why Phoenix could not win. She stood up and reached into her hidden pocket again, deciding she needed to take more drugs. Suddenly, she heard Kim call her. The man who called himself B. Kwan considered what happened to Phoenix a disgrace and suggested that she surrender. Suddenly, feeling a wild shame, Phoenix felt as if she was left alone in the middle of boundless darkness. Snatching up new patches, she rushed at Kim, screaming, declaring that he didn't understand anything. Phoenix stopped literally a couple of centimeters from the hero when he said that he knew absolutely everything. Kim immediately waved his hand, knocking all the patches out of Phoenix's grip at once. Phoenix watched in horror as her bandages scattered across the hallway. Jumping and grabbing, she tried to get her precious drugs back. Kim, meanwhile, raised his hand again, clenching his palm into a fist. He punched Phoenix on the top of her head and asked her to stop and surrender to the police. Phoenix fell to the floor, and Kim himself said after her that otherwise she would disgrace herself even more. A little later, having come to her senses, the first word that came out of Phoenix's mouth was pain. Rising up slightly, Phoenix asked Kim for drugs, to which the hero replied that he would give her a dose if she gave in. But in response, Phoenix asked to simply kill her, fearing the wrath of Lord Buddha. Closing his eyes, the hero mentioned Sanpai. He said that she asked to keep Phoenix alive. Hanging her head, Phoenix said that if Kim really was Bi Kwang, he wouldn't have killed Sang-pi, but would have simply managed to extract information from her. Kim really caught her attention when he mentioned that Sun Pai had touched the children. Kim continued to assure Phoenix that he was Bi Kwang, but the girl continued to not believe him. Moving a little closer to Phoenix, Kim confidently told her not to worry about the monk. With a menacing look, he added to his words that he would personally kill Lord Buddha. After listening to him, Phoenix became strangely quiet. Then she burst out laughing at Kim's promise to kill the monk. She reminded Kim that even Bi Kwang himself was unable to cope with the monk and died at his hands. After listening to her, Kim revealed that nothing remained of his real body. He said that his body remembered all the wounds and scars, despite the general changes in age. Kim shared with Phoenix that the mission that put the final nail in his coffin was called True Religion. The hero appealed to Phoenix's memory, trying to remind her how much he suffered during that operation. Kim made a show of clenching his fist and said his new body was different. Kim called his current condition ideal, as his body had been trained with subtle exercises and had not been subjected to abuse. The image of Guyon loomed in the hero's thoughts, and he thought how lucky he was that he had not been given any other body. Phoenix listened, fascinated, to Kim, who reasoned that if he could finally get used to his new body and finish his training, he would definitely manage to defeat the monk. Looking at Kim, Phoenix really imagined for a split second that Bi Kwang himself was standing in front of her. Every time she corrected herself, she couldn't say what was on the tip of her tongue. Finally, she said the name Bi Kwang. Having confirmed this, Kim again offered to make Phoenix a choice. But this time, in addition to handing herself over to the police, he also offered the girl death. Phoenix faced a difficult choice for herself and her beliefs. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, the trio were deciding what to do next. One of them noticed the bloody Moon, suggesting that he probably needed first aid. Hearing this, Moon, breathing heavily, threatened to kill anyone who touched him. Sitting down next to him, Gaeon said that she would do it with just her fingertips. Moon's tired gaze immediately turned to her. To Gaeon's surprise, Moon asked her to reach into her pocket and take out a Band-Aid. Gaeon was outraged by the nonsense she heard. In response, Moon's desperate cry was heard, demanding that everything be done as he ordered. Gaeon put her hand on Moon and tried to explain to him that she could not give drugs to someone with an addiction. At the same time, someone from the outside confirmed her words. At the entrance to the dance floor, there were now two silhouettes. The crunch of bones was heard from the darkness. Gaeon and Moon watched in amazement as the muscles bulged. Someone's legs wrapped in veins appeared. Together, the masked men declared that only scumbags use drugs. In fear, Moon began to crawl away. Meanwhile, Gaeon couldn't understand what was going on here and who those strange people in masks were. The masked strangers themselves began to repeat Moon's name over and over again. Step by step, they were constantly interested in what had happened to Moon. Unable to bear the fear, Moon practically pressed himself against the wall. The masked brothers jointly assumed that Moon had been sent to this place for a reason. They said that Moon's task was to kill one drug-addicted cur. Unexpectedly, the events were transported to the past, when even Moon himself looked completely different. Then the new Phoenix asked him if Moon really supported the Lespedeza brothers. Turning around, she also asked if Moon had come to kill her. For some reason, Moon's former confidence disappeared and he froze in place. Getting up from the table and approaching him, Phoenix said that she had a much more tempting offer than her own death. Opening her palm, Phoenix revealed the drugs she had previously hidden there and offered to help herself. Returning to the present, the Lespedeza brothers scolded Moon for having sunk so low for the sake of some woman. While one of the brothers continued to openly hate women, the second tried to calm him down. The brother with long hair tried to convey that the female gender is not to blame for anything, and all the blame lies solely with the drug-addicted Phoenix. The trio listened with their mouths agape as the brothers continued to quarrel over the role of women in human history. Finally, Moon spoke up, trying to find out from his brothers what they were doing in this place. Calling such a question stupid, the brothers then said that they had come to kill Phoenix. At the same time, along the corridor of the upper floors, Kim was dragging Phoenix on his back. Phoenix was rapidly losing strength. For some reason, she launched into long memories of her youth with Bi-Kwan. No matter how hard Kim tried not to listen to her, memories of his own childhood gradually arose in his mind. Then, the monk attracted Bi-Kwan's attention by introducing him to the new child who had passed the test. Then, looking at her, young Bi-Kwan saw only a confused girl. The more the monk spoke, the more he handed over the reins of the girl's upbringing to Bi-Kwan. The more she began to tremble with fear of the unknown. At that moment, Bi-Kwan did not say a word in response. A little later, the training stick hit the ground. Having defeated Bi-Kwan, he wondered what to do with this little one. Soon, turning casually, he asked the girl how she managed to survive and why she was so weak. The girl's expression changed and she looked away. Just as Bi-Kwan was about to repeat his question, the girl briefly uttered the word corpses. She told how she woke up among a pile of bodies and was the only survivor. Bi-Kwan made it clear to the girl that she was not skilled enough for such a place. Immediately, the girl burst into tears. She gave her word that she would try if only Bi-Kwan would not say anything to Lord Buddha. Young Bi-Kwan was amazed by how the girl repeatedly said that she did not want to die. Sitting down next to him, Bi-Kwan promised that he would not tell anyone anything. Bi-Kwan explained to the girl that, having passed the test, he gave himself his word to always take care of his partner. Holding out her little finger, the girl asked Bi-Kwan to make a similar promise to her. When Bi-Kwan didn't understand this gesture, the girl said that her mother taught her to do it this way. She raised her finger again with her little finger extended, and Bi-Kwan promised her. At the same time, in Phoenix's own mind, a familiar hand was now looming. A kind-looking monk wanted to help a lost girl. Then the moment flashed by as they wanted to execute her. The image of Bi-Kwan turning away instead of offering help was imprinted in my memory. The last of such memories was of liquid being forced into the young Phoenix. Now, hanging on Kim's back, Phoenix muttered incoherently that she had always known Bi-Kwan was honest about the promise he had made. In a low voice, Phoenix said that she always blamed herself for everything, but in reality, her troubles lay only in the monk. After listening to her, Kim said that Phoenix had completely misperceived everything that had once happened to her. She became wary when the hero said that he had not broken his promise when he gave his word that he would save Phoenix from death. Kim then said that Phoenix must still have no idea how she managed to stay alive back then. At the same time, Moon's heartbreaking screams were heard from the middle of the dance floor. One of the masked brothers squeezed Moon's hand forcefully, saying that he had grown very thin. Seeing the suffering of others, Gaeon commanded her people to immediately stop the masked man. Together, Jong and Yun grabbed the ballistic shields that were lying on the floor. Raising their shields in front of them and shouting, they both rushed forward. The next second, both of them suddenly started sweating. The second of the masked brothers was already meeting them, swinging his pumped-up leg. Not knowing what to do, Jun and Hyun put all their strength into holding the shields. A second passed. There was an impact and their shields bent. Both flew away. Having finished with them, the second masked brother turned to Gaeon, making it clear that she should sit quietly while they got rid of the traitor. Meanwhile, the first masked brother continues to torment Moon, telling him that at one time they even admired him. Somehow, Moon managed to slip his free hand into his trouser pocket. With shaking hands, he took out a bandage from there. Noticing this, the masked brother, with interest, suggested that Moon stick this patch on himself as a last resort. He was eager to see where such a road would lead Moon. Without waiting for a miracle, Moon immediately attached the patch to his throat. Having gained strength, he was already swinging his fist, shouting that he did not want to let Miss Phoenix down. However, the masked brother was much faster than Moon in responding. To Gaeon's horror, drops of blood were now flying all over the dance floor. Having finished off Moon with a single blow, the masked brother finally said that the place of the murdered man was now in the landfill. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the trio, informing them that their time had come. Looking at them, the brothers moaned contentedly. Not knowing where to go now, the trio froze in horror. Having spoken in unison and narrowed their eyes, the brothers were already enjoying the reprisal against the appetizing losers. One of the three did not understand the meaning of the masked brother's words regarding the appetizing losers. He corrected himself a little sheepishly, saying that he doesn't eat women. Next, he looked at Jun and Hyun with lust. Next, the masked brother pointed his finger at one of the three. Jong answered questions honestly about his interests in sports. Immediately, Gion burst into tears, calling Jong an idiot who was ready to tell everything to the first person he met. Then, cheerful laughter and applause were heard from one of the masked brothers. He openly admired Jong and his beautiful body. Afterwards, he turned his attention to Hyun. Gaeon tried to stop Hyun from making rash answers, but the masked brother threatened the woman to keep quiet. At that very moment, the second masked brother also became active and seemed to be looking at Gaeon. He said that now he could take a good look at the woman, but his attention was not paid to Gaeon but to Lily. With a quick movement, the second masked brother rushed towards her. He grabbed Lily by the throat while Gaeon tried in vain to loosen his grip. At the same time, Jong, who was forced to the floor by the first brother in the mask, also screamed. Then one of the brothers lifted his mask, revealing a wide-open mouth. Meanwhile, Kim continued to carry Phoenix on his shoulders. The girl wondered what exactly Kim meant when he told her that she was not the last one standing for nothing. In response, Kim reminded Phoenix of the time when they first became partners. Kim recalled that no matter how much effort the young Phoenix put into training, she usually never succeeded. The image of the monk, who was a symbol of inevitable death in their organization, always loomed over the girl. After one of his training sessions, a voice called out to young Kim one day. Then next to him was Bi Kwang, who was asking if Kim was very worried about little Phoenix. The next moment, the hero carried out a whole series of hurricane actions. Having intentionally broken the stick, the hero tried to thrust its point into Bi Kwang's body. The man's strong hand easily intercepted the youth's lunge. Bi Kwang asked Kim to calm down, saying that he knew about the boy's fate. Without listening to him, Kim continued to persist. Calling the hero just a child, Bi Kwang slapped him in the face. Throwing the stick aside, Bi Kwang said that he would tell Kim how to save the girl. Bi Kwang told the hero about the poison and the principle of developing immunity if you take the poison in ever-increasing doses. After listening to him, young Kim could not understand what Bi Kwang could want in return for such information. Calling the hero smart, Bi Kwang said that he made a smart decision in leaving the boy alive. From that very moment, Kim made a deal with Bi Kwang, which allowed him to get access to the list of poisonous herbs. A little later, Kim offered little Phoenix some food. Taking the plate in her hands, the girl exclaimed with joy when she saw rice there. Then she began to eat greedily. This was the very first time Kim added a small pinch of poisonous herbs to Phoenix's food. That's how Phoenix, when she was forced to drink poison, didn't die. After listening to the story, Phoenix didn't really believe it, to which Kim referred to the event when Phoenix was lying with a fever, which indicated the development of immunity. Phoenix didn't understand why Kim hadn't told her about all this earlier, to which the hero gave an honest answer that the girl would most likely have spilled the beans under the influence of drugs. Immediately after this, Kim reported that this was the reason why the monk appointed the girl as Sanpai's successor, believing that she also had an innate resistance to drugs. Then the hero recalled the event when he was planning his escape. He admitted that he even dropped by to see Phoenix to take her with him. While at Phoenix's bedside, Kim from a past life woke up his partner. He asked Phoenix to get ready quickly before anyone found out anything. But the girl he had known before called her place of residence paradise and refused to go anywhere. At that moment, Phoenix was almost completely lost in thought, thinking that Bi-Kwan wanted to invite her for a walk. Looking to the side, the hero realized that drugs were to blame for everything. Now the hero did not recognize the girl at all, who suggested that he stay and be alone. More and more often, doubts overcame the hero from his past life, and at one point he even considered that it would have been better if he had let Phoenix die. But Kim himself had no idea why. At that moment, he did not dare to escape alone. Suddenly, desperate screams began to be heard from behind the doors that led down to the first floor. Phoenix suggested that perhaps this was Moon's doing. Without further ado, Kim began to quicken his pace. Soon, they were running while Phoenix tried to stop Moon from afar. They were both taken aback when they reached the source of the screams. One of the masked brothers had already bitten Zhang's arm until it bled. Gion noticed Kim's appearance and began calling him. While Kim was looking around, Phoenix said cautiously, "Lespedeza." One of the brothers raised his head in their direction. The second one did the same, accompanying this action with an animal roar. The story once again moved into the distant past, deciding to tell the story of two strange brothers. One brother had weak legs and the other had weak arms. It was because of this weakness that the two brothers were once abandoned. The monk was not known for his compassion, and therefore sent the brothers to the hunger room, where everyone with physical ailments was sent. Unlike other children, the brothers could not accept the fact that they had to die because of their shortcomings. Both of these boys decided to challenge fate itself. Their ascension began with killing, training, and devouring others. Afterwards, they continued their training again. During training, they would certainly kill, and having killed, they began to eat. Months passed before daylight again entered the hunger room. Opening the doors, a monk appeared on the threshold. Looking at the massacre and the only two brothers left among the other children, the monk granted them life. The elder brother managed to train his legs, becoming stronger than a boar. The younger brother finally trained his arms and shoulders, straightening them out like a bird. This is how the Lespedeza brothers were born. Now, having separated themselves from their victims, the brothers could not believe that drug addict Phoenix was allowing herself to do something like this. Jokingly, they both said what right Phoenix had to climb on the police's back. Meanwhile, Phoenix herself saw a terrifying picture. Not far from the Lespedeza brothers, in a pool of his own blood, lay Moon's body. Phoenix immediately screamed in sharp mental pain. Immediately, one of the brothers said that he had been waiting for such a meeting for a very long time. He confessed his hatred for the entire top brass of the UE. One of the brothers made it clear to Phoenix that once she was eliminated, the last representatives of the organization would be next in line. Suddenly, one brother interrupted the other, suggesting that they not kill March Cherry as she was cute. While the brothers were talking among themselves, Kim gave the command to Gion to call for help, which, as it turned out, she had already managed to do long before that. Then, carefully removing the Phoenix from himself, the hero reasoned that he would be able to resist the brothers for no more than 10 minutes. He looked at them, deciding what tactics to use to begin the fight. Suddenly, the world in his eyes blurred and swam. Kim clutched his head and had no idea what was happening to his body. Then the hero noticed how drug metastases began to spread across his skin. He thought that it was all because of the long contact with Phoenix's skin, which was what gave him the narcotic effect. Now, even Phoenix noticed that something was wrong with Kim's body. But the time for reflection was already over, as one of the Lespedeza brothers was already about to lock Kim in his grip. Another second and his hands clasped the hero's neck. Following this, the attacker looked down in surprise. Somehow, Kim disappeared from his grasp. The hero himself was already making a counterattack. Kicking up dust and shaking the room, Kim hit one of the brothers in the leg. Kim looked up warily when his brother's voice said that he couldn't be knocked down. The villain himself was already about to bring his overpumped hands down on the hero. Calling any of Kim's attempts a pathetic attempt, the brother quickly dropped his hands. He cursed when he realized that another blow had failed to reach its target. Standing to the side, Kim noticed that the man in the mask had grown larger. Kim also noted with a chuckle that for this reason one of the brothers had become less agile. Seeing Kim from the other side of himself, the masked man exclaimed in surprise. He had no idea how some policeman could know anything about him. But instead of answering, Kim turned to Phoenix, asking her to leave with the police. Next, Kim gave orders to Guion to gather all the survivors and get out of the dungeon. Just as Guion was about to take Lily outside, she stopped in her tracks. The second masked brother blocked her escape route. At the same time, Kim felt how the strength was leaving his body faster and faster. He decided that while there was still time, he needed to end everything. Having called the hero's actions courageous, one of the brothers moved towards him. Kim ducked in time, letting the villain's fist hit him above him. Now the hero was preparing for his own counterattack. However, he didn't calculate that the masked brute would simultaneously swing with his other hand. Another moment and a bloody wound appeared on Kim's face. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Phoenix noted with apprehension that one of the brothers was keeping up with B. Kwan's actions. Gritting her teeth in self-loathing, Phoenix remembered that she had always been a burden to others. With a trembling hand, she reached into the secret pocket of her clothing. Taking out the bottle, Phoenix knew that what came next would only be the end. At the same time, one of the brothers was telling Kim that he was slowing down considerably, although his body was not bad. Towering over the increasingly weakened Kim, the masked man added that he would not eat his drug-fueled body. After a short pause, the villain said goodbye and raised his fist to finish off Kim. Unexpectedly, his shot was blocked. By asking Kim for forgiveness, Phoenix defended him. Hinting at the completely empty bottle, she told the hero in a trembling voice that she would hardly be able to surrender to the police. Deciding that he would not listen to this dramatic scene, one of the brothers tried to drive Phoenix away. But the girl, who had surely transformed into a mythical goddess, easily pushed the thug's hand aside. The narrative took a short break, deciding to tell about Buddha's tears and narcotic patches. Depending on the type of patch, they could impart correspondingly strong effects to their owner, be it pleasure or strength. But as soon as the drug's effect wore off, complete regression occurred. Among the various types of patches, the most powerful were the light patches, which were developed personally by Sanpai. But Phoenix, having noticed that she had developed an immunity to the light patches, began developing a more concentrated formula. Phoenix named this new drug Phoenix Tears in her honor. Phoenix saved the resulting substance for a rainy day, precisely for the moment when the light patches would no longer work on her. As soon as Phoenix drank the medicine from this bottle, everything around would have turned into hell. Outraged by Phoenix's interference, one of the brothers decided to get rid of her at once, too. With a subsequent crunch, Phoenix twisted his arm. Then the girl pushed him away from her, taking a fighting stance. Sensing something was wrong, the masked brute looked at his hand. He began to be filled with anger. The masked brother's eyes turned bloodshot and he began to insult Phoenix. While the villain was in a panic from having his body desecrated by drugs, Phoenix turned to Kim. It was impossible to tell. The girl was whispering something intently into the hero's ear. Finally, the masked brute clearly heard Phoenix's words, saying that she thought so. Looking slyly at her masked brother, Phoenix now spoke to him, noting that he too liked to dabble in drugs. He beat himself in the chest and began to justify himself by saying that he was holding on solely by force of spirit. Roaring, the villain immediately began his movement towards Phoenix. The girl didn't have time to react and received a full-force blow. Instantly, blood gushed from her mouth. Having knocked her down, the brute was going to finish off the drug addict. Meanwhile, Phoenix collected some of her own blood in her mouth. She waited for the moment and spat with all her might. Her blood went straight into the mask of the pumped-up monster. The brother in the mask let out a funny squeal. He tried his best to wipe the drug-soaked blood from his eyes. Then Phoenix took action, jumping on the bully and wrapping her legs around him. Taking advantage of his confusion, Phoenix knocked the villain to the floor. The masked brother howled in pain, continuing to insult Phoenix in every possible way. Meanwhile, the girl herself loudly called out to the police. Phoenix urged them to save themselves while they still had the chance. While Hyun was trying to figure out why their enemy had suddenly started helping, Gyun replied that it didn't matter now. Next, she ordered everyone to gather at the exit. As before, Lespedeza's second brother was there and had no intention of letting anyone out. The trio froze in anticipation of how the thug would easily scatter them into the corners. Suddenly, Guyon noticed something on the floor. There were a couple of bandages under her shoes. She exclaimed in surprise at the find. At the same time, the first masked brother was getting closer to freeing himself from the Phoenix's grip. In this desperate struggle, he made Phoenix hit her head on the floor as hard as possible. The second brother asked the first whether he should help, even though he saw that there was a group of police officers in front of him. Having started moving, the second brother decided to deal with the police first. Suddenly he stopped, and his gaze became fixated on one of the three. Breathing heavily, one of them applied a narcotic patch to himself. Gyon's expression changed, and she said that the feeling was quite good. The second brother said the phrase "cops and drugs" with surprise. Next, he called Gyon crazy. But then, with the speed of the wind, the girl rushed past him. With a loud slap, she stuck the bandage on the second brother's leg. Confused, the second brother watched as the drug was immediately absorbed into his skin. While he was trying to rip the bandage off himself, Gyon urgently gave everyone commands. Obeying without question, Jong and Hyun grabbed the living. Having slipped past the second brother, the trio set off on the run. As she ran away, Gyon shouted after Kim that reinforcements and doctors would soon arrive here. Suddenly, she felt her consciousness gradually weakening. Her tired gaze once again turned towards the dance floor. For some reason, her gaze caught on Phoenix, who was strangling the first brother. The girl seemed to notice how the police officer applied the plaster to herself and smiled at her. A minute later, both Laspedeza brothers were still fixated on their problems. Gasping for air ever more greedily, it seemed as if the first brother was about to lose consciousness. Somehow, his hand slipped through Phoenix's grip. Phoenix realized that the precious time she had previously bought for the police and Kim had just ended. Calling her a bitch with his free hand, the first brother punched Phoenix in the face. Afterwards, he performed his move again, this time hitting her in the jaw. Having thrown off the Phoenix, the first brother rose to his knees with difficulty. Scratching off the bandage, the second brother also freed himself, now burning with the thought of revenge against the red-haired Gyon. Immediately, mini-bombs flew in his direction. The balloons burst, releasing a bluish narcotic smoke. The gas gradually enveloped the dance floor. In the confusion, Phoenix's voice was heard. As if feeling a second wind, she turned to both Laspedeza brothers. Wiping the blood from her face, Phoenix said that today they would die together. The plot again moved to the distant past, when Bi Kwan, late at night, visited young Phoenix. With a slightly trembling voice, Bi Kwan told her that today, he killed a person for the first time. Next, the guy put his hand to his chest. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and he himself admitted that he felt as if he had lost something. Then Bi Kwan asked if the young Phoenix had killed anyone before, but he already knew that she had answered in the negative. Next, while sobbing, Bi Kwan wanted to ask the young Phoenix for something. He extended his little finger, wanting them to stay together. The girl happily linked her fingers with his. Following this conversation, days followed in which Bi Kwan, who had become a member of the UE organization, successfully dealt with many other assassins. However, Bi Kwan incurred the wrath of Lord Buddha because he never, not once, touched civilians. However, Bi Kwan himself was smart, and therefore could not simply die at the hands of a monk. But as for Phoenix, she was his complete opposite, sending countless lives into the abyss of addiction and death. Phoenix felt no regrets because she also failed to keep her word, just as Bi Kwan himself once failed to keep his. To demonstrate her attitude towards him, Phoenix deliberately killed people in front of Bi Kwan. In this way, she vented her accumulated hatred. The story returned to the present, where Phoenix was receiving another blow from one of the brothers. At the same time, the second brother's hands greedily reached for her head. Finally, grabbing Phoenix by the hair, the second brother kneed her in the solar plexus. Already exhausted from this battle, a thought flashed through Phoenix's mind as to why she had changed so much. Band-aids flew into the air, and Phoenix thought the drugs were to blame. Then her thoughts became engrossed in the topic of reincarnation. She knew that only a person who has freed himself from sins will be able to be reborn. Phoenix thought about B. Kwan, who had managed to retain his humanity and therefore acquired a new body. But as for herself, Phoenix believed that for her sins, her next life would most likely be in the form of an insect or cattle. But there was a fate even more terrible for the girl, to fall again into the clutches of the monk Yu Hua. A little later, the masked brothers stood in front of Phoenix's lifeless body. They both agreed that they had gone a bit overboard, and Phoenix was most likely alive and simply recovering from the drugs. Suddenly, they heard the faint voice of a girl who wanted more drugs. The brothers couldn't believe that even when she was on the brink of death, Phoenix could only think about drugs. Then one of the brothers bent down, picking up a bandage from the floor and turning to Phoenix, asking if she wanted to get punched in the face again. The man who picked up the patch leaned over Phoenix, offering her the last dose if she took back her words about the brothers' drug use. One of the brothers, waving the bandage, couldn't wait for Phoenix's answer. In tears and covered in blood, Phoenix couldn't believe she was actually going to get more drugs after everything that had happened. When one of the brothers confirmed this, her hand immediately reached out to what she so desired. Suddenly, her eyes widened with some kind of clarity. She felt as if someone had gently grabbed her fingers. The image of Biquan appeared before the girl, begging her to remain herself. Following this, their little fingers intertwined. Moving away from her memories, Phoenix again, but this time with arrogance, said the word about drugs. Phoenix, flashing her middle finger, suggested that the dependent brothers not act like they are something else. Suddenly, one of the brothers grabbed Phoenix by force by her exposed middle finger. Growling in rage, he ripped Phoenix's finger away. He then struck the girl, while furiously declaring that the brothers were not drug addicts. While one of the brothers literally beat Phoenix into the floor, she herself mentally asked for forgiveness from all those who suffered from her actions. Having finished beating her, the hands of one of the brothers now lay on her neck. Phoenix's eyes slowly began to roll back, and in her thoughts, she continued to lament about how many people she had managed to let down. Now, she no longer cared whether she would be reborn as an insect or a beast because of her crimes. But the more her strength left her, the more clearly her determination grew that it would be better for the Phoenix not to be reborn at all. The only thing she could ask for was to not end up again in that horrific place where children are made into murderers. The masked Phoenix strangling brother became even more enraged when he heard the girl's vague whisper. He applied maximum effort until he heard a crunch and his last breath. Having finished and exhaling relaxedly, the brother in the mask began to examine his hands. Looking at the spreading drug metastases, he sadly reported that he was pretty dirty. Then he stood up, turned around, called his second brother by the name Hen, and asked him to follow him. The second brother feared police reinforcements, who were most likely already waiting for them somewhere around the corner. Looking at the first brother's almost crazed look, Hen honestly said that he was truly afraid to continue the pursuit. Following this, a loud squabble between the brothers echoed throughout the entire dance floor regarding the need to pursue the escaped redhead. Finally, folding his arms in displeasure, Hen said that he would be forced to follow his brother so that he would not do any mischief. Suddenly, the first masked brother noticed the radio noise. He brought the transmitter where Orchid communicated with the brothers closer to his face. The first brother confirmed to Orchid that Phoenix was finished. Meanwhile, Orchid informed the brothers that police forces were moving in their direction. Next, Orchid gave a whole series of instructions on how to destroy the drugs and how to find escape routes, labeling it all as what Lord Buddha himself had ordered. A little later, both brothers looked at the progress of their work with bewilderment. Surely, while holding the most pompous funeral for a junkie, they showered Phoenix's body with the drugs they had collected. The first brother wanted to take the girl's body and feed it to Peony, but Hen told him that he shouldn't feed garbage to a dog. A minute later, a column of fire rose up in front of the brothers. While the first brother was in a hurry to leave this place, Hen admitted that he always enjoyed watching the fire. Then, without further ado, they headed out, leaving behind the Phoenix engulfed in flames. Sometime after everything that happened, Kim suddenly woke up. He quickly looked around, seeing the decor of a hospital ward around him. Immediately, he grabbed his head from the sudden pain. The hero was distracted when he heard a bird singing. There was a bird sitting on a branch outside the window. Looking at her, Kim suddenly froze. It seemed strange, but the bird had certainly deliberately drawn Kim's attention to itself, now looking at him with curiosity. Meanwhile, Operation Phoenix on the Paulownia Tree Summit was completed. At the same time, in another place, in someone's palm, there now lay a map that had once belonged to Phoenix. Without expressing any emotion, the monk looked at the map of his former assistant. Then the monk squeezed his hand so hard and so quickly that the card literally burst. Then he looked at the flower in the room, calling out to the May orchid. Yuhua ordered his assistant to gather everyone. He specified that he wanted to see everyone from January to October. A little later at the hospital, Gian was drooling and moaning again. Watching this performance from the outside, Kim called the girl crazy. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard behind the hero. The general asked Sergeant Kim to talk privately. The hero himself did not answer, only staring at the general. A few minutes later, they were talking in a separate room, where Kim learned that he had been unconscious for 2 days. The general also confirmed that Phoenix, who was the main target of the operation, was found dead. Kim frowned in frustration, regretting that he hadn't been able to get the information while Phoenix was alive. He looked away, not showing any bitterness at the news of Phoenix's death. Meanwhile, the general decided to tell about the situation that happened after the operation. The general reported that heated arguments broke out after the capture group dared to use live ammunition. Their opponents were the other side, which considered the actions of the capture group to be legal. From the general's words, it followed that a real war of public opinion had begun. When Kim objected that the operation had resulted in the deaths of Special Forces soldiers, the general made it clear to him that there are always 2 camps in politics. As an analogy, the general cited the circle and triangle, which symbolized party loyalties. On the contrary, at times, according to the general, parties could adopt fundamental ideas from each other. Kim admitted that his head was already spinning from what he had heard, but the general had no plans to stop there. The general named Lily, Hyun, and Jong. He then informed Kim that the 3 were resigning due to their experiences during the operation. As soon as the hero heard this, he was taken aback. Getting up from the table, the general then said that he had tried to convince the trio. Then, putting on his cap, the general asked Kim to follow him. When Kim asked where he should go, the general briefly said that they should attend the funerals of the dead. The hero had never been to such an event before, to which the general advised Kim to simply put on his police uniform. Kim listened attentively to the general and was already preparing to get up from the table. Having risen, the hero made it known that first he should look somewhere. Meanwhile, events moved to the Hwaguksa temple. Everyone gathered here was greeted by a golden statue of Buddha. One after another, masked faces arrived at the temple. It would be true that they would stand opposite each other on purpose, creating a short corridor. Among them, January was absent from the meeting. February Plum noted that January Pine had failed to appear again. Next, March Sakura spoke up, saying that she also had a lot of things to do, but nevertheless, she came. One of the Laspedeza brothers reproached Sakura for simply pretending to be businesslike. May Iris responded that he was unhappy with the dogs barking and suggested putting muzzles on them. June Peony rejected Iris's proposal, claiming that her dogs don't bite. The second brother, Laspedeza, remained silent, as he was planning to invite Sakura on a date after the meeting. The roll call continued, and it turned out that Augustus and Miscant were also absent. Meanwhile, September Chrysanthemum was worried about when the monk would honor everyone gathered with his visit. The last one to speak about something to himself was October Maple. Finally, the doors to the room where everyone was gathered swung open. The masked men immediately turned their gaze to the man with the bald head. The monk looked carefully at those present, then asked if everyone was present. One of those present reported to the monk that January Pine and August Miscant had not come. In response to this, the monk informed those present that Maple was currently cleaning up Phoenix's traces. Next, Sakura spoke up, inquiring about January's absence. But Monk only replied that he would not comment on this matter. Suddenly, the voice of January was heard, who was sitting opposite one of the Laspedet's brothers and frightened him. Next, Yuhua asked if those present knew about Phoenix's death, to which many responded that the girl had acted stupidly. There and then, the monk let those present know that he had not gathered everyone for the sake of choosing new November and December. Immediately, the monk put forward his hand, in which was a roll of paper. By unwrapping the package, the monk made it clear to everyone that someone needed to kill the police general. After listening to the monk, one of those gathered suggested sending specially trained people for such a mission, rather than members of their community. His words were supported by another masked man, who called the target Small Fry. The monk reminded everyone present that he had already sent General B. Kwan to kill him. Many of those gathered recalled this incident, saying that B. Kwan failed because he had lost his killer skills. The monk decided to remind those gathered what had actually happened to B. Kwan. The events shifted to the past when a bloody, barely breathing B. Kwan showed up to the monk. In his usual calm manner, the monk began to listen to B. Kwan's lamentations. Then the barely alive assassin told Yu Hua that the target was too strong. Many people exclaimed in surprise at this story when Hen called the cop depicted a weakling. Among other participants in the meeting, there was some speculation that B. Kwan might not have killed the cop on purpose, but rather inflicted the wounds on himself. The monk interrupted their discussion by saying that he himself did not believe in the cop's strength, but preferred to be on his guard. Yu Hua continued his thought by saying that last time, the cop failed to track down the organization, but now he was close. Having finished expressing his thoughts, the monk repeated who among those present wished to go and eliminate the target. Everyone was silent, staring at the general's photograph. At the same time, the general himself experienced a very strange and inexplicable chill. Sometime later, the action took place somewhere in the mountains. Wandering along the difficult path, Kim climbed higher and higher. Without stopping and continuing on his way, the hero remembered that very day when his consciousness became clouded. Phoenix's last words came back to him, and now he followed the secret coordinates he had received from her. Eventually, Kim stopped in the middle of an unremarkable mountainous and wooded area. There was nothing visible around, and Kim was already beginning to think that the secret would be hidden underground again. The hero began to desperately think about how much time it would take him to excavate. Suddenly, he heard birds chirping behind him. Kim turned around, then widened his eyes in surprise. It seemed like the bird, still familiar from the hospital bed, was looking at him. Evening came and events moved back to the temple. One of the mask wearers addressed the monk. The masked man wondered if their organization would have even more problems after the general's assassination, as Phoenix had attracted a lot of attention before that. Closing his eyes, the monk calmly said that such an outcome would be even better. Then the monk raised his gaze to the sky, where the full moon was now shining brightly. Looking there, Yu Hua said that the best outcome would be to make as much noise as possible, then they would be forgotten very quickly. To convey the full severity of the danger emanating from the general, the monk told how one day a man wearing a B. Kwan mask came to him. The monk was modest in his words, and therefore simply called the invader extremely strong. Yu Hua emphasized that the policeman in the mask looked very much like the real B. Kwan. While the man standing behind the monk was pondering what he had heard, Yu Hua himself turned around and wanted to make two assumptions. First, he said that he thought it was true that B. Kwan had a secret student among the police. Next, the monk expressed a second assumption concerning the general himself, who created a special squad to destroy their organization. After listening to the suggestions, the masked man said that the first option was out of the question since B. Kwan was a public figure. To this, the monk noted that B. Kwan had lived most of his life among members of the organization. Against this background, the masked man was more inclined to believe in the second option, taking into account Phoenix's recent death. The monk fell silent when he heard the masked man's reasoning that 1 month might not be enough to prepare for the general's assassination. To this, the monk said the following. B. Kwan failed because he had lost his form, which meant that 1 month of preparation before the murder would be quite enough. Their long conversation came to an end, and the monk declared that before he went to rest, he should look somewhere else. In response to this, the masked man bowed. He left the balcony, passing the room where the meeting had recently taken place. The masked man looked again at the portrait of the general, unable to convince himself that the man in the image possessed special skills. He wanted to get to the bottom of the truth and double-check all possible information about the general. Later, in another place and at another time, the general cried out sharply in pain. Having performed the painful hold, Kim, smiling, reminded the general that he had not told him anything about the upcoming speech. The general began to justify himself by saying that he didn't have another person for such a role at the moment. But Kim, squeezing even harder, reminded the general that he shouldn't decide for the hero. Finally letting go and demonstratively clenching his fist, Kim gave a threatening instruction to the general to warn the hero about such things in the future. Rubbing the area where the technique was applied, the general began shouting and accusing Kim as if he could not treat his superior like that. To this, Kim calmly made it clear that he could address her in this way. The hero explained that his body still cringed at the mere thought that he had once saved the general. Sometime later, the action was already taking place at a funeral ceremony for police officers. Barely holding back tears, one of the police officers offered to give a farewell speech to Kim. Standing at the podium with a stack of papers, Kim decided to reconsider who he should mention. He managed to remember how sincerely touching the general's speech had been before. Kim straightened out the sheet of paper and got ready. His eyes touched the text, and only now did he understand what he was really feeling. While reading the text, sadness did not touch the hero's heart. Kim felt discomfort and most likely anger. Having finished reading his speech, and in an extremely foul mood, Kim walked away from the podium. Out of the blue, someone called out to him. The hero's eyes first caught the shoulder straps of the voice's owner. A man named Holland, who was the head of the police department, tried to call the hero. With a strange smile, Holland asked if it was Kim who caught the drug dealers in the club. In a renounced voice, the hero said that it was him. Laughing loudly, Holland wished Kim luck and declared that he would become a brilliant police officer. Then, toning down his wit, Holland admitted that he just couldn't understand one thing. He was confused by the figure of General Cortis, who had not reported anything to his superior about the operation and the general progress of the matter. Holland then smiled slyly, saying that the general was saved by the fact that the case was eventually solved. Here, he noted that it was possible that everything could have been different, since so many good guys died due to the general's fault. Holland said all this because he wanted to hear Kim's opinion on the matter. Kim didn't answer, his eyes frozen. It seemed to the hero that the bald man was hiding behind Holland's guise. Just as Kim wanted to answer, desperate crying and screaming was heard from somewhere nearby. The parents of one of the police officers were devastated by the death of their son. Looking at this, Kim now knew exactly why he was not in a good mood. Just as the hero began to think about the fact that no one had killed themselves after his death, someone asked if it was Kim who had served with his son. A man standing to the side sincerely said that he was glad, because at least someone survived. He extended his hand to Kim, telling him all about his son, who dreamed of becoming a worthy policeman and serving until retirement. The man sincerely wished that his son's dream would come true through Kim's own fate. He added to his words that all those gathered were someone's parents and children. The hero did not answer but shook the man's hand firmly. Deep down, Kim agreed to make this dream come true. Next, the female police officer again stood up at the podium, saying that the following was as if being transmitted to the head monk. Kim jerked back as if he had been electrocuted by what he had heard. Meanwhile, Monk Yu-hua himself was slowly moving towards the podium. The same emotion of shock and alarm that Kim had felt now visited the general. The hero couldn't believe his eyes. His sworn enemy, as if nothing had happened, was now very close. The monk began to give a speech that brought the parents of the dead police officers to tears. He called the dead one big family, as Buddhist teachings say. The monk suggested that the parents not be upset, since the other young police officers in the room were now also their children. Following this, Yu-hua urged the young police officers not to be afraid of anything. The monk ended his long speech by saying that all those present were now one big family, united by duty, mercy, and sorrow. Meanwhile, Kim, although he had often encountered monks in his past life, was now observing one for the first time. Kim knew that Yu-hua's words were nothing more than a game that could manipulate emotions. All this was done with only one purpose, to make desperate people rely on the monk. Looking at the monk's contented expression, Kim felt a tremor throughout his body. Meanwhile, Yu-hua suggested that those present observe a minute of silence to honor the victims. In fact, the monk was simply looking out for his target. It seemed like he had finally made a decision. The hero had no choice but to reveal all of Yuhua's atrocities and kill him. A satisfied grin appeared on the monk's face, as if he recognized Kim. After leaving the podium, the monk's place was taken by a police officer who announced that the farewell ceremony was over. But, as Kim thought, the villain was immediately surrounded by crying parents. From the side, the hero watched as mothers, mourning their sons, asked the monk for consolation and advice. Suddenly, Kim was called again. A group of officers, led by Holland, were waiting for the hero. Holland thanked Kim for his efforts and wished him success. Then, the head of the department admitted that he would like to treat Kim to something, but his situation did not allow it, so he offered the hero a coffee from the machine. A coin appeared in Holland's hands as if it had been specifically intended for the machine. After giving the coin, she finally asked Kim to be careful. Kim finally looked at what he had received. In his palms, there was a tiny note worth 500 won. Sometime later, there was a glass of purchased coffee on the table. Kim took his time taking sips from it. The general sitting opposite him was eager to know whether the hero had managed to find the phoenix's lair. Kim confirmed this, saying that he found the door under the rocks. The hero found nothing to say when the general asked how Kim had managed to find the very stones he needed among the mountain's heap of stones. Kim then revealed that he had discovered information about the gang members and Phoenix's diary in the hiding place. The general was delighted with this news, but Kim made it clear that the information he had received merely supplemented what the hero already knew. The general hung his head in disappointment, to which Kim said that he would prepare all the documents and give them to his superior the next day. Then, putting his hands to his chin, Kim said that today he would like to discuss one very important thing. The general was surprised to receive notification from Kim that he would now be living in his boss's house. In response, the general actively protested, calling such a thing impossible. As his main argument, the general cited the fact that he simply does not want to live with Kim. Then Kim took something golden out of the back pocket of his pants and placed it on the table. A gold bar scraped across the table towards the general. Seeing something of such incredible value in the general's possession, my jaw almost dropped. Kim said that he found an ingot in the phoenix's lair and was ready to consider it payment for a room in the general's house. To Kim's surprise, the general, who was temptingly waving a gold bar, still flatly refused. In response to this, the general informed Kim that their cohabitation was impossible, since the general himself lived with his daughter. Then Kim decided to approach the matter from a different angle, saying that previously he had managed to avoid murders thanks to his lies. Kim was leading his thought to the fact that the general would now be in danger, since he was the one responsible for the plan with Phoenix. Kim repeated once again, openly hinting that without his protection, the general and those close to him would be killed. After some thought, the general gave in, declaring that he would free up a room for Kim. But despite the agreement, the general still refused to take the gold bar, considering it a bribe. The next day arrived, and the action now took place in the hospital. For Gion, who had finally come to her senses, it was a shock to hear the news that Hyun, Jun, and Lily had quit. However, Gion convinced Kim that this would not break her, and that she would never quit. Gion began to boast that, despite her less-than-ideal body in terms of combat, her mental state was stronger than that of many around her. Kim accepted this argument and instructed Gion to begin training as soon as she was discharged. She immediately stopped Kim, hinting at herself. Gion was interested in information about the promotion. Kim reported that the promotion was denied. Gion thought slyly about what she heard, operating on the rumor about a promotion for the patrolman. Then she addressed Kim by name. Then, with joy on her lips, Gion said that she and Kim were now on equal terms. Gion reminded that now she and Kim have the same number of flowers on their shoulder straps. Laughing, Gion said that she and Kim would now be friends. Gion froze abruptly when Kim announced that the girl had also been excluded from the promotion candidates. An argument broke out between the characters regarding the injustice of the promotion being canceled. Kim tried to stop Gion from getting angry by reminding her of her drug use during the operation. Now, realizing what the matter was, sweat appeared on Gion's face. Gion began to justify herself by saying that she did it because the situation required it. But Kim reminded her that the girl constantly demanded drugs even in the hospital. Then, worsening Gion's condition, Kim announced that she would be subject to disciplinary action. Next, Kim grabbed the girl tightly by the hand, made a terrible grimace of a smile, reminding her that she was a slave to him, not a friend. With an evil grin, Kim said that he couldn't wait for the girl to be discharged. Tears immediately gushed from the redhead's eyes, and later a cry of pain was heard. Now, as he left the hospital, Kim hoped to bring the other two fugitives back to the team. After some time, the hero's hand was banging on the door of someone's house. Lily, who was at home, shuddered at the sound of such a roar. She walked slowly over and opened the door slightly, wondering who could be there. A moment later, Kim's face appeared in the crack in the door. The girl screamed and recoiled in horror. Following Lily's movements with his eyes, Kim calmly told her to open the door. Having come to her senses and stood up, the girl recognized Kim, but she had no idea what he had forgotten at the door of her house. But the hero only continued to insistently demand that Lily open the door. His efforts and manic demands increased. The front door itself was already starting to wobble, and Lily was begging Kim to stop. As a result, with his persistence, the hero made Lily stutter. After a couple of minutes, Kim finally managed to persuade Lily to let him inside. Sitting opposite her, the hero scolded the girl for choosing to simply vegetate at home as punishment. The hero continued to inadvertently wound Lily, informing her that she did not even show up for the funeral of her squad's fighters. Lily remembered that earlier she was known as a person in whose life the word failure had not been. At that time, the general dissuaded Lily from participating in the upcoming special mission because the information received was inaccurate. He also tried to frighten her by saying that, according to unreliable information, there was one among the bandits who had also once been a member of the Special Forces unit. The general demanded from Lily that no matter what, it was Kim and his men who took part in the mission. And then Lily had no choice but to carry out the order she received. Events returned to the present. When Kim's hand fell on her shoulder, the girl admitted that she had behaved too much at that moment. A second later, Lily found Kim lifting her by the scruff of her neck. Without ceremony, he dragged the girl along with him. After some time, both of them were already far beyond Lily's house. They both froze. While at the cemetery, they met people visiting a loved one, a family. Lily was at a loss, not knowing what to tell them. As if caught in a personal nightmare, she was forced to look at the faces of these parents with dull eyes. Lily became thoughtful, thinking that perhaps she should start with an apology first. Suddenly, a man approached her and asked if Lily was his son's commander. Looking up, the girl mumbled something uncertainly. Holding back his inner pain, the man asked Lily not to allow such losses in the future. Lily's mouth dropped open in surprise at the suddenness of what was said. She tried to answer something, but faster than words, tears flowed from her eyes. Lily couldn't control her emotions, which is why tears soon formed into streams on her cheeks. Then, quickly falling to the ground, the girl began to cry out for forgiveness. In a fit of self-flagellation, she could not stop, repeating over and over again that everything that happened was her fault. Soon, the entire family of the deceased police officer was next to Lily and hugging her. Lily suddenly felt emotions she had never experienced before. Kim, just watch this whole situation from the outside. It seemed that even the parents of the dead policemen were no longer so grief-stricken after Lily's revelation. The girl raised her tear-stained eyes to them again. There and then, she burst into tears, not knowing how to apologize to her fallen comrades. After some time, the action now took place in a coffee shop. Kim complained about the lack of time and therefore allowed his interlocutors to make only 3 sentences to explain everything. At this, Hyun and Jun opened their mouths in confusion. Following this, they both began to chatter about something, but Kim stopped them, explaining that he was not cut out for serious conversations with men. In the end, Jun spoke first, in 3 sentences, telling about his career in boxing, the bad example there, and how, because of this, he went to the police. It was Hyun's turn, who spoke about his difficult childhood and the humiliations he experienced, which served as the reason for becoming a police officer. Deciding to sum up the stories, Kim slammed his coffee glass on the table, sternly asking why the two were so eager to leave the police. Kim reported that he saw clear targets for Jun and Hyun, to which one of the guys complained about the recent special operation. Hyun continued, saying that the 3 of them couldn't do anything. Jun took up the word, calling their company trash. Looking at them, Kim found these two to be the most disgusting type of people, prone to self-deprecation. Then the hero drew their attention to himself. Demonstratively cracking his fists, Kim announced that he would kill Hyun and Jun if they did not return to work. Standing up and shaking his fist, Kim emphasized that he would no longer waste time on stupid excuses. It was after these conversations that Hyun, Jun, and Lily returned to duty. Next, Jun and Hyun were promoted to sergeant, but this in no way saved them from Kim's grueling training. While Gyeon always found an excuse to sneak out and work out with a personal trainer, at the same time, Lily's return to service was marred by reprimands and terrible treatment due to the loss of her squad. The man in uniform noted that he met with Lily only because he was strongly asked to do so. Taking long breaks to smoke, he informed her that Dawn had survived. However, the commander of the special police squad, whose name was Jack, had no idea why Lily wanted to meet him so much. At that very moment, a serious conversation was taking place in the general's office. Kim placed a stack of papers on the table, calling them materials from an investigation that Phoenix herself had once led. While the general was studying the text, the hero briefly recounted that it was about March, April, and July, with whom Phoenix was on bad terms. Kim went on to say that April and July were two brothers who had previously accepted money from the Hwaguksa organization. Next, the speech touched on March, September, and October, which, according to the hero, were also not sponsored by the organization. Kim suggested that their lack of financial support was due to some mysterious business. Kim then shared his conclusion regarding where most targets can be found due to their developed muscles, which could indicate frequent gym visits. Kim also suggested that, despite the brothers' assurances, they themselves were most likely taking steroid drugs. In particular, the hero singled out his younger brother with his bloated body. The general was pleased with Kim's report and ordered him to investigate the sale of steroids and begin searching for the secret business. But the hero was not going to stop there and continued his story concerning March and Wild Cherry, who also did not receive funding. The whole point was that during Phoenix's lifetime, Wild Cherry and Maple actively invested their funds into the organization, which ultimately weakened Phoenix's position. Having listened to the end, the general turned the page of the report, then mumbled somewhat embarrassedly. It never occurred to him that the photos of the idols were included in the report. Kim asked how the general knew about such girls. Looking closely at the photographs, the general said that it was impossible not to know such beauties. Then, realizing that he had said too much, the general coughed and then laughed, explaining that everyone around knew such beauties. Kim explained the existence of such photos by the fact that one of the idols is Wild Cherry. The general was surprised by what he heard, that there was strength. Kim concluded that all the information was obtained from Phoenix's diary. The hero supplemented his words with what came from the diary. Phoenix and Cherry were not on the best of terms, but they often helped each other. In particular, the former made pills for the latter. Kim also mentioned a celebrity scandal from a month ago, apparently caused by Phoenix pills. Sighing in disappointment, the general looked at the photos of the idols again. The general wanted to blame the Hwaguksa organization for all the troubles, but Kim sternly hit the table, explaining that he had already given up on this matter. The general corrected himself. He meant one specific person and his goal. It seemed that Kim knew the bald freak's goal. The story moved to the time period when the hero was appointed as the new Biquan. Standing opposite him, the monk asked if the young man knew what was most important in life. After remaining silent at first, Biquan replied that he had no idea. With a satisfied grimace, the monk explained that fear was in charge of everything. The monk said that all people live in order to overcome their fears. According to the monk, those who were afraid of hunger worked. Those who feared loneliness sought communication, but in particular, the monk singled out one particular fear, the fear of death, which no one has yet managed to overcome. Turning, the monk pointed to the Buddha statue. Then Yuhua said that everyone turns to God. Then the monk hinted at the surrounding world and the number of troubles that accumulate there. He told Biquan about how, under the influence of these troubles, fears arise, and fears already affect the people themselves. The monk led his speech to the fact that one day, people will learn to look their fears in the eye. And then, according to the monk, people themselves will be able to become gods. Yu Hua presented Bi Kwang with a mask, calling him December and the main fear of the whole country. Kim's story ended, thus explaining the monk's motivation and goals. The general was not particularly enthusiastic about the story of the monk wanting to create or become a deity himself. However, the general was more concerned with another question. Why were the monks so devoted to the monk? Kim made it clear to the general that most monks obey the monk without question. This was due to the fact that as children they were raised as killers and forced to go through the horror of fear and death. But in the lives of such children there were other moments besides suffering. Such children barely survived the tests, received their months, and a reward awaited them. Through fear and suffering, the monk simply manipulated the children, elevating himself to the rank of a god. Hinting at himself, Kim said that he himself was among such children and knows what they went through. After listening to the story, the general noted that nevertheless, the hero managed to escape temptation. To this, taking a couple of seconds to decide, Kim replied that he had simply made a deal. While the general was trying to find out about the deal, Kim again launched into an explanation of the children's devotion to the monk. Pointing to himself, Kim made it clear to the chief what happens to those who go against the will of the monk. Kim said that he personally never rebelled against the monk, but several years ago a monk appeared in their ranks and started a rebellion. Next, Kim asked if the general knew about the Church of Truth. The general replied that he considered the church a pseudo-religion, but he had no idea that the organization had penetrated so deeply into society. Then Kim continued his story, explaining that the leader of the church was the maple of the first composition. It seemed that she believed the nonsense she was spouting to the public. However, the first line maple raised 12 disciples who were to face the 12 months of organization. But not much time passed before the disciples met with failure. First maple, with the remnants of the church loyal to her, fled to the Philippines. Later, they managed to catch up with her there too. The first to find Klena was Bi Kwang, whom she tried in vain to turn against the monk. To all her persuasion, Bi Kwang replied that, having completed the task, he would be allowed to start a normal life. In response to this, Maple made one prediction for Bi Kwang, which was that he would never live a normal life. After that, Bi Kwang no longer had any doubts and easily dealt with her. The general suddenly interrupted his story. He was interested in the next leader of the church. The hero thought about how to address the second leader of the Church of Truth. He remembered that Second Maple always had a lot of oddities. Each subsequent leader was always strikingly different from his predecessor. They were all of different genders, ages, and had unique voices. But Kim noted one important detail about these leaders. They were all similar in their manners, behavior, and characters. After finishing the story, Kim came to the conclusion that the next target from Phoenix's information should have been Wild Cherry. The general took this information rather strangely. Although this puzzled the hero, he himself did not dare to clarify anything. The action moved towards evening. A car was rushing along the road. Sitting in the front seat, Kim couldn't help but notice that the general, despite all his status, was driving such a jalopy. The hero even offered to give the general a new vehicle. To this, the general replied rather dryly that the car was given to him by his wife, who died a couple of years ago. In his tactless manner, either out of curiosity or teasing, Kim began to find out why the general's wife hadn't given him a better car. In response to continued questions, the general made it clear that his wife had also once served in the police. Kim continued to wonder if the general's wife had died on the mission. Gritting his teeth, the general said that his wife had been killed by some psychopath. Having learned what he desired, the hero expressed his condolences. But to Kim's surprise, the general continued, saying that his wife had been killed by a member of the Church of Truth. It was then that the general learned that the church was connected to the Hwaguksa organization. Kim commented that he now understood why the general had become gloomy when it came to capturing Wild Cherry. But the general, at least for now, no longer wished to discuss the matter. Instead, he let the hero know that his daughter also wanted to join the police force. Kim was happy for the general's daughter, who would have an easy career advancement. But the boss asked the hero to try to dissuade his daughter from this plan. Then Kim seriously asked if he could use his fists, which caused the general's indignation. A little later, they reached the general's dwelling. Kim still couldn't figure out why such a high-ranking person's house looked so unsightly. Using the key in the lock, the general made it clear to Kim that he should not address his superior as "you" in front of his daughter. The hero calmly agreed, and the door to the general's dwelling opened slightly. Entering the house, the heroes were already met by the general's daughter, who joyfully greeted her father. The general then hinted at Kim standing behind him, telling his daughter that this man would be living with them temporarily. The hero, meanwhile, seemed to be dumbfounded for some unknown reason. The general's modest daughter bowed and greeted Kim. The beautiful girl looked nothing like her father, which prompted the hero to think about adoption. A couple of minutes later, the hero was already looking at the general's family photograph. He noted that the girl looked very much like her mother, which prompted the general to comment on the hero's poor communication skills. The general then announced that Kim's room was on the second floor and urged him to go to bed. Then Kim and the general's daughter were left alone. Not a second passed before Kim turned around and decided to go and rest too. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand. For some reason, she wanted to go into Kim's room. The general's daughter explained that she would like to ask something. Kim looked at her suspiciously. A couple more minutes passed, and the action now took place in Kim's room. The hero asked if the girl really wanted to know what he had done to become a police officer. The girl excitedly confirmed this, as she herself passionately wanted to become a police officer. Without thinking twice about his answer, Kim revealed that he had to die. Then the hero looked at his hands. In fact, not even knowing any past about this body, except that before moving in, this person was abandoned by his parents. Kim then asked not to ask him about the police, which only made the girl even more interested in the topic. As a result, Kim admitted that he would not tell, as he had given his word to the girl's father. The words spoken about her father cooled her ardor a little. The girl complained that her father was always controlling and interfering with her. In the end, finding no other way to avoid this conversation, Kim invited the girl to training. The girl was genuinely happy and grateful, not suspecting that Kim hoped to dissuade her by showing her the true hell of his training. The next morning arrived. The trio didn't know who Kim brought with him to training. The hero introduced a special guest, saying that she would be studying with everyone. Gayon immediately ran up to the girl and started asking if she had been kidnapped. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl loudly introduced herself as Oyen, saying that she was a senior in high school and wanted to become like the three in front of her. Gion smiled at her words about the cool trio. Kim then interrupted their chatter, calling for them to begin training. Immediately, someone's fist flew towards his left cheek. The hero reacted and immediately dodged. He took a quick glance in the direction of the attacker. Then he counterattacked with an elbow strike to the chest. While Jun was bent over in pain, the next hands were already moving towards Kim. Immediately, Hyun grabbed the hero by the torso. Hyun started yelling and tried to push Kim to the ground. But I didn't expect that he would be embraced in the same way. With a quick movement, Kim threw Hyun over himself. Subsequently, it collapsed near Hyun. To Oyeon's trembling, Kim explained that this was the essence of the training. Then, Kim praised Jun and Hyun for the attack, but decided to give the laurels of glory to Gyeon, as the one who planned everything. Now, as he began to wander towards her, Kim wondered why Gyeon wasn't attacking. She tried to explain it by her fatigue after the haul, but the hero's hands had already landed on Gyeon's head. Inviting the redhead to start attacking as well, Kim began to strike Gyeon with his knee. While Gyeon was barely holding back tears after yet another act of beating, Kim turned his attention to Oyeon. Approaching her, the hero announced that it was the girl's turn to start training. The girl began to back away, to which Kim said that he would not hurt Oyeon. Without waiting for her to take any action, Kim struck. The hero's steel fist hit somewhere in the area of the right rib. Trembling in pain, Oyeon immediately fell to the ground. Kim hoped that the demonstration of his cruelty would discourage the girl from becoming a police officer, and therefore, he told her that it could be even more painful. Suddenly, the hero became interested in the girl's further behavior. He was surprised by how Oyeon, groaning, gradually rose to her feet. He noted with dignity the girl's willpower and lively look after the blow to the liver. Then Kim ordered everyone to pair up. Gyeon smiled slyly when she was paired with an inexperienced girl. Wiping the blood from her face, Gyeon admitted that she would not give in to Oyeon because she was a schoolgirl. Guyon's cheerful grin faded when Kim said that the schoolgirl was the boss's daughter. A minute later, Guyon actively encouraged victory over herself, begging Oyeon for mercy. Following these events, the day moved on to late evening. Walking home with Kim, Oyeon admitted that her body felt like it was all broken. The hero called her condition normal for the first time and recalled how the girl's eyes sparkled during training. Then the hero said that Oyeon could have made a good police officer. The girl looked at Kim carefully, thanking him cautiously. The general greeted the couple with obvious displeasure. The general was furious that his daughter and Kim returned together. Then, grabbing his daughter by the shoulders, the general began to beg Oyeon not to hang out with Kim. Unexpectedly, the girl said that the hero is not bad. A slight blush appeared on her face as she called Kim cool. The general was speechless upon hearing this. Then, with undisguised hatred, he turned his gaze to Kim. Even though Kim himself did nothing, the general ordered him to leave the house. At the same time, the general's swearing and lamentations regarding his daughter could be heard throughout the street. Now, someone was gradually approaching the doors of the general's house. Someone's eye was put up to the peephole. Kim turned around, feeling like he was being watched. A little later, an armed group of people gathered near the general's house. They turned around at once when the unfamiliar voice expressed disappointment that it had not noticed the twins. Kim emerged from the shadows and asked if it was Klyon who had sent the bandits. His words shocked the bandits for a couple of seconds. Smiling, the hero noted that only Maple could have sent such a herd. Afterwards, the bandits rushed towards the hero. One of them was already raising his knife threateningly. This action seemed to freeze for a moment. Kim quickly assessed the situation, then stabbing the attacker with a knife. While some bandits were just approaching, the first one had already fallen to the ground. It was the turn of the second and third attackers. Having grabbed each one separately, the hero slammed their heads together. Suddenly, a fourth appeared, but he too received his share of pain. With a sweeping kick, Kim knocked him out of the air. Now, the hero looked at the bandits who were barely moving and groaning. Having assessed their skills and training, Kim came to the conclusion that these were not professional killers. They held the knife awkwardly and moved poorly. Gradually coming to their senses, these people declared that they did not remember anything at all. Staring at Kim, they had no idea where they were. The hero had nothing to answer them. Sometime later, the general himself confessed that he had never seen anything like this before. The bound attackers now acted like frightened civilians and threatened legal action. The general tried to extract information from them, but all attempts were in vain. Kim, looking at the personal documents of those connected, came to the conclusion that all of them were not members of any gang, but ordinary people. But such news only angered the general even more. He said through clenched teeth that the same thing had happened to his wife. The hero guessed that this was clearly the work of Klyon. Events moved to one of these hypnosis sessions. The voice, swaying from side to side, asked to look only at the maple leaf. The voice assured that soon all fears and suffering would disappear and liberation would come. The leaflet stopped and the voice announced that it would now ask questions. The masked man asked who he was. Uncertainly, the woman began to try to say something. She seemed to have forgotten her previous thought. Immediately, her eyes sparkled, and the woman herself called the man in the mask a beautiful maple leaf that had freed her from her suffering. Kneeling down and removing his mask, Maple replied that she was right and he would make her beautiful. With a loud echo, he placed his mask on the floor. The woman's eyes suddenly flinched. The man reached greedily towards her. Meanwhile, the woman became more and more afraid with each passing second. Seeing her reaction, Maple himself now came to his senses. Twitching his disfigured face, he wondered if the hypnosis hadn't worked. The woman tried to apologize for her behavior, calling her reaction surprise at Klyon's beauty. At the same time, Maple squeezed another leaf between his fingers. He made a couple of light strokes against the woman's throat. She soon fell, clutching her throat. Then, with a disappointed sigh, Maple reached for his mask. Putting on his mask, Maple noted that this was not his first failure, but most of all, he regretted Phoenix's death. Someone behind Klyon reminded him that there should have been at least some drugs left over from Phoenix. Redleaf suggested using pills next time to enhance the effect of hypnosis. However, Maple decided to save the pills until the new Phoenix appeared. Then another voice came from the side, reproaching Klyon for unnecessary deaths. Yellowleaf, covering the body, noted that there were already enough of them for autumn leaves. To these comments, Maple responded that there could be no room for jealousy since he loved the leaves for their quantity. A small argument ensued between the characters, where it became clear that recruiting people for Maple was not an easy task, just as Maple considered people incorrigible. Looking at the corpse, Maple said again that it was impossible to fix a person. Then, holding up the piece of paper, he said that a person can be changed. Then, Maple said that it is better to exchange a bad person for a better thing, as in the situation with his leaves. Then the leaves brought the news to Maple that the group of people sent had failed to complete their task. Distressed by the news that his trained men had been stopped, Clen decided to report everything to God. Yuhua just received a report from Cleon. The monk was pleased with the news that the general had put up a fight and won. Next, an unknown voice asked permission to ask a question. The voice was interested in whether the status of months increases upon successful completion of the task. The voice hinted to the monk about the first Maple who betrayed the organization as soon as its status became too high. Then the voice remembered the Laspedeza brothers, but immediately corrected itself, saying that they were more interested in muscles than politics. The monk recognized Orchid's voice and replied that the task concerned more than just Maple. Yuhua told Orchid that in addition to Maple, 4 more months would participate in the mission. Having started looking at the sky again, the monk justified the number of months involved as necessary for the guaranteed success of the operation. The monk smiled slyly as an interesting plan came to his mind. Meanwhile, the action moved to the police department headquarters. Holland asked the general to take on the responsibility of destroying the sect. He promised that he would provide the necessary information. The general himself apparently silently agreed with this order. Holland then inquired about the rumor that the general had been attacked again. Without giving him a chance to speak, Holland continued, saying that the Church of Truth was involved in this, just like in the situation with the general's wife. Holland deliberately placed his hand on a folder containing information he had collected about the sect, stating that its followers were posing as true believers. He also said that the sectarians are actively kidnapping girls and aggressively spreading their faith. Holland had high hopes that the general would be able to handle this matter. A little later, Kim expressed a positive attitude towards the need to undertake such an investigation. However, the general had doubts, to which the hero reminded him of his wife's death at the hands of the sectarians and of the recent attack. The general had just begun to share his thoughts about the incompleteness of the information, but Kim had already disappeared. He looked around, no longer noticing the hero's presence in his office. The next day, Kim had already given the task to all 3 of them to catch the thieves. The hero explained that the matter concerned pseudo-religion, and he would catch the distributors with live bait. Meanwhile, among the trio themselves, there was already talk about the impossibility of detecting that very pseudo-religion, given their number in the country. It turned out that Hyun knows quite a lot about the methods and ways of recruiting into such sects, since they tried to persuade him to do the same many times. Next, Hyun suggested heading to the nearest subway station and starting the search from there. Jun supported his idea and also put forward Hyun himself as a bait. The guys started arguing about who would be better dressed in women's clothing to attract the attention of the sectarians. Their argument was interrupted by Gyeon's call, which hinted at her presence. Everyone just looked at her in silence. Then, ignoring Gyeon, Kim suggested using the general's daughter as bait. Unable to bear it any longer and clenching her fist, Gyeon suggested that everyone wait for her. Some time passed. No one expected that Gyeon would actually return to them. Having taken off her uniform and dressed up, she asked the guys' opinions. Smiling brightly, Gyeon wondered what feelings her new look evoked. Jun and Hyun were truly taken aback by the girl's transformation. It was Kim's turn, who said that Gyeon looked good if she kept quiet, of course. Next, Hyun spoke up, suggesting that the girl walk alone in this place for the sake of the experiment's credibility. After a while, some couple commented that Gyeon made a wonderful impression. Gyeon looked back at the strangers. In her mind, the redhead agreed with Hyun regarding the number of charlatans in their city. Gyeon was about to thank the strangers when the man stated that they were not representatives of some pseudo-religion. The man then told Gyeon that they had been watching her for a long time. The woman who had promised Gyeon great success and only wanted to talk to the girl took over the word. With hesitation in her voice, Gyeon agreed. Gion recalled Hyun's warning that the recruiters would most likely offer the girl to go to a cafe or other eatery. Once at the cafe, as expected, the recruiters told Gion that they had no money. Following Hyun's instructions precisely, the girl paid for everyone. It was a turning point that indicated that Gion was perceived as a suitable victim. Next, according to the plan, a conversation was supposed to take place. For about half an hour, Gion agreed with all the nonsense she had to listen to. Having finished their conversation, the recruiters stood up, inviting the girl to come and pray. Smiling sincerely, Gion agreed. Unfortunately, the road to the recruiter's lair was not quick. Being tired, Gion could barely move, but soon this path ended at some inconspicuous hut. As before, agreeing with everything, Gion went inside the building. The girl stopped when she noticed something. On the neck of one of those present inside, there was a mark in the shape of a leaf. Looking around, Gion noticed many other people inside, some of whom were even tied up. Afterwards, the girl with the mark on her neck turned her head towards Gion. At the same time, Gion clearly heard a loud bang somewhere behind her. She looked back, seeing that the front door was locked. And the next moment, the recruiters rushed towards her. Their hands greedily reached out to Gion. Unexpectedly, the girl intercepted the hand of one of the recruiters. Using a painful hold, Gion began to twist the attacker's arm. The second one, the girl hit with a kick. The mysterious person chuckled with interest, watching all this. Having finished with the attackers, Gion looked at her hands with enthusiasm. Next, she took a quick look at the bound and whining women. Gion asked if there was human trafficking going on here. Putting on a spiked knuckle duster, the green-haired person called what Gion saw a reunion. Then she froze. Gion was already aiming in her direction. Osoba asked if Gion had a stun gun in her hands. Meanwhile, Gion's index finger had almost pulled the trigger of the stun gun. But before this could happen, a dark robe flew towards the girl. The green-haired person confused Gion and prevented her from shooting. Gion could hardly see anything in front of her. Immediately, the green-haired person moved forward to strike Gion. But before that could happen, someone's shoe foot flew into her face. With a crash, she fell to the floor. Kim appeared at the right moment, hugging Gion. The hero, holding his club forward, was unhappy that someone was kidnapping people. The hero continued his address to the sectarians, asking if they knew morality. Having quickly recovered, the green-haired person stated in response that women should not be hit. Smiling in response, Kim said that the sectarians violate all principles. New series of blows fell on the stranger's body. Again and again, the hero raised his club. As he beat the green-haired girl, Kim felt his senses heighten after his last encounter with Phoenix. For the first time, the hero could say with certainty that he had completely mastered his new body. Somehow, the green-haired girl managed to escape from the hail of blows. Now she began to call on her accomplices to attack. Together, they moved towards the hero. In response, Kim squeezed the baton in his hand until it crunched noticeably. Two big guys were already approaching him. Kim met them with fan-shaped blows. After a second, he stopped, adopting a threatening pose. All around, there were now unconscious bodies lying. While Kim was thinking about how he could improve his form even more, Gion screamed at the top of her lungs about how awesome it was. Afterwards, a sigh and cough were heard from the green-haired girl. Kim began to finish her off while simultaneously arguing that Gion needed to train more. Having finished, the hero gave the order for Gion to call for reinforcements. But in response, only Gion's trembling voice was heard, declaring that due to fear, she was not even able to stand up. As Kim approached her, Gion noted that she had managed to lay down two of them. Extending his hand to the girl, the hero declared that she had indeed achieved some heights. Having praised her, he quickly picked her up. Gion was frightened by such a surprise, to which Kim replied that she herself asked for help. Blushing, Gion screamed at the top of her voice that she hadn't asked to be lifted like that. A little later, the action now took place in the general's office. Looking extremely tired, the general reminded Kim that he had asked him not to engage in amateur activities. There was a small argument, but the general eventually agreed that Kim would do as he pleased one way or another. For the first time, agreeing with the general's arguments, the hero promised that from now on, he would warn about his affairs. In response to Kim's further questions, the general made it clear that he would take on the Church of Truth's case only after interrogation and permission from above. Kim reminded Phoenix about the disappearance of drugs, but the general assured the hero that now he was personally responsible for everything. The general added to his words that now the head of the department himself had taken up the matter. The chief of police was Holland, a living legend who started out as an ordinary officer. In fact, Holland managed to become a legend due to his effectiveness compared to his predecessors and his enormous potential in politics. It is for this reason that Holland is still serving his third consecutive term as chief. Holland wasted no time, gathered the most capable people around him, and concentrated all power in one single place. No matter how hard anyone tried to move Holland's position, it was to no avail. The general concluded his story by saying that Holland, because of his merits, could be trusted. The general also recalled the Special Forces unit, which turned out to be unprepared for the challenges and, in fact, was not approved by Holland himself. However, Kim did not quite understand why the general spoke so tirelessly of Holland. The general looked down and said that Holland was as capable as Kim himself. The general noted that the hero's achievements were due to information about Hwagukse. However, Holland's achievements remained largely an unexplained mystery. Kim suggested that Holland was simply one of those people who are born once every 100 years. The general agreed with this, however, this did not answer one question. As it turned out, Holland knew nothing about the monk. And also, the legendary policeman stopped the investigation in this direction. The general called such phenomena contradictory. After some time, the characters returned home, where Oyeon met them. The general was glad to see his daughter and was interested in how her day had gone. Oyeon noticed that lately Kim and her father have been coming home late. Having reduced everything to busyness, the general quickly went to his room. Afterwards, Kim looked at Oyeon with interest. The girl smiled rather strangely. Oyeon admitted that her smile was caused by Kim's presence in their home. The girl confessed to the hero that even before Kim appeared in their house, the general had talked a lot about it. She said that after the death of Oyeon's mother, the general practically lost interest in everything. From the girl's words, it followed that everything changed when the general began to talk about Kim. Then, one random day, the general, taking his daughter by the hands, reminded her of the promise he made to her mother. The general admitted that until now he had not been able to fulfill his given word. Smiling for the first time in a long time, the general let Oyeon know that now everything would change. Oyeon herself could only guess about her father's mission, but she was sincerely happy for her father and the changes that had happened to him. After listening to the girl, Kim said that her father would succeed. The hero shuddered when he heard Oyeon ask him to promise. Smiling, the girl asked Kim to give her the floor. The image of the young phoenix immediately came to his mind. Having decided to promise, the hero extended his little finger. The girl did not understand Kim's actions, to which the hero asked if promises were not made in this way. Covering her mouth and giggling, she called Kim extremely cute. The hero froze at what he heard. Sometime later, Holland called the general to him, informing him that the interrogation was over. To the general's surprise, Holland shared the news that they now knew absolutely everything about the organization of the sect. With his hands folded, Holland decided to sum up everything that had been said above. He asked if the general would like to take on the sect's case. Meanwhile, history itself decided to tell about the religion of the Church of Truth. The church itself appeared about 10 years ago, and since then has acquired the scale of a large organization that was impossible to ignore. But after another 5 years, the entire church suddenly disintegrated, and the leaders of the sect were found dead. Police quickly hushed up the incident, telling the public that internal disagreements were to blame. But then, no one suspected that the church had not been completely destroyed. Of all the parishioners, only one remained alive. A boy with a disfigured face watched as his saint was killed. Holland believed that it was this young man who organized the new sect, gathering under his leadership the remnants of the previous one. He assumed that the new leader of the sect was no more than 30 years old. He actively kidnapped people from the streets, kept them in captivity, and broke their psyches. Then the sect leader makes it so that the exhausted, hopeless people see him as their messiah. But not only words are used, but also hypnosis. He makes soldiers out of men and turns women into personal assistants. A person's future depended on the degree of psychological processing. Among Maple's assistants was a green leaf named Nagyop, and also a yellow leaf whose name was Hwanyop, red leaf which was called Chogyop, and finally a black leaf whose name sounded like Haigyup. Holland added specificity to his story, telling the general that all the girls had a leaf-shaped mark on their necks. Unexpectedly, he also made it clear that he had information about Cleon's palace. Holland gave his word that he would give the general the coordinates of the palace if he took up the case. Looking at the general's silence, Holland assumed he was doubtful. He specifically reminded him that this was a unique chance for the general to avenge his wife. The general remained silent and suggested that the whole situation looked very much like a trap. Now, in a different place and at a different time, Maple sighed loudly. Hugging his followers, he declared that he already knew everything about what had happened to Greenleaf. He regretted that he had not managed to do everything for her and knew that soon the police would reach his hiding place. He then looked at the people hiding in the shadows, stating that they were in anticipation. However, Lespedeza and Miscanthus remained silent. Lespedeza's older brother seemed to have woken up and declared that he could only look forward to iron exercises. However, Miscanthus only silently raised his gaze to Maple. Lespedeza's older brother continued, stating that Maple must be aware that this task was nothing more than a trap. Cleon explained his agreement by saying that the monk promised to reward him generously in case of success. Suddenly, the previously silent Miscanthus spoke up. He asked if Clen had carried out the task solely for the sake of receiving the reward. After pausing and thinking, Clen stated that this was not forbidden. Next, Lespedeza's older brother spoke up, noting that he was surprised by the presence of other people in the assignment. He shared his opinion that he expected to encounter only Wild Cherry and Miscanthus. He also noted that failure would impact their entire business. Then Lespedeza's elder brother told of his premonition. He believed that this time, at least, they would be able to achieve a good result. Next, he inquired about Miscanthus's opinion. In his curt manner, Miscanthus revealed that he was simply following the monk's orders. Lespedeza's brother called Miscanthus a liar, and Clen was interested in their future steps together. Miscanthus replied that he was looking forward to it. He was extremely eager to see the entire island painted in the colors of scarlet leaves. Meanwhile, the general continued to insist that the raid on the church was nothing more than a trap. The general explained his opinion by saying that he had been investigating the drug trade for quite a long time and, based on his experience, knew for sure that this undertaking was a trap. After this, Holland quietly called the general by name. He asked if the general doubted his abilities. The general, in a voice like a thunderclap, declared that he only doubted a man named Kim. Holland's mood changed dramatically after hearing this. He laughed out loud, noting what an amazing person the general was. Holland was glad that the general retained control over himself, even when it came to his family. Holland asked the general not to worry about a possible trap, since they had one trump card at their disposal. He openly stated that a special detachment would assist in carrying out the mission. Holland believed that what was said should have restored the general's resolve, but he asked permission to put forward a proposal. Holland was all ears. The general asked for only one thing: to be allowed to interrogate the monk. Holland was puzzled and called the general amazing. He then stated that he had seen many others who had found themselves in similar situations. The general asked again in surprise. Holland led his speech to the fact that the general, in the end, will be the only one who can take his place. Not really understanding what was said, the general asked again, to which Holland apologized, replying that he could not accept the general's conditions. The general protested, demanding an explanation for the impossibility of conducting an investigation. When Holland finally decided to reveal his cards, a nervous sweat ran down the general's cheek. An image of pine trees briefly flashed through his mind. Placing his hands on the table, Holland insisted that he was the first month pine. After listening to Holland, the general tried to understand what he meant. Holland started talking about his secret life again, which only further confused the general. He said that he had been watching the general ever since his wife had taken it upon herself to investigate the activities of the Church of Truth. Holland then revealed that he personally ordered the investigation to be stopped when the general's wife died. He honestly said that at that time he considered the general to be unremarkable. Holland went on to say that he changed his mind after Phoenix's relatively successful operation. He admitted that he did not expect the general to take further action after he received certain warnings. Holland was quite pleased with the general's acting and how he continued to secretly prepare his plan. Gradually becoming enraged by such revelations, the general demanded an answer as to what Holland wanted from him. But first, Holland asked if the general liked their law enforcement organization itself. Holland immediately answered his own question, saying that he loved her. However, he acknowledged that the organization was very different from what he had initially imagined it to be. Holland believed that this was a place where evil was judged. But one day, Holland's whole outlook changed. He met someone. The masked man told young Holland that although they were different, their goal was the same. The monk removed his mask, inviting Holland to join him. Holland interrupted his story about the past, saying that he had been a member of the organization for 30 years and for the last 5 years as a department head. He argued that during this time their powers had become stronger, their budget had grown, and their capabilities had become much greater. Holland then asked the general if he had ever seen anyone else who, like Holland himself, had accomplished as much for the organization. But the general, gathering his courage, made it clear that all of Holland's efforts were carried out only for himself. In response to this, Holland made it clear that he was the core of the entire organization. Subsequently, Holland said that he could have remained in the organization, but he felt it was necessary to move on to something bigger. Throughout this long speech, he was leading up to the fact that he considered the general to be the most relevant candidate for the role of his successor. Holland began to describe the general as a man who does not give up his beliefs and has an honest character. Having listened to the bravado directed at him, the general declared that all of Holland's words directed at him were false. The general openly refused to be a puppet in anyone's hands. To this, Holland noted that evil cannot be defeated. Holland conveyed his worldview where, given two evils, he chose the one that could be negotiated with. Holland then said that if the general were in his place, he would have done the same. Having listened to the end, the general suddenly turned around and began to leave. Holland did not get angry at the general's reaction and suggested that he respond to his proposal next time. Unexpectedly, Holland caught the general's attention again when he mentioned his goal. Proudly, Holland said that he only wanted peace to come to their country. Next, Holland reached into his desk drawer for something. Having taken out the folder, Holland asked the general to take it and assured him that the information there about Cleona was reliable. As if baiting him, Holland reminded the general that he was obliged to avenge his wife. Here, Holland said that the name of the operation is called the Fallen Leaves Removal. Apparently, having taken the folder, the general's hand was already turning the door handle. Following him, Holland said that he highly appreciated the general, but he also urged the general not to bury himself. After leaving the chief's office, the general began to comprehend the information he had received. Despite everything, he tried to remain calm. However, this did not save the general from a multitude of questions that were sometimes unsolvable. And every time, the general came to only one conclusion, that he was absolutely helpless. Evening had come, and the action now took place in the general's house. Kim noted that this was the first time the general had returned home so late. Then, smelling a strange odor, the hero assumed that the general was quite drunk. The general's flushed, drunken face stared at Kim. Taking the general by the arm, the hero began to scold him for drinking too much alcohol, especially in uniform. After taking a couple of steps together, the general began to mumble. Barely moving his tongue, he said that he had met Sosna. Kim asked again about what was said. But the general continued his seemingly unconnected speech, declaring that Sosnoy was the head of the department. Kim demanded that the general immediately tell him everything, but he, stuttering, only said that the entire Hwaguksa operation was canceled. Hearing this, the hero burst into tears, accusing the general of having gone crazy. With a dull look in his eyes, the general said that from the very beginning, his battle with Kim was a losing one. The general believed that their every action was controlled from outside, but then the hero noticed something. Despite the fact that the general was holding on to his feet with all his might, the folder was still firmly held in his hand. Several hours passed after this event, and it was already morning. A long groan was heard in the house. Clutching his head, the general barely managed to open his eyes. For a second, he was stunned when he saw two faces looming over him. The general screamed and jumped out of bed. Jun and Hyun explained to him that they were simply carrying out Kim's orders. When the general urgently inquired about Kim's current location, neither Jun nor Hyun knew his exact location. But then one of the guys relayed Kim's words, which were intended for the general. These words followed Kim's reasoning about the hands of a criminal organization, and he unambiguously hinted to grab them. Meanwhile, the hero himself stood near the pier with a mysterious bag on his shoulder. For him personally, Operation Leaf Removal had just begun. Suddenly, behind Kim, Gyeon's pleading cry was heard, saying that she also wanted to go for the operation. The hero turned around in amazement. Gyeon explained that she tracked Kim using an app she had on her phone while she was acting as bait. She showed the phone screen, claiming that she had managed to find the hero using the app's reverse functionality. Kim was indignant to himself, but at that very moment he received a call. Seeing the nickname Slave on the smartphone screen, Kim realized that the general was trying to call him. In response to all sorts of questions, the hero briefly made it clear that he was going to the island, and he paid for the entire trip with those very same ingots. After listening, the general sternly pronounced Kim's position and full name. He made it known that he would send reinforcements for Kim. Smiling, Kim was happy to hear that the general had finally pulled himself together. Then, Kim immediately made it clear that otherwise, he would have dealt with the general and his mental state. After finishing the conversation, Kim began to climb on board, but Gyeon continued to persuade him to take her with him. The redhead said that she could play the role of bait again and be useful. Kim was adamant. He also said that Gyeon was weaker than Jun and Hyun, and therefore, even they had a separate task. Kim explained that the girl was far from reaching the level of even those idiots. Gyeon herself tried to convince the hero otherwise. She stated that the whole point is in gaining experience, and therefore in the number of tasks completed. Ultimately, Gyeon openly stated that she was also a member of the team. Kim interrupted her, called her a slave, and the girl eventually agreed, further branding herself an outcast. It seemed that her low self-esteem managed to pierce the hero's stone heart. Gyeon hoped that she would be able to be useful again and, at the same time, receive praise from Kim. The moment came when Gyeon was about to confess something to the hero. However, Kim, calling the task excessively dangerous, struck the girl in the neck with his palm. Having gotten rid of the redhead for a while, the hero finally managed to board the ship. At the same time, in another place, the office door creaked and opened slightly. A police officer informed Holland that the general had asked for the officer in charge of the Special Forces unit to be sent to him. Holland pretended to be genuinely surprised and approved the dispatch. The door to the office closed, and now Holland was left alone with himself. Reaching into his inner pocket, Holland noted with satisfaction that the general had finally given in to persuasion. Taking out his transmitter, Holland reported that the prey had taken the bait. He also gave an approximate time when the target would reach the island. The other side of the transmitter received the information and promised to pass it on to Cleon. With a relaxed sigh, Holland stated that now everything would begin. Thus, at the forefront of the criminal organization were Cleon, one of the Laspedeza brothers, and Miss Kant. On the police side, they were opposed by the general and his men, as well as a special squad. Holland couldn't contain his emotions at how interesting the spectacle was about to become. When Holland told his plan to the monk, it didn't really matter who won. If Cleon had won, he would have gained the monk's influence and favor. If the general wins, his position in the police department will be strengthened. But Holland himself hoped that during the mission, both sides would shed blood. Holland had hoped to bring about something terrible once all the months had played out their intended role. The only obstacle was the head of the Special Forces Department, who was something of a thorn in the side of Holland and never supported him. Holland began tapping on the table and began to pronounce the word balance. He wanted to achieve a balance where neither side would be able to tip the scales of power in their favor. Suddenly, the transmitter started working again, and Holland was now calling Iris. He questioningly named the time that Holland had indicated as the police's arrival. But then Iris told about Cleon's people who had been in ambush before. It turned out that all of them had already been killed. Holland's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard this. Iris, for her part, tried to get an answer from Holland. However, the old man, somewhat shocked, fell silent. Then Holland sighed thoughtfully. He thought about the general, who turned out to be more cunning than the fox. More and more, Holland began to appreciate the general for his resourcefulness. Ultimately, Holland asked that Cleon be given his sincere apologies. Then Iris called Holland again. He was transmitting information that there was no team operating on the island. At that very moment on the island, the guards only managed to jerk away in fear. The next second, a flurry of blows rained down on them. People only had time to scream from pain and horrific wounds. According to Iris, all of this was carried out by just one single person armed with a knife. Now, Holland sighed warily, thinking about someone. Having given himself some thought, Holland believed that this way the plan itself could go to waste. Unable to find anything better, Holland decided to resort to a backup plan. His gaze fell on the phone because the balance had to be restored. Finally, the action moved to the island itself. Standing among the corpses, Kim made an urgent phone call. The hero received an urgent order requiring him to wait for a special squad. The voice on the other side assured that the special forces would not stop Kim. The general, not yet aware of Holland's actions, urged Kim to trust. At the same time, loud footsteps echoed through the corridors of the police department. Opening the doors, the head of the Special Forces unit, Jack, entered the room. He let his men know that an assignment had been received. Officer Chint was looking forward to her new job after a long layoff. Officer Pak was also excited about the upcoming job. Among them was also Officer San, who asked his comrades to be less emotional. The only one who remained silent was Lily. Having gathered them all, Jack commanded that it was time to move out. Events returned to the phone conversation, where Kim admitted that the strongest month he had encountered was First Maple. He paid special attention to this since all the others were much, much weaker than her. The general interrupted Kim, asking him for a favor to get rid of the current Maple and thus avenge his wife. Kim agreed with this, and then the general called for him to obey. Further, having said that he had a plan, the general demanded that the mission be carried out without losses. Sometime later, the action took place on one of the island's shores. Jack and his men descended from the deck and greeted Kim. Right off the bat, he stated that he had heard a lot about the hero. Then Jack introduced himself. Kim, however, turned his attention to the people who were next to Jack. Somehow, Gyan found her way into their ranks. To this, Jack informed Kim that he couldn't abandon his own people. Chint added to her boss's words, saying that every person is important in teamwork. Then Pak joined the conversation, wondering if Kim was the man who had busted the drug dealers. San tried to stop his partner, reminding him of subordination, but Pak considered Kim to be something unworthy. Pointing his finger at Kim, Pak called him a man who abandons his own and does not respect others. A verbal altercation ensued, with Kim making all sorts of disrespectful remarks about the trio of Gyan, Hyun, and Jun. Gradually, the tension in the dispute between Park and Kim reached its peak. Listening to empty insults, Kim now mentally hoped to get rid of everyone and continue with the mission. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached the hero. Putting her hand on Kim's shoulder, Lily quietly asked him to be patient. Only now did the hero realize that he hadn't immediately recognized Lily, since the girl's manners had completely changed. Pak continued to be aggressive. He tried to provoke the hero into a fight. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and paid attention when Jack's stern voice was heard. He asked Pak to know his limits and not to create conflicts. Pak immediately apologized, and San even stated that he had not participated in this verbal altercation. The hero remained silent, watching everything without emotion. Meanwhile, Jack lit a cigarette. Just then, his radio began to beep. By pressing the key, he announced that the entire team was now assembled. On the other radio, the general was in contact with Jack, and he was now planning to begin a briefing on the operation. The general explained that the target of the operation was located in a 3-story building. The general gave quite detailed information about the arrangement of the first floor. When it came to the second floor, the general announced that there was a service hall there. Next, the conversation turned to the 3rd floor, where the office of the head of the church himself was supposed to be located. Then, the general decided to put himself in the place of the sectarians. He said that initially he would have lured the entire team inside the building. Later, the team would be surrounded by cultists who would previously have been hiding in side rooms. As a result, the general proposed that the detachment split into directions to carry out separate tasks. After listening to the tactics, Jack inquired about the veracity of the information, but the general confirmed that there were no leaks. Meanwhile, Kim found the general's behavior strange. He had already changed his mind several times about the mission. In pursuit, The general suggested that the sectarians did not have the strength to resist the detachment, which meant they would encounter something unknown. The general advised Jack to quickly sort out his zone and then jointly prepare for the next steps. As soon as the general finished speaking, Kim spoke up, declaring that he would go in a straight line. Pak asked the hero about such a decision. To this, Kim briefly replied that he was the strongest. This response again provoked a wave of insults from Pak. The squabble did not take place as the hero was called out. Jack offered Kim to shake hands as they were about to work together. The hero calmly extended his hand and they shook hands. At the same time, Jack glanced at something unnoticed. Afterwards, he suddenly said that Kim, as he himself wished, would go forward alone. Shaka's team's opinion on this decision was quite divided. Jack then added that he would cover Kim while he climbed up. He said enthusiastically that he hoped for successful cooperation. Having digested all the information, the hero agreed. But then Lily spoke up, trying to call Jack. Excited, Jack's fighters examined the contents of one of their bags, which was filled with all sorts of rubbish. After taking a look, Jack admitted that there had been some kind of mistake and demanded to contact the carrier. Chint immediately began calling the right person. Chint noted that despite all her efforts, the carrier, for some reason, did not respond to her. Upon hearing this, Jack's face suddenly changed to an extremely serious manner. At that very moment, in Holland's office, there was a conversation about substituting things. He sincerely thanked someone for fulfilling his request. On the other side of the phone, a naval police chief named Ada considered the service she had rendered to Holland an honor. Their conversation ended there, and Holland hung up the phone with satisfaction. Holland scratched his head and told himself that what he had done was too much, but he had no other choice. Now inside the church, Klyan was saying that he had managed to see God. Shaking the pedal, he asserted that all his words were filled with the utmost truth. With bated breath, people listened to his words that only believers would find salvation. Swinging the pendulum once more, Klen said that only punishment awaits those who do not believe. He then told his flock about the unbelievers who were approaching the church and wanted to harm everyone. But then he rushed to calm the people, declaring that they would defeat the unbelievers because God was on their side. He loudly called upon his flock to believe, and especially, Maple demanded that you believe in him. He continued his story by saying that as soon as the battle with the infidels ends, union with God himself will occur. Watching the speech from the sidelines, Laspedeza noted how much Klen was pumping people up with religious fanaticism. The whole situation reminded him of falling maple leaves. But gradually, they turned into yellow autumn leaves. Laspedeza compared these events to the madness itself, which was rapidly engulfing the church with each passing second. Each time, finishing one of the elements of his speech, Klyan led to the thought that everything is done for God's sake. His words penetrated into people like poison. At the same time, nearby, more guards were killed. Walking past the unconscious people, Jack let out a sigh of relief. He looked up, noting the majesty of the church. Afterwards, he commanded the whole group to go inside. The church doors swung open slowly. The entire group entered the dimly lit hall on the first floor. Pak immediately exclaimed at what he saw. A huge crowd of believers, in dense rows, blocked the way to the upper floors of the church. Everyone remembered the general's reminders that among the parishioners there were a huge number of people with brainwashed heads. Often, like the clan, people were dressed in white robes. All the others, already ideological, wore clothes of other colors. Looking at the crowd, Chint said that the people gathered in front of them must be ordinary people. However, as soon as she began to speak about the fact that the detachment would have to be careful in its forces, ahead of everyone and without warning, Kim rushed. Having practically reached the crowd, the hero jumped. Spinning around, Kim raised his leg to strike. Then, hitting one of the fanatics right on the nose. From the force of the blow, he was immediately knocked out. For the hero, everything that happened was just a warm-up. Seeing Kim's actions, Pak cursed at him. Standing at a distance, he tried to remind Kim that these were ordinary civilians, not bandits. At the same time, San wanted to go to Kim's aid, but Commander Jack denied him this right, saying that the hero could handle it on his own. Looking back, Jack gave the order to each of the team to move in their own direction. For the first time, the general's decisions proved correct. As expected, Klyan positioned civilian fanatics on the approaches to the second floor so that they would lure the special forces to him. Meanwhile, Others were already waiting for them in the neighboring rooms and the basement. However, this did not change the fact that every step of the Special Forces unit was monitored. Holding the tablet and looking at the image, Maple wondered what he should do next. After a slight hesitation, Clem gave orders to his men to wait for the signal. However, now, in a different place, the documents were being actively studied. All this time, the general was actively trying to dig up any clues that would lead to the Waguksa organization, but he was unable to find a catch. At that very moment, Clyon transmitted information to his subordinates so that they would meet the enemy on the second floor. Clyon noted that the Special Forces team was acting very harmoniously, had split up, and even somehow knew the location of the secret doors. Some of them moved to the left rooms, some to the right rooms, and the rest went to the basement. What Clyon saw gave rise to serious doubts, and he began to believe that someone had leaked the information. However, Maple knew that the information Greenleaf had given out had been deliberately planted in her memory as bait. Clem could only guess that the information with which the Special Forces unit was operating was given by Holland, Sosna. In any case, Clyon could only guess why the Special Forces were so successful. He began to ponder the question of the mole's secret identity, remembering that the information was in the possession of a monk, Iris, and someone from the police. Now, having come to a not very comforting conclusion, Maple's eyes widened. Clem said the names of Laspedeza and Miss Cant sadly. Looking back at them, he asked suspiciously why they had come to him. Miss Cant remained silent, and Laspedeza urged Clem not to play the fool since he already knew everything. Clyon began to openly express his fears. One of the reasons for the appearance of Miss Cant and Laspedeza, he said, was the monk's desire to get rid of himself. Next, Clem desperately wanted to know why they decided to do this to him. Placing his hand on his chest, he began to confide in Laspedeza, who did not understand what was happening, that Clyon himself had blasphemed, as had his predecessor. Clem assured with all his might because he served the monk with strength and truth. After listening to Clyon's tales, Laspedeza called everything he had said previously completely unrelated nonsense. But such an answer only inflamed Clyon. He asked Laspedez not to take him for a fool. But then suddenly Miscant spoke up. He assured Clyon that if the monk had given the order to liquidate him, he would already be dead. Unexpectedly, Clem took Miscant's words as a threat and suggested that he try to carry out what he had said earlier. Coming closer, Maple offered Miscant to try to kill him. At the same time, with a furious cry, one of the fanatics rushed into the attack. Pac responded with his own mutual fist swing. Having gotten ahead of the fanatic in his actions, Pac hit him in the jaw with his fist. San tirelessly reminded Pacu to regulate his forces because now they were facing ordinary civilians. Puck looked ahead, his voice taking on a note of despondency for the first time as he saw the corridor ahead, thickly filled with fanatics. He also kept grumbling about how the squad was doing all the dirty work while Kim was moving forward. Continuing to fight back, San urged Pak to worry more about themselves for now. The action then moved to the second-floor corridor. The entire area there was strewn with the bodies of fanatics. Having knocked out another fanatic, Kim found it strange that even here everyone was wearing white robes. The last conscious fanatic told Kim that Maple was ahead and the hero couldn't go there. In an attempt to bring the man out of hypnosis, Kim began to give him resounding slaps. But the beaten, bruised fanatic only uttered how beautiful Maple was. Having achieved nothing with this, the hero decided that he would rise even higher and meet Clyon personally. Meanwhile, a similar situation with beaten fanatics was now unfolding in another corridor. Looking at the people lying there, Jack asked Lily if she was okay, and the girl indignantly confirmed this. Then, turning around, he commanded Lily that they were coming in. Another door in the giant church opened. Jack and Lily were alarmed by what they saw. In the room there, they were met by a group of people with animal skulls on their heads. Having looked at them carefully, Jack said that the guys in front of them were the very leaders that the general had spoken about. After all, as it followed from the information, the deer were considered killers of the Huaguksa organization. One day they were expelled, and Maple took them in, using hypnosis and drugs, turning these people into obedient puppets. The length of their horns indicated the length of their killer's career. Jack asked if they were having a hard time. The horned ones did not know that it was possible to answer such a question. Then Jack moved abruptly from his place, having managed to say that he meant the horns. Jack's hands gripped them tightly. Pulling his horns down, he repeated his earlier question more angrily. The mask cracked and shattered from the impact with Jack's knee. Jack himself now thought with a smirk that the horns were no longer a problem. Following this, the horned ones immediately moved towards him. Jack raised his right fist in response. A powerful thrust fell upon one of the cuckolds. Afterwards, another one got it too. The third one, Jack, simply pushed away from himself with a blow to the body. He reacted in time when one of the killers was about to attack Jack from behind. Another cuckold has lost his mask, and as he fell, something darted past his body. The steel of the sword flashed barely noticeably. Only now did Jack realize that he had missed one of the killers, who was dangerously close to him. It seemed he wouldn't have time to dodge, but Lily entered the battle in time. With a kick, they deprived the killer of the element of surprise. The last of the killers now rolled head over heels away. Jack briefly thanked Lily for her support. Then they both looked taken aback for a second or two. The last of the killers had already managed to come to his senses, throwing off his clothes and mask. Now she stood silently in front of the characters. At the same time, on the upper floors of the church, Laspedeza tried to separate Cleon and Miscanthus. He loudly and repeatedly called on everyone to calm down. Laspedeza urged Cleon to come to his senses and reminded him of their joint business. As an argument for allegedly canceling the order to kill Cleon, Laspedeza cited the fact that he had not trained for the last 2 days only for Cleon's sake. Laspedeza then explained that if things were different, he would have already killed Cleon and gone to training, while Miscanthus himself was not even at the general meeting. Now Laspedeza turned to Miscanthus himself so that he would confirm his words. Miscanthus remained silent, and Maple eventually declared that he believed Laspedeza. Laspedeza convinced Cleon that he had the months on his side, and also the Maple's personal leaves. Laspeditz even mentioned the deer, who, despite taking drugs, were faithful to Cleon. After all, among all these killers with horns, there was one special one, the former Moon and the first Wild Cherry. Lily was openly surprised. She thought it was impossible to get up after her blow. But at that very moment, the killer rushed at them in a new attack. Her movements were quick and elusive, somewhat reminiscent of the grace of a snake. In a flash, her legs were already wrapped around Jack's body. Another second, and she was already above him, holding a dagger to his neck. Closer and closer, the tip of the dagger approached the jugular artery. But Jack, not intending to give in so easily, squeezed the killer's hand with force until it crunched. Then, like a baseball, he launched her body to the side. However, the killer managed to group herself in the air, and her fall to the floor went quite smoothly. Taking the dagger more comfortably in her hand, she again raised her gaze towards Jack and Lily. Jack himself could not believe that such a fragile-looking girl had extremely soft movements. Jack couldn't believe that the killer had managed to recover so quickly from Lily's powerful blow. He noted that the girl's eyes were unnaturally dull. The killer moved like a pedal, but it was worth it for Jack to hit her. How he noticed every time the unnatural reaction of this person. The killer trembled like a branch caught in the wind. Always coming to her senses instantly, the girl, time after time, rushed into counterattacks. Lily was worried about her commander, whose clothes were torn to shreds under the blows of the dagger. Jack himself found the killer to be excessively strong. As a result, Jack came to the conclusion that he would be forced to kill at least one person in this place. Then he performed a heavy-handed sprint. Like a titan, Jack raised his fist over the killer. At that moment, the girl again performed her unpredictable movements, and the blade of her dagger ended up right next to Jack's eye. In defense, Jack managed to put out his hand, which was immediately pierced by the tip of the dagger. Ignoring the pain from his pierced hand, he grabbed the killer's head. Then, out of necessity, he pinned her to the floor. Holding her in this position, he swung for the finishing blow. The girl screamed as his blow finally managed to painfully reach her body. Afterwards, Jack planned to trample her, but he stopped. Blood began to ooze from the corners of the killer's mouth. She even seemed to be happy about this outcome. Jack was surprised to note that there was much more life in the killer's eyes at the moment than before. Ignoring Lily's need for medical attention, Jack contacted the team members, informing them that the rooms to the left had been cleared. Not without pleasure, everyone except Kim listened to his radiogram. Chint only said that Jack did everything as always. Then she said that she was worried about Jack because he had not personally participated in missions for a long time and could lose his form. Guyon looked around. She hesitated, suggesting that the same might apply to Chint personally. To this, Chint replied that she had not yet had time to warm up because earlier on missions she acted much faster. Guyon found out that Chint was not connected with the Special Forces at all, despite all her training and abilities. Chint agreed to tell a little about herself. She openly stated that she became like this because she followed one person. Chint hugged Guyon, but she didn't quite understand where she was leading. In another corridor, Pak and San exhaled tiredly. In a swearing tone, Pak stated that they had barely managed to deal with the crowd of fanatics. San began to scold Pak again for swearing, and they moved on. As they were opening the door at the end of the corridor, Pak informed San that he was getting on his nerves with his lectures. But then San himself let out a cry of surprise. Pak tried to call out to San, who suddenly took a few steps into the room. Running after him, he tried to find out what had struck San so much. Inside the room, two beauties were hiding with bored faces, who did not take San's shout very kindly. San couldn't take his eyes off their unearthly beauty. But as for Yellow and Red Leaves, they were always close to Maple. From childhood, they were raised as the next killers. However, Maple managed to get them into his own possession as a gift from the monk. Meanwhile, San, devouring the girls with his gaze, did not know what to do, to which Pa recommended that he kill himself. The girls stood up, and Red Leaf said that San knows about women. Immediately, both of them took out exotic types of weapons. San and Pak immediately froze at the sudden change in the girls' behavior. Preparing for battle, the girls said in unison that they already had a master. Pak tried to appeal to their reason. He suggested that the girls put down their weapons and surrender immediately. San confirmed his words, but stopped when he saw a toothy whip flying at him from above. The guys managed to jump to the sides, and the whip hit the floor with a roar. Yellowleaf noted that San was no simple talker since he managed to evade. Now, deciding that it was her turn, Yellowleaf moved towards Pak and San. She started the circular saw and swung it. To her surprise, Pak also proved to be tough and managed to evade the attack. Following this, Pa began to run. He also called San with him, believing that they would not be able to cope without weapons. Already at the door of the room, Pak looked back, not understanding why San was not following him. At this moment, San said that he does not run away from girls. Next, lunge towards the Red Leaf. Red Leaf tried to stop Sana with her verbal flirtation, but San knew a completely different way to get closer to a girl much faster. Deciding to speak through body language, he drove his fist into her head. Afterwards, he froze for a second. Red Leaf didn't seem to be hurt at all. She just kept repeating the words about communication over and over again. Having managed to intercept San's fist, she called his beliefs wrong. Twisting San's arm, Red Leaf wanted to tell him something about communication. The story temporarily traveled to the past, where it was revealed that before the Leaves came to Maple, they were contenders for the new Miss Cherry. They competed openly and quite fiercely with whoever is the cherry tree now. Twisting San's arm even further, Red Leaf said that everyone should be equal in conversation. With a wave of her hand, she straightened the whip, indicating that there would be no conversation between them now. Preparing to hit San with a whip, Red Leaf called what was happening unilateral education. Unnoticed, the whip touched San's shoulder and blood burst out of the elongated wound. Squinting in pain and then opening his eyes slightly, San noticed something. Yellowleaf was already flying towards him, swinging a saw. Before she died, she offered Sanu to repent. At that very moment, while scolding San, Pak grabbed a random table in the room. Then he forcefully threw the table at the girls. At once, the roar of a circular saw was heard throughout the room. Swinging her active saw, Yellowleaf deftly cut through the table, flying towards them. Next, she looked at San, who had already stood up and was groaning. Clutching his wound, San called the girls hotties and refused to run anywhere. Having come to terms with San's refusal to escape, Pa asked him to do so. San chuckled but replied that he didn't want to do that. Red and Yellow Leaves stood next to each other. They provoked San to do some things. Pak became even more desperate in his urging of San to pull himself together, otherwise he would have to answer to his boss. Then San turned to the Leaves. He asked the girls to understand their situation and not to get angry. At the same time, the action took place on the second floor of the church. When he got there, Kim gave a puzzled chuckle. He noted that strangely, no one was present on the second floor. The hero assumed that the absence of people on this floor was due to the fact that Cleon did not expect such stubborn resistance from the special forces. But this situation was the least of Kim's worries. He still desperately wanted to see Cleon's face. However, despite the general desolation of the second floor of the church, Kim was kept under constant surveillance. Holding the tablet with the displayed image, Clen looked at Kim's face for a long time. Irritably, he admitted that the hero was being overly intrusive. Cleon had some information about Kim, but he never imagined that he would be so strong. Cleon began to ponder the details of Phoenix's death and Kim's participation in this event, since an entire Special Forces unit had died back then. Deciding to interrupt this reasoning, Clen prepared to use one secret trump card up his sleeve. Clen noted that, fortunately for him, he wouldn't even have to take out such a strong trump card. Meanwhile, Kim continued to examine the space on the second floor. Talking to himself out loud, the hero said that it was quite presumptuous of Cleon to leave the path to the third floor without cover. He came to his senses when an unknown voice was indignant at what it heard. There were powerful footsteps, and someone blocked Kim's further path. Laspedets's elder brother, as if in mockery, was surprised that the hero could not notice the former's enormous body. Kim smiled, finally meeting someone else. At that very moment Laspedeza became active, he declared that he knew about Kim's approach. To this, the hero briefly replied that he was pleased with this news. Then Laspedeza offered the hero to fight and put an end to the whole game. It seemed that the hero agreed with Laspedeza's proposal. Laspedeza, with extreme surprise, repeated Kim's desire to kill him. Then he seemed to begin to think about what he had heard from the hero. Afterwards, Laspedeza called out to Kim and told him that the word kill could be interpreted in different ways. Laspedeza's further behavior made Kim begin to roll his eyes little by little. Beginning to ostentatiously flex his muscles, Laspedeza declared that his body itself was extremely lethal. He would have liked to brag in some other way, but Kim, at that very moment, was already running towards him. The hero launched a kick, but it landed in Laspedeza's defensive stance. Laspedeza put his hands up in a block and said that the meaning of his words was completely different. In terms of comments, Kim did not remain on the sidelines and stated that Laspedeza is slow-witted. Having managed to push Kim aside, Laspedeza crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. Then, in his usual hyper-powered form, he swung. The strongest fist in the entire Hwaguksa clan passed above Kim's head. Kim dodged and told Laspedeza that he was getting bigger and bigger every time. Laspedeza seemed to freeze as he tried to make sense of the words he had heard. To Laspedeza's surprise, Kim stated that he knew who the big guy was. Kim chuckled and called Laspedeza that same muscle-bound slowpoke. Enraged, Laspedeza pulled his hand towards the hero, but Kim, like a gust of wind, managed to take off from his place. Meanwhile, Laspedeza could only look at his catch in bewilderment. In his hand, he clutched Kim's clothes tightly. Afterwards, he started giggling. He mocked Kim, who, by taking off his clothes, hoped to escape trouble. Laspedeza asked if Kim would take off her shirt and later her underwear. To this, the hero offered Laspedeza to take these things from him personally. Throwing off the clothes he had previously removed from Kim, Laspedeza growled menacingly that he would strip the hero of his very skin. In response, Kim recalled their recent skirmish with Laspedeza. The hero shared that he thought that at that moment he was extremely slow. Laspedeza's eyes widened. Kim made it clear to the jock that Laspedeza himself had sped up considerably. The hero believed that after that day, Laspedeza put his efforts into developing speed. In response to this, Laspedeza only shook his head in bewilderment. Kim went on to say that abilities, even those of others, should be recognized. He wholeheartedly praised Laspedeza for his success. Laspedeza even caught his breath from such an unexpected turn of events in the battle. Kim continued, explaining that Laspedeza had gone to great lengths to hide his shortcomings. Kim's words also touched upon the body of Laspedeza, for which he had sacrificed so much. Ultimately, Kim's long thought touched upon the fact that Laspedeza even today has managed to learn certain lessons. Kim then began to applaud Laspedeza's efforts and dedication. Laspedeza still had no idea what the hero was carrying and why. Kim replied that a body like Laspedeza's would be difficult to achieve through sheer effort. As if hinting at something, Kim said that even pills would not have been able to produce results. Laspedeza managed to justify himself by claiming he was completely natural, to which Kim replied that that was precisely why he was sorry. Kim tried to convey that by focusing on muscles, Laspedeza had neglected something equally important. Laspedeza shook his head again in confusion. Then Kim smiled widely. As if stabbing a knife into his heart, he called Laspedeza a castrato. Hearing this, the big man hit himself in the chest. Then he rushed towards Kim, squealing that everything was fine with his household. However, the hero, in his usual manner, quickly avoided the dangerous attack. Now Laspedeza managed to see where the hero had retreated. A knife was already visible in Kim's hands. Running the blade over his clothes, the hero said that the huge body had deprived Laspedeza of other important parts. Next, the hero rushed towards the big guy. Cross on cross, he stabbed Laspedeza. The big man groaned in sharp pain. Kim himself considered Laspedeza to be nothing more than a huge and useless piece of meat. The hero had been concerned about a possible meeting with Laspedeza in advance, and therefore carried a weapon in his bag. He told the big guy that it would be much easier to cut him into pieces. Next, Kim asked why Laspedeza still didn't use weapons, despite all the advances in speed. Laspedeza himself seemed to droop when he repeated Kim's question. Then, suddenly coming to his senses and making another attack on the hero, he yelled that weapons are for weaklings. But then, another swing of Kim's knife caught the big guy's body. As if to remind him, Kim said that Laspedeza had already lost once because of his overconfidence. The hero asked if his brother had ever given him any advice. Laspedeza looked at his new wounds. It seemed that the pain he was experiencing only gave him more strength. Later, he asked more sternly who Kim really was. Raising a knife that glittered in the light, the hero assured the big guy that he would soon find out everything. Meanwhile, Maple watched the skirmish between Laspedeza and Kim. He couldn't believe that the enemies preferred to talk rather than fight. Next, Maple reached his hand towards his mask. Taking off the mask, he carefully placed it nearby. An extraordinary feeling came over Clyon when he realized that he had seen Biquan himself. But as for Laspedeza, he felt pressure from this fight similar to his first barbell of 250 kilograms. Once having experienced similar pressure, he managed to survive in a cold room. However, thanks to their efforts, they managed to leave that place. This later helped the brothers kill April, and later kill July, taking their places. This was not just an act of cruelty, but a genuine victory of people over their own shortcomings. Efforts that helped the brothers win. The brothers' entire life was one continuous struggle, and that is why they hated Phoenix so much, despite the fact that Phoenix was one of them. The brothers were furious at how strong Phoenix had become thanks to the drugs alone. So, one day, while studying in the hall, the brothers started talking about July. The younger brother was considering the older brother's idea of killing July. The younger brother thought that July should have been left alive because he liked her and had a pretty face. The brothers had a slight argument over their attitude towards women, with the elder one putting the hated Phoenix figure at the forefront. The elder brother confessed to the younger that when he looked at the Phoenix, he had an irresistible feeling. He shared about the emotion that was weighing him down, making him feel as if all his previous efforts had been in vain. The younger brother listened attentively to the revelation. After performing another squat, he finally agreed to kill July. As soon as the brothers had dealt with their competitors, they began to make plans against Phoenix and hinder her in every possible way. Then, time after time, Phoenix was very worried. Clutching her head, she could not understand why all these misfortunes were falling on her. Phoenix shared with her top assistant about the problem of giving a bribe. In a panic, the girl hysterically bit her nails. Moments like these only served as a reason for the monk to lose faith in Phoenix. One day, Yuhua asked this question to two men. These men were the infamous Laspedeza brothers. The brothers themselves seemed to think that after the monk's words, luck smiled on them. But one rainy day, the older brother was tracked down by a man in a mask. The man admitted that he had been watching the brothers for a long time. The conversation turned to Phoenix, and the masked man shared his information that he knew about the sabotage of Phoenix's work by the brothers. Throwing aside the top of the umbrella and now holding the shiv in his hands, the masked man made it clear that Phoenix would die when he wanted it to. The masked man sternly advised the brothers not to get involved in this matter. The masked man hinted that his relationship with Phoenix was similar to the bond between the Laspedeza brothers themselves. However, clenching his fist, Laspedezza's older brother had no intention of taking the stranger's words seriously. He raised his hand threateningly behind himself for a future blow, but before he could do anything, the masked man's plug smashed into his older brother's ribs. The older brother was struck by a new attack of pain and the stranger's demand to answer. The masked man tried to get Laspedezza to answer whether he had understood the lesson he had been taught. But what happened only provoked him. Thus, on that rainy day, Laspedezza's older brother got it pretty bad. In a clouded state of consciousness, the elder brother finally understood. Now he knew for sure that there are things that don't work out no matter how hard you try. The masked man raised his weapon again to finish off his older brother, but someone arrived in time and stopped him. The younger brother covered the older brother's body. Then the elder Laspedezza could barely utter the word brother. The eyelids of his eyes slowly closed. At some point, the older brother suddenly jumped up. The younger Laspedezza noted that his brother had finally woken up. Now the elder brother was sure that he had encountered B. Quan himself. The younger Laspedezza made it clear to his brother that during the fight, he was forced to make a deal. He said that he gave his word not to touch Phoenix, and in exchange, B. Quan would let his older brother go for treatment. The elder Laspedezza was stunned by what he heard. With trembling hands, he pushed against the floor with all his might. Then, drumming his fists, the elder brother could not come to terms with the terms of the deal. The elder Laspedezza was freaking out, screaming at the top of his lungs. The younger Laspedezza tried to calm his brother. Coming closer, he suggested to his older brother to put in more effort, and then they would win. The older brother calmed down for a moment, as if he had grasped a new purpose in life. It was after that incident that elder Laspedezza became addicted to steroids. However, as the elder Laspedezza's muscles grew, so did his hatred of women. Years later, Laspedezza finally decided to take revenge on B. Quan. To his chagrin, he was already dead. However, now the elder Laspedezza was not sure that B. Quan had definitely died. He could clearly feel the familiar energy of B. Quan, which was now emanating from the pompous stranger. Suddenly, the elder Laspedezza felt a strange tremor in his body. At this point, he didn't know whether the shaking was due to training or fear itself. Afterwards, the elder Laspedezza let out a terrible scream. With all his might, he rushed at Kim again. The decisive moment in the struggle between the two cards has arrived. Elder Laspedezza extended his arms forward and intended to grab and tear Kim in half. In response, the hero performed movements as imperceptible as the swaying of grass. The mask of the elder Laspedezza was broken in half. A terrible pain gripped him. The elder Laspedezza fell down and screamed in pain. The hero, however, did not intend to end it there and wanted to make some changes. Kim slipped past with a knife and made deep cuts on Laspedezza's back. Looking back, the hero stated that Big Brother's technique hadn't changed at all. He still relied on his muscles. Teasingly, Kim wondered if Laspedezza would really continue to try to force his way through. Unexpectedly, the elder Laspedezza replied that he could lift as much weight as he wanted. Looking back, Laspedezza said that in the end, having overcome mountains of difficulties, he would win. Laspedezza then reported that the same applies to Kim himself. With his body completely turned towards the hero, Laspedezza believed that it was enough to grab Kim just once. In response, Kim threateningly pointed his knife at Laspedezza, letting him know that he did not have 100 lives left. The words had no effect on older Bart, and he once again attempted to catch Kim. It seemed his hand almost reached the hero's head, but Kim slipped away again. The knife in his hand began to cut Laspedezza's body. Thousands of cuts, one after another, were imprinted on Big Brother. Laspedezza screamed in pain, but did not give up his attempts to grab Kim just once. What was happening rather reminded him of a grueling workout with an incredibly huge weight that he kept trying to lift. But the longer this training lasted, the more unbearable this weight became. At some point, the older brother even found himself in the gym, pressing this barbell. With all his strength, sweating, straining every muscle, he tried to lift her. Soon, Laspedezza's arms couldn't take it anymore, and the vulture fell straight onto his throat. In reality, elder brother stepped back. The hero called all of Laspedezza's attempts weak, but at the same time he declared that his atrophied muscles saved him from death. Elder brother, in a panic, began to feel his throat. Kim again held out his knife threateningly. He desperately wanted to find out where Laspedezza's former self-confidence had gone. But now, the mental balance of elder brother himself seemed to be shaken. Apparently, having calmed his ardor, the elder Laspedeza again decided to find out who the man in front of him was. Elder brother began to think out loud about Bi Quan and his possible disciples. Kim did not answer him, and Laspedeza for the first time was at a loss. From now on, he knew for sure that he would not be able to win. This feeling was somewhat similar to when Laspedeza learned of Bi Quan's death. Then he sighed because there was no longer any need to fight. The elder Laspedeza believed in only one thing. No matter how many defeats he suffered, he could always win if he put in the effort. However, for some reason, this mood did not extend to Bi Quan. After all, Bi Quan, in addition to his abilities, also had innate talent. And Bi Quan's talent was not at all like everyone else's. One day, the first Bi Quan told the second young man that he had a talent for killing. In response to the young Bi Quan's questions, the second Bi Quan replied that in their world, the art of killing people is considered a talent. But besides this, the first Bi Quan also described this talent as a curse. Young Bi Quan admitted that he never wanted to have such abilities. To this, the first Bi Quan explained that such an ability was better than no ability at all. No less important, the first Bi Quan considered the person who would receive such an ability. From his words, it followed that the curse was only a small obstacle on the path of such talent. Events returned to the present time, where Kim hoped that Laspedeza would never again see himself in such a miserable state. Laspedeza himself somehow managed to keep from crying. Then he looked up at Kim. Suddenly he spoke to the hero. Laspedeza told Kim about a device that provided insurance during stress. He continued to talk about a device that many people used because they were afraid of accidentally not being able to handle the weight and dying. Now Kim himself could not figure out the meaning of Laspedeza's words. After remaining silent, the elder Laspedeza stated that he puts the device away when he lifts heavy weights. He admitted that he did this every night because he was ready to die if he couldn't lift the weight. In Laspedeza's philosophy, therefore, he fought his fears by replacing them with a weight that could one day be lifted. However, Kim ridiculed Laspedeza's explanations, calling him a weak jerk. This did not stop Laspedeza from explaining the situation, which was that now he was ready to fight to the death. To this, Kim challenged Laspedeza to try his hand. Then, growling, the elder Laspedeza rushed towards the hero. To the hero's amazement, the huge man simply rushed past him and ran away. Laspedeza put all his remaining strength into leaving the church as quickly as possible. His determination knew no bounds. Even the hero himself did not expect Laspedeza to behave in such a way, but he wasn't going to let the big guy go so easily. Kim quickly caught up and cut Laspedeza across the back of his thigh. The hero was against Laspedeza leaving this place alive. Laspedeza himself only groaned, but had no intention of stopping. Breathing down his neck, Kim said that now Laspedeza would die. Turning around quickly, Elder Laspedeza screamed in horror. Instantly, he began to grab the nearest objects with his hands. Laspedeza barked and threw the bench, which flew past Kim. His roar echoed throughout the entire second floor of the church. Kim dodged one bench after another with ease. A little tired, but already having prepared the next projectile for throwing, Laspedeza loudly declared that he wanted to live. The hero winced and called such a desire disgusting. The elder Laspedeza was dumbfounded when he heard from Kim that the desire to live was disgusting. Immediately, he remembered his childhood. Once upon a time, he was a skinny and weak boy who constantly thought about death. He thought many times about why he was born so weak. It all seemed as if the whole world was unfair to him alone. At that time, he thought that there was no point in surviving. It was for this reason that the brothers once found themselves in solitary confinement. At that moment, one of the brothers even told the other that it would be even better this way. He continued his thought by saying that the brothers made every possible effort to survive. Then one of the brothers said that their humiliation had finally come to an end. But the second brother made it clear to the first that survival is not a path to humiliation. In reality, Laspedeza repeated these words. He told Kim that trying to survive had never been a turn-off for Laspedeza. Laspedeza then said that what happened changed him forever. At that moment, the hero remembered his past life and childhood next to the young phoenix. Closing his eyes briefly, he was forced to agree with Laspedeza. Then, raising the knife threateningly, Kim said that he took back his earlier words about Laspedeza, but that it would not change the fact that the big guy was finished. The next second, Elder Laspedeza, letting out a long cry, grabbed his wounded leg. Having started to jump, he made another attempt to escape. The hero shouted after Laspedeza that nothing would work out for him. But immediately the hero's gaze froze. Having managed to perform a couple of jumps on one leg, Laspedeza immediately jumped into one of the windows on the second floor of the church. The elder Laspedeza held out his hands in front of him, into which shards of glass were embedded. Another moment and he left the building. The hero only just now managed to run to the broken window. Then Kim looked down. Having fallen from a great height, Laspedeza nevertheless continued to move his fingers. Looking at the current situation, Kim said that what sense does it make for a healthy guy to live with such injuries? Hearing Kim, Laspedeza, lying on his back, replied that the meaning lies in life itself. Laspedeza believed that, having fallen, he would be able to rise again and go through a whole series of adversities again. The elder Laspedeza rose up and burst into a cry that he would definitely live. Afterwards, little by little, he began to crawl further. Kim watched thoughtfully as Laspedeza desperately clung to life. The hero decided that there was no way he could let the big guy go alive. Laspedeza's all-consuming desire to live sent shivers down Kim's spine, and he raised his knife. Following this, the hero threw his weapon with all his might. A second before the impact, Laspedeza turned his head. Seeing the knife approaching, he extended his hand, which was immediately bitten by the blade. Meanwhile, a displeased grimace was imprinted on Kim's face. Laspedeza continued to crawl away, encouraging himself with the words that if he could survive, he would definitely get through all the suffering and hardships. The big guy left behind a huge trail of blood, which could indicate his imminent death from blood loss. But the hero guessed that the elder Laspedeza would manage to survive. Turning away from the broken window, Kim admitted that events could not progress further this way. Just as the hero decided that he had to go down and finish off Laspedeza, someone's blade appeared in front of his face. At the last second, Kim arched back, dodging Miscanthus's weapon. And yet, despite all the reactions and instincts, a deep cut was imprinted on Kim's face. A few more steps, and the hero managed to move further away from the threat. Standing firmly on his feet and catching the threat in his gaze, the hero ran his thumb over the cut on his face. Miscanthus only silently pointed his sword towards the hero. At the same time, on another floor of the church, the noise of a circular saw could be heard. Yellow and red leaves found something amazing in the boy's resistance. San and Pak, hiding behind pieces of furniture, were arguing with each other because they were forced to hide. Although at first glance it might not seem so, these guys were important members of Jack's special forces, responsible for protection. Among the other members of the squad, Don and Sin were responsible for shooting and providing cover. Jack himself, Chint, and Hun took part in the assault. Having given the boys a short respite, Yellow Leaf wanted to know what the point was of Pa and San simply standing there, since they wouldn't be able to withstand it anyway. Red Leaf supported her, stating that tables do not last forever. The next moment, she swung the whip. Thus, Red Leaf made it clear that she would destroy any obstacle in her path. Pak hoped that while he and San held their positions, the commander and other members of the squad would come to the rescue. At that moment, Jack personally contacted them, conveying the news that they were approaching Pak and San. Hearing this, Pa exclaimed joyfully, but after this, Jack said that he would now change the route, as he heard the sound of breaking glass and the scream of an unknown man. Pak and San froze when, over the radio, Jack asked the boys to hold on a little longer. Then they looked at each other. Opposite, meanwhile, stood the leaves with menacingly glowing eyes. It didn't take long before Jack and Lily were already on the street. They discovered some very strange traces of blood. Jack looked up and said that the unknown person must have fallen from the second floor. Then, Lily immediately grabbed the radio and began actively calling Kim because she knew that he was on the second floor of the church. But all her calls to communication were made to the radio that lay among the shards of glass. Worried about Kim's fate, Lily didn't know what to do. Go up to the second floor or follow the bloody trail. Taking a drag, her boss became thoughtful. At this moment, the circular saw roared with renewed vigor. Somehow managing to slip past, San and Pak raced away from the pursuing leaves. While chasing the guys, the girls casually discussed among themselves how much smaller men have become these days, so much so that they even started running away first. Turning around, San and Pak took turns saying that they wouldn't have run away if they had had weapons. Calling such words an excuse, Yellow Leaf sped up. While running, she performed a jump, raising a circular saw above her. Before the blow, the girl advised San and Pak to tell everything in hell. But suddenly, an unknown force moved towards her. A powerful blow struck Yellowleaf straight in the stomach. Drops of blood immediately burst from her mouth. The girl flew back, stopping next to the discouraged Redleaf. San and Pak couldn't believe their luck. Together, they happily uttered the name of their commander. Jack himself met many strong opponents during his time working in the Special Forces. Now, his peculiarity was that even having barely touched a person, Jack could know everything about him. A similar situation happened when Jack shook Kim's hand. Then, Jack immediately felt the strongest aura of a hero, which he had previously felt only in 3 other people. It was for this reason that when Lily tried to persuade Jack to help Kim, her boss replied that there was no need to worry about the hero. Now, Redleaf turned to Yellowleaf, wondering if she hadn't noticed. Pak also decided to tell the boss about the girl's peculiarity, but he replied that he already knew everything. Jack focused his vision. He knew that the girl in front of him possessed incredible agility and power. Next, Jack turned his gaze to Redleaf. He could only guess how strong she was. Deep in his thoughts, Jack realized that there were far more powerful opponents than he had expected. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, Jack came to the conclusion that the girls would have to be eliminated. At that very moment, while in his chambers, Maple was looking at images from surveillance cameras. On one of them, there was no picture at all. Clyon immediately realized that the cause of the breakdown was Miss Cant, who went to the 2nd floor of the church. With doomed thoughts, Maple tore himself away from the tablet. Then Maple prayed to God. The events moved into the distant past, to the charming and lush lips of the first Maple. The femme fatale wondered why the unknown character didn't want her to leave him. Looking, First Maple smiled mysteriously. The unknown man explained his desire by saying that he loved the saint. At these words, First Maple narrowed her eyes slyly. Standing up, she asked questioningly about the man's future actions if she did not leave him. Having become even closer, First Maple asked if the man would love her, despite everything. The man, smiling broadly, replied that his love was eternal. Time returned to the real course of events, and in the place of the young man, there was now the disfigured 2nd Maple. Having taken it out, he looked at the transmitter in the form of a leaf. Then, squeezing his fingers hard, Maple broke the device. Hatefully, Maple said that she had abandoned him again. Having made up his mind, Clyon reached for his pectoral cross. With a deft movement of his hand, he removed the lower part of the cross. Afterwards, Clyon stuck the resulting key in and turned it in a certain lock. The thing, which looked like a giant clock, made a sound and began to move. Then, Maple declared that nothing could be done. His index finger reached for the button. At that moment, standing next to the giant image of a petal on the floor, Chint let out a relaxed breath. Looking over another crowd of defeated fanatics, Chint declared that, apparently, they were done here. Looking at Guyon, Chint added that it was time for both of them to return. But the next second, both girls' breath caught. Elsewhere in the church, an inexplicable vibration was now also felt. Pak, San, and Jack also witnessed strange phenomena. Jack was silent, but besides the vibration of the walls, he also caught something else out of the corner of his ear. The Leaf Girls appeared to be shaking with fear. Horror became more and more evident on their faces, and sweat ran down their cheeks. Meanwhile, Chint and Gyan were getting back on their feet after surviving the earthquake. Both noticed that the floor with the leaf engraved on it moved to the side. From somewhere below, the sound of heels could be heard. Soon, a mysterious black-haired person stood in front of the girls. Chint remained silent and studied, but Guyon couldn't help but ask about what she saw. From the church dungeon, people with extremely strange appearances emerged. The black-haired woman walking in front of them was now dreamily thinking out loud. Blackleaf said Maple's name lovingly. In this whole story, it turned out that Maple and January were the only ones who were not originally part of the Huaguksa organization. Clyon personally gathered the remnants of the gang and infiltrated the very bottom of the organization. Then, Clyon swore to the monk that he would not keep or hide people who were not part of the organization. But Maple deceived the monk, for he had a secret trump card up his sleeve. There were 3 apostles who seemed to have died with the first Maple, but they managed to survive thanks to the second Maple. The first among them was Matthew. Next came Philip, and Jacob completed this number. Worriedly, Gyan tried to understand who the people were who came out of the dungeon, but Chint was more concerned about the dark-haired girl. Among others, it was the strange person who looked extremely dangerous. Blackleaf jumped up and immediately attacked Chint. Chint was surprised by the dark-haired person's next words. Blackleaf clenched her fist and said that she had clearly not been summoned for these two. Then she looked up thoughtfully. Next, she said out loud that there was clearly someone present on the upper floors. Taking advantage of the moment, Chint decided to kick Blackleaf. But the dark-haired woman intercepted the attack, counterattacking Chint in the same way. The powerful attack caused blood to gush out of Chint's mouth. To Gion's horror, her battle friend rolled across the floor. Then Blackleaf turned to Matthew. The dark-haired woman asked the horned man not to rush to meet with Clion and to deal with Gion and Chint first. Matthew meekly agreed to carry out the task. At that very moment, Gion blocked the way, shouting that she would not let anyone near Chint. While Gion was trying to stop the fanatics with a shout, Chint had already come to her senses. Having pounced, she wrapped her legs around Matthew's neck. Matthew felt the pressure around his neck increase sharply. Another second and Chint twisted his neck, leaving his head looking back. Hearing the crunch of cervical vertebrae, Blackleaf turned around. Right there, Chint told the dark-haired woman that she wasn't the only one who wanted to finish everything quickly. Chint stared at the villain, wiping blood from the edges of her mouth. In response to this, Blackleaf hummed thoughtfully. Then, she immediately ran away, frantically declaring that she had not asked for permission. Angered, Chint followed her. Two other fanatics similarly advanced to meet her. Of course, Chint raised her fist. Jacob took the first blow. Philip, having assessed Chint's tactics, prepared himself. He beautifully parried several of her swings at himself. Chint's fists kept sliding against Philip's shoulders. Philip eventually responded with a punch to the gut. Chint winced in intense pain. With her hand, she grabbed Philip tightly by the clothes. Then, pulling him towards her, she rammed her forehead straight into his nose. Feeling the pain, Philip momentarily lost control of the situation. This second's delay was more than enough for Chint's hands to fall on his neck. Later, as in the case of Matthew, Chint wrung Philip's neck. Watching Chint's fighting methods, Gion covered her mouth with her hand. But now, Chint unexpectedly called on Gion to deal with the last of the fanatics. Having puzzled the redhead, Chint apparently rushed off to pursue Blackleaf. As soon as she disappeared from sight, Jacob came to his senses and stared at General. However, to Gion's confusion, Jacob also began to flee. The next second, the air around became electrified. A charge of electricity engulfed Jacob. In Gion's hands, holding the hook tightly and confidently, was a taser. Jacob froze as Gion continued to direct tension into his body. Suddenly, he slowly turned around. Seeing that the taser was not working, Gion's hands began to shake. The action moved to other corridors of the church. Chint sped up and almost caught up with Blackleaf. A little more and Chint should have grabbed the dark-haired person. However, history decided to take a trip into the past, to young Chint. Then, a 20-year-old girl who had just graduated from the academy and was aiming to become a police chief fell in love with a man. Thanks to her efforts, Chint joined the Special Forces and began working alongside Jack. But no matter how much time passed, her love only grew stronger. So a considerable 10 years have passed. The years passed and Chint gradually grew old. Now, 34-year-old Chint, out of breath, shouted after Blackleaf that she was too fast. Blackleaf herself, having apparently fallen into a love frenzy, repeated Maple's name over and over again. Chint openly complained that she would have grabbed the Blackleaf by now if she were 10 years younger. Laughing, Blackleaf threw out after him that her love was stronger than her desire to catch Chint. Chint was angered by such explanations, which prevented him from catching the villain. Chint's already not-so-great mood immediately worsened. While chasing after Blackleaf, Chint hastily said that she knew why the dark-haired person was in such a hurry. Smiling, she called Clion a rare quick-shooter. Hearing this, Blackleaf urgently braked. The corners of the dark-haired person's lips twitched. Looking at Chint, Blackleaf wanted to know what this all meant. Chint grinned and replied that Blackleaf already understood everything, otherwise she wouldn't have been so angry. After this, Blackleaf coldly replied that she would kill the old nag Chint. A moment later, Chint was already defending herself from a hail of blows. Attacking relentlessly, Blackleaf demanded that Chint take back her words. She made these demands more and more harshly and angrily, accompanying them with blows. At another such demand, Chint dodged, letting Leaf's fist pass by her. Now Chint had struck Leaf in the gut and at the same time refused to apologize. Black Leaf's left eye twitched in pain. The baton of showering blows has now passed to Chint. Trying to perform her opponent's trick, Black Leaf missed one of Chint's blows. But in this way, she herself fell into a trap. Sweat appeared on her cheek as Chint's elbow came rushing back towards her. Calling Black Leaf a bitch, Chint threw her elbow somewhere in the area of her nose. From the force of the blow, Black Leaf rolled backwards. Chint exhaled and called the Black Leaf man puny since she had painted her lips black. Then, Chint began to belittle Leaf, as if realizing that she was simply adjusting to Maple. Holding the area where the elbow hit, Black Leaf chuckled. Having said that they were both women, the dark-haired woman reached for something. Chint looked at Leaf with confusion, who felt sorry because she didn't want to touch her face. Then a medallion on a chain appeared in her hands. Then the medallion clicked and split into two. Calling Chint an old nag once again, Black Leaf placed 2 stars between her fingers. At this, Chint only chuckled. The plot shifted again to a short backstory, which tells the story of the 12 apostles, the strongest of which was the first Maple. But this group could not compare in strength with the months led by the monk Yu Hua. After losing the war to the Huaguxa organization, the remnants of the church fled and were later killed. The survivors of the war between 2 criminal organizations were completely broken. However, this did not allow them to lose their power completely. Having thrown Guyon away with 1 blow, Jacob made another swing, throwing away the red-haired girl's bag as well. Jacob stood expectantly with her leg raised. In this fight, it was clear to anyone that Guyon had no chance. But before setting off in pursuit of the Black Leaf, Chint gave Jacob to Guyon for a reason. Chint saw with her own eyes that Guyon, although not the best, was a trained fighter. At the moment of battle, Guyon concentrated completely on the fight, as if becoming a different person. Then it impressed Chint. As soon as the fight with the next group of fanatics ended, Chint called out to Guyon. She asked Guyon to do nothing and leave all the dirty work to herself. Looking at the visibly upset Guyon, Chint couldn't understand only one thing. Who could teach a red-haired girl to fight like a professional killer? Chint turned her gaze to the lying fanatics, knowing that such blows could easily kill an ordinary person. At that time, Chint was afraid that such a practice could lead Guyon to crime. As for Guyon herself, the red-haired woman immediately turned her attention to Kim. Looking at the fortitude with which the hero endured any injustice, Guyon considered Kim stupid, but also extremely strong at the same time. In her eyes, Kim's image only grew as he managed to overcome all the obstacles in his path. Now, every time she met Kim, Guyon thought more and more often about how amazing he was. Right in the middle of the fight with Jacob, Guyon winced, pushing thoughts of Kim away. Just as Guyon was about to demonize Kim in her thoughts for constantly beating her during training, she remembered the incident when the hero praised her. At the same time, Kim forced Guyon to learn her own fighting style, rather than putting her training on par with Jun and Hyun. Thanks to his intelligence, Guyon managed to learn the hero's techniques. However, physically, she could never repeat them exactly. Once after one of the training sessions, Kim's loud voice caught the girl's attention. Standing opposite, the hero said that struggle is strength of spirit. Kim then urged Guyon to stop whining and start fighting again. Having left the depths of her mind, Guyon now seemed to have found a second wind. Jacob silently watched the redhead's next actions. Deciding that it was not time to give up, Guyon ran towards Jacob, screaming. Clenching her fist, she threw her hand forward, which Jacob dodged quite easily. Without any deeper meaning, Jacob continued to dodge all of Guyon's blows. In fact, Jacob was just waiting for the moment to finish off Jen in a second. Jacob found any attempts at attacks by Guyon to be excessively inept, but it so happened that in Guyon's thoughts the image of Kim suddenly surfaced again. Under the rustling of the grass, Kim's voice urged Guyon to understand that struggle is strength of spirit. Guyon's further movements increasingly instilled in Jacob the horror of what he had once experienced. In Jacob's eyes, the image of the monster that had once carved out the former Maple Church was taking shape. The character's mental disorder has become acutely aggravated. From the outside, it all looked as if Jacob, for no apparent reason, began to shake. And a couple of seconds later, screaming in despair, he started running. I managed to take a couple of steps before my leg gave way. His panicked cry echoed throughout almost the entire floor. Thinking that B. Kwan himself had returned for him, Jacob screamed at the top of his lungs that he didn't want this. Gyan just looked after him, uncomprehendingly. As a result, Jacob tripped and fell to the floor. Immediately, deciding not to waste such a chance, Gyan flew into his back. As Kim had taught her, she delivered a heavy blow to a vulnerable spot on the man's body. After this, Jacob became silent. Holding her breath, Gyan examined the enemy's body. Then she jumped up, loudly proclaiming her first victory. The action moved to the skirmish between Chint and Black Leaf. Chint tried to catch the moment of the dark-haired person's next move, and she barely managed to dodge when stars flew towards her. The dangerous weapon rustled through the air and, with a grinding sound, returned to its owner. Like a child's toy, Black Leaf deftly caught the stars between her fingers. Looking at Chint with satisfaction, Black Leaf said that she was dodging well. Chint didn't answer, but in her mind she was angry at the dark-haired girl's possession of some kind of yo-yo ball. Just as Chint was thinking that it would be nice if she had a weapon too, Black Leaf launched the killing stars in her direction again. Covering her face with her hands, Chint exposed all other parts of her body to the points of the stars. Her hand was slashed. They hit my leg hard above the knee. Another second and the weapon returned to Black Leaf, who mockingly asked what Chint was thinking about. Looking at the dark-haired person, Chint said that she was not afraid of death. To Black Leaf's surprise, Chint said that she, on the contrary, would be happy with such an outcome. Chint said that if she died, Commander Jack would definitely take revenge, and that was so romantic. Black Leaf grimaced when she heard such ridiculous explanations. Then, changing her emotion to a smirk, she announced that Chint would die, but Chint herself had no intention of dying because of the black-haired bitch. At the same time, a powerful punch from a heavy fist flew into Yellow Leaf's head. The girl recoiled from the blow. Next, Jack threw out his other hand, spreading his fingers wide. With great dexterity, he grabbed the ribbed whip, holding him so tightly that even blood appeared through the folds of the skin of his fingers. Jack began to pull the whip towards himself. More and more, he wound the deadly weapon around his fist. At some point, Red Leaf could no longer hold back the onslaught of Jack's forces. Winding the whip even more tightly and finally yanking it towards herself, Red Leaf flew straight towards Jack. According to the established pattern, a fist sank into the red-haired girl's face. As soon as Jack hit Red Leaf with a blow, Yellow Leaf managed to come to her senses and rushed at him with a circular saw at the ready. But before she could even strike, Yellow Leaf saw something moving towards her. Jack's elbow landed right on her chin. San and Pak, watching this scene, noted that their commander was spreading his forces too thin. However, soon both Leafs were crawling exhausted towards Jack. The head of the Special Forces looked closely at the girls. Jack wondered who exactly the girls were afraid of, since they weren't showing their full strength against him. Having decided that it would be better to arrest the girls than to eliminate them, Jack gave the corresponding order to his subordinates. A couple of minutes passed, and both sheets were already tightly tied. Pak and San continued to clash over nothing. The commander cooled the ardor of the hot-blooded guys with one word, informing them that they would then move on to search for Chint. Pak and San noted that they had not heard from Chint for a long time, and they assumed that she had encountered an extremely powerful opponent. Then Jack, standing half-turned, urged his people not to worry about Chint. He knew that she would be able to take care of herself. Suddenly, someone called out to Jack. With the last of her strength, Chint called out to her commander. Black Leaf, holding Chint's mouth open, skillfully imitated her voice. The black-haired girl smiled at such a successful pun. While Pak and San were just about to express their indignation at what they saw, Jack rushed past them, pushing the guys aside. As he approached, he swung his hand filled with anger, but Black Leaf easily dodged the attack. Black Leaf reacted extremely excitedly to such a violent reaction from Jack. Then she dragged Chint away from Jack. Jack urged Black Leaf to let Chint go, otherwise he threatened her with just one but fatal blow. To this, Black Leaf stated that Jack, on the contrary, should be grateful, not angry. Looking at Chint, Black Leaf said that she had torn the pumpkin from its stem. Then the black-haired girl reported that, apparently, no one understands what is happening. Shaking Chint's head like a rag doll, Black Leaf made it clear that she would kill her if anyone came closer. Suddenly, she caught some movements from Chint. Instantly, Black Leaf stuck her hand into her mouth. Determinedly, she did not allow Chint to bite off her tongue. Then she said that she would be the one to kill the old nag. Following this, the air in the corridor suddenly became electrified. Blackleaf felt a high voltage hit her like a stream. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Guyon shoot the black-haired girl with a taser. The taser made a popping sound. Another needle on the wire flew out and sank into Blackleaf's body. Blackleaf was distracted, wondering who that red-haired mop was standing there. However, this did not stop her from dodging Pac's attack. However, turning her head to the side, she came across someone else's shoes. San arrived in time and gave the black-haired girl a juicy wave. Releasing Chint from her hands, Blackleaf flew back from the direction of the blow. Jack praised the boys for their teamwork. Seeing that Chint was lying on her back, Guyon became concerned about her condition. At the same time, Jack ordered the guys to pick up Chint and take her to the hospital. Next, Jack gave instructions to Guyon so that the girl could go up to the floor above and find Kim. Afterwards, Jack turned his attention to the already recovered black-haired person. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he announced that he would join his people when he was finished here. Meanwhile, Blackleaf smiled and said that now everything became clear to her. During his time in the field, Jack had seen many strong fighters, some of whom tried to win the fight through fussy movements. But there was another type, the fussy snakes, who hid their fangs for the most opportune moment. There was also a third type, those who could be watched endlessly. Jack's own style was that he was not afraid of injuries. One throw of stars after another continued to cut into Jack's body. Blackleaf herself found Jack's tactics unpleasant and pointless. Jack tried to convey that he was happy with everything as it was, as Blackleaf drew attention to the character's eye on the contrary. The black-haired woman noted that Jack must have once come across a strong fighter, which is why he lost an eye. Blackleaf became wary when Jack said that he was not ready to lose his hands since he had no weapons. The Special Forces chief's unique approach to combat was that he gave away bones and took flesh in return. Blackleaf laughed. She thought Jack was a complete psycho, and especially that a mop was in love with him. Then she told Jack that with such an approach he would not live long. Playfully, Blackleaf began to spin her weapon, but the smile slid off her face when Jack revealed that Maple hadn't summoned Blackleaf for him. Jack openly shared that there is someone much stronger than him and he has already risen to the upper floors. In her mind, Blackleaf had never even considered the existence of another strong fighter. Then Jack hinted that Blackleaf herself should know about those who train their entire lives and thus pose a mortal danger. Listening to Jack with dissatisfaction, Blackleaf began to spin the stars again. Having finished his speech by saying that such fighters avoid fights with him, Jack rushed into the attack. Blackleaf responded, throwing out the stars with ease. The sharpened weapon sank into Jack's chest. However, this did not stop his advance. Blackleaf managed to put her hand out in time, protecting herself from the giant fist. Trying to push through Blackleaf's defense, Jack kept saying that it was impossible to defeat him without causing significant injuries to himself. At this time, Blackleaf, with her free hand, pulled the chain of her weapon. The stars rustled in the air and then pointed towards Jack again. Jack didn't react to the cuts. He tried to morally destroy Blackleaf, hinting that the black-haired one would hardly be able to help Maple. Jack hinted that even if Blackleaf won, she wouldn't get to Maple unharmed. Continuing to increase the pressure, Jack said that he still does not consider his fighting style a disadvantage. During a short break, he said that he was ready to give up his ears for the cause, but here is what Blackleaf herself was ready to do. Looking at the girl who was warming up her hand that had taken the blow, Jack began to list various parts of the human body. Jack challenged the black-haired woman to choose what she would give up to win. Meanwhile, on the floor above, a duel was taking place between Kim and Miscanth. The blades of their weapons just crossed, leaving sparks in the air. Miscanth tried to strike Kim again, but the hero dodged and stepped aside. Then, running up, Miscanth jumped, raising his sword above himself. The hero prepared for a forceful response. Like a gust of wind cutting through him, Kim rushed past Miscanth. This was the first time Miscanth and B. Kwan dueled. Being a killer in his past life, B. Kwan met many months, but none of them had similar killer techniques. And because of that, Kim rather felt hostility towards Miscanth, as towards a rival who used the same skills. However, Miscanth himself knew that they were very similar. Such different people, but with such similar fighting styles. Ignoring the wound he had received, Miscanth prepared for the second round. Kim also held a knife in front of him. Two equal forces clashed again. At the same time, having climbed up to the second floor of the church, Gayon looked around excitedly. The girl couldn't even count how many people Kim had killed here. Suddenly, she noticed something. At the end of the corridor, there was a heavy wooden door. Having opened the doors, Gayon wanted to heroically present her appearance. But something somewhat different awaited her. The entire hall here was a chaotic mixture of scattered and chopped-up benches. At the same time, Clen noted that the sounds of the fight had died down. He came to the conclusion that Black Leaf was still inferior in strength. Clen was upset. He hoped that at least Miscant would be able to level the situation in his favor. After this, Clyon thought about Laspadets, thinking that they still wanted to deal with him. However, all these assumptions did not make sense. Covering his face with his hands, Maple could not comprehend what was happening in his kingdom. Soon, the sound of metal scraping against the stone floor was heard. Raising his head, Clen thought that Miscant had returned. But a voice completely unknown to him reached the character. Nearby is Kim's table, introducing himself as B. Kwan. Hearing this, Maple immediately tensed up. Immediately, he reached into the inside pocket of his robe. Another second, and with a wide gesture, Maple threw a scattering of pointed petals towards B. Kwan. One by one, Kim easily chopped down these objects. Seeing that Kim was safe and sound, Clen became concerned about Miscant's fate. He could not believe that he had died. Out of frustration, Clen tried to get answers about what was really going on. At this, Kim pointed his sword towards Maple, the hero making it clear that the villain should confess to his crimes if he wanted to live. Clyon wanted to be indignant that he didn't understand such word games. But suddenly Maple froze. Now even Kim recognized him. The hero remembered the one who hid when the first Maple died. The current Maple was taken aback by what he heard. Next, the hero reminded that the man opposite him did not keep his word. Meanwhile, Clyon, either having truly forgotten or pretending to, did not understand Kim's speech. The hero reminded that B. Kwan was once given a promise. Maple's memory flashed back to the moment when, as a young man, he had knelt before B. Kwan. Then, the man who had not yet become the new Maple spoke some words. The memory faded, temporarily stunning Clyon. History moved into the distant past. One sunny day, someone met B. Kwan. The woman, who had an exotic appearance, found the second B. Kwan extremely interesting. The woman hinted at her mask, but B. Kwan made it clear that he didn't need to hide his face. B. Kwan explained his words by saying that no one would look at his appearance for long. After listening to him and reaching for her own mask, the woman said that then she had no need to hide either. The woman smiled and hoped that she and B. Kwan would work well together. However, B. Kwan simply asked if the exotic woman really had 12 apostles under her command. Next, B. Kwan glanced at the teenagers standing nearby, assuming that they were some of those apostles. Looking back, the woman said that the teenagers were her petals. She went on to say that as soon as she turned crimson, these children would change. The woman continued the metaphors, saying that when she becomes dry grass and her leaves fall after her. Then, smiling, summing up the cycle of life to new green grass, she said that the children would blossom along with it. Running around B. Kwan, the woman hugged the teenagers, declaring that she adored her leaves. The woman believed that the questions she asked had attracted B. Kwan's interest, but he rejected this assumption. B. Kwan believed that the woman's emotions were false. She was only pretending to be a nun, but in reality, she was barely holding on to keep from killing the teenagers. However, not intending to give up, the woman stuck to her line of boundless love for these children. To confirm her words, she turned to the children. They unanimously agreed with this, calling the woman a saint. Thus, the meeting of the second B. Kwan, the first Maple, and her black leaves took place. But the true face of the first Maple was revealed when the action moved to a place strewn with corpses. Moving her legs, First Maple playfully noted that she was having a lot of fun and that there must have been other masks left. Bai Quan glanced in her direction without being noticed. He considered the exotic beauty to be strong, which meant that her apostles should not give in either. Afterwards, Bi Quan turned his gaze to the teenagers he knew. He knew that they too would grow up capable. In particular, Bi Quan's attention was drawn to a girl who, in his opinion, could become the new moon. But further analysis was interrupted by First Maple, who approached Bai Quan ingratiatingly. An exotic beauty offered Bi Quan to be with her. In exchange, the woman vowed to shower him with love. Unfortunately for her, Bi Quan himself didn't want this. Bi Quan was the type of person who didn't understand the feelings of love. This did not stop him from honestly answering First Maple that the love offered by the beauty was not such. As an example, Bi Quan cited the teenagers themselves, who, although they obeyed First Maple, were terrified of her. In response to such claims, First Maple responded that fear is one of the most important emotions of strong love. Then, placing her hand on her chest, First Maple decided to tell about what love really means. From her words, it followed that it was a strong emotion that quickened the pulse at the sight of a loved one and confused all thoughts. First Maple admitted that her heart was beating faster even now. Getting even closer to Bi Quan, First Maple made it clear that this feeling was hidden in the way the hero fought. First Maple had already begun to whisper in Bi Quan's ear so that he could feel the beating of her heart, but the hero again dryly rejected the beauty. Pulling away abruptly but not giving in, the exotic woman said that sooner or later she would wait for Bi Quan's confession. Afterwards, as she was leaving with her teenagers, First Maple asked Bi Quan to wait a couple of years, and then something interesting would happen in his life. But Bi Quan himself only silently watched them. 3 years have passed since then, and the First Maple suddenly attacked the Hwaguksa organization. While with her apostles, First Maple chose a moment when the temple was absent for months. Then the monk Yu Hua took upon himself all their power. Alone, he confronted groups of enemies. Lord Buddha silently crushed them. Meanwhile, First Maple was enjoying the monk's work on the sidelines. Having repelled another attack, the monk said that he had noticed strange signs for a long time. In response to the accusations, First Maple stated that she simply did not want to be afraid anymore. Standing in the midst of her own army, she smirked and suggested to the monk that he hold out until the coming of the months. The monk grinned when he realized that they wanted to test him. Then, First Maple brought with her no less than 60 fanatics in red robes. Altogether, they attacked the monk, but Yu Hua seemed simply unapproachable. Soon, the first of the months, Lespedeza and Pion appeared, looking on at the slaughter. One after another, the months flocked to the temple. Each of them witnessed the battle between the fanatics and the monk. While some were anticipating the monk's wrath, others were discussing continuing their daily affairs. One of the months asked why Sakura let 2 of the cultists go. Perhaps identifying with herself, Sakura said that one girl was strong and would need the help of the other months. The first Bi Quan noted that he didn't care in general, but he knew that the runaway girl was aiming for the place of the new Sakura. Sakura reacted nervously to these words, calling on the first Bi Quan to prepare for a duel with the successor himself. The first Bi Quan admitted that he didn't care about his own fate. That's exactly how the First Maple was defeated, eventually fleeing to the Philippines. In temporary safety, First Maple nervously bit her nails. First Maple still couldn't figure out how she had managed to lose the battle. At that time, she ordered her apostles to move. However, despite all the threats and shouts from her, the apostles froze in front of the monk. Her eyes widened as Yu Hua suggested First Maple himself move. The monk revealed that the fear he instills is much deeper than the fear of an exotic beauty. Remembering Mr. Buddha's words, First Maple now burst into hysterical screams. Her behavior worried those close to her, but Cleon herself seemed to finally understand. Frightened, the leaves looked after their mistress. Soon, First Maple stood up, spreading her arms, and called for the teenagers to come to her. First Maple acknowledged her church's defeat at the hands of the Hwaguksa organization. Having gained valuable experience, First Maple began to instill fear even more deeply among her followers. As for its leaves, they were destined for an equally terrible fate. Hypnotizing the teenagers with her gaze and words, First Maple urged them to come closer. But they, under the pressure of fear, did not understand what the saint wanted from them. Afterwards, First Maple urged the teenagers not to delay. Shaming them, the exotic beauty reminded them that the children had taken an oath to love their mistress. Soon the terrible deed was done. Already in her chambers, First Maple caressed the bandaged teenager. Now, First Maple has decided to tell why she so desires to become a goddess. In her worldview, this meant that once you become a god, no one will abandon you. In her mind, First Maple returned to the moment of her crushing defeat. In the outlines of her memory, the monk Yu Hua appeared, reminding her of a divine figure worth striving for. However, First Maple promised that she would never abandon those who were dear to her. As if lulling him to sleep, she promised again and again not to throw away her piece of paper. Time passed, and First Maple was caught up in a new shelter. The area was littered with the corpses of her followers. One of the survivors, Jacob, was shaking, unable to speak. Eventually, Jacob burst into tears when he saw Bi-Kwan in front of him. The hero himself looked with disinterest at the non-entity that had fallen on its back. Apparently not wanting to kill Jacob, Bi-Kwan moved on. Soon he met Cleon, who hadn't aged a bit. Without returning the greeting, Bi-Kwan noted that the corpses of the apostles had already begun to decompose. Bi-Kwan wondered if what had happened was the very love that Maple had promised. Tilting her head slightly, First Maple replied that Bi-Kwan knew the answer himself. When the conversation turned to the children who had always been close to Cleon, the exotic beauty also suggested that Bi-Kwan find the answer himself. Finally, raising his knife, Bi-Kwan called Klena disgusting. But then Maple turned to the man next to her, calling him a leaf. Unexpectedly, she asked the leaf to be behind her and not to interfere. While preparing to attack Bi-Kwan, Maple promised that she would return alive. Her actions began with multiple kicks. From the sudden movements, Cleona's tight dress began to tear intensely. Skillfully, Cleon changed positions using different fighting tactics. And to his regret, Bi-Kwan missed some of these attacks. Having lost the first round of the fight, Bi-Kwan stepped back. But soon, choosing a different grip for the knife, he leaned forward. Bi-Kwan began performing slashing attacks, which Maple easily dodged. During this battle, Maple even managed to verbally influence Bi-Kwan, telling him that she knew about the torture of the hero as a child. Next, she reminded Bi-Kwan of the happy period for the exotic beauty when they worked together. Changing her position and counterattacking Bi-Kwan with her legs again, Cleon declared that now he didn't impress her so much. Unexpectedly, arrogance fell from Maple's face. Maple's blows didn't upset Bi-Kwan, and in fact, he intercepted one of her legs. The next moment, Bi-Kwan's knife began to work. The sounds of battle died down. From the direction of the First Maple, a heavy cough was now heard. Still standing on her feet, First Maple called Bi-Kwan a true monster. Once again, not intending to admit defeat, First Maple began to threaten Bi-Kwan that she would break all of his joints. Then, coming to her senses, Klen turned the conversation to the day of the battle with the monk. She said that the outcome would have been completely different if the hero had been on her side. Looking at Bi-Kwan with her expressive gaze, Cleon couldn't understand how things could have come to this. In explaining his choice of side, Bi-Kwan only briefly stated what the monk had promised him. Hearing this, Maple laughed out loud, hoarse from pain. Further, as if predicting, Cleon said that Bi-Kwan would never live like a normal person. A strange look appeared on Bi-Kwan's face in response to Maple's words. Having decided to continue the heart-to-heart talk, Cleon sincerely did not understand why Bi-Kwan had not finished off the monk in his prime. Following this, it seemed as if it had dawned on Cleon. She thought that one girl who was held hostage by the monk was to blame for everything. Laughing out loud again, Maple called the young phoenix a wimp and Bi-Kwan himself a fool. After all that was said, in hope, Klen extended her hand to Bi-Kwan. "I propose to change everything, because there is still a chance." The answer was a lightning-fast attack from Bi-Kwan. After bleeding First Maple, Bi-Kwan called it a creature similar to the monk. When the saint fell backwards, a desperate cry from her leaf was heard from the side. Forgetting all precautions, the boy ran to Cleon's body, begging him not to abandon him. Sincere tears of regret flowed from his eyes. But in the last moments of her life, Cleon saw before her not a faithful follower, but the self-confident face of a mocking monk. It is no longer clear to whom Cleon was addressing herself when she asked for forgiveness. Bi-Kwan watched the entire dramatic scene silently from the side. Next, Leaf, deciding to take revenge for the object of his love, decided to try to hit Bi-Kwan. But quite quickly it was intercepted by the hero's simple technique. And then they will be thrown aside altogether. Bi-Kwan made it clear to the leaflet that no matter the wounds, the boy would never be able to defeat him. At the same time, Bi-Kwan did not understand why the guy was so upset. Glancing sideways at Cleon's body, Bi-Kwan said that the girl in red lipstick did not give love, but only instilled fear. As a joke, Bi-Kwan even suggested that since love instills fear, the guy should love him too. Following this, Bi-Kwan said that the leaf was still young, and therefore it could forget everything. Now, returning the narrative to the present, Kim repeated that the leaflet could begin a normal life. Kim wondered if the leaflet itself remembered this. The second Maple's response was a scene where he swore that he didn't understand what was happening. Kim insistently suggested that Cleon remove the hypnosis from the parishioners and confess to their crimes. However, Cleon, apparently ignoring the hero's words, prayed to God, recognizing what had happened to him as an important test of faith. Maple swore to the Lord that his faith would remain strong no matter what. Kim stopped the religious nonsense by hitting Maple on the head with the blunt side of his sword. Immediately losing consciousness, Maple leaned back. Following him, Kim stated that Cleon was completely screwed in the head. Now, the action has moved to another floor of the church. Jack wanted to know what Blackleaf had done. He made it clear to the black-haired girl that the characters seemed to have understood everything about each other long ago. Jack offered Blackleaf a fight to the death. A trickle of nervous sweat ran down the black-haired girl's cheek. Immediately, she gave the command to Red and Yellow Leaves. The girls looked at their little sister with fear. Blackleaf called out to her allies to finally fight for her. But the Leaves, in defiance of each other, began to justify themselves by saying that their hands and feet were tied, and moreover, the enemy was a man. Jack summed up what he had heard by saying that there was no greater burden than useless allies. When Jack said that the Leaves were only getting in the way, he managed to notice something in time. Blackleaf menacingly held out her pointed stars in front of her. Then, swinging them like a pendulum, the black-haired girl demanded that the girls stand up. Seeing these movements, the Leaves froze. A shared moment came to mind when the girls were alone with Blackleaf. Only they, she, and instruments of torture. Immediately bursting into tears, the Leaves began to apologize and promised that they would obey their older sister in everything. Then, in a cold voice, Blackleaf commanded the girls to take action. Somehow breaking the ropes, the Leaves rushed to attack Jack. Immediately, Redleaf received a serve to the stomach. Then a hefty slap landed on Yellowleaf's face. After a second's delay, Jack looked back. Blackleaf has already made an attempt to escape. Desperately, the black-haired girl tried to get to her beloved Maple. Meanwhile, Clen himself received another blow to the nose with the sword hilt. Having stunned Cleon, Kim pulled his sword hand back. Afterwards, he raised his sword with all his might to strike. Having barely recovered from his stupefaction, Maple prepared to somehow stop the deadly blade. But before the sword could touch Cleon's body, Kim turned the blade. With the blunt side of the sword, the hero hit Cleon in the corner of the neck. From the force and direction of the blow, Cleon fell on his side. Having once again placed Cleon on the ground, Kim demanded that he remove the hypnosis from the parishioners. However, despite all the pain, Maple stubbornly refused to do this. In another unsuccessful attempt, Maple threw a shower of stars towards Kim. Maple's efforts could not stop the hero, who was already raising his weapon again. Demanding that the hypnosis be lifted, Kim hit Cleon on the head again. However, Cleon, now spitting blood, did not give in to Kim's persuasion. Observing Cleon's tenacity, Kim said that he had worked harder than the others. But the hero had no intention of stopping his torture, which only caused a fit of laughter from Cleon. Clen confessed to the hero that only now did one important thing dawn on him. Maple's thought was about the realization that in front of him was the true Bi-Kwan. He understood this even during the fight between Kim and Laspedisha, and at the same time, he remembered some old words. Then, Clen added to his words that the current Bi-Kwan is no different from a monk. The hero did not understand what Maple was leading to. The church leader explained that the whole problem lies in violence and fear. Then, after some brief mutual insults, Cleon admitted that he still didn't understand what it was like to live like ordinary people. When Cleon asked the hero about something similar, Kim honestly answered that he himself didn't know. As a result of the answer, Clen drew a disappointing conclusion. Cleon, breaking into a scream, tried to convey to Kim that he, like the hero, did not know what ordinary life meant, because he had been taught differently. Next, Cleon mentioned his saint. He led to the fact that only in this way was he taught to love. Once in the past, First Bi-Kwan was also asked a question about the lives of ordinary people. However, the seasoned killer himself did not know the answer. Bi-Kwan communicated with a hero from the past, who was simply trying to figure out the meaning of his mentor's words. Then, after thinking about it, first Bi-Kwan said that there was no correct answer. The first Bi-Kwan's thought was that everyone imagines their life differently. Explaining, the first Bi-Kwan expanded on what had been said earlier by saying that life is a story where everyone is their own author. He believed that although each story is individual, the outcome is always predetermined. Turning his attention to the fallen leaves, first Bi-Kwan concluded that, ultimately, everyone dies. Holding his palm under the falling leaves, first Bi-Kwan said that before he died, he should have no regrets. Kim from his past life interpreted the speech he heard as a call to live as he pleased. Right there, first Bi-Kwan gave Kim from the past an important instruction. He gave the instruction to never harm other people. Looking at the boy, first Bi-Kwan pointed out that it was impossible to command respect when you yourself do not show it. Kim from the past became sad. It seemed to him that in this way he would never be able to become happy. The first Bi-Kwan inquired about his successor's skeptical attitude. The boy said that having recently been studying with the monk, he was becoming more and more like him. In response to this, first Bi-Kwan placed his hand on the boy's head. He urged the boy not to worry about such things. Further, the first Bi-Kwan, for some reason, began to note the boy's extremely thick hair and that he was not in danger of going bald. Young Kim from the past looked questioningly at the man ruffling his hair. After a couple of seconds, the boy pushed away first Bi-Kwan's hand and asked him not to joke with himself. Returning to the question of the monk, first Bi-Kwan explained that the boy would only become stronger in this way. The boy could not believe that power lay even in harming others. The first Bi-Kwan coldly confirmed this, further stating that one day the boy would kill someone. The first Bi-Kwan led to the boy, over time killing more and more. There will come a time when young Kim's feelings from the past will fade. The first Bi-Kwan urged the boy not to forget this moment and to remember their conversation when it happened. The mentor asked the boy to remember that fear can be used not only for one's own benefit. The first Bi-Kwan said that fear can be used for the sake of loved ones. Hesitating, first Bi-Kwan believed that the boy would be able to do it. Returning to the present, Kim told Klyon that fear had been taught to be used for a variety of purposes. To this, Klyon asked if Kim had really lived like this all this time. However, the hero answered evasively that he tried. Unexpectedly, Klyon shared with Kim the information that no one could touch the monk as long as the second Bi-Kwan was alive. Then the hero asked what had changed since then. Laughing, Klyon declared that with the death of Bi-Kwan, the monk also died. From Klyon's words, it followed that Yuhua had moved to a new level of fear, becoming a god. After listening to Klyon, Kim shared that he too had resisted the monk, but had ultimately died. However, Kim was not ashamed of his past life. The hero tried in vain to reach Klyon's conscience and morality. He, spreading his arms, explained that this was the only way he had been taught to give and receive love. Unable to bear it any longer, the hero called Klyon pathetic. Klyon agreed with Kim's words, but also noted that no one in their right mind would believe in Bi-Kwan's return. Having burst into tears, Klyon began to talk nonsense about life and rebirth. It is unclear who exactly Klyon was assuring that he would definitely stay alive. While Klen chattered incessantly, Kim tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Swinging again, the hero made it clear to Klyon that he would not go anywhere until he lifted the hypnosis from the parishioners. But a loud female voice immediately interrupted Kim's actions. Kim stopped and looked back. Blackleaf took Guyon hostage, threatening her with death. Following this, Maple and Blackleaf began to exchange pleasantries as one finally came to the aid of the other. Only now did Blackleaf notice the terrible wound on Maple's face. Meanwhile, the hero carefully studied the appearance of the black-haired person. He recognized her as a girl from the distant past. Following this, Blackleaf called out to the hero. She wanted to know what Kim had done to Maple. Then she mentioned Jack, whose words most likely referred to Kim. In front of the black-haired person was the very man whom Jack considered stronger than himself. At the same time, Maple prayed for his salvation at the hands of Blackleaf. The black-haired girl reacted sharply to calls for rescue. Blackleaf reminded Kim that if he moved, she would kill Guyon. In response, a short laugh from the hero was heard. With the sword in his hands in a different position, Kim put forward his own demands so that Blackleaf would release the hostage. Next, Blackleaf apparently tried to kill Guyon. But before she could make a single move, Kim's sword whistled past her left hand. Blackleaf froze as her severed arm rose into the air. The girl's eyes twitched from the sudden pain. After delivering the blow, Kim calmly reminded Blackleaf that he had warned him. Heart-rending cries of pain immediately rang out throughout the entire upper floor. While Blackleaf fell to her knees, Kim quickly commanded Guyon to get to a safe place. Pretending not to notice the screaming black-haired person, Kim turned his attention to Maple. The hero's brows furrowed in displeasure. Having abandoned his savior, Maple was now running away somewhere. Kim called out to Clyon with displeasure. The head of the church called on Blackleaf to save him again. The hero looked back in time, seeing how Blackleaf was jumping and trying to reach him. However, Kim's sword turned out to be much faster. Striking again with the blunt side, Kim sent Blackleaf flying backwards. Kim noted with displeasure that Maple was using a girl from his childhood as a shield, while he himself was fleeing. The reproaches had little effect on Maple. He called Blackleaf for help again and again. Barely moving, the girl again responded to this call. Maple demanded that the black-haired girl stall for time, even at the cost of her own life. With tears in her eyes, Blackleaf obeyed Maple without question. Hearing this, Kim noted that both of these characters were completely crazy. Meanwhile, Maple encouraged himself that he would definitely get out. Clen was extremely hopeful that he would be able to return to him, to have an audience with a monk who will accept his faith. At the same time, Kim was cutting up the Blackleaf with sword blows. With the last of her strength, the black-haired girl tried to stop the hero's advance. But at some point, her eyes froze and glazed over. Clyon himself stubbornly continued his ascent. Quickly, Maple looked back when a gentle voice called to him. Blackleaf moved her lips greedily with each breath. Extending her hand towards Clyon, the black-haired woman confessed that she loved him. But with each passing second, its leaves began to fall more and more. As the leaves fell, they withered in flight, just as her life flowed away. Once, Second Maple had already heard these words. One day, a girl who was also in the First Maple's training approached him. Calling Clyon brother, she admitted that she loved him. But did anyone know what love really is? Guided by this principle, the First Maple gathered many children from orphanages and raised them into a personal army. Then, First Maple noted the monk's teaching methods without optimism. Among her many adopted children, one boy stood out. In the future, he is destined to become the new Maple. Like all other children, the boy was an orphan. They all did not know the warmth and love of their parents. First Maple instilled in children that fear is a manifestation of love. But sometimes, among the children, there were also their own manifestations of love. So one day, the girl whispered to the future Maple. She admitted that she loves her little brother. Of all the children, only the future Blackleaf remembered what parental love was. The girl followed the future Second Maple everywhere because he reminded her of her deceased older brother. But every time, the boy reminded that he was not Blackleaf's brother. However, this did not stop the girl much, and she continued to pester him. These two grew up together, were friends, and over time became closer. But it so happened that the Second Maple considered the master, the First Maple, to be the object of his love. The future Blackleaf, on the contrary, was afraid of the First Maple. One day, the future Blackleaf decided to start a conversation with Second Maple. Having already become a girl, she said that the master scolded them very often. Blackleaf couldn't understand why her lover liked First Maple so much. However, the guy considered everything that was happening to them on the part of the master to be just another manifestation of love. The girl was outraged by such love. Moving closer, Blackleaf wanted to tell the guy what exactly love is. They were suddenly interrupted. The First Maple called out to its leaves. Coming closer, she asked what the young people were doing here. The guy wanted to somehow justify himself, but Clyon urged him to follow her immediately. Without much explanation, Maple said that it was time for battle. Following this event, a lot of blood was shed. Then, after Maple's crushing defeat, her leaves were met by First Cherry. Cherry noted that Clyon had raised some good kids for herself. Then, swinging a cold weapon, Clyon added that the only problem was their young age. The future Maple himself was dumbfounded at that moment. The sound of metal clanging echoed throughout the area. Cherry was extremely surprised by what happened. Blackleaf stood up to protect the guy, crossing her blade with Cherry's weapon. The guy began to reject his defense, explaining that he was fulfilling the will of the mistress. But after yelling at him, Blackleaf tried to convey that he had to save himself so as not to die like a dog. Cherry took advantage of this delay and knocked her weapon out of the wedge. Then she struck, her blade passing very close to Blackleaf's face. Not about to give in so easily, Blackleaf blocked the attack again. This only lasted for a short time before Cherry emerged from the wedge of blades again. Cherry noted that the girl standing in front of her was quite skilled with weapons. In order not to waste time, Cherry decided to turn her attention to future Maple. The next second, someone's blood splattered. Blackleaf once again came to the boy's defense, but this time, she took Cherry's attack with her own body. Then, Blackleaf addressed someone with a trembling voice. Coughing up blood, she turned her head slightly towards the guy. Smiling with all her might, she confessed to future Maple that she loved him. Suddenly, Blackleaf's eyes widened from a new pain impulse. Slightly moving the blade, Cherry scolded the youth for their childishness, but at the same time, she did not know what she should do now. Cherry shared that, once upon a time, she too was young and blooming. Following this, Cherry frowned sternly. Next, she applied pressure to the blade. Unexpectedly pulling out a blade, Cherry urged the guy to take the girl with him and get away because she liked them. Then she said that the young people should not waste time because she might change her mind. Not knowing what to answer, the teenager stared at Cherry. Soon they followed her words. Around the site of Blackleaf's injury, the boy applied something like a large bandage from his clothes. Now, assessing the severity of her injury, future Maple leaned over the girl. Then he asked her why she did exactly that. Blackleaf conveyed to the guy the idea that he was extremely similar to her brother. From her story, it followed that Blackleaf's brother died while protecting his sister from their father's beatings. Just before his death, the brother told his sister that he loved her. Then, Blackleaf spoke about the guy's mission, which was a suicide mission for Maple. But she herself was ready to die in the guy's place. In response to this, the guy again conveyed the idea that he was not even Blackleaf's brother. Bursting into tears, Blackleaf's explanation for her behavior was a feeling of love. On that day and after those words, the guy realized something important for himself. The events moved forward sometime later when Maple tried to brand Blackleaf. The exotic beauty couldn't believe that Blackleaf was refusing her love. But suddenly, the situation was not allowed to reach full tension. A familiar voice volunteered to receive the brand. The guy decided to take on Blackleaf's punishment. Now it was not fear that spoke through his lips. It was a voluntary sacrifice. After all these events, first Maple locked Blackleaf deep in the basement in order to cut off her contact with the guy. After which, Maple showed the guy the pedal symbol. By swinging the pedal from side to side, she put the guy under hypnosis. Thus, Maple made the boy look and think only about her, but forget about Blackleaf forever. Clem convinced the guy that all love is fear, and then she told him everything. Over time, the boy's abilities began to grow. People easily succumbed to his hypnosis. Cleon noted her students' successes with satisfaction. During his training, the guy once asked Cleon why he needed to implement a trigger to awaken from hypnosis. The guy thought that it would be possible to do without this action. But Maple was in no hurry to answer. The guy also froze, wondering if the master's words had angered him. A couple of times, Cleon's lips twitched, but no words came out. Unable to find a better explanation, Cleon said that no one ever knows how things might turn out. When the turning point in their fate came, Cleon finally told them about the secret trigger word. The unambiguously spoken word "sorry" awakened the guy from hypnosis. As soon as death took Maple, and the guy himself was freed from hypnosis, he went in search of Blackleaf. Among the many cells in Cleon's basement, a familiar voice reached the boy. The silhouette of Blackleaf stirred and emerged from the darkness of the cage. The girl was happy that her brother found her. Meanwhile, future Maple failed to hug the girl. At that moment, it became clear to him how much he had changed. Now he became like the one he feared so much. Later, second Maple tried to escape from reality, but Blackleaf let him know that she would follow him everywhere. Although he didn't hide his displeasure, Maple accepted her oath. Next, the new Maple deliberately put himself under hypnosis. His goal was to forget the past and live the way he was taught, to serve the one he feared. Just as first Maple had once taught him, second Maple had embedded a trigger word into his hypnosis. This trigger was the words in the declaration of love from Blackleaf to Maple. And now, this trigger finally worked, breaking Cleon out of his state of hypnosis. Looking back, he now saw the world from a completely different perspective. Meanwhile, Blackleaf was covered in blood. the hero continued to strike the black-haired girl with blow after blow. Maple watched this with bated breath. Subsequently, Maple took off. Out of the corner of his eye, Kim managed to see something moving towards him. Screaming with rage, Maple was already very close to the hero. However, Kim pulled his hand aside, meeting Maple's onslaught with his fist. Now, the hero could not understand what caused such a sharp change in Maple's behavior because he was going to run away. Instead of an answer, another scream and a new attempt at attack came from Cleon. Once again, Cleon encountered resistance, this time receiving a kick to the face. Kim wanted to smile at Cleon's tactics. But suddenly, he noticed how the man in front of him had changed. Apparently, shedding tears, Maple was desperately trying, if not to protect, then at least to die for Black Leaf. Having prepared his sword, Kim began to wait to see what Maple would do this time. However, he simply slipped past. Maple's loud stomping sounded throughout the entire third floor. When the footsteps died away, Kim turned to follow. Now, Maple desperately hugged Blackleaf. Hugging her with all his strength, Maple could not utter a word. Finally, Blackleaf's weak voice sounded. Maple tried to calm his passion. Then he said that he finally remembered everything. In his consciousness, the current leader of the sect now understood why Maple seemed beautiful to him. The all-consuming fear and scarlet blood were to blame. To the boy back then, all of this seemed wildly beautiful. But in fact, Maple only instilled the necessary thoughts in the boy. Because of this, the boy considered only fear and blood to be beautiful. One day after training, the boy was visited again by the future Black Leaf. As the leaves fell from the tree, the girl said that she loved him. However, the boy did not know the true value of these words. Then, the young Black Leaf would always wait a long time for the boy's answer, blushing like fallen leaves. Now, these memories made Cleon understand the value of past words and current feelings. Smiling for the first time in a long time, Maple sincerely confessed his love to Black Leaf. Continuing to hug Black Leaf, Maple now turned to Kim, promising that he would break the hypnosis and confess everything. Later, turning his head towards Kim, he only asked him to save the black-haired person. For Kim, the words spoken were the best evidence. This meant that Operation Leaf Removal had come to an end. Finally, after a long time of turmoil, peace and quiet reigned in the church. With some degree of disbelief, Jack noted Kim's achievements. Looking at Guyon, who was treating Blackleaf's wounds, Jack said that the hero had finally forced the villains to admit their guilt. Jack began to applaud Kim, who, as it turned out, in addition to strong fists, even had intelligence. When Jack noticed the wound on Kim's face, the hero replied that he had not received it at the hands of the leader of the pseudo-religion. Jack glanced briefly at the meek Maple. However, the question remained open. The hero complained about meeting an extremely strong guy. Then Jack continued asking his questions, which now concerned the possibility of eliminating this enemy. Kim briefly replied that he had been unable to do so. Jack was about to be indignant, just like him and Kim, Guyon called out. Guyon reported that she provided all possible first aid. Following this, Kim turned to Cleon to find out if he had heard Guyon's words. Having fulfilled his part of the agreement, the hero demanded that Clen remove the hypnosis. After a short pause, Maple agreed. After the next couple of minutes, Clen was already removing the hypnosis from the parishioners. As soon as people came to their senses, they began to be overcome by righteous anger. The maple tree didn't forget about its handy leaves either. The girls, freed from the former veil before their eyes, truly saw Maple's disgusting appearance for the first time. While swearing, the girls could not believe that such a freak could use them to satisfy all his fantasies. Suddenly, the leaves froze in horror. They heard Blackleaf's weak but confident voice demanding that the girls take back what they had said. Repeating her demand once more, Blackleaf glanced at the girls. It seemed that now the girls would begin to apologize to their former owner. But behind them, Jack's menacing voice was heard, demanding that the girls sit quietly. Then he hit them both on the head. Jack didn't particularly like women who appeared, and especially those who were tied up. Meanwhile, looking at Jack, it dawned on the hero that his attitude towards working together had changed. Kim thought that a formidable man like Jack could be trusted. The hero convinced himself that Jack could be trusted and relied upon. The successful completion of the operation resulted in only 3 wounded. At the same time, having fulfilled the condition, Kim did not allow anyone to die. The general was delighted to hear the news of the end of the operation. Having conveyed the information, Jack was more interested in the condition of the general himself. In passing, Jack hinted at events within the police department. But the general only happily noted that everything was fine. Further, the general reported that he came to the people's church so that they could restore order. At the same time, bad news was delivered to the monk. But the monk was not so much concerned about the fate of Maple as he was about the status of Laspedeza and Miscanthus. In response to this, Orchid said that she did not have such information. Hearing this, the monk calmly shared his opinion that he believed Sosna had betrayed the organization. Then, silently, the monk walked to another part of the room. No one saw, but veins of anger appeared on Yuhua's face. Meanwhile, Holland tapped his finger on the desktop. He found what happened extremely strange. He noted that, despite all the efforts made, the balance of the scales still shifted to one side. But Holland was still wondering who exactly served as the link that ensured the superiority in power. Holland considered it impossible for some special police unit to win a battle for as long as 3 months. Moreover, Holland considered himself pined to be a counterweight and on the monk's side. However, Holland found something useful in what happened, since he could control the police himself, and the Huaguxa organization became less stable. As Holland picked up the phone, he found himself overcome with anxiety. He believed that the best way out of the situation was to speed up the implementation of his own plan. Over the phone, Holland ordered that everything be prepared for departure. A little time passed, and now the special squad, being at the entrance to the church, could not wait for the promised reinforcements. From the outside, massive steps were now taking place. Suddenly, someone called out to Jack. The first thing that caught his eye was the firearm. Jack was greeted by Shin, one of the officers of the Black Crane squad. In the past, Shin was Jack's subordinate, and now, a little arrogantly, she asked how he was doing. While Kim was expressing his dissatisfaction with the delay in reinforcements, Jack himself did not quite understand what Shin was doing on the island. The girl smiled and said that their boss had sent them here. Jack was a little confused by this kind of help. Suddenly, Shin turned her attention to the bandaged Chint. Pretending to be friends with Chint, Shin was upset that one of Jack's men was hurt. Unable to stand the ridicule, Chint told Shin to simply leave. Jack interrupted their chatter and asked about the whereabouts of the squad leader, Shin. Smiling, Shin said that their commander had gone to another place. At the same time, the police department was in an uproar. The door to the general's office was knocked down and a man in overalls entered. The man, whose name was Artie and who was the commander of the Crane squad, sternly asked the general to follow him. The scarred man raised his head proudly, informing the general that the chief of police was looking for him. Meanwhile, Jack demanded that Shin reveal the purpose of their commander's visit. After a short pause, Shin explained that Artie was supposed to bring the general to a meeting with the special forces. Hearing this, Jack began to think about the veracity of the information. Meanwhile, Shin turned her attention to Kim. She thought that the special forces wanted to hand over the sect leader to her, and they themselves would leave the island. The hero rejected this idea, fearing that Shin would take all the glory for himself, and therefore agreed to go only with everyone else. Far behind the conversation, a raised hand appeared. Maple asked to take him and Blackleaf with them. Hearing this, Shin covered her mouth with her hand. Laughing out loud, Shin couldn't believe that criminals could decide or demand anything. Shin described any of her actions as an order from a superior. After thinking, Jack turned to Kim. He called on the hero to carry out the order. Kim, meanwhile, looked mysteriously at the commander of the Special Forces unit. But he, seemingly without having a cunning plan, said that they had no other choice. Jack started to walk, but Kim didn't follow him, only watching him. Later, on a boat, they raced away from the island. Unwittingly, Jack decided to talk to the members of his squad. He turned to Lily, wanting to know if she had found anything on the island. Lily immediately remembered following the blood trail. The path led her into a dense forest. A beautiful landscape that defied description stretched out before Lily. But as for the tracks, they simply disappeared. In great detail, Lily reported this story to Commander Jack. Chint openly called Lily a useless rag, and Jack was surprised that she couldn't find anything. Meanwhile, Kim decided to think about Shin and Laspedeza. The hero believed that both of them were behaving excessively suspiciously. As the special squad sailed further and further away from the island, the crunching of branches could be heard in the middle of the dense forest there. Laspedeza tensed every muscle and ground his teeth. Despite his injuries, Laspadaza's elder brother climbed to the top of the tallest tree in the forest. On a regular basis, Laspadaza repeated that he would definitely survive. At the same time, machine gun fire was heard inside the church. Red and yellow leaves had already been executed. Covering his beloved with his hand, Maple admitted that he had suspected something all this time. In response to this, Shin laughed. Cleon tried to convince Shin and her people that their testimony could be useful. But Shin dashed all of Cleon's hopes with her next revelation. The girl with the rifle stated that Sosna does not need useless things. Cleona was so shocked by the nickname he heard that he couldn't even pronounce it the first time. Shin continued her speech, making it clear that Cleona and Black Leaf would be shot if they tried to escape. However, instead of pleading or crying, a loud male laugh rang out throughout the hall. Maple couldn't believe that his whole life was just someone else's rules by which he existed. Then, Maple decided to stand up for Black Leaf. Hugging the girl, he asked her not to kill at least her, since she didn't know anything. Suddenly, the black-haired girl said that the whole future does not frighten her. Looking at Cleon with a loving gaze, she added that she would follow him anywhere. Tears immediately began to flow from Cleon's eyes. After listening to this dramatic scene, Shin said goodbye to the characters, swinging the butt of her rifle at them. At the same time, the door to Holland's office slammed. Holland joyfully welcomed the general to his abode. The general himself remained silent, waiting to hear the reason why he had been summoned. Holland then launched into a long monologue, praising the general in every way for such a wonderfully executed operation. Holland then urged the general not to worry, as he had summoned him to give him a new assignment. Having discouraged the general with his words about one family, Holland also said that tasks should be shared. Without further ado, Holland said he had information on all months except February, May, and August. Holland called for the use of this data. Right there, cold-bloodedly calling on the general to kill all the months. Then, according to Holland, a direct path to the monk will open, and together they will overcome him. The general began to criticize the plan, because it did not take into account that the months were hidden killers, and the monk himself was the strongest of them. The general had pointed out that such a large operation would result in major losses, but Holland put him off, declaring that he had a plan. Meanwhile, Holland refused to reveal details of the plan unless the general gave his consent to participate. Trying in every way to assure the general of his help and loyalty, Holland promised to provide assistance. He remembered Kim's squad, which did not obey him. But he also noted Jack's detachment, which was directly subordinate to both the general and Holland. Holland did not forget to mention his personal squad, the Black Crane. The purpose of all these lists on the part of Holland was the idea of overcoming the months together. Holland found what was happening now to be a confrontation with police officer Hibiscus and their enemy, Hwaguksa Temple. Then, holding out an open palm with a strange box, Holland declared that this was Hato. Holland added that the object in his hands was an effective way to combat flowers. Meanwhile, certain events were unfolding within the Hwaguksa Temple itself. The monk spoke loudly so that everyone could hear his words. The assembled monks looked at him. No one dared to insert an extra word. Afterwards, Yu Hua declared that it was time to begin his service. The monks nodded humbly in agreement. Briefly, events shifted back to the police department, where Holland extended his hand, offering to join forces with the general. Events returned to the Hwaguksa Temple, where some of the monks had been whispering among themselves that their meetings had become too frequent lately. Monks could not help but notice that there were too few of their brothers and sisters present at the meeting. Then, one of the monks decided to directly ask the monk why they had been called. The monk told them that Maple had lost. Upon hearing this, questions began to pour in from the monks about whether Laspadaza and Miscant had also taken part in the operation. Without much explanation, Yu Hua informed the monks that January had betrayed the organization. The monks themselves did not find this news overly strange, since they had never seen January before. Immediately, speculation began about the fate of Laspadaza and Miscant. No one believed that the latter could have died. But then the moon, wearing ceremonial clothes, spoke up. He shared the purpose of the organization's plan, which was to set a trap in Maple's lair for the general and his men. Further, according to him, Sosna had to personally deal with the general. Mentioning Miscanthus in the last communication session, the monk accused Sosna of deliberately sabotaging the plan. Next, the monk took the floor, revealing to the crowd the truth that Sozna is the chief of the police department. For many months, this information was shocking. One of the female versions of the months put their hand to their mask. She seemed to finally understand both her role and the monk's attitude towards her. But then Yu Hua told those gathered that ahead, a challenge much more serious than the Maple Rebellion that had once happened awaited them. The monk made it clear to the months that it was time to prepare, and also that very soon he would call them all again. The monk ended his speech by saying that now the Huaguksa organization will begin its own operation, but then 1 month later she asked the monk to stay. For some reason she was very worried about the fate of Laspedesa. However, the monk remained mysteriously silent. In another place now, before the younger brother Laspedesha, a terrible picture was unfolding. He found his older brother half dead and groaning in pain. A muffled voice was heard from behind. A man dressed in white, but hiding his face behind a ceramic mask, called it a miracle that the elder Laspedesa survived. With great difficulty, the elder Laspedesa told his younger brother that all this had happened to him, the man who was carrying the phoenix on his back. Unwillingly, but still, the elder Laspedesa said that Kim was extremely strong. The man in white robes spoke again, making it clear to the younger Laspedesa that his brother would hardly walk as before. Then he said that a new April would have to be chosen. The younger Laspedesa immediately jumped up to the man in white robes, grabbed him, and demanded that he not talk nonsense. Without showing even a shred of fear, the man in white robes asked not to take it out on him, because nothing good would come of it. He then tried to assure the younger Laspedesa that he would do his utmost to get his brother back on his feet. Suddenly, the tired voice of elder Laspedesa reached them. He didn't find anything terrible in his situation, because the most important thing was that he remained alive. The elder Laspedesa added to his previous words that if he tried, he would definitely cope with everything. The time for talking came to an end, and the man in white robes asked Junior Laspedesa to leave the room as he was about to begin the operation. Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside, and the sky seemed to have been deliberately painted crimson. Clenching his fists, Junior Laspedesa stubbornly walked somewhere. In his thoughts, he was preparing to kill the man who had done this to his brother. At the same time, being in the general's office, Kim was talking boringly about Sozna. The general confirmed that Holland had proposed joining forces. To Kim's next questions regarding the Black Crane Squad, the general revealed that their strength was not inferior to Jack's special squad. The hero thought about this power, which could now end up in their hands. At the same time, the general reported that he had not yet given a final answer to Holland regarding their cooperation. The general conveyed to Kim the idea that any choice made was an opportunity, and that some internal disagreements had also emerged. Showing tactical thinking for the first time, the general's idea was to observe the showdown between Pine and Monk. The general suggested that Kim wait until both sides weakened enough for third forces to openly enter the game. After listening, the hero briefly agreed, now intending to engage in more in-depth training of his trinity. The general had noticed that Kim had previously refused to work with anyone, but the hero could not find a way to explain the change in his behavior. Kim recalled the moment when their boat, after the end of the operation, moored to the shore and the hero and Jack exchanged pleasantries. Then, looking at the sky, Jack said that Kim might not like the words that were to come. Jack drew special attention to the hero's desire to work alone. The Special Forces commander suggested that Kim had previously had to work with less than reliable partners. Jack's speech boiled down to the fact that Kim should try to give other people a chance and trust them. Hinting at Guyon, who was standing next to him, Jack said that everyone was trying equally. Returning to the present and practically leaving the general's office, Kim said that he had simply changed his mind. No sooner had the operation against Klein been completed than Holland called a press conference, announcing the brilliant results in the fight against crime. For such a grand event, he called together many journalists. In front of dozens of cameras, Holland vowed that during his tenure, he would find and destroy all the villains. This speech was a kind of open warning. It was intended, first of all, personally for the monk Yu Hua. After some time, the secretary informed Holland that it was time for him to go. Then, smiling, Holland pretended to be overworked and lost track of time. But in reality, he couldn't wait to perform with his loyal people. This march of people in officer uniforms led them straight to the house of Lord Buddha. As if nothing had happened, Holland greeted the monk. In his cunning manner, Holland announced that he brought good news. The monk himself met Holland's delegation with an extremely satisfied expression. Once inside the temple, Holland was lamenting the fact that, as a dear guest, he was not even offered tea. The monk grinned in response, calling Holland impudent. Laughing, Holland said that many people say that about him. But the next moment, the monk's crushing fist was already flying towards Holland's head. A second later, all the tinsel of the temple began to ring. A quiet gasp was heard from the monk's direction. Holland not only skillfully intercepted Yu Hua's fist, but also squeezed it with all his might. After letting go of the monk's hand, Holland urged Yu Hua to resolve issues without violence. Having warmed up his own hand, Holland suggested not to waste time and move on to the most important thing. Smiling, Holland suggested that the monk start working for himself so that Yu Hua could maintain his status. Holland described his proposal by saying that he and monk were very closely connected. Yu Hua's response was a broad smile, calling Holland a pathetic pawn who would be thrown out at the end of the game. Having exhaled, Holland then said that he had not hoped for a good outcome of events. Laughing again, Holland said he simply wanted to see the look on Monk's face when he lost 5 months at once. The monk himself did not express panic or fear. He openly stated that months can always be replaced with new ones. However, Holland himself could not wait to see the true face of the monk after losing. The monk did not respond to the threats. He changed the topic of conversation to Holland's dream, which would certainly have come true if he had been a little more patient. Holland, in turn, recalled Yu Hua's words about the pawn. He openly hoped to become the puppeteer himself. Afterwards, standing up abruptly, Holland suggested that the monk stock up on pawns, since war would soon be declared on him. As he left the room, Holland adjusted his cap, preparing to say something final. Before the doors closed, Holland hoped that the coming battle would be a good one. Events moved to Kim's training ground, where Gion had already received her share of beatings. Having thrown the redhead aside, it was Hyuna's turn. He, in his usual manner, tried to put the hero in a hold. As always, Kim eluded the hold and hit Hyun with a knee strike. But from the side, Jun was already approaching. A blow with the edge of the palm calmed him down too. Finally, all three were incapacitated. Looking at the trio, Kim for some reason remembered Miss Cant. In his memory, the hero was transported to their duel. The blades of their weapons touched every now and then, but every time no one could succeed. Then Kim decided to talk to Miss Cant. The hero stated that Miss Cant was not showing his true abilities. Afterwards, Kim even suggested that Miss Cant considered the hero an unworthy opponent. Suddenly, Miss Cant handed Kim his sword. The enemy suggested that the hero try a different weapon. Without thinking twice, the hero immediately drew his sword and armed himself with it. The next second, Kim made a chopping swing. But Miss Cant himself mysteriously disappeared somewhere. Immediately after this, Miss Cant's voice came from the side. Miss Cant was also dissatisfied with Kim, as he believed that he was also not showing his abilities. Opening the door before him, Miss Cant declared that the time for their battle had not yet come. He walked away calmly, leaving the hero alone with himself. Having left the memories, Kim found the meeting with Miss Cant extremely unpleasant. The hero guessed that sooner or later everything would fall into place. Suddenly, with a strange premonition, the hero looked back. An unfamiliar voice was heard, which even attracted the attention of the trio. The voice said that he had been watching the training for a long time, and the first thing that caught Kim's eye were his pumped-up legs. Laspidaza's younger brother found Kim's movements extremely similar. The younger Laspideza admitted that he even got goosebumps. Meanwhile, Gion had already managed to exclaim in horror about the mountain of muscles. Kim, on the contrary, behaved calmly. The hero decided to find out if Junior Laspideza had come here for a bonus for his brother. Standing opposite Kim, Junior Laspideza said that his brother had been examined by September Chrysanthemum. The younger Laspideza said that the nature of his brother's wounds was extremely similar to the work of B. Kwan. In response to Kim's logical question, Junior Laspideza replied that his brother was alive. Kim wanted to curse about this, but Junior Laspideza interrupted the hero. Like everyone else, Junior Laspideza wanted to know who stood before him. This time, without further delay, the hero immediately replied that he was B. Kwan. Listening to the conversation, the trio could not understand what their commander was saying. The younger Laspedeza was angry at such revelations. In response, Kim urged him to verify the truth himself. Instantly, Junior Laspedeza jumped up. Two elements met in a duel. For a moment, history moved to the not-so-distant past. Showing photographs of the wounds, one of the monks came to the conclusion that the wounds of the first Biquan and the elder Laspedeza were identical. Then everyone else became quiet, and only the monk found something to answer. With a certain amount of detachment, Yuhua acknowledged that his months had come up against the real Biquang. Despite this, the question of who Kim was remained open. Then the monk turned to Miss Canthus. Yuhua was extremely interested in how Miss Kant felt about the fight with Kim. Miss Kant said that he considered Kim to be extremely strong. He could count the number of people like him on the fingers of his hand. Afterwards, the monk decided to find out about the results of the operation performed by Chrysanthemum on Laspedeza. Before answering, Chrysanthemum glanced over the monk's shoulder out of the corner of his eye. The younger Laspedeza listened attentively to their dialogue. Perhaps lying, Chrysanthemum let the monk know that the operation was successful and that elder Laspedeza would recover. The monk dryly said that he was satisfied. After the meeting, Chrysanthemum shared with Junior Laspedeza that he had deliberately lied to the monk, but Junior Brother must convince Senior Brother to return to his place. The younger Laspedeza thanked Chrysanthemum, but before leaving he let it be known that he now had a debtor. Left alone, Junior Laspedeza raised his gaze to the sky. Events returned to the present, where a duel was taking place between Kim and Laspedeza the Younger. Relying on his strongest trait, Junior Laspedeza attacked primarily with his legs. Every now and then he would spin around to give extra momentum to his kicks. But every time, the hero managed to avoid colliding with the opponent's leg. While putting up blocks, not without effort, Kim managed to prevent injuries to his body. At some point, both of them pulled back from the close combat. In the moment of respite that he had, the hero found the situation with the younger Laspedeza to be extremely similar to the one with Miss Canthus. As if to accuse, Kim noted that Junior Laspedeza was hitting much weaker than last time. Kim never stopped trying to shame Junior Laspedeza for not becoming stronger since then. But then, with a threatening look in his eyes, the hero said that perhaps the younger Laspedeza was underestimating him. To all this, the younger Laspedeza replied that before visiting Kim, he had visited Miss Kant. Temporarily, the events were transported to the past, where the younger Laspedeza was called out by Miss Kant. Without even looking back, Junior Laspedeza announced that he was going for Kim's head. Unexpectedly, Miss Kant asked the younger Laspedeza not to kill the hero. He stated that Kim was his prey. To add seriousness to his words, Miss Kant let the younger Laspedeza know that if he killed Kim, he would kill him and his brother in return. The younger Laspedeza tried to joke that Miss Kant was overestimating him. However, Miss Kant stood his ground. He honestly believed that the younger Laspedeza was much more capable than his brother. The events returned to the present, and Kim himself, having heard the story to the end, believed that the younger Laspedeza was now afraid of Miss Kant. Further, the hero unexpectedly agreed with Miss Kant's words. Kim confirmed that Elder Laspedeza has no abilities. Meanwhile, the hero found the Elder Laspedeza tough in his own way, since he managed to achieve the post of the month only through sheer effort. Bowing his head slightly, Junior Laspedeza called Kim's words wrong. Perhaps it was only for his brother's sake that Junior Laspedeza believed that effort was also a skill. Kim did not agree with this interpretation, calling diligence the destiny of all people in the world. Then the hero changed the topic of conversation to the fact that Junior Laspedeza himself did not have the skills. The hero reminded that he had once fought with both of them and knew who and what each of them represented. The hero even suggested that a strange feeling must have overcome the younger brother when his relative suffered on a mission. Oddly enough, Junior Laspedeza rejected all of Kim's arguments, even those concerning the murder of the hero. The younger Laspedeza stated that Kim would not be killed by their hands. Growling through his mask, he made it clear that his brother would come for the hero personally. Hearing this, Kim became upset, saying that Junior was overestimating Senior Laspedeza. The answer was the younger brother's faith in his relative. However, all this did not provide an answer to why the younger Laspedeza had come here. The younger Laspadaisi shouted that he had come to relieve his anger and jumped up to deliver a sharp blow. The hero managed to block again. Perhaps miscalculating the force of the blow, Kim fell to the ground. The Trinity decided to come to the hero's aid, but Kim strictly forbade them to interfere. The younger Laspadaisi explained his anger by saying that he could not stand by while his brother was being beaten. Standing up with an effort, the hero found the motivation in beating and further escape boring. Then Kim said that now was the only chance to kill him. Kim made it clear that once he gets back to his previous form, he will become invincible. The younger Laspadaisi did not agree with this, relying on the will and strength of his relative. Then, loudly asking what they should do, Kim immediately jumped up. Swinging his elbow at Junior Laspadaisi, the hero had no intention of letting him go alive. Suddenly, the hero felt a dull pain. In his movements, Junior Laspadaisi was much more agile. He urged Shadow B. Kwan to listen to him. The younger Laspadaisi asked to remember that it was he who kept the hero alive. The hero himself, meanwhile, bared his teeth in pain. Kim didn't make a sound, just exhaled loudly. Then, raising his head and smiling, the hero admitted that men must have strong legs. The younger Laspadaisi did not respond to this, not knowing whether it was a joke or admiration. Meanwhile, the action moved to the Hwaguksa temple, where the monk called the orchid to him. Yuhua asked his loyal subordinate to bring the boys to choose the new months in advance. Meanwhile, the fight between Kim and Junior Laspadaisi continued. Sticking to his tactics, Junior Laspadaisi threw out his legs in the attack. Having memorized the enemy's moves, the hero dodged, dropped to the ground, and performed a sweep. With all his might, Kim's foot hit something incredibly hard. The hero even commented on the resemblance of Laspadaisi's leg to a stone, after which Kim froze. It felt like a giant foot was flying towards him. Kim, having grouped himself, again blocked the blow with his hands. With each passing second, the battle became more and more exciting for Kim. Kim found the situation similar to when sensation gradually returns to you. Not intending to listen to the hero's nonsense, Junior Laspadaisi decided to repeat the attack. Kim managed to dodge the sharp knee again. However, just like the hero, Junior Laspadaisi also felt something during this duel. With each subsequent blow, he felt his movements getting better. The hero was not going to stand aside and also counterattacked. However, the hero's attack missed. Kim made a mistake during the fight and was kicked. The trio watched with bated breath as their master suffered obvious defeat. Pushing Kim away from himself, Junior Laspadaisi raised his leg again in readiness. To his surprise, the hero only chuckled contentedly. Wiping away the blood, the hero considered this fight simply an amazing training to improve his skills. Kim then chuckled, saying that Junior Laspadaisi would die a miserable death since he was still holding back his skills. Having listened to the hero, Junior Laspadaisi sighed wearily. As he recalled the details of the previous battle, Kim's voice kept echoing in Junior Laspadaisi's mind, noting his improved skills. A similar story happened when the hero tried to pierce the upper part of Laspadaisi's body. Then Kim exclaimed in surprise. The hero's fist collided with a stone wall that was like the muscular legs of the younger Laspadaisi, and all this made Junior Laspadaisi incredibly nervous. He was irritated by the endless comparisons with his brother. Eventually, the younger Laspadaisi lost his temper and decided to kill the hero right then and there. Suddenly, he remembered something. Before the eyes of Junior Laspadaisi appeared the image of his brother in the hospital bed and his words about the main thing being to survive. Following this, Junior Laspadaisi urgently stopped the fight. But the hero himself did not accept the end of the battle. He did not give consent to anyone leaving. After remaining silent, Junior Laspadaisi suddenly said that he did not want that. Turning around quickly, Junior Laspadaisi ran away. Enraged by the interruption of the battle to the death, the hero chased after him. Both characters seemed to move with equal speed and zeal. Soon, the scene changed to a road in the middle of the forest. Breathing heavily, Kim finally stopped. Having caught his breath and straightened up, the hero examined the area where he had lost Laspadaisi. The events moved to an area even further away in the middle of the forest. The younger Laspadaisi, staring at the sky, was thinking about something. Now, he reproached himself for almost doubting himself and not having the right to be called a brother. More than anything else, Junior Laspadaisi hoped that his relative would be able to cope with everything. But he didn't know how grave his brother's condition was, now literally on the brink of death. Now, the events moved to the police department, where the general was in some shock. In the promised document from Holland, the general studied the full information about March, June, and September. The first issue in the folder contained a dossier on March Sakura. The singer and songwriter hid under this pseudonym. Everyone knew this man by the name Sin. I turned the page of the folder and saw information about the June peony. In photo reports, she was a sweet girl, an animal lover, and a zoo worker. Everyone knew her by her name, Ran. The general turned another page of the report, now reading about the September chrysanthemum. An outstanding doctor was hiding under such a strange pseudonym, a sweet simpleton whose name was Buck. Having finished studying the dossier, the general was clearly sweating with anxiety. It just so happened that he now had information about high-ranking members of the Hwaguksa organization in his hands. The plot moved again. Now the events revolved around the monk. Opposite Yu Hua, now kneeling, were 3 young men whom the monk had named New Months. The boy with shaved temples raised his head when the monk called him Second Pine. Next, the owner of long curls, who was dubbed the Third Phoenix, looked up. Last in line was a silent girl who was elevated to the rank of Third B Quan. The monk openly hoped that the New Months would bring significant help. Following this, the plot action returned to the hero. Kim turned around, hearing someone calling him. The trio stood behind the hero, worried, and Guyon, deciding to speak for everyone, fearfully asked if Kim was really the same person they knew. The Trinity froze in anticipation of the fateful answer. However, the hero apparently was in no hurry to open up. After a pause, Kim asked what had caused such intense interest. Guyon spoke again, recalling how Kim confessed to the big guy and pretended to know him for sure. Guyon also recalled that Kim had changed quite a bit when he woke up in the hospital. Openly expressing concern, Guyon asked what had happened to the hero. However, Kim suggested that the redhead follow the example of Hyun and Jun, who had stubbornly remained silent until now. Suddenly, they simultaneously said that they also doubted the hero's identity. Now, Kim looked at the 3 of them with even more prejudice. After some time, events developed in the general's office. The general shared information with Kim that Klyon had been killed. In response to this, Kim asked how the general felt now after everything that had happened. The general honestly shared that he felt no satisfaction from the death of the scumbag who killed his wife. After all, in the general's opinion, one villain was raised by a greater evil. Further along the chain of events, the villain's victim became a new villain. Now, the general was more concerned not with the feeling of revenge, but with a way to stop the monster that gave rise to a chain of tragedies. Further, the general noted that Holland was most likely to blame for the death of the surrendered Klein, cutting off all chances for him to pay what he deserved. Then the general moved a folder towards Kim, stating that it contained information about the months. Taking a folder from the table and familiarizing himself with a bit of information contained therein, the hero said that only the most active members of the organization were outlined there. Then the general asked whether the hero had ever met February and May. Kim looked up and made it clear that he had never met February, but he had seen May many times. From the hero's words, a picture emerged that May was always near the monk, like his shadow. After listening to Kim and seeming to find the right moment, the general made it known that from now on they would cooperate with Sosna. Kim gave his honest opinion that he didn't like it, to which the general referred to the fact that Holland was, after all, a policeman. The general described this cooperation as assistance from colleagues, but nothing more. Afterwards, the general asked if Kim had any other news besides the meeting with the second Laspadette's brother. After thinking, Kim said that the trio asked him about his true identity. The general advised Kim to tell everything as it is. Kim began to deny it. He believed that the trio would never believe the story of reincarnation and revenge. The general, on the contrary, believed that the reaction of the trio was not as important as the truth from the hero's lips. The general titled his opinion, "The Peculiarities of Human Communication." The next day, during training, following the general's words, Kim told the trio everything. Then the faces of the 3 froze as Kim finished his long but detailed story. As expected, no one believed Kim. Only Hyun and Jun were openly touched by the hero's still noticeable trauma after being discharged from the hospital. Guyon thought something similar, and she believed that Kim should visit the hospital again and get examined. Even though Kim's story failed miserably, The trio were moved by their boss's revelations. Then the hero fell silent. He watched as the trio began to argue among themselves about whether Kim should go to the hospital. In his thoughts, Kim had already given up. He allowed the three to think whatever came into their heads. Suddenly, the trio fell silent, staring somewhere behind the hero. Suddenly, Jack and his men appeared on the training field. Immediately realizing what was being discussed, Kim informed the trio that Jack and his squad would now train together until they received a new assignment. The hero added that all training from now on will be closer to reality. Hearing this, the trio froze in horror. Thus, Park became Hyun's sparring partner. San was put against Jun. As for Gayeon, Chint and Lily were unexpectedly put against her. The hero, as expected, confronted the leader of another squad, Jack. Both believed that there would be no disagreements between them. Kim was not against the practice, especially after a recent unsuccessful skirmish with one of the Laspedeza brothers. Unexpectedly, Jack pointed at himself. He was counting on Kim not leaving him blind. The hero gave his word that during sparring, he would try not to aim at the eyes. Hoping, the trio turned to Kim, expecting that he would provide them with some concessions as well. Meanwhile, the door to Holland's office opened slightly. A police officer appeared on the doorstep and conveyed to Holland the general's agreement to cooperate. Holland creaked his chair and turned around, calling what he heard good news. Unexpectedly, the police officer asked if her boss would share the plan with Monk. Quite predictably, Holland was against this. Holland believed that the general would back down when their time together came to an end. Then, demonstratively clenching his fist, Holland explained that if any changes were to take place, it would be better if he alone were in control. He also added that after completing the task, anyone who wanted to touch him would no longer be able to do so. Holland saw the main advantage of carrying out his plan as being that he would have less trouble. Leaning back in his chair, Holland admitted that he had been extremely exhausted by all sorts of scumbags lately. His polished shoulder straps gleamed, and in his dreams he was already in Congress. Now, in a different place, one of the journalists asked a certain Putat to repeat her words. The unknown woman fidgeted in her seat, then confirmed the truth of her previous words. She leaned forward a little. First, Putat said Kim's full name and position. Congresswoman Putat later reported that Kim was raising police officers to be bandits. The next day after this event, Holland greeted the general. Having settled down, the general wanted to know what Holland's plans were. However, Holland urged them not to rush into this. First, he hoped to get to know each other better. The general refused such a courtesy, to which Holland replied that every person has a dream. Intentionally pretending not to hear the general, Holland inquired about someone else's dream. Out of the blue, Holland decided to be the first to share his dream. With anticipation, he said that he dreams of becoming the president of the country. Holland admitted that he had not chosen the easiest path. Following this, he hinted at the monk, with whom Holland's chances were equally equal. In order to justify himself, Holland said that a sense of justice had come into play within him to a greater extent. Holland described his work for the monk as nothing more than using the latter for the purpose of saving society. Holland swore that he would be able not only to change the country, but most importantly, to make it safe. After listening to the speech, the general noted that it looked quite funny to have a president in cahoots with criminals. Upon hearing this, Holland lowered his voice, confirming that he had indeed once conspired. Holland described his actions as a way to destroy the mask behind which the criminal organization hid. Perhaps without making it up, Holland made it clear that with information from the monk, he had exterminated other criminal groups. Thus, Holland found his situation with the general similar, since he too had colluded. When asked about good, Holland answered honestly that he does not consider himself to be on either side. Holland then went on to say that he would reveal all the crimes of the past months on the very day the mission began, when he would run for president. Extending his hand, Holland again offered to cooperate on this matter. As was said earlier, the general was not against cooperation, but he did not intend to follow all of Holland's rules. Going against part of Holland's plan, the general announced that he would not kill the months, but would take them into custody. Then the general announced the person and significance of the monk. Afterwards, he mentioned Holland and his role. The general concluded his speech by saying that they would all eventually be judged. Holland was initially surprised by such pressure, then burst out laughing. Now tipsy, Holland noted that the general had become quite bolder after the operation involving Clan. However, the general did not allow himself to be ridiculed. He made it clear that he had a trump card that the monk and Holland did not have. Holland immediately guessed that they were talking about Kim, but he considered him to be already used material. Rising abruptly from his seat, the general again made it clear that Holland would not die. All these words only caused another fit of laughter from Holland. Having stopped laughing and smiling from ear to ear, Holland said that first of all it was necessary to catch the monk, and all the other consequences were already the general's problem. The general paused when Holland reminded him that the day the mission began would be the start of the latter's election campaign. Hayland added at the time that he hoped for a good game. But before leaving Holland's office, the general decided to explain the difference between the two characters. The words about Holland getting into the same boat with evil stung the sick man. Having finished, the general headed towards the exit. There were 6 months left from the moment the general left Holland's cabinet until the start of the elections. Everyone used this time to their advantage, devoting it to training. While some were developing an increased pain threshold, others were honing their skills. The training had a particular impact on Guyan and Lily, whose preparation Chint took on with particular zeal. Like two lions, off to the side without shouting or begging for mercy, time after time Jack and Kim met. A similar situation unfolded on the territory of the Hwaguksa Temple. Miss Kant and Cherry looked at the new months with curiosity. Miss Kant considered it his duty to test their strength. At the same time, somewhere in an unknown room, all the walls were spattered with blood. Laspedeza brought 2 more unfortunate people to dine with his brother. In the darkness of the room, the jaws clicked. Turning his head, Elder Laspedeza thanked his brother for his concern. The Black Crane Squad did not lag behind in their exercises. During this time, the general tried in vain to find new information, both about the months and about Holland. Thus, 6 months have passed. A police officer informed her boss that his ratings were high, but he shouldn't start the press conference too early. Holland, in turn, did not consider this a problem. He was not afraid of attacks from the outside. Holland's main goal remained the destruction of the Hwaguksa organization, thus securing the presidency for himself. Rising from his chair, Holland declared that delay is as dangerous as haste. Slamming his palm on the table, Holland added that he would stick to the plan. The police officer did not forget to inform her boss that Deputy Putat's rating had also risen. Hearing the name almost drove Holland into a rage. Meanwhile, he found a certain usefulness in Putat's words, which could have a divisive effect. On the other hand, Holland did not consider this obstacle insurmountable for his victory. Thus, the press conference soon started. Standing at the podium, Holland said that he had been in his post for 5.5 years. Hayland touched on the topic of crime, the level of which had never risen as high as in the last months of his tenure. Holland was proud of the fact that he had put in a lot of effort and sent a lot of scoundrels to jail. At the same time, Holland asked no one to forget that among the villains, there always remained one, the most elusive. Publicly, Holland has pledged, during his presidency, to find and bring to justice the most secretive criminal groups. Now, in his office, the general listened attentively to Holland's speech. In the same way, the monk followed Holland's speeches. Having made promises left and right, Holland ended his words by nominating himself as a candidate for president. At the end of the press conference, the general declared that it had begun. Exactly the same thought just now visited the monk. Putting away his phone, Yuhua called Iris. Hearing his assistant behind him, the monk ordered the months to be fully prepared. At the same time, Holland's secret game began. Having gathered his people, Holland shared with them information about the months. Holland assigned Black Crane Group Commander Artie to be in charge of the March Sakura target. Artie noted that she did not look like she posed a threat. Next, a photo of June Peony appeared with Shin attached. Shin immediately jokingly suggested that Artie switch, since Peony, in her opinion, had scary eyes. Next, a photograph of the September chrysanthemum loomed, which was presented to Huang as a target. Huang found it quite ironic that a killer saved someone's life. Holland then went on to tell what would happen when all the months were destroyed. His plan was to publicly expose the monk after eliminating important members of the organization. After this, Holland was going to mobilize all his forces and cleanse Hwaguksa. When asked by Artie about Jack's role in the entire operation, Holland replied that he would also be involved. Holland called on his men to temporarily put aside any squabbles and focus on temporary cooperation. Suddenly, the door to the room where the meeting was being held opened. A police officer appeared and urgently wanted to tell Holland something. The girl reported that Holland received a call from MP Putat. Holland sighed in irritation and asked the employee to tell Putat that he would call her back later. But the girl insisted that Holland come to the phone immediately. It turned out that Putat somehow found out about Holland's operation related to Huaguksa. The previous self-confidence immediately disappeared from Holland's face. Via video link, Putat immediately smiled when Holland deigned to talk. The woman began by saying that she was extremely happy about such a meeting. Holland asked Putat to leave all the pleasantries behind and get straight to the point. Putat repeated what the police officer had told Holland. Putat described her actions by saying that she became extremely curious about this whole topic related to Huaguksa. While Putat was chatting, Holland began to analyze the situation. He decided that this mop clearly had his own man in the police. In his thoughts, Holland touched upon the general's personality, but immediately rejected it. Having temporarily stopped his thoughts, Holland answered Putat that he did not understand what she was talking about. The woman wasn't going to give in so easily, and this only infuriated Holland even more. Putat herself was a former lawyer and now a member of parliament for her third term. Her habits included identifying her opponent's weaknesses and then fighting dirty. Holland knew he couldn't throw words around thoughtlessly, after which he continued to push his line about the erroneousness of Putat's information about some operation against Huaguksa. In her mean way, the woman again asked if that was really the case. Putat then reported that she received this information from someone directly involved in the operation itself. Unable to bear it any longer, Holland asked who it could be. Smiling, Putat replied that everything was exactly as Holland had imagined. Putat said that she received this information from the monk himself. Holland looked cartoonishly surprised when he heard this. Then he laughed out loud. Only after realizing this did Holland say that Plum was on the screen in front of him. Confused, she called Holland Pine. She then conveyed a message from the monk, warning Holland not to aim for the boss's position. Putat demanded that Holland not try to go beyond what was permitted. Having conveyed someone else's words, Putat began to wait for Holland's response. But then, unexpectedly, Holland invited Putat herself to join his team. Holland made it clear to Putat that if she really was Sliva, then all the suspicions surrounding her were true. Holland qualified his words by generalizing them to gang connections. Putat, in turn, was going to explain why she couldn't go to work for Holland. Putat began to list that in various communities the rules are observed very strictly. The congresswoman considered her role to be participation in Monk's team. For the word of Lord Buddha is for her, Signon. Putat conveyed an important message to Holland, that he had been given one last chance to return to the monk and repent. However, Holland had no intention of making concessions and refused outright. Following this, Putat began to unbutton her outerwear, reinforcing her actions with words about breaking the law. The next second, she revealed a snow-white body covered in tattoos. Further, she said that anyone who breaks the law must be punished. In response to all this, Holland laughed and thanked Putat for revealing her true identity. Holland then added that the woman is now also on the kill list. Meanwhile, not intending to give up so easily, Putat suggested thinking about who would liquidate whom next. Putat reported that it is not ordinary people who are behind her. Monk's months were already in the vicinity of the police department and were only waiting for orders. In a threatening manner, Putat informed Holland that it was impossible to defeat such a number of killers. Then Putat again hinted to Holland that he was not the one calling the shots. Now, near the police department, Miss Cant told the other months that the negotiations had failed. Holland himself was quite tense after Putat's long speech. The woman raised her voice with each passing second, continuing her monologue, distracting Holland. Meanwhile, Miss Cant, having taken command of the detachment of months, was preparing to enter the battle. Having finally listened to Putat to the end, Holland sighed wearily. He asked the woman if everything was all right in her head. Putat defiantly replied that of all those present, only Holland had problems with his head. Trying to humiliate Holland, Putat called him a pawn who resisted his master. In response to this, Holland decided to change his approach, and asked if Putat really expected to survive after all that had been said and done in the future. Holland stressed that following his death, an investigation would begin immediately. Having hinted at the monk, Holland honestly shared his opinion that he would get rid of Putat as important evidence. Holland again called Putat's plan, and the woman herself crazy. However, Putat continued to stick to her line about roles and that she was only fulfilling her duty. Having decided to end the conversation here, Putat began to say goodbye to Holland. After ending the video call, Putat said that she would see Holland soon. Immediately, a hysterical cry from a police officer was heard. Out of breath from the rush, she barely managed to say that some people had burst into the building. Meanwhile, for months, they had already been cutting their way to Holland through police officers. Upon hearing this news, Holland seemed extremely surprised. Shaking, he raised his hand to his mouth and covered it tightly. Trying to contain himself, Holland giggled, but it was unclear whether from fear or from anticipation of the battle. Holland clearly liked the whole idea, and after thanking his employee, he stood up from his chair. Holland believed that the monk, by taking such a step, had given free rein to all his enemies. Moreover, Holland found it advantageous to stay for months in his possessions, since he was planning to kill them anyway. For Holland, what was happening was nothing more than a game, where the entire game was based on whether he himself would survive. Mentally, Holland wished luck to the months that followed trying to kill him. One got the impression that Miscant would have somehow grasped this idea. Meanwhile, Putat twirled a tiny transmitter between her fingers. The news had already reached her that the months had managed to break into the building. She ordered her man to send more people to help the months. Assistant Chan smiled snow-whitely and confirmed that he would carry out the order. Immediately, Chan ordered his men to enter the police department building. Chan asked why Putat had ordered her people not to wear masks. The woman didn't find this to be a particular problem. The congresswoman believed that the role of the thugs would be very short-lived. Chan chuckled. He reminded them that this was the police department. So could the raid have been carried out without consequences? Afterwards, he looked up, seeing the looming walls of the building in front of him. Chan casually mentioned that he knew about the impending death of all of them. Putat found his words to be a manifestation of weakness and cowardice. In response, Chan grinned. He wouldn't mind dying next to Putat, but first he would like to capture one strong man. As soon as he finished speaking, Putat ordered the two of them to move forward. Meanwhile, a full moon appeared in the night sky. A bloody scalpel flashed inside the corridors of the department building. One of the months skillfully cut the throats of the police officers who confronted him. Chrysanthemum found it extremely exciting to spend time cutting carotid arteries. Suddenly, some noise was heard behind him. The masked man turned around, only now seeing a huge dog rushing at him. Reacting, Chrysanthemum hit the dog on the head with his elbow. Tears immediately began to flow from the dog's eyes. Having received a rebuff and whining pitifully, the dog rushed away. Hugging the dog, Peony condemned Chrysanthemum for beating animals. To this, Chrysanthemum sternly scolded Peony so that she would keep an eye on her animals. Peony glanced back, indicating that she had everything under complete control. In another part of the department, taser fire was currently being fired. Miscant ignored the actions of the police and simply cut his way through. Under the blows of his sword, people screamed, splashing the floor and walls with blood. The last surviving cop here screamed desperately, getting ready to shoot Miscant. Taking aim, he already aimed at the killer's body. But before his finger could pull the trigger, Miscant had vanished. The killer jumped up, delivering several blows in the air. As soon as the killer touched the ground, the cop's body began to fall apart. Following this, applause was heard from the cherry tree. The situation was similar in another part of the police department. The young months, like their predecessors, easily cleared any human obstacles from their path. Young Biquan calculated that their last actions were carried out in a matter of seconds. At the same time, Holland gathered the command staff of the Black Crane Detachment in his office. He made it clear to his subordinates that professional killers, acting on orders from the Huaguksa Temple, had broken into the building. Furthermore, Holland gave orders to eliminate all opponents without exception. Suddenly, wanting to ask a question, Shin raised her hand. The girl wanted to know if this meant they could shoot to kill. Holland calmly stated that this is exactly how it is. His only request was that the squad use silencers. Holland then gave the following instructions, which concerned a direct attack on the temple as soon as Artie's squad had dealt with the killers. Afterwards, Holland loudly tapped. He called on his men to show the months whose pawns would be stronger. Like obedient machines, all the officers of the detachment obeyed Holland's orders. Thus, the Black Crane squad entered the arena of what was happening. Immediately, shots from silenced weapons began to ring out throughout the floors and corridors of the police department. But the sources of the noise of these shots were the pistols of the months themselves. The monk, having allowed the use of firearms for months, seemed to spread their wings. It was natural that Holland had no idea about such a trick on the part of the monk. From CCTV cameras, he watched the carnage that had unfolded for months. However, Holland knew that fighting with firearms creates many unpredictable situations. Meanwhile, in all the chaos that was going on, there was one card that Holland had not foreseen. The sounds of active gunfire were now heard on one of the department's floors. The police took cover behind the walls, not allowing the enemy to hit them with bullets. Past the Allied bullets, young B. Kwan rushed towards them. After a brief look out, one policeman relayed the information to another that the enemy was approaching them. He managed to call on his partner to return fire, but then several bullets hit different parts of his body. The young months skillfully covered each other. Subsequently, the second policeman also lost his head. Young B. Kwan reported that the enemy had been destroyed. Meanwhile, Holland continued his observations of the carnage in the department. He was extremely surprised by the enemy's successes. Holland's memory flashed back to the moment when he described the possible danger of the months. At the same time, he assured his people that the possibility of successfully winning the month existed. Holland shared information that all months, with a few exceptions, do not trust each other. Thus, Holland believed that a house in which such discord reigned could not stand. Stepping back a bit into the past, history decided to tell the current reason for the coordinated actions of the months. A masked woman spoke to the monks for months, explaining that she was acting on orders from the monk and was obliged to eliminate Holland. She made it clear to the months that for the duration of the mission, they would carry out her orders unconditionally. Hearing this, many expressed dissatisfaction for months with the need to work in a team. The masked woman was against any of the months refusing to participate in the mission due to a simple lack of desire. She again made it clear that all months must unite to complete the task. For many months, they again resisted working together because they didn't even really know each other. Finally, deciding to speak for everyone, Miscant stepped forward. He decided to find out if Plum was really strong. Miscant was extremely interested in Sleeva's right to train for months. The next second, Plum called on all the months to listen to her. The woman took off her mask and then ordered everyone to shut up. At that moment, many of the months recognized the woman as Deputy Putat. Putat made it clear for months that the upcoming task would be her last. Young months appeared behind Plum. Putat said that the role of leader was entrusted to her by the monk himself. Putat cited political games and managing a criminal group as her strengths. Under this slogan, Putat declared her right to rule over people. The woman added that on the day of the operation, she would operate without a mask. Time after time, Putat repeated her right to rule the months. Now she began to wait months for an answer. Having remained silent throughout the woman's speech, Miscant finally called her words beautiful. Events returned to the present, where Miscant aimed the barrel of a gun at one of the cameras. There was a dull shot, and the image disappeared. Unexpectedly, Putat somehow managed to achieve the coordinated work of months. As soon as the images from the cameras disappeared from Holland's office, he called his assistant. Holland ordered all police officers except the Black Crane squad to use rubber bullets. Afterwards, Holland fell silent for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, he came to his senses and demanded that the general be called. A couple of minutes later, the general was talking on the phone about Holland's request for help. The general explained to the man on the other end of the line that the months had shown up at the police department in person. However, the general did not consider what happened to be any kind of surprise. If there was one thing the general was certain of, it was that Holland had to be saved in order to reach the monk himself. At the same time, the general considered it an important task to take the months themselves alive. On the other side of the phone was Kim. He believed that taking the months alive was impractical, to which the general asked the hero to contact Jack. Kim made it clear that this character was next to him. The hero glanced to the side, surrounded by Jack's men. Kim promised that he would be on the scene as soon as possible. Everyone immediately moved towards the police department. Meanwhile, a police officer appeared in Holland's office again, bringing news that reinforcements from the general were approaching. Having thanked his assistant, Holland decided to get up from his seat when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Thus, the forces of the monk participated in the party. They were opposed by Holland's detachment, the Black Crane. But the general's forces were also present, and they might have found themselves caught in the crossfire. The monk was the leader of the Hwaguksa organization, who wanted to achieve the extermination of traitors and the obedience of doubters. On the other side of the scale was Holland, operating with his crooked morals and thirst for power. And the general, who desperately needed justice, closed the situation. Shortly after the months-long assault on the police department began, Monk received a report from Sliwa. The left passage of the building was stormed in January, November, and December. In the middle passage of the building, Sliwa placed March and August. In the right passage of the building, June and September were operating. All of them, without exception, successfully completed their tasks. The monk was pleased with the report on Plum's achievements and the months under her rule. By now, the people from Hwaguksa have almost completely taken over the police department. But Holland had no intention of giving up his position, and so he took his own steps. In the left passage of the building, he placed Shin. Huang took up positions in the middle passage. Artie took up position in the right aisle. As for Holland's position, he was going to go where it would be the worst. At the same time, Jack also reported on his actions. He let the general know that his people had reached the department and that Jack himself, together with Kim, would take the direction on the left. The entire male part of the detachment was thrown by Jack to the center. The women were directed to the right. The report ended, and now new blood began to flow in the department building. One of Putat's thugs fell to the floor, clutching at a wound spurting like a fountain of blood. This stunned the criminals for only a moment as they rushed into battle. The hero attacked them in return. Then the thugs decided to attack Kim with their entire crowd. The hero performed movements as light as the twitching of blades of grass in the wind. Thousands of cuts per second created thousands of wounds. In his usual manner, Kim pushed forward alone. Jack himself was at a distance and controlled the situation. Soon, the young monks became aware of someone's presence behind them. Nu Bi Quan glared menacingly over her shoulder. She immediately noticed the bloody blade. Looking up, she saw Kim himself. The hero grinned and said that he really could see new months in front of him. Continuing to look at the hero, the young months remained silent. Finally, young Bi Quan spoke up. She assumed that the person in front of her was that same Kim. It seems that, having insulted him, she called him the ghost of the second Bi Quan. Both the hero and the new Bi Quan exchanged tasks to capture each other alive. Kim shared that he found the months to be extremely young. The hero asked if they were childhood friends and if they were in a relationship. Young Bi Quan revealed that all three were enemies, as they had previously competed for the same place. Then, young Bi Quan stated that they had many questions for the hero if he really is who he claims to be. There was a short pause, accompanied by the hum of incandescent lamps. The young monks wanted to know what exactly that first Bi Quan was like. However, Kim himself did not understand what could have caused this interest. Following this, one of the months decided to deal with the hero, since there is no point in chatting with your enemy. The moon ignored the entreaties of his allies, as he wanted to curry favor with the monk. His plan was that by killing Kim, the young moon would be able to become the new Bi Quan. After listening to their conversations, Kim reluctantly said that because of him, Bi Quan's position became vacant. For now, the hero did not know whether to rejoice or not, but meanwhile, the fist of the young moon was already raised. The hero instantly leaned back, dodging the blow. As he dodged, Kim noticed the young moon's second-hand fist was about to reach him. Kim performed the movements again, moving even further away from dangerous contact. Afterwards, grinning, the hero said that the month before him had been incredibly long. Not reacting to attempts to persuade himself, the young moon now raised his leg to attack. The hero responded with a mirror action. Their legs touched in the impact, and then the young moon clearly yelped. Smiling, Kim said that if Laspadeza saw the legs of the young moon, he would have a fit. Unnoticed, Kim managed to take out a telescopic baton. With it, the hero began to caress the thin moon's sides, and then along the arms, touching the most vulnerable areas of the opponent. Next came quick blows from fists on the thin body. The rest of the months watched as their brother suffered clear defeat. Having given the bad guy a good beating, Kim suggested that he surrender, since he had no chance of winning. But he, having barely recovered, again moved to attack. Attacking furiously, the thin moon, like nothing else, wanted to gain the recognition of the monk. In response to this, Kim pulled out a knife. Now, the young moon's refusal to surrender could mean only one thing: death. The thin moon was about to go berserk, because it did not understand the nonsense that Kim was talking. A second later, Kim responded with a fatal knife blow. From the cut wound on the skinny moon's throat, blood immediately gushed like a fountain. His lifeless body collapsed to the floor, and the hero himself rushed towards the other young months. Seeing the death of one of her own, young Bi-Kwan asked Kim why he had disobeyed orders and not taken the skinny man prisoner. Kim exclaimed importantly, and then added that this was not a mandatory condition. Then, standing in front of the two remaining young months, Kim suggested that they decide for themselves whether they would surrender or not. For a second, a bloody aura seemed to form around the hero when he said that a choice had to be made. Following what was said, there was a pause. Suddenly, one of the young months raised his hand. Then, having raised the third phoenix, obviously decided to honestly agree to Kim's conditions. Then the hero turned his attention to the young Bi-Kwan. After thinking about it, young Bi-Kwan said with resignation that if she gave in, she would certainly die at the hands of the monk. The hero immediately added that if young Bi-Kwan did not surrender, Kim would kill her personally. Suddenly, Kim advised the young moon not to worry about the monk, because he was the hero's own target. But then, young Bi-Kwan asked which of Kim and Miscant would be stronger. Hearing this, Kim hesitated for the first time in answering. The next moment, the hero delivers a sweeping knife blow to the third phoenix. Despite the deep wound in her throat, the third phoenix managed to reach for her hidden weapon. Perhaps automatically, her hand continued to pull out the pistol, to which Kim raised the knife again. Like a butcher, he began to cut the third phoenix with slashing blows. Having finished with the second young month, Kim said that he knew it. With a wild look in his eyes, the hero added to his previous words that the young months clearly had no intention of giving up. But then, the third Bi-Kwan raised her hand and asked Kim to wait. Previously, the young moon wanted to know something from the person who might actually be the second Bi-Kwan. But the hero was clearly no longer in the mood for talking. Having called himself the first, Kim began to attack first. Third Bi-Kwan had a hard time dodging such a skilled opponent. Kim, meanwhile, had no intention of slowing down the attack. But then, in the middle of the fight, the blade of another knife flashed. In self-defense, the third Bi-Kwan took out her own knife. The hero got out of the wedge quite easily, now changing the direction in which he would strike with the tip. Swiftly, Kim shifted his knife to his other hand. He moved forward and performed a jab, which the third Bi-Kwan, however, managed to stop. Kim found the abilities of the last of the young months to be far superior to those of the two previous corpses. Desperately defending herself, the third Bi-Kwan did not miss the opportunity to engage the hero in dialogue. But then Kim moved to the side, applying a little more effort than before. With a sound like a whistle, someone's knife flew into the air. During the fight, Kim knocked the weapon out of the hands of the third Bi-Kwan. The hero believed that the young moon was simply stalling for his time. Realizing that defeat was inevitable, the young moon suddenly screamed. Kim's knife stopped right in front of her face as soon as the young moon said that she was Bi-Kwan's daughter. Kim froze upon hearing this. Immediately, he received a push, and the third Bi-Kwan began to run away. Kim was furious at this move. The hero tried to grab the young moon. However, despite all his efforts, it was not clothing that landed in Kim's hand, but a ceramic mask. Having revealed the identity of the third Bi-Kwan, Kim froze in place again. The green-eyed girl looked at him with frightened eyes. Kim looked at the girl and pointed strangely in her direction. Hatred gradually overcame the hero because the girl was not at all like Bi-Kwan. Sweat began to roll down the face of the young moon. Turning around, the girl started running again, not forgetting to shout behind herself that she really was the daughter of the first Bi-Kwan. At the same time, Shin and her men were patrolling a certain part of the police department. She found it extremely strange that she had not met anyone yet. In another part of the building, a tired groan could now be heard. There, Sakura begged Miscant to carry her on his back because her legs were tired. Without giving up, she scolded Miscant for ignoring her. But at that moment, it seemed that Miscant sensed something. With a sharp movement, he quickly pushed Cherry against the wall. To all future questions from Cherry about what was happening, Miss Cant only asked to behave quietly. In front of them, there was now an absolutely identical empty corridor. On the other side of the corridor, Hart and his men had been laying in ambush for months. Hart noted that his enemies had fairly well-developed intuition. Meanwhile, Hart recalled Holland's words regarding Miss Cant. Then the chief revealed that Miss Cant was the monk's secret weapon. Miss Cant himself was rightfully considered the strongest of the months, who killed easily, taking titles for himself and reveling in his abilities. But the monk did not like Miss Cant's excessive vanity. Secretly from everyone, Lord Buddha was training his own disciple. One day, a new student not only defeated but killed Miss Cant, taking his place. It is in this way, through training with the monk himself, that the second Biquan will emerge in the future. Thus, Holland told his people the great secret of the monk. But then Hart still didn't understand why the boss was telling them such things. Holland saw this information as important, as a warning against an enemy whose strength he would have to reckon with and prepare for. Peeking out from behind cover, Hart didn't understand why Miss Cant had come here. Miss Cant was now acting in a similar manner. But then one of the fighters decided to turn to Hart. The fighter suggested to the commander to take the enemy by storm, since there were only 2 of them. Hart called him an idiot, because the squad was confronted by 2 monsters that could single-handedly change the course of the entire game. Later, Hart added that he had personally encountered similar monsters. Hart named Jack. He also mentioned the Black Crane commander, Artie. At the same time, Miss Cant explained to Vishna that an ambush awaited them ahead. Next, Miss Cant made it clear that they should attack simultaneously. Hart himself was now barely able to restrain the shaking of his body from the fear that was overwhelming his mind. Sakura prepared herself by placing something between her fingers. Next, she squeezed the balls with her fingers using force. Gas immediately gushed out from the crushed balls. Pinkish smoke began to spread along the corridor. Looking out, Hart noticed the fog moving in his direction. Hart could not understand the passage of months, believing that the smoke was a diversionary tactic. Immediately, he ordered his men to put on breathing masks because the smoke could be poisonous. The clouds of pink smoke that had previously been spreading across the floor began to rise upward. Gradually, a thick curtain of smoke filled the entire corridor. Even through the breathing masks, everyone felt the incredible floral aroma. Hart looked at one of his men, giving him the order to shoot as soon as he saw anyone. He nodded in agreement. There was silence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the midst of the clouds of smoke. Hart's squad member reacted with lightning speed. Just one shot, and the figure received a bullet straight to the forehead. Hart believed the shot had missed its target. He guessed that the months could use the corpses to reveal the location of the enemy. The next moment, something began to appear in the middle of the cloud of smoke. The fighter, his weapon at the ready, again left cover to fire. A second before the shooting started, Hart stopped him. Looking at the body, Hart said that they had simply thrown a corpse at them. Immediately following the body, Sakura slid towards Hart's position. A pistol with a silencer loomed in the hands of the moon. A muffled shot rang out. Somehow, Hart managed to cover himself with a shield. He then commanded the soldier with the weapon to open fire. But Miss Cant was already flying towards him, blades drawn. In an instant, without a sound, his blade touched the neck of one of the fighters. In a long line of blows, Miss Cant decapitated several fighters at once. The fighters remaining with Hart began to panic. Meanwhile, Sakura took out new smoke balls. Squeezing it tightly between his fingers, a new pink cloud burst out. To try to stop the months, Hart ordered his men to look ahead. Hart then ordered the men to fire blindly and without command. The squad's fighters began firing cartridges into the void of smoke. Apparently, Miss Cant had simply jumped over the firing sector and reached them. Amidst clouds of pinkish smoke, blood splashed brightly. New bursts of machine gun fire rang out. Hart urged the squad's fighters to hold on and fight to the death. A giant blade suddenly appeared in front of one of them. Despite the constant deaths of his charges, Hart assured them that reinforcements would soon arrive. The uncontrolled shooting continued. Suddenly, everything went quiet. The fighter, left in the middle of the fog, looked around, trying to find at least one of his own. In a nervous voice, he tried to call the commander. Until, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a walkie-talkie lying on the floor. From time to time, calls to hold the line and continue fighting came from it. A heavy breath came over the fighter when he realized that he was the last one alive. A second later, 2 monsters jumped on him. Immediately, the radio lying on the floor was splattered with blood. Holding the radio in his hands, Hart clearly heard his fighter's voice suddenly cut off. Now, having started to run, Hart admitted that the months were quite a tough bunch to have managed to operate in the smoke. At the same time, Commander Artie dodged the knife thrust. Afterwards, he delivered a powerful blow to one of Putat's thugs. Where there was one criminal, there was a second, whom Artie dealt with one by one. Artie simply didn't give the third one a chance to act, immediately knocking him out with a kick. The thugs in front of him were defeated. Shaking off his hand, Artie said out loud that there was no end to the thugs in this building. Some people agreed with him, almost gouging out their eyes. Artie quickly moved his head to the side, preventing himself from being injured. Chrysanthemum affectedly agreed with Artie's words, because no matter how much he and Peony had gone through, they still had to kill and kill. Looking at them, Artie wondered if it was really those very months in front of him. The months confirmed his guess. Chrysanthemum even became curious as to why Artie was suddenly alone. After a short pause, Artie replied indifferently that he worked better alone. Chrysanthemum chuckled thoughtfully and asked if Artie used firearms. Artie honestly answered that he was not taking a gun with him, to which Peony called it useless and immediately set her dogs on him. As soon as Peony gave the command, one of the dogs rushed towards Artie, its mouth wide open. Following this, a distinct sound echoed down the corridor. Peony's eyes widened at what she saw. Safe and sound, Artie said that he had finally managed to meet the months. Artie held the dog's mouth tightly with both hands. Holding the dog, Artie was very curious to meet those whom even Holland himself feared. Having finished speaking, Artie began to stretch the dog's mouth in different directions. To the sound of a vile crunch, Artie called for a fight. Peony was seriously shocked by what happened to her pet. Immediately, she began to shout the name of her already dead dog. Afterwards, she rose to her full height. She snatched up a scalpel and furiously wanted to repay Artie for killing her pet. Chrysanthemum called Peony to come to her senses. Taking the scalpel from her hands, Chrysanthemum considered it important not to rush because Artie did not look like a typical cop. Besides, Chrysanthemum didn't find anything terrible in the death of some dog. But Peony was rather irreconcilable. She tried to explain that it takes a lot of time to train just one dog. Chrysanthemum, who called the dog a lousy dog, was not about to give up on his convictions either. His words greatly irritated Peony, who demanded that he not call her dog that. Immediately after this, Peony took off. Already being 2 steps away from Artie, she realized how wrong she was. In Peony's eyes, the barrel of a pistol was clearly visible. Artie, apparently deciding to even the odds, pulled out his gun and took aim at her. Soon, the walls of the corridor were painted scarlet. From the side, Chrysanthemum watched what was happening. Artie skillfully shot Peony's dogs. Now he moved the barrel of the gun to the next one. Before he could fire, the dog's mouth grabbed his weapon. The dog's fangs seemed to have destroyed the pistol's cylinder. Artie used force to free himself from the dog's grip. However, the animal itself was not going to calm down. Then, Artie threw the dog away with a powerful kick. The dog backed away, his tongue hanging out. At this time, Peony herself was hugging another bleeding pet. The performance ended, and Chrysanthemum reminded Peony of his previous words regarding the inconvenient haste. Peony didn't pay any attention to that. Stroking the shot dog, she said that she would not forget the sacrifice of her pet. Looking at all this, Chrysanthemum sighed heavily. Deciding to go the other way, Chrysanthemum called Peony a stupid idiot who was impossible to work with. As he left for the new months, Chrysanthemum threw out that he, as a doctor, works with people, not animals. Peony looked up from her dead pet and muttered that she never liked him either. As soon as Chrysanthemum disappeared, Artie suggested that they fight one-on-one without his comrade Peony. Hearing this, Peony was indignant because she considered only animals to be her comrades. Then Peony declared that the battle would not be one-on-one, but 2-on-1. Next, the characters started talking about dogs. Peony said the first dog killed, whose name was G, was already the 9th to take on the nickname. The next dog was the 12th to inherit his nickname. Next, Peony began to pet the dog Can, who was one of a kind. Afterwards, standing up abruptly, Peony called herself the head of this pack and the strongest among all its dogs. While provoking Peony, Artie did not quite believe these words. The next moment, Peony and Con rushed at Artie. Artie also took action and leaned against the wall. In one movement, he intercepted the dog, but he missed Peony's attack. Multiple blows began to rain down on Artie's head. As soon as her attack stopped, it turned out that Artie had managed to put his hands up in a defensive block. But then, Artie saw something moving quickly towards him from below. Still, Peony managed to identify Artie's weak spot and dealt him a blow. Feeling the damage, Artie stepped back. Peony herself was not going to let go of the killer of her beloved dogs so easily. Another sweeping blow from her side reached Artie's face. Having executed a strike with one hand, Peony immediately raised the next one. Then a lunge forward and a hook straight to the stomach. As Artie groaned in pain, Peony couldn't believe that this was the kind of person who had been looking for a meeting for months. Artie had barely recovered from the beating when he looked at Peony. As he did so, he turned around and suddenly started running away. The only thing Artie didn't know was that if you turned your back on the dogs and started running, they would only get angrier. Before Artie had even covered a couple of meters, the dog Peony was already jumping onto the character's back. With a strong grip, the dog sank its fangs into Artie's uniform. Artie didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the locks. With a deft movement, he threw off his bulletproof vest. Peony, watching Artie's flight and his agility, did not understand who he really was. Then she commanded the dog to chase. Artie's desperate cry began to echo down the corridor. While chasing him, Peony shouted after Artie that he could run as much as he wanted. In fact, Artie's emotions were nothing more than a performance. During this chase, even the dog sensed something was wrong. The dog slowed down and abruptly stopped pursuing. The dog started growling, and Peony did not understand her pet's behavior. Following this, Peony turned her gaze to the running Artie. Screaming in fear, he moved further and further away, until finally he disappeared around the right turn of the corridor. Artie stood behind the corner of the wall and began to wait. Armed fighters approached their commander from the shadows. In exchange for the lost one, Artie obligingly received a new revolver. Now Artie was counting on the owner being much more stupid than her dog and coming within shooting distance. Peony was still wondering about her pet's behavior, while Artie and his men were preparing to act. Deciding not to wait for a better moment, Artie jumped out from his hiding place. Having his weapon in hand again, he caught Peony by surprise. A shot rang out and the bloody mask flew off the face of the moon. At the same time, 3rd B Kwan ran away from Kim. The hero pursued her relentlessly. While in pursuit, Kim urged the young moon not to tarnish Bi Kwang's name and to accept his death. Looking back while running, the girl only had time to declare again that she really was Bi Kwang's daughter. Suddenly, Kim saw something ahead. In the middle of the corridor, Jack's figure appeared from somewhere. Kim tried his best to attract Jack's attention. The hero urged Jack to not let the running girl escape under any circumstances. Finally understanding, Jack raised his head in understanding. Meanwhile, the young moon itself was already very close to Jack. Squealing for Jack to get out of the way, the girl raised her fist threateningly. The next moment, Jack's hand grabbed her face. Then, with all his might, Jack pressed the young moon to the floor. Finally reaching the characters, Kim said that Jack had landed a pretty good hit. There came a moment when Jack looked closely at the girl on the floor. The young moon also turned her gaze towards him, not understanding what kind of monster she had fallen into the clutches of. Kim explained to Jack that the girl was one of those with whom the hero fought. Kim considered it important to sort things out with the girl as soon as possible and move on. The girl herself immediately screamed, begging not to kill her because she urgently needed to talk to Kim. Kim immediately replied that they could not have any common topics of conversation. Then Jack asked how old the girl was, to which she replied that she didn't know herself. Kim wanted to teach the young moon a lesson for lying, but Jack suggested arresting the girl rather than killing her on the spot. The girl was in terrible turmoil, hearing Kim and Jack discussing her future fate. In sync, both characters looked down the corridor. From somewhere, a whole horde of dogs was rushing towards them. Barking loudly, the dogs were clearly ready to tear apart anyone in their path. Everyone froze, not understanding how something like this was even possible. Meanwhile, the shot that Artie had once fired did not hit Peony's head, but only her shoulder, which the faithful dog pushed aside. Then more shots followed. But Peony quickly hid in the passage of the adjacent corridor. Artie had no choice but to curse at the failed ambush. Peony, breathing heavily as she escaped the fire, clutched her bleeding wound. Having come to her senses a little, the first thought that came to Peony's mind was about Artie's lies. After all, Peony chased after him because she believed Artie's words regarding the use of firearms. But it turned out that Artie, in the end, was even awaited by a whole group of well-armed fighters. These arguments only proved to Payan once again that people cannot be trusted. Following this, with shaking hands, Peony took out a decorated whistle from her pocket. Taking a deep breath, she blew into the whistle. The scene changed to a truck that was parked nearby. The speakers inside the truck began to wheeze. A pack of dogs located there immediately became wildly active. It was in this way that the dogs, having broken the doors of the truck with their pressure, found themselves next to the hero. Kim calmed down a little when something happened that he could never have expected. The dogs flowed around Kim and Jack like a stream of water. Looking after the pack, the hero could not understand where these dogs came from. In another part of the building, frightened women's screams could now be heard, who had also been caught off guard by the invasion of dogs. To some extent, all this reached Chrysanthemum, who was still looking for the young months. Soon, like everyone before him, Chrysanthemum met a pack of dogs. As before, the dogs ran past him, to which Chrysanthemum said that it was a complete mess. Eventually, the growing dog hum reached Artie's ears. Artie immediately ordered his soldiers to stand at the ready, but he was not prepared for what he would encounter. At least a dozen enraged dogs were moving towards him. Even the Special Forces soldiers were taken aback by such an onslaught on their positions. As he started shooting, Artie ordered his men not to give in to fear. Immediately, bullets began to pepper the dogs' bodies. Artie's single shots were almost immediately followed by long bursts of machine gun fire from his fighters. Dogs were dying en masse from bullets. Unlike the escaped Hart, Artie fought on equal terms with his men. Artie's revolver had barely run out of bullets when he pulled out a knife. In cold blood, he began to deal with the dogs hand to hand. But here, in the midst of a horde of dogs, he clearly noticed human movement. A hand raised with a brass knuckle appeared. Peony also decided to take part in the attack of her dogs. There was a heavy echo of the blow. Peony couldn't believe what had happened. Her well-aimed attack was stopped by a metal rod. Luckily for Artie, Holland was nearby and protected him. Having finally met one of the secret months of the monk Peony, almost managed to pronounce his call sign Pine. At that very moment, a telescopic baton hit her in the face. Having taken damage, Peony took a couple of steps back. Holland publicly declared that he had the best cure for crazy dogs. He bared his teeth and clutched the club tightly in his hand. Meanwhile, having recovered from Holland's attack, Peon was not going to give up. Holland responded with a similar swing of his baton. His movements turned out to be much faster and more agile than Peony's. Holland's club hit Peony right in the side, causing her a wild but barely bearable pain. At the same time, from the side, in the direction of Holland, the mouth of an enraged dog appeared. Without wasting his energy, Holland easily disabled the dog. After which, as in the case with Artie, the brass knuckles in his fist were already moving towards Holland's head. With a smirk on his face, Holland dodged easily. Peony didn't expect such nimble movements from the old man, after which he began to receive blows from a baton one after another. Holland kept beating Peony, obviously getting wild pleasure from it. Peony herself had no choice but to defend herself in vain. Suddenly stopping his blows for a second or two, Holland swung his baton with all his might. With his last but most powerful blow, Holland hit Peony right on the nose. Unable to maintain her balance, Peony began to stagger backwards. Soon she collapsed to the floor. Having temporarily finished with Peony, Holland asked Artie about the other opponents. Looking at the dogs, Artie reported that they were all killed. After listening, Holland turned his attention to the last two. In the middle of the corridor sat an exhausted Peony, bravely guarded by her faithful dog. Seeing Holland in front of him, the dog growled menacingly. Next, he rushed at him. Peony's eyes captured another death. With one sure blow, Holland split the dog's skull. Having killed the dog, Holland emphasized that now there was only one problem left. Somehow getting to her feet, Peony called Holland a bastard for what he had done. Smiling, Holland said that Peony must surely understand the impossibility of her victory. In response to this, Peony made a strange speech about a dog that will not release its prey once it bites it once. Holland noted that Peony's words are the speech of a mentally ill person, and she herself is not a dog. But remembering his childhood for a second, Peony thought completely differently. Moments of human betrayal were fresh in her memory. She knew what it was like to be hungry and to lose hope. But at one of those moments, her forced meal was interrupted. From somewhere in the forest, hungry puppies came out to the then little Peony. At that moment, Peony realized which creatures would never betray her. Years later, having become the leader of the pack of dogs, Peony dealt with her enemies. As soon as this happened, the monk named the girl June Peony. Yuhua knew that she would become his faithful dog, and Peony agreed to try on this role. Returning from her memories, Peony briefly told Holland about her decision to be among the dogs. Holland himself found this story very funny, after which he swung to finally finish off Peony. However, the swing of his club missed. Having dodged, Peony did not take into account that the old man was very flexible and had already extended his knee in a blow. With all his might, Holland landed a punch straight to Peony's chin. Losing her balance again, the girl fell backwards onto the floor. Her eyes widened. Holland's demonic figure was about to finish her off. Peony's scream echoed throughout the entire corridor. The blow from Holland's baton hit Peony's arm with all its force. Having pinned Peony to the ground and mocking her in every possible way, Holland leaned closer. He frankly believed that a girl should walk on 4 legs since she considered herself a dog. Next, Holland's eyes captured an incredible picture. Suddenly, like a dog, Peony opened her mouth wide. In vain, she tried to bite Holland. Stepping back, Holland said with a grin that Peony had now truly become a dog and that he even liked her. Perhaps jokingly, Holland said that he wouldn't mind taking Peony into his team since there are quite a few dogs in the police force that she really likes. Peony stood up again and glared at Holland. Having said that dogs don't bite their owners, she ran towards Holland. Peony's first strike missed again. Then, again mimicking a dog, Peony opened her jaws wide to bite. Holland responded by hitting her with his baton. But this time, apparently having adapted, Peony managed to stay on her feet. Having stood her ground, she rushed at Holland again. Payan would have been able to sink her teeth into Holland's neck if he hadn't put his club under her. Artie tried to intervene in the situation, but Holland strictly forbade him to approach. Holland found this dogfight so fascinating that his blood boiled. Following this, Holland pulled the baton back with all his might. He managed to tear the weapon from Peony's jaws and at the same time deprived the girl of many teeth. However, the pain did not stop Peony, and she once again attacked Holland. Her jaws, with the remains of her teeth, were very close to Holland's neck. Artie continued to watch his boss play. Dodging and crouching slightly, Holland again avoided the bite. He deftly inserted the club into Peony's mouth. Then he jumped up, pushing his weight forward. At the same time, with his other hand, Holland was preparing to add more force to the jab with the baton. In this way, for countless times now, Holland knocked Peony to the floor. Peony's blood splashed onto his cheek. Positioned above her, Holland let out a tired sigh. Afterwards, he addressed the one lying down by the code name. Holland admitted that of all the women he had met in his life, Peony was the most memorable. Standing up, Holland added to his words that he looked as much like a dog as possible. The fight was over and peace finally reigned in the corridor. Looking at the body with a club sticking out of its mouth, Artie wondered if she was dead. Holland also glanced at Peony, saying that she was worse than any monster. Then, taking hold of the handle of his baton, Holland added to his previous words that he must act with confidence. With a little effort, Holland pulled the baton out of Peony's mouth. The entire squad and Artie silently watched the bloody spectacle. Next, Holland extended his hand with his palm wide open. He politely asked Artie to give him his gun. Obeying, Artie did just that. The next moment, a shot rang out and blood splattered. Afterwards, Holland asked Artie how he felt. To Artie's puzzled look, Holland explained that he seemed to have been dreaming of meeting her for months. Artie thought about his answer. After a pause, Artie decided to share his impression of how quickly Holland dealt with Peony. After listening, Holland laughed and made it clear to his subordinate that from now on, things had to be completed. After these words, Artie for a moment became immersed in his thoughts. Having seen Holland's display of force, he thought it right to follow suit at some point. At the same time, Holland's radio began to beep. Shin contacted them, relaying information that she had been expecting the enemy to appear for quite some time, but he still hadn't shown up. Shin even thought that everything had been dealt with without her intervention, and now the squad was simply standing idle. Holland hummed thoughtfully. He thought that Jack's squad could handle the remaining months. But Shin also reported that she had not met either Jack or his men on her way. After hearing the report, Holland gave Shin the go-ahead to move forward. Hearing this, Shin was filled with joy and almost jumped on the spot. However, Holland did not yet know that Hwang's squad had been defeated by a combination of Sakura and Miskanth. The most deadly path for Holland's people turned out to be the one chosen in the middle. As soon as the radio session ended, Artie turned to his boss about what to do next. Lost in thought, Holland pretended that he had no idea where it would be best for them all to move. Meanwhile, the Hwaguksa transmitter was spinning in the woman's hands. Putat looked at the device strangely. Her henchman even asked what the woman was so worried about. The woman turned around and said with alarm that she could not catch the signals of January and November. What Putat found strange about this whole situation was that she was still picking up December's signal. In addition, Putat found the sudden disappearance of Pion's signal unusual. Lost in thought, Putat began to list the names of Holland and Jack as people who could interfere with the course of events. At the last name, Assistant Putat clearly became excited. At the same time, Putat also recorded the separated signal from Chrysanthemum. The woman was angry and scolded them for months because they could not act in a coordinated manner. Assistant Putat thought it was good that they had chosen the path that Sakura and Miskanth had previously taken like a hurricane. However, Putat herself did not find anything good in what she saw. She believed that Holland's reinforcements could already be operating in the building. Putat said that they should look back more often. It was at that very moment that one of Jack's groups appeared behind them. Seeing them, Putat cursed, considering her tongue her enemy. It turned out that someone from Jack's group even recognized Congressman Putat. Then, Putat's assistant suddenly and joyfully pronounced the names of San and Pak. To Putat's surprise, San also recognized him. Sean made it clear to Putat that he knew these guys well. He added to his speech that these people were subordinates of his friend Jack. Suddenly, Hyun decided to approach Park about Chan. Park briefly explained to Hyun that he and Chan had met under very bad circumstances. Forcing a scary smile, Chan now asked how Jack was doing. Meanwhile, Jack himself chuckled thoughtfully. He found the current version of a tied-up girl sufficient. But Kim was not going to stop and wanted to additionally wrap young Bi-Kwan with tape. After a couple of minutes, the girl could no longer even move, only occasionally making sounds of suffering. Having finished with her, Kim decided that the best option would be to leave the girl where she was. Next came the question of choosing the further direction for their advancement. Lighting up again, Jack gave Kim a choice between the right or middle aisles. At the same time, Pak was wounded. Chan managed to catch him with his knife. But then, a voice from the side caught his attention. San approached him, swinging his fist. Chan dodged this attack quite easily. Moving his hand, he also intended to wound San with a knife. Unfortunately for him, San managed to dodge, sending Chan's hand higher. At this point, Chan had something to show off. But suddenly Putat called out to him in a stern voice. She wondered who gave Chan the right to start a fight. Clearly worried, Chan began to ask for forgiveness, blaming all the blame on the happiness of meeting old friends. Meanwhile, Chan noted that Jack's guys have become much stronger. Then he looked a little further, considering Jun and Hyun standing behind him to be new recruits. However, Putat felt it was important not to relax. She remembered January and November. Also mentioned December, June, and September. Putat called these months idiots, but proudly noted her collaboration with Chan in comparison. During the pause that followed, San told Jun who Chan was. From his words, it followed that it was Chan who had deprived Commander Jack of one of his eyes. Unexpectedly, Jun screamed that in that case they would avenge their commander. San himself had no time for victorious bravado. He demanded that Jun call the commander quickly rather than try to defeat Chan. After all, the man in front of them was not as simple as he seemed.